a new system panel appeared before my eyes. Instance world loading. Once the countdown ends, everyone on Blue Star will be transported to the instance world. I was stunned, filled with confusion and a slight sense of unease, even thinking it might just be a hallucination in my final moments. As my heartbeat slowed, seemingly reaching the end of my life, I gently closed my eyes, ready to accept the end. However, when I opened my eyes again, I found that not only was I alive, but all the pain and illness had miraculously disappeared. The system panel reappeared in front of me with a chilling message. All Blue Star inhabitants have entered the instance world. To clear the Novice Village, reach level 10 and defeat the Village Gang. Those who fail to clear it within 15 days will be erased by the system. A cold shiver ran down my spine, as if death itself had started counting down. I knew this kind of setup all too well. Without a moment's hesitation, I opened the information panel, quickly assessing my current stats. Though my power level was barely 5, my 2.5 years of gaming experience filled me with confidence. The danger here was nothing but a challenge I needed to face with composure. Sure enough, within just 2 minutes, 3 players had already been ruthlessly erased by the system. The remaining players were terrified, finally realizing that this game was far more brutal than they had imagined. The monsters in the Novice Village were unexpectedly powerful. Rumors spread that even a single chicken could unleash a fiery charge, instantly wiping out 3 players. Panic set in, but I had anticipated all of this. Surviving in the instance world wouldn't be easy. It required intense information gathering, sharp gaming skills, strategic upgrades, and even close cooperation with NPCs. A single mistake could cost you your life. As I pondered, a system notification popped up, informing me that my past Novice Village achievements had been activated, even unlocking the Social Butterfly achievement, meaning all the NPC favorability item mass had been inherited. I had once tirelessly raised the favorability of every NPC and boss to the max. These relationships would now serve as a powerful aid in my survival. These NPCs were far stronger than players at this stage. Re-establishing contact with them would give me a significant edge. At that moment, my eyes landed on a special item. This item belonged to an NPC I had once pursued, the Adventurer Guild's NPC, Sasha. Though she was just a minor character in the Novice Village, she controlled essential resources for adventurers' gear, precisely what I needed now. So, unable to hold back my anticipation, I hurried off to find her. Meanwhile, a few other players were trying to ask Sasha for starter packs. Sasha coldly turned them down, a slight smirk on her face as she huffed. If you don't have money, don't even think about buying anything. Refuse to leave, and I'll call the guards. These players could only leave in disappointment, muttering complaints about how even NPCs looked down on the poor. Sasha scoffed quietly to herself, grumbling about their unreasonable demands. Just as her gaze drifted elsewhere, I pushed open her door. Sasha looked up as I entered, her brows knitting together, about to lose her temper. But something in her gaze softened, as if she sensed something different about me. Sasha froze upon seeing my face, as if she couldn't believe I was really standing in front of her. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, and tears glistened in her eyes, shimmering with a mix of excitement and relief. Suddenly, she threw herself into my arms, holding me tightly. "My dear, you're finally back. I've waited so long for you." System notification. The owner of the girl's heart has been found. Destined reunion triggered. Sasha is the only character in the Novice Village that can be pursued. Although she may not compare to the powerful Dragon Princess or the Vampire Queen, she has always welcomed me with a warm smile, offering unconditional support whenever I was at my lowest. Without her solace, I would have likely quit this challenging game long ago. Now, feeling her warmth in my arms, I realized she was no longer just data. She had become a living, breathing girl. With genuine concern in her eyes, Sasha softly asked why it took me so long to return and whether I had been hurt outside. I scratched my head, smiling. For some reasons, I'm back as a rookie adventurer now. I'm broke and don't even have a decent piece of gear. Hearing this, Sasha's face filled with sympathy as she held my hand firmly, taking out her entire savings from the past 2.5 years without hesitation. She didn't think twice before buying me a top-tier novice set worth 10,000 copper coins. For other adventurers, this amount was astronomical, yet she showed not a hint of hesitation. I gently patted Sasha's head, feeling a surge of gratitude and warmth, thanking her softly for the gear. Her gift filled me with confidence, ready to head out and level up with renewed courage. Just as I was about to leave, I remembered that I still owed her a response to her feelings. Seeing me holding the gear she had gifted, her cheeks flushed even deeper. She lowered her head, whispering shyly, "My dear, promise to stay with Sasha tonight, okay?" I smiled, understanding her intention, and affectionately promised to let her wait for me at home. Soon, I arrived at the outskirts of the novice forest where monsters range from level 1 to 3, making it the ideal place to train. I needed to level up quickly, otherwise I'd fall behind. I hadn't walked far before spotting the scorched remains of corpses strewn across the ground, with the air heavy with a burnt odor. It seemed the infamous fiery chicken was nearby, exuding an intimidating aura. Suddenly, a fireball shot towards me. I dodged swiftly, narrowly avoiding the attack, cold sweat trickling down my forehead. Facing a monster I'd encountered countless times in the game, seeing it in real life still left me momentarily stunned. The fiery chicken flapped its wings, charging at me with fierce speed. Though it was only level 1, its power level was a formidable 2.5, clearly stronger than I was. I gripped my sword tightly and swung it hard, only managing to shave off 20 points of its health. My movements, however, felt somewhat stiff and awkward. After all, it was my first real physical activity in 2.5 years since my illness, and I found myself a bit rusty. Fortunately, my agility stat is a solid 20, giving me a clear advantage over the fiery chicken. Dealing with a low-level monster like this is a breeze. My speed and reflexes are more than enough. As I watched the fiery chicken's health drop, it was nearly depleted. I taunted it on purpose, saying, "What's the matter, didn't eat today? All you know is singing, dancing, and playing basketball. Is fighting too much for you?" Enraged, the fiery chicken's flames burst forth as it roared, activating its signature move, Flame Mountain Charge, attempting to trap me with its auto-lock skill. However, I didn't back down. Instead, I charged forward with my sword, letting its fiery attack crash against me without fear. In the fiery chicken's eyes, there was a look of shock, as if it couldn't comprehend my confidence and resilience. Smiling, I said casually, "Can't break through my defense, can you?" With that, I swung my sword down, delivering the final blow and completely defeating it. System notification. Achievement, "You're so muscular" unlocked with a stat boost. Seeing the notification, I couldn't help but feel a wave of satisfaction. Moving forward, I cleared out the monsters along the way, unlocking multiple achievements and feeling my strength steadily growing. Meanwhile, on the other side, a team of players was being overwhelmed by an onslaught of swift rabbits, struggling to fend them off. The red-haired guy got ambushed and was thrown against a tree, groaning in pain. He shouted angrily, "Damn this instance. It doesn't even give us a chance to survive." At that moment, the swift rabbit's flash strike skill had just cooled down, and it was preparing for another attack. The swift rabbit was stealthily approaching, ready to ambush their teammate, Xiaofang. The red-haired guy noticed and quickly shouted, "Watch your back." As soon as he spoke, my arrow shot out, piercing the swift rabbit's head in a single, precise strike. The team members looked at me in astonishment, clearly not expecting this kind of support. The blue-haired guy glared at me, pointing accusingly, "With gear that good, why didn't you share how to get it in the chat group?" The blue-haired guy continued angrily, "How many people have died because of your selfishness?" I fixed him with a cold stare, retorting, "Is this how you treat someone who just saved your life?" Still defiant, he looked at me with an indignant expression. The red-haired guy couldn't stand it any longer and walked up, landing a punch that knocked him to the ground. "Get lost. Our team doesn't need ungrateful jerks like you." The blue-haired guy had no choice but to slink away, looking utterly defeated. Turning back to me, the red-haired guy introduced himself with a smile. My name's Yang Tao. The pink-haired girl, Xiao Feng, also stepped forward to thank me, saying she'd be happy to repay the favor for saving her. Impressed by my skills, Yang Tao sincerely invited me to join their team. But I politely declined with a smile, explaining that I was more used to going solo. Moving forward, I cleared out monsters along the way until I arrived at a waterfall. This was the entrance to the only hidden instance, the Blackwater Serpent's Nest. It was a one-time only dungeon. Succeed or fail, it would vanish forever after being challenged. It seemed that I was the first player to arrive here, and a mix of pride and excitement filled me. To boost my attack power, I immediately allocated all my stat points to strength. After all, high attack is crucial in the early stages. 94. Upon entering, a pitch-black cave came into view, exuding a chilling, eerie aura that sent shivers down my spine. Suddenly, a massive snake tail lashed out at incredible speed. Caught off guard, I quickly raised my sword to block the attack. Looking up, I saw a level 4 iron-tail Blackwater Serpent appear before me, boasting an impressive power level of 8. Its entire body was covered in iron-like scales, immune to regular weapons. Truly worthy of an elite monster, its strength far surpassed other creatures of the same level. Fortunately, I was well aware of the Blackwater Serpent's weakness. Its vital spot was on its head, which worked to my advantage. If anyone came within a 3-meter radius of it, it would instantly trigger its Venom Spray skill, a wide-range, lethal attack that made it difficult to get close. However, this was also its greatest weakness. Once it exhausted its venom, it would enter a brief period of vulnerability. I relied on my agile movements, continuously dodging its venomous attacks, patiently waiting for the moment when it would run out of venom. Finally, in a 0.8-second opening, I made my move. With one swift strike, I pierced its head, successfully killing it in a single blow, a clean, flawless finish. As the Blackwater Serpent fell, my level instantly increased to 3, and I unlocked the Elite Slayer achievement, becoming the first player to slay the Blackwater Serpent. The system immediately issued a world announcement, broadcasting my achievement to all players. Even better, the Blackwater Serpent's body dropped a treasure chest. Eagerly, I opened the chest and obtained a piece of black iron gear, the Black Spirit Bracer. This bracer was a perfect fit for me, significantly boosting my combat power. My next target lay deeper within the cave, a hidden skill book, a priceless treasure no other player would have anticipated. After finding the skill book, I learned the basics of swordsmanship, feeling a strong sense of accomplishment. With this skill, using sword-type weapons now grants me a 10% increase in attack speed. Though it may seem modest, this 10% boost provides a significant advantage in real combat scenarios. As the sky began to darken, it was time to head back and spend time with Sasha. Otherwise, she might start worrying about me being out for too long. Meanwhile, Sasha had just finished gathering a basket full of herbs, enough to brew 10 small healing potions, hoping to provide additional safety measures. Just as she was about to head home, she suddenly heard the voices of several men behind her. Turning around, she saw it was the same group of men she had chased off earlier in the day. With hostile looks on their faces, they were clearly harboring resentment, planning to rob Sasha of her belongings, with even worse intentions in mind. Sasha was terrified, her face turning pale as she started trembling uncontrollably. Instinctively, she pulled out a dagger, trying to appear calm as she warned them. "If you dare lay a hand on me, aren't you afraid of the guards punishing you?" The men paid no attention to Sasha's warning, instead looking even more excited, sneering with malicious intent. One of them whispered, "As long as we leave no witnesses, who's going to know it was us?" Just as they were about to make a move, I arrived in time, pulling Sasha into my arms and swiftly dodging behind them, putting her safely out of harm's way. Sasha saw me, and a flash of joy appeared in her eyes, clearly relieved by my arrival. I gently instructed her, "Stay right here and let me handle the rest." One of the men recognized me and shouted in alarm, "Boss, that's the guy Xie Ziwen warned us about." They threatened me, demanding I hand over my gear and Sasha, promising to spare my life if I complied. I looked at them with disdain and flatly rejected their demands. One of the men rushed at me with a knife, charging furiously. With a single swift draw of my sword, I disarmed him, sending his weapon flying. It was clear that my swordsmanship had significantly improved. I could easily manage both offense and defense. The others, enraged, rushed forward, attempting to overwhelm me with their blades, but I sneered and took them down one by one. Before they even realized what had happened, their leader had already fallen to a single strike from my sword. The remaining lackeys, terrified by the sight, began to tremble. They immediately dropped to their knees, begging for mercy and swearing to turn over a new leaf. Seeing their sincere pleas, I gave a slight smile, then sent them to meet their maker. Sasha threw herself into my arms, asking anxiously if I was hurt. She explained that she'd been out so late gathering herbs to make healing potions for me. Seeing her tearful expression, I held her close, gently reassuring her. In this world, people's hearts can sometimes be more dangerous than wild beasts. I softly told her, "Why don't you stay by my side? I'll protect you." Sasha smiled joyfully and replied, "My dear, from now on, my home is your home." Back home, the sound of running water from the bathroom made my heart skip a beat, a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Sasha, too, looked both shy and expectant, as if she was awaiting something special. Her dream had always been for me to stay by her side, and now it had finally come true. Moments later, Sasha emerged from the bathroom, her cheeks flushed red with a shy smile. In a soft voice, she said, "My dear, it's getting late. Let's rest early." I naturally understood her intentions and nodded gently. From this moment on, I was no longer the frail patient I once was. I was determined to grow stronger in this world, together with the girl I loved, striving forward without leaving any regrets. That night was beautiful and filled with warmth. The next morning, Sasha was soundly asleep in my arms, looking peaceful and content. I took the opportunity to check on the progress of the other players. Just as I expected, their conditions were harsh. They were sleeping in drafty little huts with no blankets. Compared to my comfortable bed and Sasha's gentle embrace, the difference was like night and day. Meanwhile, the system updated the novice village's level ranking. As expected, I was ranked first at level 3, while the others had just reached level 2. Seeing this, a feeling of unease crept into my heart. If most players couldn't reach level 10 within 15 days, they'd be wiped out by the system. While I was pondering this, the system awarded me the daily reward for holding first place. It was a silver chest fragment. Collecting 3 would grant a full chest, an excellent reward. I then checked the level up rewards. The first player in this district to reach level 10 would receive a golden chest and a crafting token. Such a reward was truly tempting. If I could secure this chest, it would be an ideal start, giving me a substantial advantage. However, with 10,000 novice villages in the first district, it meant 10 million players were competing for this single spot. Time was short, and I needed to level up fast. I equipped myself and prepared to head out. Sasha, wrapped in a thin layer of clothing, came over and handed me a healing potion, urging me to return safely. Seeing the concern on her face, I gently stroked her chin and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll be back tonight to see you in that maid outfit." Soon, I arrived at the outskirts of the novice forest. On the hilltop, a group of girls was waiting, apparently planning to ambush lone adventurers. Suddenly, a girl with a high ponytail pointed at me in surprise. "Look, a lone handsome guy has arrived." A girl named Ziching saw this and exclaimed, "Is he crazy? Going into the level 2 monster zone alone?" She watched as a level 2 Frostfang hound lunged at me, her heart filled with concern. Without hesitation, Ziching leapt down from the hill, attempting to come to my rescue. However, in the next instant, she witnessed me take down the Frostfang hound in a single clean strike. Stunned, Ziching stood frozen, too shocked to speak. I turned around to see them and smiled. "Did you come here to rescue me? With that level of strength, rushing in to save others will only get you into trouble." My tone was lighthearted, but the intention was to remind them not to take unnecessary risks. Zicheng patted her chest with a righteous expression, saying that they were sheriffs from H City, and protecting people was their duty. Suddenly, she recognized me as Yi Tianming, the top-ranked player. A look of surprise crossed her face, and she sincerely invited me to join their team. However, I responded coolly, "With your current strength, you'd only slow me down." Zicheng looked a bit disappointed, her head slightly lowered. However, I offered her a chance, saying that if she could reach level 5 within 2 days, I'd consider joining their team. With that, I handed her a monster guide, detailing key strategies for leveling up and monster weaknesses. I urged her to share this guide widely, as it was my only request. Although I'm no saint, as a fellow human, I couldn't just stand by, and this might improve our odds in the final instance. As I was leaving, Zicheng's cheeks flushed slightly, and the high ponytail girl teased her. "Hey, are you crushing on him?" Zicheng shyly denied it, though her blush deepened, leaving her a bit flustered. Meanwhile, I ventured into the forested area, surrounded by a hidden, dangerous atmosphere. After taking down a few smaller monsters, I unlocked the Forest Slayer and Novice Leader achievements, further boosting my strength. Soon, I came across a blood-cursed tree, feeling a sense of anticipation for more potential gains. I knew that solely grinding monsters wouldn't be enough to stand out in this competition of millions. I needed a more efficient approach. To gain more experience, I decided to take a risk and enter the hidden instance, Elven Realm, and perhaps reconnect with some of my old friends. Meanwhile, the Wolf Mercenary Group was holding an important meeting and the atmosphere was tense. The leader, Wang Batian, was surprised to hear about my strength and had developed a keen interest in me. Xie Ziwen's other intel had proven valuable. Currently, only 5 people in Novice Village number 0 had reached level 2. Not even a tenth of their group's advancement. Wang Batian immediately decided to use a challenge order, forcefully initiating a showdown in Novice Village number 0, aiming to eliminate potential threats during the novice phase. He boldly declared, "The beliefs of the old world have crumbled. The future world will belong to us." Meanwhile, Zicheng was having lunch, her cheeks slightly flushed. Blushing, she praised my strength, seemingly still impressed by the display of power I had shown. She also urged her teammates to quickly distribute the guide I provided, aiming to help more players improve their skills. Suddenly, a village-wide announcement popped up, and the unexpected challenge order left everyone momentarily stunned and bewildered. The announcement detailed the rules for the Novice Village Showdown. Each monster defeated by team members would convert 1 experience point into 1 point. All members of the winning team would receive a 50% boost to their base abilities and double experience gain. The losing team, however, would face severe penalties. Zicheng and her teammates cursed angrily, condemning the Wolf Mercenary Group from Village number 9 for starting an internal conflict at such a critical life-or-death moment. She knew well that this was undoubtedly the work of the Wolf Mercenary Group's leader, Wang Batian, a gang notorious abroad. Ordinary players were no match for them. When everyone checked the leaderboard, they noticed my name had suddenly disappeared, and a sense of unease spread through the village as people began to worry about what had happened. In reality, I had entered the Elven Abyss, a dungeon that completely isolates itself from the outside world until it's either cleared or I perish. This land was once the homeland of the Elven race, but it was later overtaken by the malevolent Goblin army, which now claims it as their territory. These goblins were the perfect targets for my leveling up, providing an ideal opportunity for experience. Just then, I heard a faint sound around me, immediately heightening my alertness. I spotted an elven girl bound on the ground, her expression a mix of despair and helplessness. Strangely, there were no goblin guards around. As I approached, the girl struggled, finally spitting out the cloth gag in her mouth, and urgently warned me, "Watch out, the goblins are lying in ambush." Just as she finished speaking, a goblin warrior leapt down from a nearby tree, brandishing a short blade as it attacked me. Remaining calm, I raised my sword and effortlessly blocked its attack, completely unfazed. Seeing the unfavorable situation, The goblin quickly retreated, clearly planning to employ other tactics. It pulled a hidden rope, and several sharp swords shot toward me from the shadows, creating an unexpected trap. I swiftly dodged, easily avoiding all of the incoming blades without a scratch. The elven girl was left speechless, staring in amazement, hardly believing what she was seeing. She exclaimed, "Dear adventurer, are you here to rescue me?" I smiled and gently asked her to turn around so I could check her back. Elves typically bear a mark of purity on their bodies, and if they are defiled or betrayed, this mark disappears. Hearing my request, the girl blushed slightly, shyly turning around to let me examine her mark. After confirming that her purity was intact, I carefully lifted her onto my back, ready to help her escape. I explained, "Elves captured by goblins often suffer terrible fates, so I needed to ensure your safety. That's why I had to check." The girl quietly shared a secret with me, revealing that her unique status was the reason the goblins hadn't dared to harm her. This triggered a familiar memory. I realized that this girl was the missing sister of the elven princess from the game's storyline. In the game's ending sequence, an elven princess would appear, searching everywhere for her lost sister, and this questline was the key to solving the mystery. Now, I finally had the opportunity to dive into this hidden storyline and uncover the truth. Just as I was quietly celebrating, the girl suddenly, with a look of panic, warned me that the goblin army was rapidly approaching, guided by tracking magic. She looked desperate as she pleaded with me to escape alone, not wanting to drag me down with her. I smiled calmly and said, "Why would we run? We'll just kill them all, right?" I added, "Besides, I've already prepared a perfect spot for these goblins." The girl looked at me in confusion, glancing around at the goblins surrounding us, with only the steep cliff behind us, seemingly no escape. I pointed up at the mountain and reassured her, "Don't worry. Haven't you noticed the chains on those rocks?" I explained, "This is a massive trap the goblins set specifically to counter the elves. They use these chains to stabilize the mountain, creating a balance point. If that point is disrupted, the entire mountain will collapse." The elven girl gazed at me with admiration, exclaiming, "Adventurer, you're amazing. You even know such hidden mechanisms." I smiled faintly. Countless past deaths had made me intimately familiar with every detail of this dungeon. At that moment, the goblin army was advancing toward the mountaintop, preparing to launch their attack. I drew my sword and struck the critical chain with a powerful slash. With a resounding crash, the mountain lost its support and collapsed, burying the entire goblin army beneath it. Moments later, a system notification appeared. My level had skyrocketed to 8, and my power had reached 16 points, significantly enhancing my strength. The girl looked at the destruction before her, emotions flooding her heart. Moved to tears, she murmured, "The blood feud of the elves has finally been avenged. These villains can do no more harm." Overcome with emotion, she threw herself into my arms, tearfully thanking me for avenging the elven people, her gratitude evident. She expressed with admiration that she had never seen such a powerful novice adventurer, her eyes filled with awe and respect. Then, with a hopeful look, the elven princess made a request, asking me to continue hunting down the remaining goblins to rid her people of this lingering threat. I coughed lightly and told her to wait a moment. However, I moved too quickly, and the princess hadn't yet had a chance to cast her blessing on me. Meanwhile, all my attributes had tripled due to the level up, and my physical capabilities had now far surpassed human limits. The remaining goblins at the foot of the mountain saw me approaching and began retreating in fear, clearly aware of my strength. I taunted them, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm just here to help you fulfill your purpose." "Now, obediently become my attribute points," I added with a smirk, tightening my grip on my weapon. Meanwhile, the showdown between Novice Village number 0 and Novice Village number 9 was in full swing. The current score was 2,468 to 2,712. Thanks to the monster guide I provided, the villagers managed to keep the wolf mercenary group from widening the gap too much. After a long stretch of intense fighting, everyone decided to take a 10-minute break to recover before continuing. However, Zicheng quietly made her way to the level 1 monster zone to grind points on her own. The pink-haired girl, puzzled, asked, "Why is she acting so strangely? Why go off alone?" The blue-haired girl sighed. Her love interest died. Of course, she wouldn't be in a good mood. "It's the first time I've seen Zicheng blush for a man, but it's a pity. The feelings withered before they even had a chance to bloom," she added with a touch of regret. The blue-haired girl sighed. Right now, she's just numbing herself by constantly fighting monsters, trying to escape her sadness. It turned out that Zicheng believed I had been killed by monsters. Earlier, I had promised her that I'd come find her once she reached level 5. Though she didn't understand why just one meeting with me affected her so deeply, she found herself longing to go on adventures together. Just then, my name flashed back onto the leaderboard, catching everyone's attention. Zicheng's mouth dropped open in surprise, completely unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting a faint light. As I finished clearing out the goblins at the foot of the mountain, Princess Frelin ran up, anxiously asking about the situation. I informed her, "Someone from the main world has entered this realm." Hearing this, Frelin's eyes lit up with joy, thinking that her sister had finally come to find her. She formally introduced herself, revealing that she was the second princess of the elven race, named Frelin. Frelin went on to explain that her sister, Frelia, was the light elf just below the queen in power and the goblins' primary threat. The goblins kidnapped Frelin to use her as leverage against Frelia. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thanks to your help, the Lord family will never forget our benefactor. But I suspect things aren't so simple. After all, these were only goblin grunts." With a concerned look, she added, "The cunning goblins must be plotting something much bigger." Frelin furrowed her brow, murmuring, "I fear Frelia may be in grave danger right now, possibly facing threats from the goblins as well." Meanwhile, Frelia arrived at the Elven Palace, only to find it in complete disarray. Clear signs of a fierce battle everywhere. Frelia immediately sent out a bird, hoping to trace her sister Frelin's whereabouts. However, as soon as the bird took flight, it was struck down by a powerful blow. The goblin leader had clearly been lying in ambush. Frelia felt a chill run through her as she realized the imminent danger. In the next moment, a sinister magic circle appeared beneath her feet, trapping her in place. Her powers were instantly sealed, leaving her immobilized. The goblin leader approached with a smug grin, grabbing her by the neck. He laughed maniacally, saying, "Once the princess is gone, the sanctuary's barrier will collapse, and the entire elven race will be at my mercy." Suddenly, a sharp sword light shot through the air, striking the goblin leader's hand, allowing Frelia to break free. I rushed forward, quickly scooping her up, preparing to retreat. Enraged, the goblin leader swung his spiked club furiously, pursuing us. At that moment, Frelin burst onto the scene, casting a fairy barrier to block his attack. Although Frelin's barrier couldn't hold for long, it provided us with precious time to make our escape. The goblin leader roared in fury, brandishing his spiked club, and shouted, "Who dares to save the princess from my grasp, you insolent adventurer?" I knew well that facing an 18th level goblin leader, whose health was ridiculously high, a head-on fight was almost a guaranteed loss. Recalling my many deaths at this stage in the game, I already had a strategy in mind to counter him. At this moment, I was holding the severely injured Frelia. Her awakening filled Frelin with excitement and gratitude as she thanked me for rescuing her sister. Frelia looked at me, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if she had developed an inexplicable sense of trust in me. She formally expressed her gratitude and asked curiously, "Have we met somewhere before?" Clearly, she didn't remember me, as our story actually took place after this dungeon. In a past life, after failing to find her sister, Frelia had resolutely given up her royal status to become an elven ranger, eventually becoming one of the rarest legendary NPCs in the game. Thinking of this, I smiled and requested, "I heard you possess a divine bow that can counter goblins. Could I possibly borrow it?" Frelia hesitated briefly, then produced her exclusive weapon, the Lunar Glory, a legendary bow imbued with the power of the Light Elves. She voiced her concern that I might lack the required level to wield it effectively. Frelin also knew the Divine Bow's power, requiring at least level 40 to use, unless one was bound by a contract with Frelia. The current situation was dire. Frelia was cursed and unable to move. With our current strength, we stood no chance against the Goblin leader. Our only option was for her to form a spirit contract with me. However, Frelin expressed concern, reminding us that the elven contract was no small matter. She explained that it required deep trust and affection, and if it failed, not only would the contract be void, but it would also cause the mark of purity to disappear. She urged her sister not to attempt it lightly. Nonetheless, Frelia, blushing slightly, declared her willingness to give it a try, her face showing determination. In front of Frelin, I and Frelia shared a deep, heartfelt kiss, initiating the contract ritual. Suddenly, a radiant green light shone around us, signifying the successful completion of the elven contract. Frelin watched with a look of sorrow, as if her heart had broken. She muttered a complaint that her sister was too cunning, falling in love with me at first sight, while she herself hadn't even confessed her own feelings. Just then, the Goblin leader Todos seized the moment to launch a surprise attack, shattering the barrier around us. Todos sneered triumphantly, proclaiming that we were doomed, with no chance of escape. But I smirked and replied, "Oh really? Now I can wield the level 40 exclusive weapon, Lunar Glory, with the added power of the Elven Blessing." Todos took a half step back in shock, clearly realizing that the situation had turned against him. However, Todos sneered and taunted, "You're just a low-level adventurer. How could you possibly handle that bow?" Mocking me, he continued, "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish." I calmly drew the bowstring to its fullest, my body enveloped in the essence of the elves as the light gathered on Lunar Glory, infusing me with newfound power. Todos felt a wave of unease, his body involuntarily trembling as he sensed the imminent danger. He attempted to flee, only to realize in horror that all of his goblin subordinates had already been annihilated, leaving him completely isolated. His face turned ashen, filled with terror. I released the arrow, which flew through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at him. Todos was struck down on the spot, killed instantly by the arrow's impact. A system notification sounded. I had leveled up to 10, my strength once again taking a significant leap. Additionally, I obtained a silver tier goblin spear with an attack power of 193, an unparalleled weapon for a novice. Then, I noticed a dark gemstone on the ground, emitting a mysterious glow as it absorbed the surrounding energy. Frelia and Frelin looked at it curiously and asked what it was, their eyes filled with questions. I explained that it was a dark essence fragment, imbued with the power to manipulate time and space. Clearly, the goblins had used it to seal this space. However, Frelia frowned, noting that such power was beyond the goblins' capability and that another force must have been assisting them. She decided to report this to the elders in her clan for further investigation. As we stepped out of the castle, we noticed the sky beginning to crack open. The secret realm was merging back with the main world. Before we parted, Frelia, in gratitude for saving her life, opened the storage vault and invited me to choose any piece of equipment as a reward. I politely declined, explaining that I couldn't yet use high-level equipment. The two princesses looked pleasantly surprised. Frelia smiled and asked, "So that means we'll see each other again?" I looked earnestly at Frelin, reassuring her not to worry. The elven contract signifies eternity, and I promise that the next time we meet, I will have gained the strength to protect them. As we said goodbye, Frelin blushed and softly called me Brother Tianming. She stepped forward, her cheeks flushed, and kissed me as an expression of her gratitude. With that kiss, I unexpectedly received a permanent legendary level magic blessing, feeling a surge of power envelop me. Frelia was stunned, thinking to herself, "Is my sister trying to compete with me for him?" Frelin, blushing, shyly said that it was just a small token of gratitude for saving her life. She waved
Yeah, I
goodbye,
remember. She's
smiling as she said,
impulsive.
Brother Tuming, we'll be waiting for you at the Elven Sanctuary. On my way out of the secret realm, I found myself savoring the recent events, inwardly marveling at how Frelin was truly a charming little enchantress. Suddenly, I noticed 5 unread messages. It turned out that Wang Batian from Novice Village Number 9 had taken advantage of my absence to forcefully initiate a showdown with Novice Village Number 0, which annoyed me greatly. That fool, daring to pull something like this while I'm gone. Meanwhile, in the core area of Novice Village Number 0, Ziching and her teammates were struggling against a level 6 Whirlwind Vulture. One by one, her teammates fell, and the white-haired member couldn't help but remark, was it really wise to force a fight with a level 6 monster? Gritting his teeth, Yang Tao felt reluctant to let Novice Village Number 9 widen the gap, which led him to take a risk. But he hadn't expected it to turn out so badly. The white-haired teammate urged him to stop, warning that if they lost the showdown, their points would be halved, making it nearly impossible to recover. Yang Tao, frustrated, punched the tree behind him and sighed. If only Yi Tianming were here. He stood up with resolve, determined to hold off the Whirlwind Vulture for Mu Ziching, shouting, Go! Get out of here! However, Mu Ziching steadfastly drew her sword and struck the vulture, unwilling to flee alone. She held on to a single belief. Maybe no one else believed it, but she was certain that I was still alive. She silently vowed that until I returned, she would risk everything, even her life, to earn as many points as possible for me. Just as the Whirlwind Vulture unleashed its whirlwind skill, Mu Ziching realized there was nowhere left to escape and felt a pang of despair. She closed her eyes helplessly, thinking, so in the end I still couldn't wait for you? Yet in the next moment, as the dust cleared, I was already standing beside her, holding her close. Smiling confidently, I said, You've done well. Leave the rest to me. Mu Ziching was both surprised and delighted, her face flushed with a shy blush. Yang Tao dropped to his knees in disbelief, shouting, Yi Tianming, you're really alive. The Whirlwind Vulture, seeing me, broke out in a cold sweat, quickly turning around and flapping its wings in an attempt to flee. I noticed that, despite being a low-level monster, it had an acute sense for danger and clearly realized its predicament. Retrieving a spear from my inventory,
Why are
I
you
hurled it with
running?
full force toward the vulture. With a piercing scream, the Whirlwind Vulture was struck, taking a critical hit of 1,156 points and dying instantly. This victory earned Novice Village Number 0 an additional 30 points, bringing the total score to 4,175 points. Yang Tao and the others, witnessing the 1,000-plus damage, could hardly believe their eyes, marveling that such a feat could happen in a novice village. Upon discovering that I had reached level 10, they finally understood that the gap between us was now insurmountable. Mu Ziching lowered her head apologetically, saying softly, It's my fault. Even though you gave me the guide, I still couldn't defeat the other side and let you down. Mu Ziching declared firmly, You're the strongest. From now on, I'll stay by your side. Even if it costs me my life, I'll protect you. I chuckled, reassuring everyone, Don't give up so easily. You've all performed excellently, and the game isn't over yet, right? The group, surprised, asked, Boss, we're still over 700 points behind. Do you really have a way to turn this around? I smiled slightly. Haven't you realized what my level 10 signifies? My level up came from the Elven Secret Realm, where I accumulated a substantial amount of points. Meanwhile, in Novice Village Number 9, Wang Batian was leading his team in an attack on a level 5 Frostbear, just one hit away from securing 5,000 points and certain victory. Wang Batian laughed smugly, saying, That short-lived Tuming is long gone. Even the gods are on our side. He raised his weapon, ready to land the final blow, marking the so-called glory road of the Wolf mercenary group. But to his shock, the strike dealt 0 damage, rendering it completely ineffective. Immediately, a notification popped up in the game world. Novice Village Number 0 now held 35,418 points, claiming victory in the showdown. The penalty for the losers took effect, having the base abilities of everyone in Novice Village number 9 and reducing their experience gain by 50%. This outcome left the members of Village number 9 devastated, unable to accept the crushing defeat. They checked the leaderboard and were shocked to find that I alone had contributed over 30,000 points. Outraged, they cursed, "That guy must be cheating." One person scoring as much as 10 entire novice villages. However, in their heated discussion, they neglected the Frost Bear standing beside them, still very much alive. With a furious roar, the Frost Bear's health began to regenerate, escalating the battle once again. Due to the penalty, their attributes had been halved, leaving them utterly powerless against the bear. In its rage, the bear's massive claws easily took down several of them. One of the underlings, caught in the bear's grasp, screamed in terror, pleading with Wang Batian for help. But Wang Batian, paralyzed by fear, muttered to himself, "This can't be happening, it's impossible." After our victory over Novice Village number 9, the rewards for the winners were distributed. Everyone's constitution was enhanced by 50%, and our maximum health increased accordingly. This boost saved the life of the dying white-haired teammate, granting him a miraculous recovery. Everyone thanked me profusely, declaring that I had saved the entire novice village. Some even exclaimed excitedly, "Master Yi, you're our eternal hero." From that moment, they were all willing to follow me loyally. I immediately praised Ziqing for her excellent work, especially since she had already reached the level 5 requirement I'd set for her, which was a pleasant surprise. Given her progress, I decided to take the group along to complete the Novice Village dungeon together and bring this stage to a perfect close. That night, I returned to Shasha's home to rest and unwind. As I opened the door, I saw her dressed in an alluring maid outfit, humming a tune as she diligently cleaned the floor. The sight made me blush. I hadn't expected a maid outfit to look like this. How could this dungeon world contain such indulgent items? Just then, Shasha turned to me, smiling as she said, "Welcome back, dear. You leveled up to 10 so quickly, didn't you?" Smiling confidently, I pointed a thumb at myself and replied, "Of course. Don't underestimate your man's strength." Shasha then took out an adventurer's badge, congratulating me on becoming an Iron Tier adventurer once again. That's when I remembered that, as a guild worker, Shasha was in charge of issuing adventurer badges. With her help, I could now accept Iron Tier quests, though I still recalled that passing an assessment was usually required to earn this badge. Half-jokingly, I said, "As a guild official, you should stick to the rules, even with friends and family. Favoritism isn't exactly a good look, you know." Hearing this, Shasha blushed, covering her mouth in embarrassment, her cheeks turning a deep shade of red. She took my hand and led me to the bed, whispering, "Why don't we conduct the test here?" With that, she lay down, her figure gracefully accentuated, revealing her complete trust in me. I decided to let her experience firsthand the vigor and strength of a level 10 adventurer. After 2.5 hours, Shasha finally began to plead for mercy. She turned her head shyly, whispering, "You passed, dear." I took this opportunity to tell her that I'd be leaving the village tomorrow and asked if she'd be willing to come with me. Blushing, she replied, "Of course, dear. Being by your side is my greatest happiness." But then, hesitantly, she added, "But without a job, I won't be able to help you earn money." Smiling, I reassured her, "Don't worry. Earning money for me is as easy as breathing. I'll take care of you for a lifetime." Shasha, thrilled by my words, pulled me into a tight embrace, gently whispering, "From now on, dear, I'm your exclusive maid." The next morning, a large crowd of players had already gathered, eagerly waiting. Seeing me arrive, they excitedly gathered around. "We finally get to see Master Yi today. Such a strong presence. He's truly the number 1 in our novice village." A nearby fangirl exclaimed, "So cool." Mu Ziqing approached and informed me that he and Yang Tao had followed my instructions and assembled all players above level 2 for the dungeon. Just then, Yang Tao angrily shouted at a man, "Get lost." The man immediately dropped to his knees, apologizing repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Brother Yang. Please, just give me one more chance. As Yang Tao was about to teach him a lesson, I held him back and told him to wait. The man glanced at me with hatred, thinking, damn you teaming, it's all your fault I got kicked out of the team, and the Wolf mercenary group was nearly wiped out. Today, if I can sneak into this dungeon, I'll settle our scores, old and new, the moment you're wounded. Recognizing him as a member of the mercenary group, I smirked and said, you've tried to ambush me multiple times. I never expected you'd bring yourself right to my doorstep today. As soon as I finished speaking, Mu Ziqing and Yang Tao's eyes widened in shock. He's from the Wolf mercenary group. Seeing his cover blown, Xie Ziwen tried to feign innocence, saying, Wolf mercenary group? I've never even heard of them. While speaking, he dropped to his knees in front of Yang Tao, begging for his help and accusing me of bullying him and falsely accusing him. But Yang Tao wasn't swayed, firmly stating, if Master Yi says so, that's enough for me, no evidence needed. Mu Ziqing, suddenly realizing, added, no wonder Lin Hao's novice village was forced into the challenge. Xie Ziwen must have betrayed everyone. Growing impatient, I drew my sword, ready to end his life. Seeing this, Xie Ziwen abandoned all pretense and admitted loudly that he was indeed a member of the Wolf mercenary group, defiantly shouting, you dare kill me? Our leader will never let you off. I responded with a cold laugh. Why do corpses like to talk so much? Then, with one swift strike, I sent him on his way. This display earned me even more respect from the surrounding players, who praised, Master Yi is ruthless to his enemies. Yang Tao also agreed, saying, that was well done. There's no need for guilt with someone like him. It's a public service. When we reached the deepest part of the novice forest, night had already fallen, and the path was blocked by two soldiers who stated that the village chief had ordered the road closed. I presented my adventurer's badge, explaining that I was entrusted by the Adventurers Guild to lead this investigation and requested them to grant us passage. Upon seeing an actual adventurer's badge, the two soldiers paused in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Then, excitedly, they shook my hand, exclaiming, Honorable Iron Tier Adventurer, you're finally here to save us. This is the only road connecting the village to the outside, but recently it's been engulfed in thick fog, and dozens of merchant caravans have mysteriously disappeared here. One of the guards added, what's even scarier is the strange noises we hear every night. It's no longer safe to stand guard here, and we're the last remaining soldiers holding this post. A system prompt sounded. You have entered the Echoing Pathway Novice Village. The final dungeon Requiem has been unlocked. The system continued. Due to more than 50 participants in this dungeon, the difficulty has been upgraded to Hell difficulty. As soon as they entered the dungeon, the group felt a cold shiver run down their spines. The thick mist around them gave off a creepy, ominous vibe. One person, visibly trembling, whispered, is this really the path to the outside world? It feels more like a path to a monster's lair. Suddenly, a faint sound of bells echoed from a distance, startling everyone. They widened their eyes, mouths agape in shock. I immediately whispered, hide. No one leaves unless I give the order. At that moment, a group of people appeared in the distance, and the sound of the bells was coming from them. The leader, riding a horse, noticed something strange and looked at us with surprise. He rode closer to me with an excited expression and said, finally, people, adventurers, we are the guards of a merchant caravan. For some unknown reason, we've been unable to find the way into the village and have been wandering in this area for months. We're running out of supplies. Adventurer, do you know how to get to the village? I smiled and replied, of course. Come over here. I'll show you. The leader dismounted happily, saying, thank goodness. He quickly jogged over and praised, you must be the kindest adventurer I've ever met. But before he could finish his sentence, I swiftly drew my sword and pierced his chest. I coldly said, what I meant was the path to your eternal rest. The others were stunned, gasping, damn, bossy killed someone again. Someone noticed the body was emitting a ghostly blue glow. Look, the body's strange. Just then, the caravan's members revealed their true forms. They were undead. The undead captain pointed at me and sneered, A mere newbie adventurer, no matter how strong, cannot possibly stand up against Lord Roland's undead army. He immediately cast a spell, summoning a horde of skeletal undead. The group was filled with concern. Boss Yi is in danger. We need to help him. However, when they tried to rush forward, Yang Tao stopped them. Boss Yi told us to stay here. He has his own plans. If we go, we'll only be a burden. Someone questioned. But can he really handle such a massive army of monsters? I gripped the Thunder Spear tightly and said arrogantly, as expected of the highest difficulty level. Both the monster levels and their numbers are twice as high as in the previous game. No sooner had I finished speaking than I charged into the undead army, mowing down countless undead in an instant with the Thunder Spear. I sneered and said coldly, "What can you do other than feed me more experience?" Watching me fight so fiercely, everyone's faces were filled with admiration. "Boss Yi is amazing," one of the girls even more bluntly said. "I love you. Boss Yi, I want to have your baby," a team member exclaimed. "Yang, it seems you were right. We would only be a burden if we went down." I've never felt the overwhelming gap between Boss Yi and us so clearly. It's not just about the level difference. I believe that even if the entire village attacked, they wouldn't be able to match Boss Yi. Just then, the system notification sounded. "Ding! Your experience is full, and you can no longer level up. Overflow experience will be temporarily stored. Please change your class soon to unlock further levels." The undead captain stared at me in disbelief. Impossible! How could the mighty undead army be defeated by a mere rookie? It immediately prepared to retreat, but not without threatening. "Don't get too smug. Lord Roland won't let you off the hook. Let's see who's laughing in the end." Before it finished speaking, the horse it was riding on threw it off. The undead captain's eyes turned bloodshot, cursing angrily. "Damn beast! How dare you treat my master like this?" Before it could finish its sentence, the sound of hooves trampling on it echoed. I watched this dramatic scene unfold, thinking to myself that undead beasts, unlike humans, retain some of their past grudges. It seemed this warhorse hated its killer so much that it had completely broken free from the control of its master. The undead warhorse approached me, and I stroked its neck, asking, "You want to take me to the mastermind to get your revenge? But if I fail, you won't have a good end either." The warhorse knelt down, allowing me to mount it. I didn't hesitate, saying boldly, "Since that's the case, let's set off." As I rode away on the undead warhorse, the others began to discuss. "Is Boss Yi leaving alone? We should head back. We can't deal with these monsters right now. We'll come back when we hit level 10 to grind and level up." Just then, Yang Tao received a message asking him for help. "Escort Xia Xia Sha to the undead castle." Meanwhile, I had already arrived at a castle on the undead warhorse. The ground was littered with corpses, and the air smelled of decay. At that moment, the final boss of the dungeon appeared. It looked surprised to see me. "Oh, someone has already passed my trial? That was faster than I expected." Roland looked at me and said, "You have good potential. I am Necromancer Roland. Join us and become part of the Great Order of Necromancers." Then, the system prompt sounded. "Necromancer offers you a class change invitation. Do you accept?" I was enraged and responded coldly. "You slaughtered so many innocent people, turning them into undead puppets, just for your so-called trial? Huh? Becoming my strength is their honor. Besides, these undead forces have shown you the true power of a necromancer." I sneered at that. Power? What a joke. Who doesn't know that your clan was nearly wiped out by the Church of Light, forced into hiding? Now, you've fallen so low that you resort to such despicable means to recruit new blood. To me, you people are no different than rats in a gutter. Upon hearing this, Necromancer Roland flew into a rage, his eyes flashing with blood-red fury. "You dare blaspheme the great god of the undead? It seems we are not of the same path. It's a pity for such a good seed like you." With a mocking smile, he summoned a group of armored undead warriors to attack me. I immediately prepared myself for battle. With a loud crash, I was blasted away by the undead energy and slammed into the ground. Before I could regain my footing, Roland's magical hand had grabbed both of my wrists. He laughed smugly. Ha! In the face of such an absolute level gap, what use is even the greatest talent? Don't worry, I'll refine you into the perfect undead puppet. As soon as the words left his mouth, Roland waved his staff and activated the necromantic spell, the Coffin of Ritual. I smiled faintly and responded with disdain. Is that so? In my previous life, I had tried every possible means to harm this absurdly overpowered boss, but I couldn't even touch him. Eventually, I had no choice but to surrender. I was forced to enter his dungeon, suffering endless trials, and only escaped when I reached level 35. During that time, I missed many chances to access high-level dungeons due to being stuck at the level cap. At the time, I thought it was just a forced plotline until in this life, after unlocking the Elf Sisters, I realized that the key to breaking the deadlock lay within the Elf secret domain. Now that I have the power to turn the tables, let's settle both new and old scores. I activated the Dark Core Fragment. System notification. You have infused all your magic into the Dark Core Fragment, which has activated 1%. The current magic can maintain the activation for 45 seconds. At this moment, Roland's face was filled with terror. Well, what is this place? What have you done? Where are my undead puppets? I answered calmly, don't rush. I've temporarily sealed the space between us. That means, aside from you and me, everything else here is void, including those undead puppets. Upon hearing this, Roland's eyes widened, his brows shot up, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. I seized the moment to strike. Let me test your strength now that you no longer have the protection of the undead. I struck once and killed Roland. The system notification followed. You have killed Necromancer Roland, gaining 150,000 experience. Your experience is full and cannot continue to increase. Overflow experience will be temporarily sealed. Please change classes as soon as possible, and after the class change, subsequent levels will be unlocked. At this moment, I noticed a red orb at my feet. It was an exclusive item dropped by Roland, the Soul Nourishing Orb, Roland's exclusive. The orb sealed hundreds of undead puppets and contained the power of a necromancer. The system notification appeared. Soul Nourishing Orb, Roland's exclusive orb, sealing hundreds of undead puppets. Note: contains Roland's exclusive seal and cannot be used by anyone other than Roland. I crouched down and picked up the orb, a smile playing at my lips. Heh, an exclusive soul nourishing orb? In the hands of an ordinary person, this would have no value. But I was once an incarnation of the god of undead. As I said this, my fingers gently caressed the surface of the orb, feeling a familiar power surge within it. I muttered an incantation under my breath. Ownership change. As the incantation was completed, the item information of the orb changed. The system notification appeared. Soul Nourishing Orb, Roland's exclusive. Ownership changed, now exclusive to Yi Tianming. I sneered. How could a low-level seal possibly stand up to the highest level necromancy? I immediately activated the orb's power. Arise, my undead army. At my command, countless undead warriors appeared around me. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes filled with death, forming my new army. Looking at these undead warriors surrounding me, I couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Not bad. Now I have my own undead army. Just as I was reveling in my success, a familiar voice came from behind me. I felt warm arms wrap around my waist and saw that it was Summer Shah, holding me tightly from behind. She beamed happily and said, "Darling, are you planning to take me away now?" I nodded yes. However, the village's teleportation array has been destroyed. As a member of the Adventurers Guild, you should be able to fix it, right? Summer Shah immediately nodded. No problem, leave it to me. Yang Tao, who had been silently observing, was stunned and said, "Why, ye big brother, no wonder you asked me to escort Summer Shah here. So, you two have this kind of relationship. Big brother, you're amazing, Even NPCs are under your control. I gave an awkward smile and cleared my throat. Ahem, Yang brother, you overrate me. But thank you really. Yang Tao chuckled and shook his head. It's my honor to help Big Brother Yi. But what about Miss Mo? Will you really not meet her again? After all, she's deeply in love with you. I shook my head solemnly. There's no need. My heart already belongs to someone else, and I can't respond to her expectations. Besides, causing her unnecessary distress will only put her in more danger in this perilous world. Perhaps it's better to forget about each other in the world for both our sakes. I sighed softly, with a hint of regret in my voice. Just then, Summer Shah's voice interrupted us. Darling, the teleportation array is fixed. As I turned to leave, I kindly reminded Yang Tao. Brother Yang, I'll give you one last reminder. This teleportation array connects to dozens of cities, each corresponding to a different career path. Once you make your choice, it will be difficult to change it. Please make sure to think carefully. I then took Summer Shah's hand and walked into the teleportation array, while Yang Tao stood behind us, cupping his fists in a respectful farewell. Big Brother Yi, safe travels. I looked down at Summer Shah, holding her hand tightly, and said softly, Baby, let's go. Before long, we arrived in Cold Pool City. The cold air greeted us, and the sight of the frozen city was a stark contrast to the warmth of our journey. Summer Shah held my hand, her eyes filled with excitement as she gazed around like a child. Wow, it's so beautiful. Is this the legendary big city? This is the first time I've seen it. Seeing her so happy, I couldn't help but feel a joy rise in me as well. But deep down, I knew this happiness wouldn't last long. My thoughts drifted back to the past, Cold Pool City, the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild. In my previous life, when I escaped the Necromancer's lair, this place had already been reduced to ruins. Afterward, I met an old friend, the only survivor of the Assassin's Guild. Under her guidance, I once became an assassin. However, due to her hidden injuries, she only taught me some basic skills. Even so, my explosive damage was still unrivaled, ranking first among all classes. Considering my battle experience and agility, the assassin class was undoubtedly my best choice in this life. Later, Summer Shah and I arrived at the Mystic Realm Hotel. I secretly vowed to make the most of my time and gain more inheritance before the impending disaster struck Cold Pool City. After so much hard work, I finally had the chance to relax. I stripped off my clothes and soaked in the wooden tub, savoring the rare peace. At that moment, I felt completely relaxed. I hadn't expected the bathtub to be so luxurious. It could rival a five-star hotel from my past life. The 500 copper coins I spent were definitely worth it. Just then, my door suddenly opened. It was Summer Shah, walking in wrapped in a towel. My face instantly flushed red. She smiled gently and said, Darling, you've worked so hard today. Let me rub your back. As her hands worked on me, a wave of relaxation spread through my body, but I couldn't help but think. Since we've been together, Summer Shah has gotten bolder and bolder. Suddenly, I felt something soft on my back. Her chest was pressed against me. This intimate gesture made both of us blush deeply. I chuckled. Summer Shah, you've had a long day too. How about we just rest for tonight? In response, Summer Shah boldly slid her hand down to my lower body, grinning. I'm not tired at all. Plus, I think my darling seems pretty energized too. The rest is left to the imagination. Afterward, I arrived at the Cold Pool City Adventurers Guild. Summer Shah happily ran over to me. Darling, this guild is short on people. She hugged me excitedly. I'll be working here from now on, darling. You can go handle your business with peace of mind. I gently stroked her head, speaking with affection. What should I say to you? You could be staying in a hotel and enjoying the city, but here you are, helping me out. Summer Shah pouted. I don't want to be a decorative vase. No matter where I am, I want to be of help to my darling. Before I left, I gave her one last reminder. I'll be back soon. Don't skimp on food, clothing, or shelter. Summer Shah looked reluctant. I don't need anything. The best gift for me is for you to come back safe. I summoned my undead and commanded, You stay by Summer Shah's side. If anyone causes trouble, kill them without hesitation." The undead skeletons knelt and responded, "As you command, my lord." I arrived at the Assassin Academy in Coldpool City. This should be the academy my old friend mentioned, the only place in the Endless Continent that trains assassins. I approached a red-haired girl and said, "Hello, I'm here to sign up." She responded enthusiastically, "You're lucky. Today is the last day for new student registration. Fill out the form quickly and go in. The entrance test is about to start." I picked up the registration form and muttered to myself, "Huh? No registration fee?" I remember back at the Swordsmanship Academy, the registration fee was a full 20 gold coins. Hearing this, a girl beside me spoke up, "Big brother, you're from out of town, right? How could you not know this?" I turned around to look at her, and shyly, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. I was a bit confused. Why did she turn so red the moment she saw me? I don't recall ever flirting with men in my past life. I then walked up to the girl and asked why there was no registration fee. After she explained, I finally understood the reason. It turns out that Coldpool City is located in a desert region, where resources are extremely scarce. As a result, children from poor families often choose to become assassins after reaching level 10 in order to make a living. They rely on the bounty missions from the Assassin's Guild to support their families, leading a life where every day is a gamble with death. In simple terms, the Assassin's Guild wants us to risk our lives for them, while we want their money. Therefore, all training expenses are covered by the Assassin's Guild, each side getting what it needs. At that moment, I looked at a group of well-dressed people and asked, "What about them? They don't look like children from poor families." Upon hearing this, the girl's expression changed. "They're not like us. They're the children of the 4 noble families of the Assassin's Guild. After graduation, they enter the management of the guild directly, never having to risk their lives like we do." Just then, the red-haired girl clapped her hands to silence the crowd. She spoke up, "The assassin path has an 82% mortality rate. Once you enter, there's no turning back. Now, you still have the chance to leave." She gestured towards the stone behind her. "Since no one's leaving, let me introduce the entrance test." The stone cracked open, revealing a portal. This test will also be your first job class advancement. You will enter the Inheritance Secret Realm to face your trial. Please give it your all, because based on your performance, the Inheritance Stone will grant you different class ratings. The ratings are ranked from highest to lowest: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with even a hidden class yet to be discovered. The higher the rank, the higher your future potential. Teacher Zhang continued. You will also gain access to higher-tier professions in the subsequent second job advancements. Meanwhile, your test scores will determine your class assignment, and the top 10 will receive additional rewards from the academy. At this point, a noble child impatiently spoke. "Teacher Zhang, why waste words on these mud-stained peasants?" The group of noble children immediately echoed. "Yeah, who do they think they are trying to covet the ranking rewards? The top 10 are always taken by the children of the 4 major families." The 2 behind the yellow-haired boy praised. "But this time, the first place will definitely go to you, young Master Lu. You're a rare genius in our generation. You've already single-handedly killed a level 10 monster without even changing class." The yellow-haired boy scoffed. "Hurry up and go in. Being with these mud-stained people makes even the air feel foul." Teacher Zhang sighed, then motioned for everyone to enter the Assassin Inheritance Realm. Teacher Zhang turned to the poor children behind him. "Students, the test officially begins now. Please enter in an orderly manner, and I wish you all good results." At this moment, someone in the crowd complained, "Damn, what an arrogant guy." Someone else advised, "Shoo, don't say that too loud. It seems like even the teacher can't control them. Don't provoke them, or we'll be in trouble." Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh. The girl beside me asked, "What's so funny?" I walked towards the portal and chuckled. I just thought to myself, the ones I'll be competing with in the future are of such low caliber. I guess that's not such a bad thing after all. As I entered the Inheritance Realm, the system prompt sounded. "You have entered the Inheritance Realm. Current level, 1, Assassin Before Dawn. Time remaining, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. When time runs out, this level will close. Those who fail or die will be forcibly removed from the inheritance realm. While in the instance, I lay on a high ground, and someone yelled at me, "Big brother, wake up." Big brother, you sure have a big heart falling asleep during the mission like that. I hadn't reacted yet, looking around in confusion. What mission? The man seemed puzzled. Big brother, did you forget everything? He then pointed ahead. Look, the person sitting by the campfire. He's the king of the Raft Empire. Our mission is to kill him and steal the relics he just discovered. He'll be returning to the Imperial City tomorrow. Tonight is our last chance. I showed a surprised expression. I see. No wonder it's the assassin's job transfer test. The first trial is an assassination. But if you're not prepared to kill, you have no right to be an assassin. How strong is the enemy's guard? The man replied, I've investigated. The king's guard consists of 50 men, all level 12 swordsmen. With our current strength, we are no match for them. The man cautiously looked back. So now we need to figure out their patrol patterns. No sooner had he spoken than I leaped down from the high ground, leaving him stunned. I landed in the middle of their group, and the guards immediately became alert. Who are you? I replied bluntly, I'm the one here to take your life. The king laughed heartily. What an arrogant fool. Thinking you can take my life alone, it's the biggest joke ever. I smiled faintly. Who said I'm alone? Then I activated the necromancy skill. Come forth, my undead army. As my undead warriors slashed their way through, the cries of soldiers filled the air. Spare us. I don't want to die. It's over. We're surrounded by enemies with no way out. The king watched this in terror, his face pale. I walked up to the king, who was trembling. Who sent you? I'll pay double. No, 100,000 gold, 1,000,000 gold? Name your price. Please spare my life. In the next moment, I swiftly ended the king's life. Accept your fate. No amount of money will save you now. Looking at the king's fallen body, I coldly added, even if you gave me the money, I wouldn't be able to take it with me. Just then, the male student who had been watching jumped down, still stunned by my easy defeat of the king. Damn, you're amazing, big brother. I didn't expect you to be this strong. And you remained unmoved by the temptation of money. You've truly upheld the assassin's code. An example for all of us. I held an unknown box in my hand, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't open it. The man, seeing this, reminded me, Big brother, stop looking at the treasure for now. We need to get out of here quickly. They'll find us soon. Then the system prompt sounded. You have completed level 1, Assassin Before Dawn. Current level 2, Resting in the Abyss. Time remaining, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Outside the secret realm, Director Zhang Feiyu loudly called out, Time's almost up. The first layer of the secret realm is about to close. Stretcher teams prepare to escort the injured. As expected, when everyone came out, there were cries everywhere. Some had broken arms, others had died. Zhang Feiyu crossed her arms, calmly observing everything. I've said before, this is a path of life and death. From the moment you enter the inheritance realm, the threat of death will accompany you for the rest of your life. Then she announced, I want to congratulate everyone here. Though you didn't pass the first layer, you've been lucky enough to survive and become yellow-level assassins. You'll be assigned to the regular class, and your class teacher will be Teacher and Sui Sui. Suddenly, the registrar shouted in panic, Director Zhang, the list is complete. 3 commoners have not been teleported out of the first layer of the secret realm. Zhang Feiyu was startled. She turned toward the portal. You're saying 3 commoner students have broken through the first layer of the secret realm? In previous years, it would take years to see a commoner break through a layer, but this year, 3 have done it at once. This is unprecedented. However, for them, this might not be a good thing. The second layer of the secret realm is extremely dangerous. They must escape from the town beneath the capital of the Lavda Empire, while being surrounded by hundreds of thousands of soldiers, carrying the treasure. A slight mistake could lead to their annihilation. Teacher and Sui Sui nodded in agreement. That's right. After generations of exploration, The four major families found a very complicated escape route, kept a closely guarded secret. Even so, only the elites among the family members can successfully navigate through each checkpoint and barely clear the stage. And Sui Sui asked in confusion, Director Zhang, do you think the Lavda Empire really exists? Zhang Feiyu furrowed her brow. Impossible. Such a large empire should be mentioned in historical records. There's not even a trace of suspicious ruins. This is probably just a fictional space within the inheritance realm. I hope those three promising students can survive, she murmured. Inside the secret realm, at the Lavda Empire's town beneath the capital, soldiers were searching everywhere. Search. Be thorough. Don't leave a single corner unchecked. Hiding nearby, I and another student saw soldiers everywhere. The student whispered, Big brother, we're too late. The city gates are already closed, and now hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the whole country are hunting us. We need a plan, fast. I looked at the map. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers? If we break through forcefully, we'll face an endless wave of reinforcements. 2 hours won't be enough. This can't be the designer's intended path. We'll have to think of something else. Just then, a drop of fresh blood fell onto the map. My anger flared. I immediately ordered the student behind me. Take that disgusting head far away. But the student was holding the head lovingly. Big brother, this is a treasure. We have to leave evidence of our work. Without the king's head, how can we report to our superiors? I was momentarily stunned. I ignored him and focused on the map. Lavda Empire. Lavda. Why does this sound so familiar? Suddenly, I remembered. After the destruction of Cold Pool City in my past life, I once found an ancient journal at the bottom of a dried-up lake, which contained a fable that seemed to mention this. The Lavda Chronicle. The flourishing city cannot hide the blooming of the flower of evil, the wails of souls echoing beneath the earth, the wrath of the gods bringing boundless waves, and all things sinking into the abyss. It seems that everything here may not be fictional in the secret realm, but rather a real historical event. Could this fable be the key to breaking the situation? I turned back to the student and asked, The flourishing city cannot hide the blooming of the flower of evil, the souls wailing beneath the earth. It mentioned underground. What do you think? He excitedly gave me a thumbs up. As expected, a big brother. Great idea. We could dig a tunnel or hide in a cellar or sewer. I smiled and said, No, these places that usually seem insignificant are now being heavily searched. But there's one place, due to the redistribution of guards, that is now the most unprotected, the dungeon. We quickly arrived at the dungeon's location, where the ground was littered with soldier corpses. Seeing this, the student was once again amazed at my intuition. As expected, a big brother. How did you know? The dungeon really had very few guards. However, he looked at me in confusion. Big brother, what are we doing here? If we get cornered, we'll really be turning ourselves in. At this moment, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring at him from inside the cell. Terrified, he fell to the ground, shouting, There's a ghost. I explained, It's a mermaid. But then the questions followed. Why would the Lavda Empire capture so many mermaids? To my surprise, this seemingly ordinary dungeon was actually filled with the entire mermaid clan. I then opened the cell door and walked inside, where I found a female mermaid locked up. Before I could say anything, the female mermaid shouted, Kill me. Even if I die, you will never get the location of the treasure from my mouth. From the adjacent cell, a mermaid's angry voice came. Damn Lavda lackey. Don't touch Miss Klacko. What kind of man strikes a woman? If you have the guts, come at me. I looked at the female mermaid in confusion. Treasure? Is the treasure she's talking about the one I took last night? Were they imprisoned because of this? Then it dawned on me, just as I thought, these mermaids might be my greatest help in breaking through. I decisively cut the chains and freed the female mermaid. The sudden movement caught her off guard, and she fell right into my arms. Soon, I freed all the mermaids. An older male mermaid asked, Human, why are you releasing us? I tossed the king's head at them. It's because the Lavta Empire is our common enemy. And this is the proof. The mermaids stared in astonishment at the head on the ground. This is that bastard emperor's head? There's no mistaking it. Blood for blood. I'll recognize it even if it turns to ash. Finally, after slaughtering so many of our kin, that bastard emperor is dead. At this point, the older mermaid approached me respectfully and said, "Adventurer, I am Delno, the elder of the mermaid clan, and this is my granddaughter, Claco, the current priestess. Thank you for avenging us and slaying our greatest enemy. You are a great benefactor to the mermaid clan. Our clan has lived in the northern fjords of the Lavta Empire for generations, guarding a treasure with unimaginable power. Unfortunately, Lavta Empire learned of this secret. They secretly poisoned our waters, imprisoned us here, and tortured us in an attempt to seize the treasure." Hearing this, I took out the unknown box that I couldn't open before and asked, "Is this the treasure you spoke of?" The mermaid elder was stunned when he saw the box. The aura coming from this box, is indeed the scent of the treasure. Why do you have the treasure? Could it be that? I took it off the emperor after killing him, I explained. That's why all the soldiers in the city are hunting us. Since you say the treasure has immense power, can it help us escape? The mermaid elder took the box and said after a moment's thought, "I can try, but my level is too low, and I can only unleash its faint power." When the mermaid elder opened the box, the system notification appeared. Unknown item unlocked. Vast Sea Soul Crystal. A fragment containing the radiant power of the origin light, possessing the power to control the vast sea. Usage requirement. Mermaid bloodline or dot. Looking at the item in the box, I was filled with confusion. This Vast Sea Soul Crystal, aside from the color, why does it resemble so much the dark origin fragment I hold? The mermaid elder then began to pray softly. "Great sea goddess, grant us your noble power and guide these lost believers on the right path." At that moment, water began to flow out of nowhere, swirling around the vast sea soul crystal, as though responding to the elder's prayer. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. The companion I was with hurried over, shouting, "Bad news, big brother. They found us. They're about to block us off." The mermaid elder quickly said, "Adventurer, I've just discovered that the dungeon's water source connects to the external water system. I've already used water manipulation to create an escape route. You should leave quickly. We'll hold them off here. You've done a great favor to the mermaid clan, and we'll buy you as much time as we can, even if it costs us our lives." I looked at the mermaids. There were elderly, the sick, and children among them. I sternly said to the mermaids, "Let the children and women go first. With those worthless Lavta soldiers, they aren't worthy to make me stay." My companion looked at me with admiration. "Big brother, you're so cool. I'll stay and fight with you." At that moment, a large army arrived, with the new king at the forefront, shouting, "You two are my father's murderers? Hiding here? You've made it easy for me to find you. Bold criminals, kneel before the new regent or prepare to die." I summoned my undead legion, sneering at the new king. "Are you here to thank me? I helped you become emperor 30 years earlier than you deserved. Or are you here to reunite with your father?" The new emperor fumed, gritting his teeth. "Necromancer? No wonder my father's guard was defeated by you. But now I have an army of hundreds of thousands. Let's see who has the larger force." He immediately gave the order. "Attack! Tear them apart!" Far away, the mermaid elder and his granddaughter watched the scene unfold. The female mermaid urgently said, "Grandfather, we should leave now." The elder replied calmly, "Leave? This water source doesn't lead to the outside. It's just a sealed underground cavern. How could the Lavta people leave such an obvious flaw in a dungeon meant to imprison the mermaids?" He then turned to his granddaughter, Claco, and asked, "Claco, do you know why we must protect the secret of the Vast Sea Soul Crystal?" The Vast Sea Soul Crystal, aside from being usable by the mermaid clan, can also be forcibly activated through blood sacrifice, by sacrificing the life of a mermaid. So, if it falls into the hands of those with ill intentions, The mermaid clan will become expendable, and other mermaid branches will face utter annihilation. Now that the existence of the vast sea soul crystal has been exposed with the current strength of the mermaid clan, we can no longer protect it. The only one we can entrust it to is that adventurer. That's why I gave him two choices. If he chooses to fall into the abyss, I will have all lives present be sacrificed along with the vast sea soul crystal. Though I don't know who will ultimately possess it, at least it will delay the demise of the mermaid clan. To my surprise, he chose to fight without hesitation, standing for the justice in his heart. Such noble character deserves us to entrust this power to him. As long as he is here, the mermaid clan still has hope. After learning the truth, the female mermaid looked at her grandfather in panic. Are you really going to entrust the lives of our entire clan to the adventurer? At this moment, the system prompt appeared, current level 2, resting souls in the abyss. Time remaining, 8 minutes 35 seconds. The battle was intense, and it became clear that we couldn't keep up. Enemies kept coming, and no matter how many we killed, they wouldn't stop. My magic power was running out, and I couldn't maintain the undead army much longer. The dungeon's time was also nearly exhausted. In this critical moment, I saw that the mermaids hadn't left yet. I shouted, "Why aren't you leaving? I can't hold on much longer." The mermaid elder replied, "Adventurer, I'll send you out now. Remember to take care of my granddaughter." Then I witnessed an incredible scene. The mermaid elder led his people in committing seppuku, shouting, "Mermaid warriors, follow me and offer our loyalty to the great sea goddess." Klako cried out in agony, "Grandfather, please don't." As the blood sacrifice began, the vast sea soul crystal absorbed the life force of the mermaids. The vast sea soul crystal in Klako's hands emitted a blue glow, and the system showed 18.18% triggered. The dungeon began to shake, and cracks appeared everywhere. Then, with a deafening boom, the dungeon was flooded with water. I was on the brink of suffocating due to lack of oxygen. At that moment, a girl swam up to me and kissed me, feeding me oxygen from her mouth. During the deep kiss, the system's prompt sounded, "Mermaid girl, Klako's affection for you has increased to 50. Klako shares her first milk with you. You have obtained the Holy Sea bloodline and gained the basic skill, water breathing. You and Siren Klako now share character information." Soon after, I was rescued by Klako and brought to the shore. I was delirious and lying in her arms, blushing as I looked at the mermaid. When I regained some clarity, I realized I couldn't recognize my surroundings. Klako tried to explain, "Yes, this is what the Lavta Empire looks like now." The Lavta Empire before me had turned into an ocean. I recalled a fable. The god's wrath brought forth boundless waves, and all life was silenced, sinking into the abyss. So this was the meaning behind the fable. No wonder this land would eventually be forgotten by history. At that moment, a young mermaid came running towards me, holding a bouquet of flowers. She cheerfully said, "Big brother, thank you for saving us. Here, flowers for you." Watching the little mermaid happily leave, she gratefully said, "Yi Tianming, because of your courageous actions, our clan was able to retain the last hope, and everyone is deeply thankful to you." I shyly replied, "It's nothing, I was just saving myself." At this moment, Klako shyly said, "Tianming, you're such a kind person. As you've seen, our clan no longer has the ability to protect the vast sea soul crystal. You are the one we all agree to entrust it to." She then took out the box and handed it to me, gently saying, "Don't forget, you now possess mermaid blood and can use its power. I will stay by your side until I've passed on all the secret techniques to you." She gazed at me with deep affection. "So, will you accept this power?" Just then, a student approached and stopped me. "This is absolutely not advisable, big brother." Interrupted at a critical moment, I angrily asked, "How are you still alive? Why didn't you die?" He leaned in and whispered, "If we don't take the treasure, we can just consider the task a failure. But if we hide it, it's considered betraying the organization, and the consequences will be dire. We'll be hunted down to the ends of the earth." His face turned grim, and he said fiercely, "Unless we pretend to accept it, then hand it over to the organization afterward. How about that?" At that moment, the system prompt appeared again. "You have passed the second level, resting souls in the abyss. Hidden objectives have been completed. The third level will change. The inheritance realm will generate different task objectives based on your choices." This prompt made me fall into deep contemplation. It seemed that my decision here would influence my final career inheritance. Then I understood, without the Mermaid Clan sacrifice, I wouldn't have survived. So, both out of emotion and reason, I had to take on this responsibility. As for the organization, if they dare to hunt me, then I'll give them a path to death. Outside the secret realm, teacher and addressed the students. "Classmates, although you were just yellow-tier assassins and assigned to my regular class, don't ever stop striving. Yi Tianming, Ji Huanyan, and Tang Wenjie, who were born commoners, have passed the first level of the secret realm thanks to their own efforts. This shows that no matter your background, you can always make a comeback. Today's class division is not your end. There will be second and even third advancements. The future is unwritten, so never give up on yourselves." Listening to Teacher Anne's encouraging words, the students were all excited, as if seeing hope. At this point, Zhang Feiyu clapped and said, "Teacher Anne is right. The second level of the secret realm is about to close. So let's all pray that these 3 students can return safely." Just then, the disciples from the aristocratic families also returned. Zhang Feiyu, looking startled, asked, "Just you few have come back?" Upon hearing this, the aristocratic students teased, "Teacher, what do you mean by that? Who else could it be except us?" "Who else?" "Of course, it's young Master Lu. He must have been impressed by young Master Lu's strength." Look at the shocked looks on the teachers' faces. They didn't expect young Master Lu to pass the second test. As soon as they finished speaking, a commoner student couldn't help but laugh, which was overheard by the aristocratic students. Their faces instantly changed. The aristocratic students looked at the commoner who had laughed and angrily shouted, "You lowly peasant, what are you laughing at?" The commoner student was equally disdainful, sneering, "Your so-called self-respect is nothing but stepping on us commoners. Yet, 3 of us, the so-called lowly people, passed the second round and reached heights you could never touch. Your pathetic performances, full of self-importance, are nothing but a joke." To maintain the prestige of the noble families, one of the aristocratic disciples angrily swung a punch, shouting, "Nonsense! How dare you insult the 4 great families with such absurd lies? You're asking for death." At that moment, a chain shot out, restraining his hand. A cold voice followed, "How dare you strike my student?" It was Teacher Anne, who had restrained the noble disciple's hand and confirmed the commoner's words. The noble disciples were furious, demanding, "What did you say? Say that again. Don't think we won't do anything just because you're a teacher." Teacher Anne was unfazed and responded with sharp words, "You, the noble descendants, have enjoyed the best resources since childhood. You should have trained diligently to become models of the Assassin's Guild. Instead, you've become arrogant and complacent, overtaken by commoners with no support. You even celebrate being low-level assassins. Now, you've become a laughingstock. This is self-inflicted humiliation." The noble disciples were infuriated, unable to accept that commoners could be on par with them. Right? Even if those 3 lucky ones pass the second round, so what? Without preparation, they'll never survive the third round. They laughed loudly. "Exactly. They're already as good as dead. Dead men aren't even yellow-level assassins. How can they compare to us?" The 2 teachers were speechless in response to their words. Teacher Anne calmly said, "You are truly hopeless. But indeed, the third round involves carrying a secret treasure, crossing the Blue Swamp, and delivering the treasure to the organization. It's extremely dangerous." Meanwhile, deep within the Blue Swamp, in the organization's headquarters, the leader of the assassins angrily shouted, "Damn it, Leaf Tianming, the traitor. I didn't expect him to be so crafty. We've sent 5 batches of killers, and they've all gone missing. We don't even know where he is now." He then turned to the assassin seated next to him, asking, Do any of you have a good plan? A man wearing a hat spoke up. Master, I dare to ask. Leaf Tianming is only level 10. Even if we let him go, what trouble could he cause? The organization is making such a big deal of this. Won't it end up being a waste? The leader immediately rejected his suggestion, coldly stating, Leaf Tianming must die. What he holds in his hands is crucial to our organization. The man in the hat then murmured, I've heard that Leaf Tianming is arrogant and vengeful. Now that the organization is hunting him, he must have a desire for revenge. If I were him, I would definitely be nearby, trying to make a move in the shadows. Could we use that to our advantage? His words gained support from the group. Makes sense. You're quite the strategist. The leader issued an order. Elders and below, lead teams to the various checkpoints, leave no corner unchecked, and make sure to capture him. Everyone stood up and swiftly took their orders. As the man in the hat was about to leave, the leader called him back. Wait, you did well today. Speak. What reward do you want? The organization won't shortchange you. The man smiled faintly and closed the door. He removed his hat, revealing a cold expression. I've already infiltrated the assassin headquarters. I don't need a reward, but I am very interested in your organization's highest secrets. The assassin leader was shocked. You're Yi Tianming? He then burst into laughter. Haha, I can't decide if you're arrogant or just foolish. You've gone to all this trouble to get rid of my subordinates, just to challenge the organization's strongest force? I leaned back, a look of disdain on my face, and said, What else? With your current abilities, you're like a fish in a barrel to me. What I'm more afraid of are the subordinates outside, so I won't let any of you leave alive. At that moment, a green-clad assassin spoke up to the leader. Leader, this guy is too arrogant. Could it be that the wine he gave us was poisoned? The leader's expression darkened, and he sneered. He probably doesn't know that I'm a level 32nd tier venomous Fang assassin. No poison can escape my detection. How could a level 10 rookie like him mix something I can't even taste? Hearing this, the other assassins were filled with confidence. The leader has spoken. This guy is just bluffing. Hand over the treasure, and I'll give you a quick death. Pretending to poison us, trying to use that to control us. Haha, nice performance, but your plan is doomed. I couldn't help but admire them for guessing I'd make a move with the wine. Since you figured it out, let me show you my harvest before you die. I summoned the vast sea soul crystal. The leader instantly recognized it as the treasure he had been searching for. This item was called the vast sea soul crystal, and it seemed to contain the power of the sea. When I passed through the cyan swamp, I learned a few techniques. Any liquid I touched could be manipulated freely within 10 minutes. I gripped it tightly and activated the crystal's ability to control the liquid. The assassins began coughing violently. Soon, one of them spat out a large volume of water. He collapsed to the ground, suffocated as his head was enveloped in water. The leader's face changed in horror, realizing the situation was dire, and he tried to retreat. But it was too late. All the assassins had fallen victim. I sat coldly in the chair, my eyes like daggers. None of you will leave here alive. I summoned my undead army and walked up to the assassin leader, sneering, Do you know why you're still alive? Because you haven't told me what secret the treasure holds. The leader, in despair, whispered, Kill me. Even if I tell you, I have no way out. I gave a contemptuous smile. Who said I want to kill you? There are far worse things in this world than death, like the agony of suffocation, the despair of being on the brink of death. I said with a wicked grin, Don't worry, there's plenty of time. I don't mind letting you experience it all. The assassin leader, intimidated by my presence, finally spoke. 3 months ago, the organization received a commission to find the treasure. I thought it was just a regular mission and had my subordinates handle it casually. But when you escaped with the treasure and the commissioner came looking for us, that's when I realized I had provoked a force beyond imagination. I immediately asked, Who are they? At that moment, the leader suddenly disappeared. When I turned around, he reappeared in the same spot. Only this time, the assassin leader was dead. I immediately became alert, thinking, Is there someone else in this room? Then it hit me. Wait a second. The leader vanished and then reappeared in the same spot. Looking at it closely, this was the process of sealing and releasing space. It's the exact same method I used to deal with Necromancer Roland back in the beginner's village. Dark Essence Fragment. I suddenly realized the assassin must have had a Dark Essence Fragment. He must have made the move outside the room. Unfortunately, the assassin has likely fled, and there's no way to trace him now. However, his haste to silence me clearly has something to do with that mysterious force the leader mentioned. This Dark Essence Fragment eventually made its way into my hands through the Elven secret domain, which means the Goblin's despicable plot against the Elven race also has ties to that mysterious force. I never imagined that this force, which spans across time and has always existed in the Endless Continent, would be completely unknown to me. But from their actions against the mermen and elves, I can tell they are no saints. I've finally found a place to belong in the Endless Continent, and I will not let anyone disrupt this peace. Once I leave the Heritage Secret Realm, I will investigate this force thoroughly. At that moment, the system prompt appeared again. Current level 3, the Betrayers in the Sands. Remaining time, 15 minutes and 15 seconds. I decided to quickly finish everything in the secret realm and go out to investigate the true nature of this mysterious force. As I exited the council hall, a large group of assassins had already gathered outside. The leader, dressed in yellow, hadn't recognized me yet and reported, "Master, you arrived just in time. The organization's members have gathered and are ready to set off and capture the traitor Yi Tianming." Suddenly, he noticed with horror that I was Yi Tianming. I calmly admitted, "Yes, I'm the one you're looking for, the traitor Yi Tianming." Seeing that I was the only one who appeared, the assassins questioned, "Yi Tianming, how did you appear here? Where are the leader and the elders?" As figures appeared behind me, I spread my hands and said indifferently, "Don't rush, you see? They've all come out, neat and orderly." The assassins couldn't believe their eyes. "What? The leader and the elders, they're all dead? Yi Tianming, did you do this?" "No, it's impossible. How could you, just one person, do all this?" I replied coldly. "Of course, because I acquired the treasure. In the face of the power of the treasure, even the organization's strongest forces are simply no match. Do you want revenge? I'll give you this opportunity, but let me remind you, your life is yours, but the credit belongs to the organization." The assassins were stunned by my words, their faces filled with terror as they stared at me. "Looks like you've all figured out the situation," I said coldly. "I, Yi Tianming, am not a bloodthirsty person. As long as you leave the organization and the Jelen Swamp immediately, I can spare your lives. I'll give you 3 minutes. After that, anyone still here will have no mercy." The assassins were terrified and fled in a panic. I watched them run with a smug look on my face. A bunch of useless fools. If you all came at me together, how could I have beaten you? What is empty threats? That was the real deal." As I sat on the stone steps resting, the male student and Kraka hurried over. The male student was in awe. "Big brother, you're amazing." He immediately rushed toward me. We were hiding outside, saw everyone running out, so we came in to have a look. "Didn't expect you to break the entire organization by yourself. You're so cool. You've totally impressed my old baby. Come here. Give me a hug, moi." I immediately controlled the liquid inside him and shut him up. "This guy is so annoying." Kraka came over and exclaimed, "No wonder you worked day and night to master all the water magic I taught you in such a short time. So it was all part of your plan? Such insight and determination, I've never seen anything like it. Giving you the Hanhai Soul Crystal was the right decision." Her face flushed with excitement. "Now, no one will covet the Hanhai Soul Crystal for a while. I hope you live a peaceful life." Then she thought for a moment. "If only you were a merman, then I could have 100 little mermen with you." I interrupted her, daydreaming seriously. "The danger is not over." I looked at them, my voice low. The real force that wants the Hanhai Soul Crystal is far more powerful than the organization. They hide in the shadows of the world and won't easily expose themselves. I believe they will soon use other forces to strike at us again. Hearing this, the male student turned pale with shock. Then we have to leave quickly. Big brother, where do we go next? At that moment, a system prompt appeared. You have passed level 3 Betrayers in the Sands, and will soon gain the class. Heavenly Assassin. Countdown, 30 seconds. After the countdown ends, you will leave the Legacy Realm. Looking at the system prompt, I was dissatisfied. Heavenly Assassin? I completed the special hidden task, yet I still get a regular class? That's too stingy. I suddenly said something confusing to the male student. You asked where we should escape to next, right? If you want to know, how about giving me a more sincere reward? Like the owner of the Legacy Secret Realm? The male student and Kraka both looked shocked. Then, the male student's eyes darkened slightly, and he showed a mysterious smile. The system displayed, you have passed level 3 Betrayers in the Sands, and will soon gain the class. Heavenly Assassin. Countdown, 1 second. After the countdown ends, you will leave the Legacy Realm. On the other side, the children of the noble families were also being transported out. Surrounded by red energy, he laughed arrogantly. Ha, I'm a heavenly level assassin. I'm number 1. You bunch of lowlifes, if you kneel before me now, I'll give you a chance to follow me. Ha! But as he looked at the other students, he noticed their expressions weren't what he expected. What are you all looking at? Aren't you supposed to be going crazy? I'm a heavenly level assassin. At that moment, a fat guy pointed behind him. Young Master Lu, you might want to look behind you. He turned around and saw 2 commoners who, like him, were also heavenly level assassins. His eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? These 2 commoners, they can't also be heavenly level assassins, can they? A noble family member tried to calm him down. Young Master Lu, let's just keep a low profile for now. Today, our noble families have lost all dignity. Hearing this, Lu was enraged and slapped the person. Get lost! It's your face that's been disgraced, not mine. Then he turned to the teacher and said, these 2 commoners may have entered the 3rd stage like me, but their injuries are clearly much worse than mine. According to the exam rules, I'm still number 1. Isn't that right, Teacher Zhang? Teacher Zhang looked helpless, while Teacher and couldn't help but laugh. Who gave you the confidence to claim you're number 1? A commoner named Yi Tianming hasn't come out yet. At that moment, the girl who had been with me asked the teacher, is that Yi Tianming the same guy who signed up last with me? Teacher and looked at the form and confirmed. Yes, you 2 were the last to sign up on the registration sheet. The girl was ecstatic. Great, he's still alive. Why do I care so much about his safety when we only met once? Hearing this, Lu said to Teacher and, but that kid, even if he passed the 3rd stage, should have come out at the same time as me. The girl retorted, didn't you hear the teacher mention the hidden tier? Yi Tianming must have entered the hidden stage. Lu scoffed. What a joke! Him? How is that possible? Besides, the hidden stage is just a legend. No one's ever seen it. With a smug grin, Lu continued. Teacher Zhang, I bet Yi Tianming is probably dead by now, ground into dust, so there's no body to bring out. We should close the Legacy Realm now and end this absurd farce. At that moment, the girl shouted in opposition. No! Don't think I don't know your dirty little schemes. You noble families can't stand seeing commoners stronger than you. If you close the Legacy Realm now, Yi Tianming's efforts will be for nothing. The girl pointed at Lu. I'm willing to put up my ranking reward and bet with you that Yi Tianming will return victorious. Are you brave enough to take me on? Another commoner yelled. Count me in. This is my entire savings, 10 gold coins. Hearing this, other commoner students glared at Lu, their eyes filled with anger. We all believe in Yi Tianming. The fate of our lower class is decided by him, not by you arrogant, immoral nobles. Even if we lose, we'll accept it, but we can't stand the looks on your faces. Lu, filled with anger, said, all right, fine. Since that's the case, we children of noble families will also wager our ranking rewards. I accept this bet, and we'll wait here for an hour. I want to personally witness how you, trying to challenge the higher-ups, will be defeated utterly. The girl turned to look at the teleportation array, sighed, and silently prayed, Yi Tianming, please come back safe. On the other side, after I saw through the male student's disguise, I removed it, and she turned out to be a seductive beauty. I smiled and said, "My name is Ji Shiyue. I created the legacy realm in my past life, and after death, my soul was sealed here. I'm curious, how did you figure it out?" I replied, "I've seen traces of the Rafter Empire elsewhere, so it wasn't hard to deduce that the so-called legacy realm is actually a forgotten piece of history. Everything in this realm, the people and things, are created based on the memories of the original parties. What I've experienced here is the path of the memory's owner from back then. Gradually, a doubt arose in my mind. In such a dangerous situation, why would the memory's owner allow such a greedy, frivolous, and untrustworthy teammate to stay by their side? If I were him, I would have dealt with the teammate right away to eliminate the threat. So I had a bold guess. From the start, there were never any teammates. The memory's owner, the creator of the legacy realm, accomplished everything alone. So who is this teammate who shouldn't exist, always watching you? The answer is obvious, isn't it? At this point, Clake appeared behind Ji Shiyue, and it turned out they had known each other for a long time. Clake mischievously said, "Sister Yu, it's your acting that's too bad. You gave yourself away." Ji Shiyue teased back, "Clake, you're no better yourself." Clake was surprised, thinking she had disguised herself well, not realizing she had been exposed. I suddenly blushed, remembering the deep kiss. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a living mermaid. After all, how could someone created from memory give me mermaid blood? Ji Shiyue stood up and patted Clake on the head, saying, "It's true, nothing escapes your eyes. Clake is indeed a real person. Mermaids live much longer than I do. She's always worried about me, a soul in the legacy realm, being bored. So she often enters the realm to keep me company, and also to play the role of Clake from the memories. You could say it's a true-to-life performance." She then turned to me and said, "Yi Tianming, your performance truly exceeded my expectations. As the final test, please think carefully. Where did we go all those years ago? Restore this piece of history and lead us to the end of this journey." Just as she finished speaking, a system notification appeared. "Class, Heavenly Level Assassin cancelled. Level 3, Betrayers in the Sands, updated. Special task target, no deadline." I smiled confidently and turned to leave. Let's go. I already have the answer in my heart. The rare journey passed by in the blink of an eye. We crossed dense forests, climbed snow-capped mountains, and traversed vast deserts. Finally, I brought them to the edge of the wind and sand, where a small pool of water appeared in the desert. I waved my hand casually, and the Han Hai Soul crystal appeared in my palm. Watching Clake swimming in the water, I whispered, "Who would have thought that someone would hide the Han Hai Soul crystal, a symbol of the power of water, in the depths of this vast desert?" Upon hearing this, Ji Shiyue said, "Clake, you go ahead. I have something to say to Yi Tianming." Ji Shiyue smiled at me, saying, "It seems you figured it out. The Legacy Realm records that this is the origin of Cold Pool City." Ji Shiyue recalled the past. Once, wandering travelers gathered here because of the water source. Over time, it became bustling. In the years that followed, I adopted 4 orphans and taught them some skills. They were the ones who created the Assassin Alliance. However, I am fully aware that the force coveting the Han Hai Soul crystal will never give up. Sooner or later, this place will be discovered by them. That's why I created the Legacy Realm, to find the successor of the Han Hai Soul crystal. She then said to me, "You might think that the difficulty of the Legacy Realm is too much for a level 10 newcomer. After all, when I went through this, I was already at level 30. But you must understand, that force will only grow stronger over time. Therefore, the successor I accept must be someone far beyond my own abilities." Hundreds of years have passed in the blink of an eye, and Cold Pool City is now a place full of hidden dangers. Clearly, that force has already set its sights on this place, and my time is running out. Thankfully, before everything becomes irreversible, I finally waited for you. Ji Shiyue grabbed my hand and asked one last time, Are you truly willing to inherit the power of the Han Hai Soul Crystal? After all, the price of accepting it is being pulled into a conflict with that force, and you'll face dangers far greater than anything in the legacy realm. You could stay out of it all, and with your potential, you might safely reach the peak of the Endless Continent. I smiled slightly and replied, when Miss Clake asked me earlier, I already gave my answer. Don't worry, any promise I make, Yi Tianming, will be kept with my life. Suddenly, Ji Shuriwei embraced me, causing my face to turn red. Isn't this testing my resolve with her beauty? I can't handle it. Ji Shuriwei pouted and said, you're young and don't know the good of wealthy women. Then she added, by the way, the Han Hai Soul Crystal in the Legacy Realm is the real one created from memory. It's hidden in the real Cold Pool City. You should know where it is. As her words faded, Ji Shuriwei slowly disappeared. The long wait finally came to an end, and this brief journey with you was truly the most enjoyable time I've spent. Ji Shuriwei touched my head one last time before disappearing, leaving behind her final words. Next time you see Clake, make sure to comfort her for me. At this moment, a flurry of system notifications appeared. You have passed level 3, Betrayers in the Sands. The soul of the Realm Master has dissipated and turned into the power of the Inheritance. You have inherited the hidden class, King Extreme Assassin. King Extreme Assassin, first tier hidden class in the Assassin system. Assassin system skills increased by 150%. You can learn all Assassin system classes. Externally, your class is displayed as Heavenly Extreme Assassin. You have completed the first tier advancement. Level cap unlocked. Sealed experience has been released. You are now level 11. You are now level 12. Meanwhile, outside the Legacy Realm, Lu Xiao laughed proudly. So, what now? It's been an hour already. Ha ha ha. It seems like your hero won't be coming out. You've lost. He then arrogantly said to the girl, especially you. Do you know how precious the ranking reward you lost is to you? For someone like you, a mere commoner, this resource is your only chance to rise up. The world isn't a fairy tale. How dare a small fry try to defeat the upper class? Just for this unrealistic fantasy, you've ruined your own future. How pathetic. Lu Xiao gestured. Professor Zhang, please close the Legacy Realm. Professor Zhang Feiyu walked towards the portal helplessly and said, Professor, over the centuries, many prodigies have emerged from here, but we've never had an incident like today. We both know the truth. There's no need to wait any longer and delay everyone's schedule. Just as Zhang Feiyu was about to close the portal, suddenly a strange phenomenon occurred. The portal emitted golden light, blinding everyone who looked at it. I appeared from the portal, as if a deity had descended, standing before everyone. The girl looked at me in surprise. It's Yi Tianming. He's not dead. Lu Xiao trembled all over, pointing at me. You actually didn't die in there? Zhang Feiyu asked in surprise. Yi, did you really enter the legendary hidden level? I immediately denied it. Zhang Feiyu moved closer to me, her eyes widening in shock. It's Heavenly Extreme Assassin, not a hidden class. But there's no way to prove whether you entered the hidden level. She then asked, Yi, you're now a Heavenly Extreme Assassin, which means you've passed the 3rd level. But the 3rd level's realm closed an hour ago. You say you didn't enter the hidden level, so why are you only coming out now? I feigned realization and said, Ah, teacher, is that what you meant? I accidentally passed the 2nd level in just 10 minutes and escaped the city. That's why I got an extra hour of task time for the 3rd level. Zhang Feiyu was puzzled. Does this mechanism really exist? However, she also knew no new student had ever passed the 2nd level in just 10 minutes. It was a clever excuse. The Legacy Realm only opens once a year, so to verify this, we'd have to wait another year. She had no choice but to say, you should write up a report on your route through the 2nd level. I agreed on the surface. Okay, teacher. But deep down, I was relieved Ji Shuriwei had hidden my true class. Since that force had already set its sights on Cold Pool City, it was likely that Assassin Academy had spies planted within. I couldn't expose myself. The secret of the Han Hai Soul Crystal was likely hidden in the hidden level. At that moment, Teacher walked over holding a box. Yi Tianming, congratulations. You are the first Heavenly Extreme Assassin in 10 years. You are the undisputed top scorer in this entrance exam. Here, this is your reward, please accept it. I opened the box and found items that made me extremely happy. A golden chest. Coins. I hadn't expected the first place reward to be so generous. Especially the skill exchange coupons, which were exactly what I needed. First tier skill exchange coupons. Assassin Academy. *10. With these, you can enter the Assassin Academy's library in exchange for a first-tier assassin skill book. The Heavenly Extreme Assassin can learn all assassin skills. As you level up, you can even combine advanced skills from different assassin branches. The further you progress, the more advantageous this class becomes. However, I would need to accumulate an exaggerated number of basic skills in the early stages to support this. This reward was truly like a gift at just the right time. Just then, I saw a teacher walking over with 2 boxes for the girl. That made me feel a bit unfair, thinking, why does she get 2 rewards? But I finally learned the girl's name was Ji Huanyan. Later, I found out one of Ji Huanyan's rewards was actually 1, which made me feel a bit more at ease. My money-hungry little thoughts couldn't help but ask, since the betting game had my part in it, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Ji Huanyan smiled and replied, Yi, the ranking rewards left are just a bronze chest and a skill card. How can it compare to yours? Don't worry about our little crumbs. I naturally wouldn't covet their rewards. But those second-generation heirs who curse me behind my back probably still have plenty of benefits. While they're feeling down and unsettled, now is the perfect time to stir things up. I purposely raised my voice to taunt. I was just lucky. Since I got an extra hour in the 3rd level, it seems like there was a little bug in the system. I passed through the blue swamps without encountering a single monster. This caused Lu Xiao to fume, and he nearly exploded. Before he could react, I added salt to the wound. Such a pity for Lu Xiao. Otherwise, the first place reward would definitely be his. I'm sure he must be feeling pretty miserable right now. Lu Xiao was furious and slammed his fist hard into the ground. Did you hear that? We lost the ranking rewards because of this damn peasant's luck. I can't stand it anymore. Lu Xiao stood up, pointed at me, and shouted angrily. Yi Tianming, I, Lu Meng, am going to challenge you. If you don't want to lose an arm or a leg, I can show mercy and give you a chance to surrender. Just hand over the ranking reward to me. I smirked. The fish has bitten the hook. However, at that moment, an uninformed commoner student stepped forward to stop. Get lost. Lu Xiao, you really have no shame. Yi Tianming, your ranking reward was hard-earned. Don't fall for his challenge. Just then, teacher stepped in to explain, Yi, you can't refuse. Every month, Assassin Academy students have the chance to challenge someone of a higher rank. The challenge student cannot refuse. This is also to encourage students to challenge themselves and improve overall strength. This was exactly what I wanted. Since the rule was like this, I would accept the challenge. But asking me to surrender and hand over the reward? Lu Xiao, you're daydreaming. If you want my ranking reward, shouldn't you also offer something of equal value? Come on, let me see your sincerity. He then took out a necklace from around his neck. This is an heirloom of the Lu family, an accessory that increases movement speed by 5%. Does this show enough sincerity? The moment I looked at the necklace, I was stunned. It reminded me of memories from my past life. On the Endless Continent, the attributes of equipment obtained from chests or monster drops were fixed. Only equipment made by artisans could have its attributes altered based on the artisan's skill level. The top craftsmen could even forge items with powers surpassing their original rank. The most renowned among them was called the Legendary Artisan. In my past life, I had exhausted the Endless Continent and finally, by chance, obtained one of her creations from her descendants. Every artisan had their own unique badge, so I would never be mistaken. The engraving on this necklace was the unmistakable badge of the Legendary Artisan. But why had her work become so tarnished, so worn out, and ended up in the hands of the Lu family? And why was it embedded with such a cheap gem? This was a waste of a treasure. I couldn't help but show disdain. Teach, with that worthless junk of yours, you want me to stake my first place reward? Do you think I'm an idiot? This made Lu Xiao's face turn red with anger. He thought, damn it, this kid knows what he's talking about. I can't fool him. The necklace is indeed an heirloom, but its function is limited, which is probably why the family passed it to me. It shouldn't be worth much. Lu Xiao then turned to other young masters and said, you guys, quickly pull out all your family's assets. After I win the first place reward, I'll give you some. This way, you'll have something to report to your families. This is your last chance. After a while, he had collected a bag of coins and cruelly said, there's still 100 gold here, our entire fortune. This should be enough for your ordinary people to live off for a lifetime. This should be enough, right? I turned a blind eye and pretended to give in. Fine, seeing as you guys are naive and rich, I'll reluctantly agree. At this moment, some students nearby kindly persuaded me. Yi Timing, please, if it's dangerous, just surrender, okay? Don't overestimate yourself. That's right, Yi, losing the ranking reward doesn't matter, but if you get seriously injured, your future path will be tough. As long as you're alive, there's always hope. This made me feel a bit of warmth in my heart. Ha. Think about surrendering? Too late. Lu Xiao, confident of victory, arrogantly said, you probably don't know, to prevent someone from retreating without a fight, force challenges don't allow a one-sided verbal surrender unless agreed by the other party. Otherwise, the fight must continue until one party loses all combat ability. It's a fight to the death. The young masters around him also mocked. Yi Tianming, that first place reward you got by luck, are you going to give it back? Our Lu Xiao has the newbie god skill, Wind Step. The Lu family really spared no expense. They used such a precious skill book on him. Wind Step, combined with the gemstone necklace, creates the ultimate speed. Yi Tianming, you're in for some real trouble. Lu Xiao summoned his weapon, a cruel and sinister expression on his face. Yi Tianming, I gave you the chance to surrender early and hand over the reward. Since you refused to accept, then today someone's going to lose their hands or feet. Immediately, he used the Wind Step skill and charged at me. In the next moment, I easily grabbed his arm, leaving him completely dumbfounded. I smiled lightly. This is your so-called ultimate speed? Are you kidding me? With skills like yours, I can't even be bothered to draw my weapon. The surrounding young masters were equally stunned. What? What's going on? The fight hasn't even started, and it's already over. At this moment, Lu Xiao was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, how is this possible? Why can't I break free? My wrist hurts so much. He finally realized that he had been tricked. Yi Tianming's strength was far superior to his. Yi Tianming had purposely lured him into the trap. Overcome by pain, Lu Xiao immediately begged for mercy. Yi Tianming, I surrender. Take the bet. Just let me go, please. My expression darkened, and I said coldly, surrender? You haven't forgotten what you just said, right? As a noble youth, you must have integrity. If you said break hands and feet, then your hands and feet must break. I then twisted his arm, snapping it with a loud crack. Lu Xiao screamed in agony. Ah, on my arm! The surrounding young masters heard the series of crack sounds and were immediately frozen in fear. At this point, Lu Xiao was lying on the ground, his hands and feet broken, while I crouched down and said coldly, considering your current condition, as the victor, I've taken the gold coins and gemstone necklace as my reward. Seeing me take the loot, the surrounding young masters felt a chill run down their spines. It's over. We've lost everything. We're broke now. How are we going to face our families? Lu Xiao, lying on the ground, shouted to the other young masters, help me. Holding my loot, I looked at them with a fierce expression. So, who wants to stand up for him? The young masters immediately panicked and ran for their lives. Some even kicked Lu Xiao as they fled. Watching this scene, I couldn't help but reflect on the pure friendship between these noble youths. I've really seen it all today. What an eye-opener. Meanwhile, the commoner students cheered with excitement. Yi Tianming, I didn't expect you to be so capable. This is so satisfying. Now those noble youths won't dare to act so arrogantly anymore. Ye brother, we'll follow you from now on. Zhang Feiyu, watching all of this, thought to himself, Yi Tianming's strength is clearly far beyond what his peers can match. If he really relied on luck to pass the trials, then his performance now completely contradicts that theory. If he truly passed the hidden stages and is trying to conceal it, he should be hiding his strength. Teacher and then announced, classmates, the new student entrance test is now over. Formal classes will start tomorrow. You can all return to your dorms to rest today, and I will assign the dorms now. Teacher turned and called out, Yi Tianming, Ji Huanyan, here are your keys. You two will share a room. Ji Huanyan blushed and asked shyly, Teacher, is there no single dorm available? Teacher looked puzzled and asked, what are you picky about? You two are both guys, what's there to be afraid of? Do you think you're staying in a hotel? Based on your entrance test results, I've arranged the best room in the academy for you. Ji Huanyan could only blush and reluctantly agree. That night, in the dorm room, I sat on the bed and pondered. At this moment, Ji Huanyan, her face flushed, was about to go take a shower and reminded me, Yi Tianming, I'm going to shower first. Please don't come in, okay? I prefer to shower alone. I opened the system, deciding to open a few treasure chests while I had the room to myself. With the leveling rewards I got earlier, I now had 2 golden treasure chests. I couldn't hold on to them any longer. I immediately clicked to open the golden chests. Congratulations! You've obtained a golden tier equipment, Spirit Cat Dagger. Congratulations! You've obtained a golden tier equipment, Leopard Print Heartguard Armor Set. I looked happily at the golden tier weapon in my hands, feeling lucky to have drawn my class's exclusive weapon. Just 3 more levels and I can equip it. I'll save it for later. I then picked up the Leopard Print Heartguard Armor, thinking, as for this strange Heartguard, I guess it's not meant for me. I'll find a chance to give it to Xiaxia. It'll add a bit more protection for her. Looking at my stats, I was very satisfied. With my current strength, I should be able to face opponents of level 20. But when it comes to the forces eyeing the Hanhai Soul Crystal, how much of a chance do I really have? Who are they? What's their strength? Unfortunately, I know nothing about them. One thing I can be sure of is that from the moment I left the Legacy Secret Realm, they've been watching me. If I go after the Hanhai Soul Crystal now, the risk is too great. Therefore, I decided to step into the game, deliberately revealing part of my strength in the fight to confuse them about whether I entered the hidden stages. I want them to be filled with doubt, yet unable to confirm anything, feeling anxious and unsettled. When people are anxious, they make mistakes. They will undoubtedly try to secretly probe me in every way. That's when I can catch them off guard and set things up in advance. Unfortunately, to avoid involving Xiaxia, I can't go back to see her for now. Wait, what did Ji Huanyan just say? Right, she's going to shower. Actually, I'm pretty tired too. It's a good time to relax for a bit. I took my bathing items and walked into the bathroom, marveling at the luxurious dorm. I'd never stayed in a place with such a big bath before. I wonder what else Ji Huanyan is unhappy about. She wants a single room? Ji Huanyan, would you like me to scrub your back for you? At that moment, I accidentally saw Ji Huanyan walking by naked, her face turning bright red. I quickly shielded my eyes with my hand, but it didn't help much. Blushing, I was shocked to realize that Ji Huanyan was actually a girl.
That escalated quickly.
Before anyone gets up in arms at me for the title of this video saying they're not suing anyone, you're completely blowing this out of proportion, I want you to listen closely to specifically what Square Enix is saying with their new policy and ask yourself, why would a company create this policy in the first place? What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT, and Square Enix is looking to sue you, the gamer, for daring to speak out against anything you disagree with if it doesn't comfortably fit inside their nice, neat narrative. Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out SmashJT.com for the full article breaking down how Square Enix has enacted a new policy and doubled down on DEI to push forward an agenda and ideology and ensure compliance. Square Enix, a company once nearly universally celebrated for their iconic franchises like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest, among a slew of other mega banger hits, have now taken the controversial stance against gamers, anyone daring to criticize whatever direction they end up going. And while the failing gaming giant claims to value feedback, their recently published group customer harassment policy raises some serious concerns about whether they're actually, in reality, using legal threats as a weapon to silence dissent and discourage criticism. And I gotta be honest, from a personal standpoint here, it sounds awfully familiar to what's happening to me already with Alyssa Mercante suing me because she doesn't like how I covered the situation revolving around the game industry that she was once a part of. Almost feels like Square Enix is taking that same exact approach where they're like, yeah, you're only allowed to talk about us in a positive light, and if you start saying things we disagree with, we're gonna take you to task and take you to court. Square Enix believes that the feedback, comments, and requests received from our customers are essential to the advancement of our group's products and services. Therefore, we are committed to strive to apply your voice in improving our products and services. So the way they start this off is like, hey, yeah, say what you want to say, bring it to us. We love all the feedback, we respect you, and we want to hear more of it, as long as we ideologically agree with you. At the same time, there are instances where certain customers take actions directly or through our support centers or towards our group executives, employees, and partners who are involved in the creation and distribution of our group products and services that constitute customer harassment, such as denial of personality, violence, defamation, intimidation, advance notice of wrongdoing, advance notice of obstruction of business, harassment. Such actions do not only prevent our employees and partners from engaging in their work with a sense of security, but also causes disruptions to other customers. Square Enix will not tolerate harassment and will take action as necessary. Now, I want to be very clear with everyone here when I'm talking about the situation, because of course there's always that fringe minority in every walk of life where there's just the crazies that go way too far with stuff and obviously goes into levels of creepy that the law will take into their hands. But I need you to take a step back and look at the situation for what it is and ask yourself, why do they need a policy for this if the law is already there to apply to those crazies already? And then when you dive deeper into the words and verbiage they use here, it seems awfully similar to what the lawsuit I'm facing currently is right now. Square Enix's policy states that they believe feedback, comments, and requests received from our customers are essential to the advancement of their group products and services. However, the company simultaneously outlines actions that they deem as customer harassment, ranging from legitimate misconduct like violence or stalking to way more concerning and very subjective offenses like denial of personality and excessive pursuit or reprimand. The inclusion of these vague terms leaves a lot of room for interpretation. And the real concern that I have with all of this, misuse. Basically a way for a company to say, we don't like the way this person is talking about us, so we are going to apply to the fullest extent of the law a way to get them in legal trouble. Under the group customer harassment policy, it says, should Square Enix determine that an individual has engaged in an action against one of our employees or partners that exceeds socially acceptable behavior or is harmful, we reserve our right to cease providing support services or to refrain from providing our group's products and services, which is fair. You don't really need to put that in writing as a policy, though. It's pretty straightforward. If someone is going way above and beyond and being ridiculously over the top with you, you don't want to work with them because they're obviously psycho, you just don't work with them. You don't need to put this in a written policy, especially alongside the other words that they wrote that are far more ambiguous. Where such action is egregious or with malicious intent, Square Enix reserves its right to protect its employees and partners and to take legal action or criminal proceedings upon consulting the police and or lawyers. Actions which Square Enix considers customer harassment or to exceed socially acceptable behavior or is harmful include, but are not limited to, the following examples. And they go through a laundry list of things where some of them are obvious over the top, like acts of violence and violent behavior, to far more ambiguous things like defamation and slander or abusive language. Like, it depends on how sensitive a person is to how far it's acceptable to go and how the words are used and what they're intended and how this can be twisted and morphed to be like you are the victim and playing the victim mentality as a customer service representative or someone that works at Square Enix to claim the victim, to use this policy to your advantage to make money. The policy states that they will cease providing support services, and then it escalates further by stating that Square Enix reserves the right to even pursue legal action or criminal proceedings against anybody that they consider with behavior that is unacceptable. And while legal protections for employees are undoubtedly important, this kind of sweeping declaration feels far more like a direct shot at gamers who dare try to criticize the company's direction and decisions, especially as of late with a overall failing company that is Square Enix, and gamers that want this game company to succeed, saying, we don't like the direction you guys are going with DEI, please come back to reality. They are now doubling down and tripling down on pushing DEI. Square Enix's move to try and codify measures is part of a larger trend among companies embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion. These policies are prioritizing protecting corporate reputations over actual genuine engagement with their own customers that care about the products that they're purchasing. And creating a policy like this creates an environment where people become afraid to give feedback for the sake of not wanting to be retaliated against from a mega corporation. So instead, they just start accepting the slop that gets thrown their way. The policies create an environment where literally any form of dissent, whether constructive or not, can and typically will be labeled as harassment, stifling an open forum discussion about any kind of quality of games and direction for the industry, and in the end, it all becomes about power and control of the narrative, which ultimately, let's be honest, is what Square Enix is trying to do here. The irony is pretty thick. Square Enix has publicly stated that the customer feedback is essential, yet now with this policy, it directly undermines their original claim. By lumping legitimate concerns and criticisms into the same exact category as actual harassment, they are now alienating the very audience that supported their success for decades up to this point. And then they start to wonder why people are starting to fight back and say, hold up, we are the customer. We are the ones that are purchasing your game. Don't attack us. We just want to purchase good games. The move isn't just about protecting employees from genuinely harmful behavior. It's about the potential misuse of legal threats to create a chilling effect on gamers approaching the hobby. Square Enix's policy here suggests that even requesting an apology or making an unreasonable demand could be grounds for punitive legal action. But then you gotta ask, who's determining what's unreasonable here? The company itself, of course, making this a dangerously subjective standard that Square Enix is now the arbiter of truth based off their own policy, saying we are going to enforce these things because it is now the letter of the law of our company. Why wouldn't they just use the law that exists right now that is overarching over everything? They don't really need a policy unless they're trying to scare you. This policy by Square Enix represents a deeply concerning shift in how some corporations have been choosing to interact with their own audience. By categorizing passionate feedback as harassment and threatening lawsuits against gamers deemed too offensive, Square Enix is now, by default, attacking their core audience and creating an environment of fear rather than trying to be fostering any sort of constructive feedback environment. If this approach gains any kind of traction, it will fundamentally alter the relationship between gamers and developers, silencing criticism and paving the way for unchecked corporate overreach. Like I said earlier, people just accepting the slop of these companies because they're too afraid to speak out against it. This isn't to excuse the outliers, which I'm sure there's people watching this video being like, oh, this isn't meant for you. They don't mean it against YouTubers. They're talking about the fringe minority, and that's really all it's limited to, which again, I go back to, Why do you need a policy in place for this? Just use the law if someone is overreaching. You can just do that. This almost seems like they're pushing it forward to take advantage against people that aren't going past that line, and they're trying to push it for control and power. There are certainly obvious situations where legitimate harassment and attacks from fringe minority of people certainly exists, and you'll see that in all walks of life. The law is there for a reason, and Square Enix certainly shouldn't need any kind of policy to address these crazies. I've seen this pattern all too often before, and there's a reason why a company would create a policy in the first place would be to create more control and power for themselves. What's crazy about all of this is Square Enix's history was based off of very passionate fans in the first place, and by doing something like this, it's a direct shot at them. By doubling down on diversity, equity, and inclusion policies and including legal threats against gamers, the company themselves appears to be prioritizing their failing corporate image over any kind of meaningful connection with their audience. Whether intentional or not, their policy here sends a very clear message to everyone. Criticism is no longer welcome, and dissent comes at an extreme risk. The gaming industry and the community deserve way better than this kind of crap. Square Enix should reconsider their heavy-handed approach and strive for a more transparent and collaborative relationship with everyone. Otherwise, the legacy of their iconic games may soon be overshadowed by a reputation for silencing the voices that helped build them in the first place. Almost like they forgot how they got here. I don't know. It's kind of weird seeing the company failing, losing multi-million, over million, hundreds of millions of dollars over the past few years, and then seeing this happen. It's almost like, who's in charge over there? Who's making these decisions? Why do they feel like this is the right direction to go? Anyways, I'm going to leave it there. If you guys want more information, check out smashjt.com for the full article. I will link it in the description below. If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit that join button. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, you stay smashing.
Smash JT. Smash JT. Smash JT. Smash JT. Smash JT.
When the dawn of Mana came, extraordinary abilities were bestowed on mankind. While the strong dominated, weaklings were suffering immensely. One of those weaklings is our hero, Lin Qiu, who awakened as a ridiculous rabbit. Lin Qiu was a runt who was on the brink of death until he unlocked a system that changed everything. He got new skills every day and was able to pay back those awful bullies who treated him like garbage. Regardless, all these things didn't happen in a day. It's a new era in Blue Star, and everyone in the city is going about their business. We see our hero shamelessly walking through the streets while being engrossed in his phone. He walks past a girl who is cosplaying as a bunny and streaming for her fans. He can't believe that someone would actually dress like that and be in public. It's just crazy. Anyway, he gets caught up in the live stream, and the viewers start to mock him for being pathetic. The bunny girl notices his presence and tells her viewers to shower her with gifts if she can bring him down. Before she can even get into it, the subscribers start giving her gifts. The bunny girl then approaches the protagonist and talks about how they both have similar bunny ears. While our hero is distracted by her alluring charms, she quickly casts a spell on him. Fear and confusion grip the protagonist as his body is lifted into the air. As he gets tossed to the ground, the bunny girl lets her viewers know that her mission is complete. After sustaining some injuries, Lin Qiu struggles to get to his feet. As if he hasn't suffered enough, he hears the honk of a vehicle, and a truck suddenly slams into him from nowhere. His body is sent flying through the air, while the driver of the truck curses him for being a disgusting creature. As our hero hurls through the air, he recalls how unfortunate his life has been. He grew up in an orphanage, and things continued to get worse once he awakened his bunny transformation. Those with stronger abilities stood at the top, and they mocked him for being a pathetic loser. Just as he crashes to the ground, the driver approaches him. Our hero lies in a pool of his own blood, and the crazy driver tells him to pay for the damages to his vehicle. With a seething rage, the guy activates his thunder abilities and zaps the protagonist, frying his brain in the process. As Lin Qiu suffers agonizing pain, he wonders if this is the end of the road for him. Suddenly, a strange being notices his will to survive. The being says that it has finally found a suitable host after millions of years. Meanwhile, our hero continues to get struck with thunder. When Lin Qiu opens his eyes, he finds himself in a very strange place. While he tries to make sense of all the text floating around, a robot speaks to him. A screen pops up in his face, and he has no idea what it is talking about. The loud voice of the robot scares our hero as it introduces itself as 9527. The robot system explains that our hero is the perfect host it has come across after searching for the past 35 million years. Lin Kyo is thrilled to know that he's still alive and proceeds to ask if he can get any of the skills he's currently looking at. After telling him not to get ahead of himself, the robot says that it can grant him one skill every day, but it'll be random. Upon hearing this, our hero's hope is shattered because he's once again left in the hands of fate. He finds out that he doesn't have enough energy to select a specific skill, and he wishes that the robot found him earlier. Not only that, but if the random skill ends up being as pathetic as him, he'll end up meeting his maker for real this time. After explaining these things, the robot asks if he's ready to awaken a skill. With no other choice, he decides to make use of his second chance at life. He accepts the conditions, and the system generates a random triple S rank skill for him. After that, the protagonist comes back to life in the spot where he was being electrocuted. While the driver is shocked to see that he's alive, Lin Kyo leaps into the air with his new skill that strengthens his legs. He lands on top of the truck, smashing the vehicle to smithereens. Angered by this, the driver rushes towards him to teach him a lesson. However, our hero strikes him down with a powerful kick and sends the guy crashing into the ground. Scared for her poor life, the bunny girl begs the protagonist to stay away from her. Our hero then enhances his fists with his skill and gets ready to send the girl to her maker. After dealing with her, he covers her up with his jacket. He then picks up her phone and sees her viewers calling him all sorts of names and warning him not to lay his filthy hands on her. He uses the opportunity to go on the live stream and tells everyone that he's the boss bunny henceforth. You'd think this guy would at least say something cool. The next day, in a classroom, a couple of girls are talking about how the protagonist showed up in the news. As they confirm that it's none other than their classmate, he walks into the class, wondering what all the fuss is about. The girls quickly gather around him and start asking if it was really him who they saw on the live stream. The protagonist then recalls how he was able to settle matters with the bunny girl and driver. For some reason, he got them to apologize. Not only that, but he also used his skills to make them praise him. Our boy must have been really desperate for that moment. After that, he accesses the system because he hasn't gotten any skill for the day. The robot skips the selection process and gives a skill known as sewing the world. Being a degenerate loser, the protagonist thinks this is finally his chance to score all the hot chicks on the block and make everyone else jealous. However, when he clicks on it, he doesn't see the desired effects he wants. The robot explains that the skill will enable him to plant all kinds of seeds, and they'll flourish under his care. So much for getting hot chicks. Thanks to getting such a useless skill, he starts cursing out the system, making others think that he has gone insane. Someone in the class then calls out to him. He turns to see that it's Li Nan, a prodigy who uses the wind element. The guy offers our hero a job and says that he can make a whole lot of money with it. Lin Kyo tells him to quickly spill the details so he can know if it's really worth it. At the same time, he doesn't know why this bully is suddenly being so kind to him. The dude tells him that the job is at a club that's looking for waiters, and he'll be able to fit right in with his good looks. The protagonist is short of words when he finds out that this guy is stupid enough to suggest that kind of club to him. He flips the table by saying that Li Nan must be a regular spender there, and the dude accepts without thinking about it. Seconds later, he realizes what just happened, but our hero continues to tease the guy about it. Li Nan slams the table out of anger and is ready to destroy our hero for making a fool out of him. However, the teacher comes in and warns the guy about the punishment he will face for fighting in school. With no other choice, he backs down but still keeps an eye on Lin Kyo. After that, the teacher tells them that those with awakened powers will have a special test to determine if they can get into Lingwu University. Upon hearing about Lingwu University, the protagonist becomes very interested in what the teacher is saying. When spiritual energy was restored in Blue Star, it founded Lingwu University, which is a place dedicated to training awakened individuals. Lin Kyo was nothing but a mediocre loser with pathetic abilities back then. But now, he wonders if he stands a chance to get into the school with the help of the system. He raises his hand to ask the teacher a question. However, the man tells him not to bother with the exam because he'll just end up embarrassing the school. Our hero is crushed under the weight of the teacher's words, and the whole class starts laughing at him. Regardless, he tells the teacher that he'll be taking the ability exam. The teacher remains adamant, telling him that he has average skills and he should just protect the school's reputation. This only makes Lin Kyo more angry, and he vows to beat up every single person that has looked down on him. The man offers to give him a shot at the ability exam if he can make it to the top 10 in the citywide exams. Our hero quickly accepts the deal, and his teacher can't wait to see what the results will be. With an unwavering determination, the protagonist swears to get into Lingwu University at all costs. As he rushes out of school, he thinks of how to save up for university fees because of how expensive they are. A car speeds into the vicinity and suddenly stops right in front of him. As the door opens and someone steps out, He wonders who the hell would be interrupting his day right now. Two girls step out of the car, and the blue-haired one refers to him as the bunny. The girl is known as Chin Jenjin, and all the guys on the block can't believe how stunning she looks. Even our hero is starstruck when he sees the beauty before him. Lin Kyo then realizes that the girl called him a little bunny, and he wonders why all the women love to call him such an embarrassing name. He clears up his throat and introduces himself to Jenzane in a flashy and stupid way. He also offers his contact information, but the blonde-haired girl ends up laughing at his silly theatrics. As she teases him, he realizes that she is the same bunny girl from the live stream. She tells him that she came to return his jacket and hands it over to him. After that, the girl says that cosplaying is her hobby, and he shouldn't talk about it, but he doesn't see the point, considering that she's famous. Jen then interrupts them and asks the bunny girl, Chungmin, if our hero is the one she spoke about. Chungmin tells her that the protagonist was able to beat a bronze 2-star rank, meaning that his powers should be higher than 2 stars. Lin Kyo says that he can demonstrate his powers for them, just so he can show off. However, Jenjin, who is also a high school goddess, tells him that there's no need since they are leaving. He suggests that they find somewhere to spar, and she wonders if this guy is being serious. Being a rank 1 silver star, she feels insulted by his challenge, and decides that they'll spar a week from that day. He even makes her more repulsed by his presence when he calls her name and asks if there will be a reward for the winner. Zhenjun then tells him that if he wins, she'll act more nicely to him and fulfill any other requests he has. Just before Ming leaves, she advises the protagonist to give up on the competition before he receives the beating of a lifetime. As they bid each other farewell, he assures her that he won't be giving up easily. When they leave, our hero gets on his scooter and suddenly receives a text message. The message is from a customer who is looking for urgent help, and Lin Qiu sees that he gets to set the price of this order. He quickly zooms off to help the client and also become rich in the process as well. In a dark alley beside an internet cafe, some thugs can be heard as they are harassing an innocent person. The poor victim is in tears and offers to give the thugs some money if they spare his life. We see that his name is Zhang San, and he is a 9-star rank bronze healer. The thugs jack him up and let him know that they are going to end his life after collecting all his pennies. Their attention turns to someone who calls out to them. They turn and see the protagonist holding a bat, and he's ready to make them pay for bullying an innocent guy. However, they pick up their own weapons, ready to teach our bunny boy a lesson. Regardless, our hero is unfazed by their threats. As he snaps his fingers, a ton of people appear behind him, ready to beat up the thugs causing trouble in their territory. As the thugs see that there's no way they can win this fight, they run away like wimps before they get sent 6 feet under the ground. The fatso then runs towards the protagonist and can't believe that he is the boss of the area. Now that he has backup, Zhang San tells the thugs never to show up again or the hero will pummel them. After that, he thanks Lin Qiu and refers to him as his big brother. But the protagonist just wants to be paid and not an annoying little brat. The boy properly introduces himself as the most handsome high school student in the city and offers the protagonist a payment of 30,000 yuan. Lin Qiu is amazed at how rich he has become from this one order. All he needs now is a little more money to cover his tuition fees and he is set. Seeing that he is now rich, the hero decides to call Zhang his junior. He then asks why the thugs were upset with him. Zhang explains that he used a female account in a game and the person he got married to asked him for a voice note. However, the person was sitting right across from him and caught him when he used a voice changer. Lin Qiu can't even believe how insane this guy is. The kid offers to give the protagonist a ride in a luxury car, but he declines the offer. On his way home, he thinks about how lucky he is to meet the high school goddess and make a lot of money on the same day. In school the next day, the lecturer tells all the students to settle down for class. Our hero is completely exhausted because he was studying all through the previous night. He tries to keep himself alert with a cup of coffee, but he might just pass out at any moment. He then asks the robot to give him his skill for the day. The robot complains about having its sleep interrupted, leaving the protagonist very amazed. Why the hell does a robot even need sleep? The plot armor finally kicks in, and the protagonist gets the photographic memory skill. It's the best thing he needs for the exam. As he decides to test out the skill, the lecturer notices that he is behaving strangely. Lin Qiu looks at the board and immediately gets the answer to the equation there. Seeing how easy it is to use the skill, he starts flipping through different books to gather as much knowledge as possible. While he is engrossed in the books, the teacher finally snaps and lashes out at him. The man slams the desk, causing our hero to jump straight up from his seat. He yells at Lin Qiu for looking at a physics book when they are currently having a language class. He tries to explain what made him happy, but the man isn't having it. Eventually, the guy even starts shooting flames out of his mouth as he reminds the protagonist about his awful results. Seriously, this guy needs to take a chill pill. Lin Qiu suggests that the teacher should test him by asking a question from any page of the book, because he is confident in his memorization. Despite this, the lecturer still tells him to give up on the ability exam. but Lin Q tells the man to stop underestimating him. A serious tension rises in the class as the lecturer decides to start with an easy question. Our hero quickly gives the answer as he asks, leaving the teacher amazed. The man goes in with another question, and the protagonist slams the table as he gives the answer. While the classmates are all shocked, the lecturer asks him another question, and he gives the answer. However, the man starts laughing at him for getting it wrong until he realizes that the protagonist said the answer backward. The whole class is in disarray, and the students can't comprehend how our hero is doing this. After defeating his teacher, he leaves the class and says he'll be seeing them on the exam day. Days later, the results of the exam come out and everyone is shocked to see who came out on top. It's none other than Lin Q, and he thanks his photographic memory for paving the way to victory for him. While Li Nan is dying from the disbelief that he was beaten by the bunny boy, the protagonist goes on to study his opponent for the next exam. 10 days later, the ability exam venue is packed with a cheerful crowd as they wait for the event to begin. The announcer starts by inviting the representative of the 30th Military Zone and other distinguished guests. As Zhen Zhen walks into the arena, she looks very pissed off for some reason. She ends up blasting a hole in a wall, and a guy explains that it's because someone took her top spot in the final exams. We see our hero walk into the arena, and as he waves over to the goddess, she gives a very cold response. After that, she asks him what he wants in return for winning their bet, to which Lin Q responds that they can go out for a meal if she so wishes. His kind gesture shocks her, and she apologizes for ever calling him weak. The announcer suddenly shows up and implies that the two top scorers in the final exam are here, but Zhen Zhen reads his words the wrong way. While he talks down on the protagonist for being a brave little bunny, the hero confidently says that he'll be taking first place in this exam. The whole crowd starts laughing at him and telling him not to get ahead of himself. However, Lin Q snatches the microphone from the announcer to give the crowd a piece of his mind. He throws up the finger to them and tells them that whoever they are supporting will be unfortunate to run into him. The entire crowd gazes at him with murderous eyes, ready to make him pay for spouting such daring words, but the hero remains unfazed. The announcer snatches back the microphone and warns him to be careful of what he says before it becomes a serious problem. The other participants are also furious and can't wait to teach the hero a lesson. Despite their taunts and threats, our hero is still calm. After that, the moderator tells them that the exam will be a 1-versus-1 arena battle, and the loser will be eliminated immediately. The participants check their phones to see the numbers that they have been assigned. Some of them don't look too happy about whatever they've gotten, and they can only hope that their matchups will be easy. The total number of participants turns out to be an odd number, so there will be a bye to allow someone to quickly advance to the next round. The examiners are all praying that they'll be chosen to be the lucky person, except our hero, who doesn't look the least bit concerned. The draw starts, and everyone nervously looks as the numbers spin around the screen. It stops at the number 66, who is none other than our protagonist himself. I mean, who else could it have possibly been? Anyway, this only causes more people to hate him for being such a lucky little bunny. Rather than blame their abysmal luck, they're hating on the hero with the spotlight. With that settled, the competition proceeds to the first round, and the first participants are called up to the stage. Lin Q and the rest take their seats to watch and see how this first battle will unfold. As he looks at the matchups on the screen, he sees that the high school goddess is fighting in the first match. In the blink of an eye, the match is over, causing the protagonist to become quite uneasy. Zhen Zhen quickly wins her match by turning her opponent into a popsicle. It's no surprise that she's so powerful, considering that she's a Silver Ice Awakener. The protagonist opens up his book and begins to study her skills in order not to lose miserably when his fight comes. 10 minutes later, the next battle that takes place is a deadly and fierce one. Both combatants are going at it with all their might, ready to destroy each other and take home the prize. On the other hand, our hero is tuckered out from watching all the flashy moves because his brain is too useless to keep going. With no other choice, he talks to the robot system and tells it to hand over his skill for the day. He also calls out the robot for being too lazy and not wanting to talk to him anymore. However, the robot says it's because he's a pathetic noob, and it can't be bothered with such a piece of garbage. After that, it grants him an S-rank physical enhancement skill. Lin Q is happy to finally have a useful skill, and not the trash ones he's been having. He's also glad that the system isn't as useless as he was thinking. However, the robot warns him to watch his words, or he'll never get anything good in his life again. After that, the protagonist activates his newfound skill, enhancing his muscles by a good amount. His muscles grow to a huge size and ends up ripping his shirt apart. He starts showing off and making everyone else in the stadium quite uncomfortable. After embarrassing himself, the second round of the tournament begins. A second bye is drawn, and he comes out as the lucky winner once again. On the second day of the exam, Lin Q still gets the lucky pass and advances to the next round with no effort. On the third day, the same thing happens, and even he is getting tired of being a lucky piece of trash. When a reporter asks how he feels about the consecutive byes, He tells the guy that he's sick of it and can't wait to get some blood on his hands. All the participants are completely fed up with him as well and are so eager to teach the weak bunny a lesson. Lin takes the microphone and calls out the protagonist for advancing in the rounds but not having a single fight yet. In order to mess up his lucky streak, the guy decides to withdraw from the tournament, which means that our hero will have to battle it out henceforth. Filled with immeasurable joy, the announcer grabs the microphone from Lin and states how the protagonist needs to be crushed in the next round. One of the participants sees this as a good opportunity to put an end to our hero's stroke of luck. The matchups are drawn, and the crowd is rooting for the hero's opponent, Lei Dan, who they are hoping will beat the crap out of Lin Q. The protagonist looks over to his opponent, who gestures that this is the end of the road for the bunny boy. But Lin Q doesn't understand why everyone is hating on him so much. As the match starts, Lei Dan starts talking trash about how our hero is unlucky to face him. Despite all his trash talk, Lin Q isn't fazed and pretty much just wants to get this over with. Being a bronze 8-star lightning awakener, Lei Dan activates his powers with a furious expression on his face. Straight off the bat, he shoots out a lightning bolt at the hero, but Lin Q easily dodges the first attack. The bolt strikes the ground, causing a huge destruction at the point of impact. Disappointed by his opponent's lame attack, the protagonist tells the guy that he has only come this far because he faced weaklings. The guy gets even more furious and starts hurling lightning blasts everywhere. Regardless, the protagonist evades every single blast with minimum effort. With no other choice, Lei Dan engulfs the entire platform in lightning, leaving our hero with nowhere to run. Our hero recalls how dangerous lightning attacks can be, considering he almost died to one. Before the attack can reach him, he leaps forward to end the battle before his opponent can pull off any other tricks. As he throws a haymaker, his foe is shocked at how fast he is. Seeing that Lin Qiu has transformed, Lei Dan feels like he will be able to endure the punch coming right at him. However, his hopes are shattered when our hero sends the fool flying into the air with a powerful punch. With that one punch, the guy gets sent out of the ring and knocked out of the competition. After that, the protagonist is declared the winner of the fight. The whole crowd goes wild with the protagonist's unbelievable first victory. Principals of top universities, Jiang Wen and Lu Zhen, are already arguing about who will get to have our hero in their universities. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu goes up against his next opponent, who is a power awakener. After watching his previous fight carefully, Lu Zhen says that the protagonist didn't use any mana, but the other principal thinks it's impossible, given how powerful our hero's punch was. He wonders just how terrifying the hero's true strength is without mana. The next match commences between Lin Qiu and another opponent known as Shen Gui. This foe is a wolf anamorph, and his aura looks more menacing than all the others that our hero has faced. The protagonist becomes cautious after seeing the terrifying aura, but Shen Gui is alarmed when he sees how powerful Lin Qiu is. Before the fight can even begin, he falls to his knees and admits defeat like a loser. Just like that, our hero advances to the next round. The same thing happens with his next opponent, who also throws in the towel before they can get to fight. It repeats itself again, and he wonders why he can't just find someone decent to fight. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist advances all the way to the top 8 contestants left. Zhen Zhen, who happens to be among the contestants, stares at Lin Qiu, wondering if they'll finally have a match. Meanwhile, our hero is feeling lonely with all this winning and concludes that taking part in the ability exam was a complete waste of his time. Just then, the robot calls out to him, saying that it's on his side. It then grants him a skill for the day, which allows him to wield any type of spear he can think of. However, Lin Qiu thinks it's a useless skill because people don't really use that kind of weapon in this age. While he is whining about his skill, the high school goddess approaches him. Lin Qiu quickly sits up when he sees her and asks if she's here just for him. She then tells him that she has a few things to say. Zhen Zhen asks if he's interested in being part of a team that she's putting together to explore a bronze dungeon. The confused look on his face tells how shocked he is to hear that she actually wants to explore a bronze dungeon. During the dawn of mana, countless dungeons were created and filled with mana beasts and different kinds of treasures. These mana beasts are like a treasure jackpot. Their skins are precious, and their mana pearls help awakeners to become stronger. Lin Xiu, being a complete fool, thinks this is an opportunity to go on a date with the goddess and have her all over him. She quickly shatters that awful thought by saying that there will be 6 other people on the team. He shamelessly accepts but asks why they need other people for the dungeon exploration. This guy really is a buffoon. Zhen Zhen ignores his question and says she'll contact him when the time comes. As she leaves, he suggests that they continue talking over a cup of coffee. However, she tells him to prepare well for the fights ahead because she has no plans to go easy on him. The day of the finals arrives, and the crowd is more pumped up than ever before. Everyone is glazing the high school goddess and hoping that she destroys the protagonist. As they've all been waiting for, the match between the high school goddess and our hero is finally about to go down. As the moderator announces the matchup, Zhenjin points to the protagonist and swears that the first position won't escape her again. However, he doesn't really care about the first place thing and wishes that she wouldn't take this so seriously. Despite that, he advises her to give up while she can because he has no plans of holding back either. The two combatants take their stances, ready to fight for the prize of the day. As she tries to warn him about her silver-ranked ability, the hero rushes in with a punch and tells her to be careful. She easily parries his hand, causing him to lose balance. At that moment, she slips behind and slams him with a powerful kick. Lin Kyo manages to quickly get back on his feet. Thanks to his physical enhancement, he's able to survive her attacks, which are normally enough to send him to his maker. From Zhenjin's expression, you can tell she plans on making sure that he regrets ever fighting her. But our hero rushes towards her with an unwavering determination. The fight has only just begun, and he plans to give it his all. Lin Kyo charges in with a barrage of punches, but Zhenjin is able to block every single one of them. As he lets out his next attack with all his efforts, she instantly pops up behind him, leaving him puzzled. By the time our hero manages to look back, it's already too late. She strikes him with her elbow, and the protagonist falls to the ground in defeat. As he pathetically lies in defeat, the goddess tells him to give up because his fighting skills are beyond horrible. She mocks him more by reminding him that she hasn't even used her ice abilities in all of this. However, our hero manages to get back up and is looking for a way to end this fight as soon as possible. While struggling to catch his breath, an idea suddenly pops into his head. He turns to the moderator and asks for a timeout, which completely shocks everyone. The guy doesn't even give him an answer before he jumps off the fighting arena. He quickly grabs the mop stick by the side and asks if he can use it as a weapon. The guy tells him that no one has ever made such a shameless and stupid request in history. However, Zhenjin says it's fine and allows the hero to use the mop stick. She feels that he's looking down on her and plans to end it all this time around. Lin Kyo gets back on stage, and he wields the mop like a spear as they get ready to continue the battle. Lin Kyo's aura begins to shine brightly, thanks to his skill, and Zhenjin notices that there's something off about him. He blasts forward to attack, while she tries to get some distance between herself and him. As he closes in and attacks her, she manages to evade his weapon. However, his skills activate and turn him into a superior spearman. The goddess swears to kill him, and he tries to apologize for hitting her. Despite his apology, she is not having it. She sends out a barrage of ice spears at him, and he manages to evade them. Feeling enraged, the high school goddess activates a more powerful ability that starts to freeze the whole arena. Our hero notices that his movements have slowed down thanks to the freezing temperature. Caught in a very tough situation, the protagonist sees that he can only stand a chance if he morphs. Sadly, he doesn't even have time to think about that because Zhenjin keeps hurling ice spears at him. As the ice spears explode at the point of impact, she tells the host to call an ambulance and declare the results. But before the guy can declare her as the winner, our hero emerges from the smoke with his bunny ears and tells Zhenjin not to run off just yet. He charges at her with his enhanced speed, and she quickly puts on ice gauntlets to defend herself. Lin Kyo closes in on her and manages to crack her ice armor because of his morphed state. Things are looking very grim for the high school goddess, but she refuses to take second place again. Refusing to accept defeat, Zhenjin begins to channel more power into her body. Suddenly, she surpasses her limits and advances to a silver 2-star rank. This worries the protagonist because his opponent is bound to get hurt at the slightest mistake. He quickly tells the judge to pause because he feels that she's cheating. The guy explains that advancing to a new rank is not cheating, and the bunny boy is nothing but an idiot. On the other hand, Zhenjin wonders why our hero didn't attack her while she advanced to a new level. This amuses her, but she tells him to stop messing around and continue their battle. Lin Kyo takes a defensive stance and gets ready to face her again. She warns that she is much stronger than she was earlier. While doing that, she attacks with stronger abilities. Our hero uses his spear as a pole to save himself from getting turned into a popsicle. Some ice spears still manage to pierce him, and he sees that Zhenjin's attacks are a lot faster and more powerful than before. He stomps his spear into the ground, but the Zhenjin's attacks knock him off balance, causing him to fall back to the ground. As if that's not enough, the high school goddess charges up a more powerful ice attack and sends the barrage at her foe. The protagonist tries to endure the cold attacks, but there's nothing much he can do. Despite his physical enhancement, he still doesn't have the mana to withstand such a powerful attack. With no other choice, he lunges straight at her to bring the fight to an end. Feeling amazed by his determination, Zhenjin admits that she underestimated him. As he closes in, she gets ready to use another ability, but he puts her in a headlock before it gets more dire for him. She ends up punching his face as she struggles to break free of his grasp. As they struggle, they both tip over and fall. Our hero quickly saves the high school goddess from falling on the hard ground. She tells him to let go because of how injured he is, but he refuses to let her go unless she admits defeat. He even threatens to bite her if she doesn't give up, further making himself look like a deranged creep. He lets her know that he has no concerns about the competition and that he just wants to win. Upon hearing this, Genjin lets out a heavy sigh and admits defeat to the host. After that, our hero passes out and crashes to the ground due to the accumulated fatigue he has. The girl rushes over to him to make sure that he's all right. As she calls out his name, his consciousness fades out. When he wakes up, he sees himself in a bed with his head bandaged up. As the robot sees that he's awake, it gives him a skill upgrade ability that upgrades him from a white rabbit to a mischievous rabbit. Linkyo loses it when he finds out that the weird dream he had was all because of the stupid robot. After that, he quickly accesses the system to receive his skill for the day. After a series of trash skills, he finally gets a triple S rank skill known as Dimensional Awakening. Without asking him, the system begins merging 2 of his skills. He tries to stop it, but it's too late. With the merge completed, he evolves into both a mischievous rabbit and a Dorabamon. Looking at his stomach, he asks the robot what the pouch on his stomach is supposed to do. It explains that the pouch is a 3-dimensional space that can be used to store anything. Aside from the 3-dimensional space, he also gains a skill that can transport him anywhere within 5 kilometers. Linkyo jumps out of bed and decides to test out this teleportation ability. As he thinks of a destination, the door immediately sends him to a random place. As he crashes on the ground, we see that he's in the room of a strange girl. The girl quickly grabs a dagger and asks him how he got there. We see that her name is Lixio, and she's the daughter of the owner of the building. He tries to calm her down and explain himself, but she doesn't give him the chance. Our hero cries out as Lixio gives him more injuries for invading her private space. Despite his injuries, he heads over to a coffee shop the next day to meet up with Genjin. She waves over from her table where he sees her with a couple of other awakeners. As he approaches, she sees his injuries and asks if he's all right, since they are about to head out. She then introduces him to the team, starting with Chung Min and Zhang San. They both feel bad after seeing his injuries, and the healer even offers to patch him up. After that, he meets a guy known as Zhuang Chung, who is a fire-type awakener. The guy greets the protagonist and commends him on his fight at the arena. Genjin tells the hero that there are 2 other members of their team, but they have some things to attend to. She then asks him about the acceptance from Lingwu University, and he says he has already received the letter. Feeling very nervous, the high school goddess also asks him which school he plans to go to. Being a fool, our hero thinks that she's asking because she's interested in him. He tells her that he's considering Lingwu University and asks if she wants to be in the same school as him. This time around, his flirting skills actually work because she admits that she wants to be in the same school. It's mostly because she wants to defeat him and redeem herself. After that, she moves on to more pressing matters and leaves the hero to continue fooling himself. She opens up a book and shows them the ice fox spirit, which will be their target. Due to the fact that ice foxes tend to live in packs, she can't handle it alone. She knows there might be nothing in it for them, but Chung Min tells her not to be so humble. They all see it as a good opportunity to train and be in her presence at the same time. The protagonist also says that he's lucky to be invited by the goddess for such an opportunity. Genjin lets them know that they should call her by her name and not the goddess title. With that settled, she tells them they'll be departing in 3 days and will be meeting at our hero's house. The departure day arrives, and we see our hero packing up his bags and getting ready for the adventure of a lifetime. The system grants him his skill for the day, which happens to be another trash E-rank skill. The skill lets him master all languages on Earth, and a different one allows him to use all medical techniques as well. Despite how upset he is, the robot lets him know how lucky he has been with drawing skills daily. Linkyo is reminded about his pocket dimension, and the robot suggests that he toss his backpack into it. He lifts the bag and it gets absorbed into the dimension, despite its huge size. The system tells him that all the items in his room can still fit into the dimension. While he is amazed by how insane that is, he hears a car horn from his window. He looks out to see that the team has arrived, and he lets them know that he'll be down in a bit. Inside the car, Chung Min stares awkwardly at his pocket dimension. Everyone is really amazed by how useful the skill is because they've never seen anything like it before. Genjin tells him that his skill is very rare, which makes him quite overpowered. Out of curiosity, Chung Min asks for permission to touch it. Linkyo stops her from doing something so weird, but she is very eager to see how it feels. After messing around, the driver tells them that they've arrived at their destination. Upon hearing this, Lin Kui gets down to take a look at the scenery. There, he gazes at a pillar of pure aura and power, and also sees some researchers at the base of it. This sight is amazing, and he can't believe this is the Lingwu he's heard so much about. It's said that no one knows when Lingwu appeared, and it is filled with all kinds of spirit beasts. Back then, portals surrounded the city, and the citizens were struck with fear. Spirit beasts can enter the realm of man, but for some reason, they rarely step into it. Regardless, humanity has to defend itself on the rare occasion when the beasts decide to step through and wreak havoc. Due to this, the state sends government staff to handle the registration of copper and silver rank Lingwu gates. The protagonist's team approaches the dungeon portal and sees some guards taking note of those who enter. Just as they are about to enter, the list gets full, so the guard tells them to go and register and come back the next day. As Zhen registers her team, the hero stares at the gate, taking note of how intense the spiritual energy is. Chungmin comes over to him and drags him off to God knows where. When he asks where they are going, she says she's taking him back to the car so she can study his pocket dimension. Unknown to them, another awakener is keeping an eye on them. The guy looks at the hero's team and assumes that they are very rich. His lackeys suggest that they look for trouble by stealing from Lin Q and his teammates. The leader's name is Yang Hu, and he's a 5-star silver rank. From the woods, he and one of his lackeys keep an eye on their prey, waiting for the right time to strike. He says that his Zhonglan group is known for harassing weaker adventurers and stealing all their wealth. As he proceeds with his team, he vows to bury the protagonist and his comrades in Lingwu. The next day, Lin Qiu and his team go into the gate to start their exploration. They step through and arrive in a green field with vast mountains surrounding the area. The group is completely speechless when they see how large the space actually is. Zhen urges them to get going because they still have some days before they reach their destination. As they proceed, she tells Chungmin to keep an eye on their surroundings in case of any looming danger. The bunny girl activates her radar system, which uses echolocation to keep track of her surroundings. With everything set, the goddess tells her team to move out. Meanwhile, the Xionglan group is close by and keeping an eye on them. The leader tells his men to stall since they are still in an open area. He plans to wait until they get into the forest, where he can easily ambush them. While the team walks through the grass plains, they come across some majestic mythical sheep. They get into a fierce fight with the beasts but easily overcome them. The protagonist tells his teammates that the sheep fur is worth some money and they should stop burning it up. After that, they search around for anything valuable, and Chungmin comes across 2 gems. Suddenly, a pack of wolves approaches them from higher ground. Zhen tells her people to prepare themselves, but they shouldn't be the first ones to attack. The wolves are known to become stronger when their comrades are injured. Our hero then brings up a suggestion to attack the leader of the wolf pack, but she tells him that the wolves are tricky and their leader won't be caught fighting among them. Seeing how difficult the situation is, our hero opens up his teleportation door to go find the pack leader himself. He tells his comrades to stay put and wait for his return. The hero appears on the other side of the portal and quickly points out the pack leader. He smashes the wolf's head with his bat, knocking the senses out of the poor creature. With their pack leader defeated, the other wolves see Lin Qiu as a terrifying and powerful demon. They end up running away to save themselves, and the protagonist gets praised for his skills. After that, he rips the pack leader apart to find any valuable items. To their amazement, he finds a pearl that can grant him the stealth skill. He stares intently at the pearl, wondering how to put it to its best use. He then hands it over to Shen Gui, believing that he'll be the best to use it since he's their scout. To return the favor, the guy promises to repay everyone, considering how valuable the pearl is. After that, Shen Gui absorbs the skill pearl into his body. The team is bewildered when the item suddenly vanishes in the blink of an eye. While the guy celebrates his new skill, our hero wishes he had just kept the precious pearl for himself. He then accesses the system for his daily skill and gets an S-rank enhancement skill. He recalls getting the skill before, and in that instant, his shirt gets ripped by his muscles. He curses the robot for humiliating him and tells his teammates that he'll be back after cleaning up. While changing, he finds out that his physical strength is now comparable to that of a silver 6-star power awakener. After being baffled by this, he heads back to his team camp, where they've set up a campfire. He suddenly starts laughing sheepishly, which makes the high school goddess uncomfortable. When she confronts him, he tells her not to worry about it. Suddenly, Chungmin informs Zhen about them being followed. She lets the goddess know that their pursuers are maintaining a favorable distance in order not to lose them. Zhen warns her comrades about a group that specializes in hunting others inside dungeons. Since wounds and death are normal inside a dungeon, the murderous group finds it easy to kill others and plunder their loot. She also tells them that their pursuers will most likely attack once they get into the forest. The protagonist assures her that he'll be there to protect her, but she brushes him off and tells him just to be prepared for the attack. The next day, our hero draws an E-rank taming ability. This puts off his mood because he was looking forward to an awesome skill for the day. Suddenly, he hears Zhen screaming and turns to figure out what's going on. When he heads out, he sees 2 giant serpents causing panic among his teammates. An overwhelming fear strikes him as he stares at the monstrous beast. Through his newly acquired taming skills, he sees the monster's dangerous traits. He rushes to his teammates and tells them to retreat and not fight the serpent. At that moment, the monster spits its venomous poison at them, but they are able to jump out of the way in the nick of time. Zhen then tells Dian Lei that they'll be attacking the monsters from afar in order to avoid their poison. The 2 of them send out a combination of lightning and ice attacks at the beasts. They manage to overwhelm the serpents with their attacks and fatally wound them. Moments later, the beasts fall to the ground in utter defeat. As our hero moves to harvest whatever resources are inside the monster, they notice a strange movement inside it. He tells his teammates to wait and keep their distance while he gets closer to whatever is moving inside the serpent. He slices open the sack, and a strange creature known as a grassland marmot jumps out of it. While the guys can't make sense of why a marmot showed up, the girls see it as a very cute creature. The marmot jumps on Lin Kuei's shoulder, making him quite uncomfortable and scared. Realizing that our hero is of no use, the creature jumps onto the high school goddess, cuddling her. The protagonist is pissed by this but continues to slice open the serpent to look for more items. In the process, he finds 2 mana pearls. The marmot shows its interest in the pearls, but our hero has no plans of handing them over. He then notices that the creature is trying to make a deal for the mana pearls, but he doesn't buy it. With no other choice, the creature snatches the pearls away. Lin Kuei's comrade tries to console him, but our hero can't stop thinking about how much money he could have made. On the other hand, Zhenjin hears some strange noises coming from the forest. Minmin then points out a beam of light heading straight for them at a terrifying pace. The team braces themselves for battle as the threat draws closer. Suddenly, the marmot bursts out of the ground with a pearl along with its friends. The group is completely baffled when they see the numerous marmots sprouting from underground. The creature calls its friends over, and they assemble a huge pile of mana pearls for the hero. The marmot tells him that it's a sign of gratitude for the 2 pearls it took from him earlier. After that, Chung Min takes note of the total number of pearls there and the ones that have skills as well. Looking closer at them, Lin Qiu sees that there are no rare or earth-type pearls, because they were probably absorbed by the marmots. The protagonist then hands over the fire-type pearls to Zhuang Cheng. After that, the high school goddess tells him that he can keep all the remaining pearls for himself. She says it's a way of thanking him for helping them to kill the giant snakes easily. He shyly accepts the pearls and compliments from his teammates. While stuffing them into his pocket dimension, Zhenjin asks him to try and absorb one of the pearls. He then tries to absorb a pearl, despite never doing it before. A bright light radiates from the pearl as he absorbs it, and he advances to a bronze 3-star adventurer. While his comrades congratulate him, Zhenjin wonders if the pearl had that much mana. However, she still congratulates him after he brags about how he was training for a month. After that, she thanks the marmot for the pearls and gets ready to send it off with its friends. However, our hero still wants the creature to help him out with something. With an evil look in his eyes, he coerces the poor creature to tag along with them. Meanwhile, the Zhonglan group is still spying on the protagonist's team. The bandits are eager to attack as the team enters the forest, but their leader tells them to calm down. Yang Hu tells his lackeys to allow the hero's team to go in further since they won't have any way to escape. He'll give them the signal to attack once they let down their guard. When night falls, we see our hero close to a trench being dug by the marmot. He then gives the creature some spikes to stick into the trench. After that, he opens up a can of the cobra venom he got earlier and spills it all over the spikes. With his trap fully ready, he bids the marmots and his friends farewell. After concealing the traps, Zhenjin tells him that Chung Min wants to speak to them. The 2 of them head to the campfire spot to meet up with her and hear what she has to say. The bunny girl tells them that the pursuers are very close and she can hear them clearly. She figures out that the bandits plan to ambush them in the middle of the night. She also finds out that the group is known as the Feral Wolves, who are known for killing newbies at bronze dungeons. The protagonist notices how scared his teammates are, which causes him to be very worried. He quickly gets up and tells them to stop their chatter. He advises them to calm down because this won't be like facing an opponent in an arena. The slightest mistake can cost them their lives. He then heads over to Shen Gui and tells him to protect Chung Min and Zhang San, since they're the weaklings of the group. Meanwhile, Zhenjin is amazed at how good the hero is at being a leader, unlike her, who immediately becomes nervous. After telling the 2 weaklings to keep themselves safe, Lin Qiu moves to address the high school goddess. However, he ends up flirting with her and trying to act like a savior. She laughs at him but surprisingly says that she'll be counting on him. When midnight falls, the bandit group slowly approaches the tents of our hero's team. Yang Hu tells his lackeys that it's time for them to hunt their prey. As they get closer, the leader orders his men to split up and surround the tents. With the orders given, the men quickly head out to surround their targets from all directions. Meanwhile, one of the guys feels like Yang Hu is making a deal of the whole operation. At that moment, he suddenly walks into our hero's trap and falls into the trench. The wooden spikes impale his body and give him a quick death. Before Yang Hu figures out what's going on, he sees that most of his men have fallen into the traps. As he orders them to regroup, one of the lackeys reports that 2 men are already dead. Someone else got severely injured and doesn't look like he'll make it. As the leader curses at the situation, Lin Qiu and his group emerge from their tents. Yang Hu quickly admits that the protagonist had him fooled, but he plans to end everything immediately and send them to their maker. However, our hero raises his hand in the air and snaps his finger, signaling the rest of his comrades. As the bandits look at the incoming attack from above, trails of fire and lightning strikes where they are. Zhuangcheng and Shen Gui appear and charge up their spells to attack. The bandit leader notices that they've been ambushed and tells his men to spread out, but some of them are already caught in the explosion. Meanwhile, Zhen tells our hero that she's ready. She casts an ice seal spell, causing a trail of ice to travel along the ground, straight for the bandits. The ice freezes their legs, trapping them in place with nowhere to run. While they struggle to break free, the ice and fire awakeners combine their spells to take them out. As the dust clears up, Yang Hu is informed about the death of another one of his men. With no other choice, the rest of them brace themselves to take on our hero's team. The group of silver rank bandits begins to emit a powerful and deadly aura. Upon seeing their terrifying aura, the high school goddess becomes very nervous. Upon hearing the threats from the enemy, our hero lets them know that his actions are only for self-defense. On the other hand, Zhen grows more scared when she sees the overwhelming strength of the bandits. She decides to keep their leader busy and tells Lin Qiu to deal with the last one. However, he notices how anxious she is and reminds her to remain calm because he is there to help. As she walks away shyly, she wishes him good luck in the battle. The protagonist then orders Zhang San to hide away while the rest of the team protects the guy. Not only are his teammates baffled by this, but the enemy team can't believe that a bronze rank guy is trying to be the hero. One of the bandits gets provoked by Lin Qiu's words and moves to attack him quickly. The guy unleashes a huge tornado, heading straight for our hero and his teammates. However, the protagonist easily evades the attack when he sees how slow it is. He gets close to the enemies and smacks them around with his overwhelming strength. He stomps on their heads and mocks them for being defeated so easily when he has barely started. As Zhang San applauds his efforts, Lin Qiu says it's all thanks to the weapon he is wielding. Meanwhile, the high school goddess is being overwhelmed by the Xionglang group leader. Our hero rushes over to help her when he sees how dire the situation is. He shows up behind Yang Hu, but the bandit leader already notices his presence. Regardless, the hero swings down at him with all his might. When the dust clears up, Yang Hu sees that his subordinates have been killed by the attack. After witnessing the death of his comrades, the leader accuses the protagonist of using some kind of trick to defeat them. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu decides to show the guy what a real trick looks like and ends up scaring the guy down to his bones. The guy jumps back to get some distance between him and the hero. Filled with anger, he activates his rage skill, ready to rip our hero to shreds. He then charges forward and attacks Lin Qiu with his claws, but the protagonist is able to block the attack with his weapon. Despite showing off before, Lin Qiu is struggling under the pressure of Yang Hu's overwhelming strength. The leader eventually knocks him off balance and sends him flying backward. As the protagonist slides back, he starts thinking of a way to face such a powerful opponent. Meanwhile, Yang Hu rushes at him, yelling for him not to be distracted in this fight. Lin Qiu evades the attack aimed straight at his head. He continues evading the flurry of attacks being put out by the crazy bandit leader. On the other hand, Yang Hu needs to end the fight soon before his ability runs out. Suddenly, he grows a tail and tells our hero to try and dodge his tiger's whip. He strikes down at Lin Qiu with his tail, but the protagonist manages to hold off the attack with his bat. Sadly, it doesn't last for long because Yang Hu shatters the bat and smacks him away. Seeing that he can't underestimate his opponent any longer, our hero figures it might be time to use his trump card. The protagonist activates his teleportation door and declares that the fight is over with this. The enemy becomes confused when our hero vanishes into the portal. He is even more shocked when the protagonist suddenly appears above him from another portal. However, he still sees it as a favorable condition to put an end to the protagonist. The fear in our hero's eyes grows wider as his enemy closes in on him. But at that moment, he signals to his comrades to attack. Zhen and the two guys then show up, ready to unleash their spells on the unfortunate bandit leader. At the same time, our hero vanishes into his portal again, leaving Yang Hu to a terrible fate. Just as the leader realizes what ability the protagonist is using, the magic spells strike him, causing a huge explosion. After that, Lin Qiu congratulates his team on a job well done. Meanwhile, Yang Hu lies on the floor in an utter and humiliating defeat. When Zhang San checks on the body, he confirms that the bandit leader is dead. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes Zhen, most likely due to the strain from the battle. Lin Qiu rushes to her side and asks if she's all right. He looks at his other teammates and sees how the battle has affected them. He lets them know that their actions were only a form of self-defense because they would have been dead if they hadn't killed the bandits. Upon hearing these encouraging words, his teammates start to feel better about the situation. He then tells them to find somewhere to rest and straighten out their thoughts as well. With everyone feeling better, he leads them to a good spot that's away from the dead bodies. As they head off, Zhen has a relaxed and joyous expression on her face. When they get to a safe location, Lin Qiu tells his teammates to get some rest while he and Zhang San keep watch. He then gets his injuries healed by their support and thanks him for it. The guy says that our hero is more amazing. but Lin Chu tells him not to be so humble because he's their best support. Suddenly, Zhenzhen shows up and tells the guy to get some rest while she and the protagonist keep watch instead. With her alluring looks, she tells them that she wants to discuss something with our hero. Zhang San quickly heads out and leaves our hero to talk with his crush. As Zhenzhen sits down beside Lin Chu, he starts feeling very nervous and shy. Wondering what she wants to talk about, he looks at her, and their eyes lock on each other. He starts feeling embarrassed and kindly asks her not to stare so much. However, the high school goddess laughs at him and calls him a shameless man for his words. She then glances over at him again and admits that he looks quite handsome. However, our hero becomes very flustered because Zhenzhen wouldn't compliment him like that on a normal day. While extending a helping hand, she lets him know that she's serious and recalls all the brave deeds he did that day. She even tells him that he acted very cool, leaving Lin Chu even more baffled by her words. In the heat of the moment, he grabs her hand and asks if she has a boyfriend. That's quite a leap of faith he's taking. Regardless, his question ends up making her very confused and flustered. She quickly snatches her hand back and asks Lin Chu why he's asking such a question. The protagonist tells her that he was wondering if she wanted him, considering all the compliments she just gave him. Zhenzhen lets him know that she has high standards and will prefer someone who is better than her in all aspects. She refuses to admit defeat and says they'll find out who is the best between them in the coming exams. Feeling very confident and eager, our hero then asks her what she'll do if he beats her during the exams. He asks her to be his girlfriend if he wins, but Zhenzhen tells him to keep wishing. While they're talking, they get interrupted by other guys who have come to take the night shift. The protagonist bids the goddess farewell, but she is too upset at him to respond. The next morning, Lin Chu wakes up and immediately draws his skill for the day. Luckily for him, he acquires an S-rank mana enhancement skill. With this, he manages to advance by 2 levels, making him a bronze 5-star. When he asks the system to make him a silver rank, it gets pissed off at his outrageous request. After that, he heads out of his tent to meet up with the rest of his team. Zhang San, who is shocked to see him, notices that our hero's mana has gone up significantly and asks if he has already advanced. While being distracted, the healer ends up cutting himself with a knife on the table. His teammates rush to his side to make sure he's all right, and Cheng Min tends to his wounds gently. After that, he turns his attention to Lin Chu, saying that it's weird for him to advance twice in one night. The other guys hear this and are completely taken away by such an impressive feat. As he tells them to stop teasing him, Min tells them to get ready to defend against an incoming attack. They look ahead and see some people running away from a huge group of mana beasts heading straight for them. Upon seeing the wild creatures, our hero becomes quite scared and nervous. Looking closer, he sees the wild monkeys about to clamp down on an innocent girl. He shields his teammates from the wild beasts momentarily, and then they start running away as the monsters charge at them. One by one, they start to get tired from running around and can't keep up the pace for much longer. Seeing that there's no use running any longer, Shen Gui stops and decides that they should fight the monkeys. The wild beasts quickly close in on them, leaving the team with no other choice than to fight. As the protagonist cracks a stick to use as a weapon, Zhenzhen tells him to kill her if they lose. Cheng Min would also rather die if it gets bad, but our hero assures the girls that he'll protect them no matter what. He charges forward to stall the monsters so that the girls can charge up their strongest spells. As soon as he gets in the midst of the monkeys, they quickly set their sights on him. However, he smacks them around with his brute strength. Despite beating up a lot of them, more of the monkeys continue charging towards him. The situation gets worse as Zhenzhen notices more beasts charging towards them. A monkey pops out of nowhere and reaches for her, but a huge blast suddenly goes off. She suddenly sees the protagonist holding off the monkey that nearly had her some seconds ago. Lin Qiu smacks the hell out of the beast and kills it. Unknown to him, another beast sneaks up on him from behind. While the hero's guard is down, the monkey slashes his shoulder, leaving him wounded. Zhenzhen then tells him to step aside because their spells are ready. As he gives them space, the girls release very devastating spells at the monkeys. The impact causes a huge explosion that shakes the very foundations of the forest. With that, the ravenous monsters are easily defeated, but Min senses another wave of mana beasts coming at them. As the dust clears up, they see another set of monkeys being led by a huge golden gorilla, who they assume is the leader. With their resources and stamina completely drained, the team finds themselves in a dire situation. Cheng Min starts crying and saying that she doesn't want to die like this. Zhang San is moved by the girl's tears and decides to do whatever it takes to save her. He brings out his phone and suddenly starts typing something. He then yells for someone known as Zhao Si to reveal himself as he clicks the send button. Out of nowhere, a man suddenly appears on the battlefield and refers to the healer as his master. Zhao Si faces our hero's team with a cigarette in his hand as they wonder just who exactly he is. It is revealed that the guy is a gold rank awakener with an ape anamorph ability. His master then calls him out for stealing the cigarette and orders him to defeat the monsters quickly. The guy takes off his jacket and activates his ability, releasing a deadly aura in the process. When Jungsan's teammates ask about the guy, he tells them that Zhao Si is his family's manager. With his ape ability, Zhao Si charges forward to defeat the monsters that threaten his master. As Zhao Si closes in on the apes, the ape leader tells the runts to stand back while he deals with the Awakener. The beast charges straight at the Awakener and attacks, but the guy easily grabs the ape's arm. He then slams it all over the ground, leaving the weaker apes completely terrified and hopeless. After that, Zhao Si tosses their leader into the midst, where he lies on the floor in utter defeat. As if they haven't suffered enough, the guy's menacing shadow stands over them like a merciless god. He lets out a terrifying roar, causing the weak apes to flee for their lives. As the monsters run away, our hero admits that gold rank awakeners are quite scary. With his job done, Zhao Si informs his master that he'll be leaving. The guy takes off into the sky as they bid each other farewell. Minmin then asks their healer if Zhao Si has always been close to them, and he confirms it. He also says that Lei Dan's family also wanted to send an escort, but they concluded on only Zhao Si. He then apologizes for not informing Lei Dan about the decision earlier. Lei Dan admits that if they knew someone was protecting them, they wouldn't have gone all out with their training. Thanks to the training from the past few days, he suddenly advances to the next rank. Not only him, but Minmin also advances as well. Seeing the situation, our hero wonders if he can also advance his rank as well. He pulls out an orb and begins to meditate deeply on his mana. In the process, he starts to feel something warm flowing through him. Lin Kyo ends up just embarrassing himself while his teammates stare in utter disbelief. He gets in a sad mood after not being able to advance like the rest of his comrades. The system even calls him out for wanting to advance again, but he feels like the only weakling in his team. While searching the body of the ape leader, he suddenly finds a mana pearl. He finds out that it's a silver mana pearl, and it also has a rare sound skill that can stun enemies. He then calls Jungsan's attention and offers the pearl to him, leaving the guy very surprised. The protagonist tells him to offer the pearl to Chung Min since he has seen how much he likes her. The fatso starts daydreaming about Chung Min and how she'll make the perfect wife. Talk about a desperate fool. Anyway, he offers to send our hero a huge amount of money once they leave the dungeon. Full of joy, Jungsan stares at the pearl and thinks about how to approach his crush with it. Suddenly, Chung Min approaches him and asks why he's smiling so sheepishly. Just as he's about to chicken out, Lin Chu comes over and pushes him forward. Jang San ends up kneeling with the pearl in his hand and looks like he's proposing to Chung Min. She sees the sound pearl and is filled with warm emotions. As Jang San tells her that the pearl is for her, she embraces him with a big, warm hug. After that, Zhen reminds everyone that they need to pack up and get moving. Moments later, the team arrives at the border between the forest and the snowfield. The high school goddess suggests that they rest there for the night before going into the snowy mountains. As they set up their tents, the protagonist notices that Zhen is freezing due to the cold. He takes off his jacket and offers it to her with some slick riz skills. She gladly accepts the jacket with a cheerful smile on her face. Unknown to them, a deadly snow bear is lurking around the area, looking for its next prey. The next day, our hero steps out of his tent as Jungsan tells them that breakfast is ready. As Lin Q nibbles on bread, he draws his skill for the day. Sadly, it's an E-rank skill, and he curses the robot for being so useless. With his day off to a bad start, he tells the healer to pass him some honey in order to lift his mood. Suddenly, the snow bear shows up and snatches the honey jar from Jang San. The two guys are scared to their bones when the monster lets out a loud roar. Chung Min quickly shows up and activates her new ability to stun the beast. Her other comrades also show up in time, and together they beat up the terrifying bear. Moments later, we see the bear lying on the ground with its senses completely knocked out. Zhen compliments Chung Min on her awesome stun ability. As she informs them that they'll be reaching their destination that day, our hero gets ready to harvest the goods from the monster. Zhen lets him know that they need to get going, and he tells her that he's almost finished. Lin Kyo then decides to stuff the bear into his pocket dimension, making the goddess think that he has lost his mind. However, he tells her that it's not heavy for him at all. 3 hours later, the team finds themselves close to the fox den. With her echolocation, Chung Min senses the number of monsters nearby and tells her teammates to remain cautious. Something suddenly moves around them, and they turn to find out what it is. A cute baby fox then reveals itself, which makes the girls completely fall in love with the fluffy creature. The protagonist sees that the fox is easy to tame, but when its kin is harmed, it pursues its target endlessly. Considering that Zhen wants the creature's skill pearl, he is worried about her fondness for the creature. He calls her attention and tells her that dealing with the creature won't be so difficult. However, she doesn't seem too happy to bring harm to the cute fox. Regardless, our hero asks if she needs help with it. Zhen looks down at the innocent little fox in her arms and decides it's better to let the creature go. She feels she'll be just as bad as the previous assailants if she kills the fox. Being able to meet such a gentle mana beast is enough for her. Her comrades are all happy with her decision and expect nothing less from her. As she signals her comrades to leave, the protagonist quickly stops them. They suddenly see two large foxes approaching them. The creatures let out a loud and ferocious roar. The protagonist assumes that the monsters must be angry because they think that the humans took their child. However, the little fox walks up to its parents and calms them down by explaining the situation. The giant fox then gives the hero's team a gentle smile. Lin Kyo and his comrades are glad that the situation didn't get worse than it was. Thanks to his E-rank skills relating to animals, the protagonist approaches the foxes to see if he can get a skill pearl from them. He offers to give the fox something else in exchange for any mana pearls it may have. He finds out that the foxes have a mana pearl and will give it to him if he helps them defeat their natural enemy. How is this guy even talking with them? He swears to defeat any creature that would bring harm to such cute foxes. And the foxes tell him that it's the Snow Peak bear. The team is shocked to hear that it's the same bear that they defeated earlier. The protagonist opens up his pocket dimension and tosses out the dead bear, leaving the foxes baffled. In return, the snow foxes give him 2 mana pearls for defeating their enemy. Lin Kyo offers one of the pearls to the love of his life, who needs 1 skill. The rest of the team is eager for her to absorb the pearl and show off her new skill. Even the protagonist can't wait to see what this new skill will be. Zhenjin holds out the pearl and begins to absorb it. As she does so, she conjures up an ice bow and tells everyone to watch her. She shoots out a very powerful ice arrow, and the shockwave nearly blows the hero off his feet. The arrow travels quickly, destroying every single obstacle in its path. After seeing such an impressive feat, Lei Dan loses all hope of ever surpassing the high school goddess. After Lin Qiu congratulates Zhenjin on her awesome skill, Chungmin tells everyone to wait so they can take a picture together. Zhang San then heads over to the foxes to ask them to be used as a phone stand. He sets the timer and hands over the phone to the fox. Chungmin then calls him over, and the group gets together for a nice team photo. 3 days later, our hero is looking through the photo with so much joy. He suddenly starts getting notifications about money being sent from his teammates. Thanks to his expedition, he's now a millionaire. All that's left is to become number 1 on the upcoming exams, and he'll fit the role of a partner for Zhenjin, or so he thinks. The system butts in and tells him to stop daydreaming because Zhenjin will never consider a loser like him. However, he brags about how he's been studying every day and has advanced to a bronze 8-star awakener, but Pinocchio has nothing on this silly liar. After that, he draws his skill for the day and gets an A-rank zoom skill. He feels the skill will be useless for his exams, but will be more useful in his stupid plans. A month later, the day of the result announcements finally arrives. Our hero is with some of his team members at a cyber cafe where they are checking the results. Chungmin states how confident she is of being in the top 10, and Zhang San backs her up. On the other hand, Zhenjin takes the mouse from our hero as the announcement time arrives. A boiling rage fills her up when she sees the results. She then asks Lin Qiu how he was able to get such a result. The protagonist looks closer at the screen and sees that he got full marks for every subject. Zhang San can't believe how inhuman Lin Qiu is, and the hero starts feeling very proud. He then heads over to see Zhenjin's result, but she tells him to forget it and immediately admits that our hero has defeated her. The other guys can't believe how easily the goddess admitted defeat. After that, the hero starts showing off his riches and asks her when he can ask her parents for her hand in marriage. Zhenjin quickly calls him out for being a shameless idiot. He ends up pissing her off and getting his heart crushed, but Zhang San tries to cheer him up. Later on, Zhang San says they'll be meeting in 2 weeks to travel to M City together. The day before the departure, our hero does the last bit of packing up his luggage. He starts wondering if he'll ever return to this room where he's lived for the past 2 years. The system is shocked to see how sentimental he is, but he just tells the robot to give him his skill for the day. After doing the draw, the system gives him a mana enhancement skill again. As Lin Qiu recalls that he can increase his mana with this skill, the system immediately starts applying the ability. He tells it to stop because he feels he will soon advance to the next rank, so he doesn't see the need to use the enhancement now. The protagonist then starts meditating to try and advance his rank again. He adds a silver mana pearl to the items he's using and successfully advances to the bronze 9-star rank. With a successful advancement, he tells the system to go ahead with the mana enhancement. After using the skill, he easily advances to the silver 1-star rank, making him even stronger. With this, he gains a skill that allows him to pull or control items from afar. He decides to try it out to see just how awesome the ability is. With his sights on his backpack, he tries to bring the bag close to himself. Sadly, he ends up running out of mana and the bag barely moves an inch. The robot laughs at him and says that he's lucky that the bag even moved a bit. It will take a lot of training for him to master it, but our hero refuses to back down and continues trying to move the bag. The next day, his landlord's daughter sees his room door open, but she doesn't find him inside. She reads the letter he left behind on the table, telling her about his departure to go and study in Magic City. She then opens the envelope beside the letter and sees a ton of money in it. Lixu wonders how the protagonist was able to acquire so much money and hopes he didn't commit a crime. Meanwhile, our hero is already on a train with his friends, and Zhenzhen is worried that he might catch a cold. When he gets a call, he picks up the phone, only to hear Lixu screaming in his ear like a banshee and asking if he did something wrong. He tells her that it's all right and that he earned all the money legally. After that, she tells him to study hard and improve his foundation with hard work. Lixu also tells him to introduce her to his girlfriend if he ever manages to get one. When the train arrives at Magic City, our hero tells Lixu that he has to go. On their way out, Zhang San remarks on how the hero's family must really care about him. The scene shifts to the bubbling town of Magic City, where we see a lot of people going about their daily business. A certain old man who is seen walking around is revealed to be Lu Zhen, Magic City's vice principal. He sees the hero with his friends and calls them over. He tells Lin Qiu that he knew they would come to his university and compliments them for their talents. The old man senses something off and notices that the protagonist is now a silver rank awakener. He tells the hero to come to his office once he's done with the registrations. However, our hero feels bad about being called to the principal's office on his first day. Later on, one of the staff members shows Lin Qiu and Zhang San to their room. When they get inside, Zhang San commends the protagonist for reaching silver rank so soon. The guy hopes that our hero's luck will rub off on him and he'll be able to grow at a fast rate too. Before heading to the principal's office, Lin Qiu accesses the system for his daily skill. He draws the physical enhancement skill once again and immediately applies it. After that, the system shows him that his current strength is akin to that of a gold 2-star power awakener. With this, the robot also informs him that future physical enhancements will come with an SS rank upgrade. Zhang San then reminds him to head over to the principal's office, and our hero quickly steps out. Lin Qiu arrives in the office and is told to take a seat by the vice principal. Lu Chen wants to ask him a few questions and starts by explaining the classification of ranks. He lists them from the lowest rank, bronze, to the highest, exalt rank, and then asks about the hero being an animorph. After confirming that Lin Qiu is a rabbit animorph, the old man wonders if Lady Luck visited the protagonist. Our hero tries to play it off, but he's nervous that the old man might know about his daily skill system. However, the old man continues to question how he was able to reach the silver rank so quickly. As Lin Qiu laughs it off, he tries to make up something to tell the vice principal. He tells the old man that he used mana pearls, but Lu Zhen still doesn't believe him. When asked about his number of skills, the hero says that he has 7, making the old man even more suspicious of him. Considering how influential he is, Lu Zhen believes that the protagonist might not truly be a rabbit. However, our hero explains that he gained spatial abilities after evolving. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhen is completely baffled. He didn't think that animorphs could evolve into other ability types. Lin Qiu then reveals his luggage from his pocket dimension, proving that his skills are actually true. After inspecting the luggage, the old man tells him that he has definitely come to the right university. He says it's because the principal, Wu Yangze, is the only known true Valiance Awakener in the country. The protagonist gets really excited when he hears that the principal is also a spatial awakener, but he isn't at the school at the time. After that, Lu Zhen asks if any others know about our hero's evolution, to which Lin Qiu responds that it's just his friends. The old man then tells him to make sure that his friends keep this a secret. Suddenly, the vice principal tells Lin Qiu to punch with all his strength. After seeing how good his physique is, the old man wants to test out his strength. Our hero charges up all the strength he can muster and lands the most powerful punch on the man. As the dust clears, he asks the old man if he's all right. Meanwhile, Lu Zhen is nervously sweating with his feet planted firmly on the ground. After confirming that his physique is at the gold rank, the vice principal threatens to take the repair money out of Lin Qiu's scholarship. Moments later, he decides to give our hero a spot at a competition the following month since he has a gold rank physique. Despite the old man explaining how prestigious the exam is, Lin Qiu refuses to partake in it. He tries to persuade the protagonist more by mentioning the cash prize of the competition. Upon hearing the amount, our hero shamelessly agrees to do his best. As the hero walks back into his room, Zhang San welcomes him and mentions that their roommates have arrived. Lin Qiu struggles to hold in his laughter once he sees the guy with green hair. The guy's name is Zhang Hongyang, and he's a bronze 9-star awakener. After mocking the guy, our hero turns to the other person in the room and assumes that he's the father of the green-haired kid. The older guy walks up to him with an intimidating aura, and Zhang San explains that he's also one of their roommates. Regardless, the protagonist doesn't understand how this guy looks so much older than everyone else. After joking around, Hongyang suggests that they find out who is the oldest among themselves. They all bring out their IDs, and sadly for the rest, Lin Qiu turns out to be the oldest person in the room. Hongyang is beyond pissed off when he sees this, and decides that the rest should refer to him as number 2. Someone passes by their room and informs them that the counselor has asked them to gather in a class. They all head out together and arrive in the classroom. As they approach the seats, the other students are shocked to see something. The old roommate quickly explains that he's also a student, but the others have already gotten the wrong impression of his looks. A lady walks up behind the protagonist and tells them to take their seats. Her name is Han Junning, and she's an 8-star Platinum Awakener. She introduces herself as the counselor to the class and tells the students to come meet her for any help. After that, she says the reason for the gathering is for them to select a class representative and introduce themselves. She gives an example by introducing herself as a 9-tailed fox animorph and stating what she likes. After that, she tells the students to start with the introductions and picks Jung-san to go first. The guy introduces himself normally and lets everyone know that he likes Chung-min. After Junning laughs off his direct approach, our hero introduces himself next. The counselor then tells the class to take a good look at the rabbit animorph who got a perfect score on the exams. Some students start gossiping about him, wondering if he got into the university with just his exam scores. However, the protagonist decides to ignore all the bad talk about him. When the students are done introducing themselves, they move on to selecting a class representative. Junning explains how all of them are special and says that she has selected 4 silver rank students to be candidates. They are Zhenzhen, Linqiu, Ouyangqian, and Sima Yan. She calls them out and gives each person 2 minutes to speak and try to win the votes of their colleagues. Sima Yan, who's an eagle animorph, decides to speak first. He introduces himself first with the usual formalities. Then he tells them that he's been a class representative since his elementary school days, and kindly asks for their votes. However, some people aren't impressed by his speech. The protagonist goes next, but he doesn't look very enthusiastic about it. He outrightly tells everyone he doesn't want the position and persuades them to vote for Zhenzhen instead. The counselor thinks he's just a troublemaker, but calmly gives the microphone to Zhenzhen. The high school goddess just asks everyone to vote for her and hands back the mic. As expected, her friends are all cheering for her. After that, the microphone goes to the last person, Ouyangqian. The girl sees how popular Zhenzhen is but doesn't feel threatened by her. As she walks to the center of the stage, all the guys can't help but stare at her. She introduces herself with her charming looks and kindly asks everyone to give her all their votes. As the whole crowd goes wild, our hero sees that Qian and Zhenzhen are complete opposites. Later on, the counselor finishes counting the votes and is quite surprised at the results. She teases the students for a bit before announcing Zhenzhen as the winner. Qian comes in second place as the vice representative, which makes her ready to kill anyone who didn't vote for her. With the votes settled, Junning decides to move on to the matter of their military training. She tells them that the training is very strict and they'll be expelled if they miss it. Their instructors are soldiers from the Vermilion Bird Squad with real battle experience. The protagonist then asks if the Vermilion Bird Squad is supposed to be famous, which leaves Sima Yan shocked. Qian explains that the squad is the only aerial squad in the country. At the same time, she's thinking of how to get close to our hero after seeing his good looks. She starts telling him about other squads while trying to get close to him, but the protagonist is lost in deep thoughts. Considering he has skills relating to mana beasts, he feels he can get a mount as well. When the training day comes, the students gather on the training grounds. There, Chung-min is talking with Jung-san about how he has lost some weight. The protagonist is jealous of them and wishes he could be in the same situation with his crush. Suddenly, they notice feathers falling from the sky. A large eagle approaches them, and on top they see an awakener ordering it to descend. As the bird reaches the ground, the guy gets off and signals the start of the training session. The guy introduces himself as Lin Chong, the chief instructor for their training. He quickly lets them know that they're all a bunch of spoiled brats who don't know the cruelty of the world. Despite that, he tells them that the instructors behind him will begin training all of them like soldiers. One of the instructors walks up to the protagonist and introduces himself as Qin Ming. Our hero goes ahead to make fun of both the guy's name and the chief instructor's name. Seeing how full of energy the students are, Qin Ming decides to teach them a lesson with the first task. He tells them to start by running 10 laps around the field, and no one is allowed to use mana. This quickly wipes the smile off their faces because they can't believe how brutal this first task is. The students quickly get on the field and start running while their instructor watches over them. As he expects, some students start falling off after running just 5 laps. He takes note of how everyone is doing, but the protagonist seems to pique his interest after seeing how relaxed he is. Qin Ming doesn't understand how Lin Qiu is staying ahead of the group despite being a useless animorph. Even Zhenzhen and Qian are getting pretty exhausted already. Our hero is worried that his crush can't really keep up for much longer. He decides to fall back and lend her a helping hand around the tracks. However, Zhenzhen refuses his offer and tells him to go ahead. On the other hand, Qian seizes the opportunity to get close to the protagonist. Still, our hero isn't interested in her, and Zhenzhen seems ready to send the girl to the afterlife. Linqiu continues running and tells Zhenzhen to let him know if she needs any help. By the 9th lap, Sima Yan looks like he's about to drop, but his pride won't let him lose to our hero. Despite the fact that Yan uses all his strength to stay ahead, our hero plays it safe in order not to show off his skills. Lin Qiu then notices that his fitness level is a lot higher than his fellow students. On the other hand, Yan feels insulted by the protagonist, who isn't even stressing himself to keep up. As they get closer to the finish line, the guy is determined not to lose. He bursts forward with all his strength, leaving the protagonist quite confused. The hero is only concerned about taking second place, so he doesn't understand why Sima Yan is trying so hard to win. He tries his best to remain close behind him, but Yan isn't having it. The guy bursts forward with all his strength but sadly doesn't see a rock in the way. He trips and falls, causing our hero to take first place. As the guy lies in defeat, he wonders why he did all that just to come in second place. The instructor congratulates Lin Qiu and remarks that the 10 laps didn't seem difficult for him. The protagonist panics and starts pretending that his whole body aches, but he does an awful job at it. Qin Ming decides to keep an eye on him, which leaves our hero with little room to keep a low profile. Our boy puts all the blame on Yan and calls him a pathetic loser. On the other hand, Yan says the only reason he lost is because he tripped. He still hasn't realized that our hero was holding back. When the hero calls him a trash loser, Yan reminds him that rabbits are nothing but food for eagles. But our hero tells him that he knows nothing. As the remaining students finish up their laps, the instructor gathers everyone. With a rough evaluation of his students, he tells them to start doing a set of 100 push-ups for 5 sets. When the students hear this, they start to think their instructor is nothing but a cruel demon. Qin Ming tells them to start immediately and to keep count so that he can hear them. As the students get into position, they are warned not to skip anything, or they'll be given an extra set. Sima Yan feels he'll be able to win this task since push-ups are part of his regular training. However, he gets crushed when he sees our hero doing push-ups at an inhuman speed. Lin Qiu thinks there's no need for him to hide his strength any longer, so he might as well go all out. The instructor sees how impressive our boy is and decides to keep a closer eye on him. The students are completely exhausted when they finally finish their sets. They all complain about their instructor being a demon, and how they can barely move after that intense session. Qin Ming gives his students 2 hours to rest before they move on to their afternoon session. Seeing how depressed they are, he decides to give them a chance. He'll reduce his power to their level, and if someone can beat him, the person gets to skip training for the month. Sima Yan then asks the instructor if he's positive about restraining his power level. When the man confirms it, Yan accepts the challenge. The protagonist asks if they're allowed to use weapons, and the instructor agrees. When he mentions that he wants to use a killer weapon, the instructor reminds him that guns are not allowed. Our boy might just be crazy enough to pull a stunt like that. However, he lets the man know that he plans to use a spear. After that, they leave to run later for the challenge. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the vice principal tells Lin Chong that our hero is a promising student currently. After hearing about how he fought the old man, the chief instructor becomes more interested in seeing Lin Qiu for himself. After that, he guarantees the old man that he will complete the mission given to him. When Lu Jin tells him to get his scar healed, the chief instructor says that he won't until he pays back the culprit. The scar is a reminder of the pain he experienced at that time. The old man is worried about him and hopes that he finds the culprit soon enough. On his way out, Lin Chong tells the vice principal that he has found some clues and it won't be long before he exacts his revenge. When the time for the afternoon session comes, we see our hero searching for something. When Zhang Sun approaches and asks what he's doing, Lin Qiu says that he's looking for an appropriate weapon. The hero recalls that he broke the last weapon that was given to him. Suddenly, Zhao Si appears out of nowhere with a weapon in his hand. The guy hands the spear to the protagonist and tells him to use it. After seeing how awesome the weapon is, he thanks Zhang Sun for the gift. His friend as well is glad that he likes the spear. They head back to the training grounds where their instructor is about to take on the first challenger. Sima Yan walks up to the instructor as the first challenger. He states that he is an eagle animorph and wishes his foe a good fight. Qin Ming recalls sparring with these types of animorphs and asks his opponent to transform before they start the fight. Yan quickly activates his ability, morphing his hands into majestic wings. From there, he takes to the skies and comes hurling down with a powerful slash attack. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks the guy looks so cool while being able to fly and attack. The instructor hardens his body with metal and blocks the guy's attack. Feeling frustrated, Yan tries a different attack, but it still gets blocked by the instructor. On the other hand, our hero sees that the instructor's confidence comes from his rare metallic defensive abilities. As the dust clears, the Eagle Boy sees that his foe is completely unharmed. Qin Ming sees that the guy is almost out of mana and asks if he'll admit defeat. With no other choice, Sima Yan sadly admits defeat. When the instructor calls for the next challenger, Chen walks up to take him on. Qin Ming takes his stance and signals for the fight to begin. The girl shoots out a fireball, but the instructor is confused as to why the attack is slow and less powerful. He then decides to rush forward to take the offensive approach. He walks right into the girl's trap, and Chen starts hurling a barrage of fireballs at him. The instructor is caught off guard but still manages to put up his defenses, protecting himself. On the other hand, the girl charges up another spell and unleashes a huge fire tornado, nearly turning the instructor into a barbecue. As the raging fires keep coming towards him, the instructor puts up a defensive barrier, but he can't endure the flames for long. Qian continues to put the pressure on him regardless. With no other choice, she admits defeat after exhausting her mana. Meanwhile, Qinming acknowledges the girl and her overwhelming strength. Next up, Zhenjin approaches the instructor to take him on. She asks if he needs to rest before they start, but he lets her know that he has enough mana reserves. On the instructor's signal to begin, Zhenjin conjures an ice arrow and fires it at him. The man manages to block the attack, but he sees more ice projectiles heading toward him. He is quickly overwhelmed by the projectiles and sees no other way out than to turn his whole body into metal. Whenever he tries to get close to his foe, she fires the frost arrow at him, making things very difficult. Meanwhile, our hero is praising his crush for being so astounding. Eventually, Zhenjin admits defeat because she exhausted her mana, causing the instructor to survive by a thin thread. When the man asks for any more challengers, the protagonist raises his hand to take the stage. Lin Qiu asks the instructor if he needs to rest, considering how exhausting his last battle was. However, the man tells him that it's all right because he can recover swiftly. The chief instructor shows up and tells Qin Meng to rest and give it his all. The man asks Lin Chong if he's sure, and the chief instructor assures him of it. Meanwhile, the other students seem concerned about this match because they know their instructor has been holding back. While the guy gets some rest, the chief instructor heads over to the protagonist. Lin Chong confirms that the vice principal told him everything about the hero. However, he is surprised when our boy mentions his spatial abilities. Lin Qiu tries to play it off, but the chief instructor feels his skills might be helpful to him. Lin Chong then tells the hero to beat up the instructor really well. He tells them that the loser of their match will have to do 500 push-ups, but this doesn't faze Qin Ming. On the other hand, our hero's plans of keeping a low profile are completely ruined because he has to go all out right now. As the instructor powers up, he tells the protagonist to go ahead and morph. However, the hero tells the man that he doesn't need to, which leaves the instructor confused. The instructor feels he's being looked down on because it doesn't make sense for an animorph to be fine without morphing. He then starts the battle by launching his spear at our hero. Our hero is unfazed by the instructor's attacks because he sees that the man has no true skills with a spear. He easily defends against the attacks, but he still needs to find a suitable opening to land his own attack. As they clash, he breaks the instructor's spear and sends him flying away. The man crashes to the ground and lies there in defeat while the other students stare in amazement. Lin Chong sees that the principal was right about our hero's strength. Zhenjin also notices that he has gotten to a level of strength that she may not be able to pass. Regardless, she cheers him on while being glad in the fact that she has him as a friend. The other students start cheering him on as well, but our hero starts to feel disgusted by what's happening. While he faces his fans, the instructor gets back up to his feet. Qinming then conjures a set of daggers and says that these are the weapons he's comfortable with. But the protagonist just goes ahead to mock his skills with the spear, making the man look like a fool. On the other hand, Lin Chong sees that the instructor is becoming serious and highlights that the spear and dagger both have their ups and downs. He ponders how the fighters are now wielding weapons that excel in opposite styles of combat. As our hero continues his battle, he takes note of the good side of being a Gold Awakener. The instructor then notices that his foe is distracted and charges in. The protagonist sees this and quickly splits his spear, allowing him to block the attack. While the instructor is caught off guard, the hero prepares to strike him down. Qinming quickly defends himself and tries his best not to humiliate himself as well. Regardless, the protagonist's attack sends him flying through the air, leaving the audience completely baffled. The instructor manages to stick his landing and sees that our hero's strength is on the same level as his. Meanwhile, our hero finds the fight exhausting and can't wait to get it over with. The two of them somehow read each other's minds, and the hero asks if they should end their match as a draw. They agree on it, and the protagonist thanks the instructor for holding back all along. However, Qinming still gives our hero the victory and allows him to skip the training. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiu gets really excited and decides to take some time off. On the other hand, his classmates can't deny how amazing and impressive he is. Qinming reminds the other students to continue with their training, which completely ruins their mood. As he drags off Jiangsan, our hero wishes his roommate all the best. Lin Chong then walks up to the protagonist, who wonders what the chief instructor wants. The dude then asks him to go on a walk together. When he confirms that it's just the two of them, our hero starts thinking of stupid things. However, the guy says that he was planning to take the protagonist on a flight. When our hero mentions the guy's eagle, Lin Chong is shocked that he knows about mana beasts. Lin Qiu then tells him that he learned about mana beasts from someone called Mei Jiren. Lin Chong's eagle lands close to them, and they get ready to take a ride. Looking at the majestic eagle, Lin Chong asks the protagonist what he thinks about them, and Lin Qiu tells the guy to correct him if he is wrong. Our hero starts to narrate how the beasts grew up in the army and how they hatched, leaving the chief instructor shocked. He suddenly tells the guy that the storm eagles are a waste in their hands. Lin Chong feels insulted by these words and wonders why he would say that. The hero then says that there's a problem with the way the eagles are bred. He mentions that the ones that are bred are inferior to those found in dungeons. While the chief instructor remains shocked, the protagonist also mentions how the bred storm eagles have a shorter lifespan than the ones found in dungeons. Completely taken aback by the hero's observation skills, the chief instructor asks how he knows all this. Lin Qiu says it's all thanks to Mei Jiren, but in actuality, it's thanks to the feeding skill he got earlier. When he confirms that he can solve these breeding issues, Lin Chong decides to take him along. The protagonist is worried about his classes, but the chief instructor assures him that the vice principal will be notified. Lin Chong then calls the old man and asks for permission to take our hero for a few days. After that, the chief instructor tells our boy that he can't refuse, or else he'll be marked absent and expelled. With no other choice, he gets on the eagle with the guy. His sad expression changes when he sees that they're flying, and he starts screaming for help. Sadly, no one hears the loser screaming. Moments later, they arrive above the Vermilion Bird Squad's secret base. As they get off the eagle, the protagonist marvels at how amazing the base looks. The chief of staff, Zhen Young, approaches them and asks why the chief instructor is back so soon. Lin Chong quickly shows him our hero and describes him as a precious treasure. Meanwhile, the protagonist is completely confused as to what's going on. The chief instructor then tells Yu Young that he'll understand our hero's presence once they meet their team leader, but the guy declines. After that, he heads over to the logistics base with the protagonist. After walking along a long bridge, our hero is confused when they stop in front of a huge rock wall. He wonders if the team leader is a monkey that's going to jump out and surprise them. However, Lin Chong uses a terminal to reveal a secret door behind the large boulder. Our hero is surprised to see such marvelous technology before him. On the other hand, Lin Chong tells him that there are more surprises waiting inside. When they enter inside, the protagonist is met with a very high-tech lab. The lab is filled with scientists who are attending to different species of flying beasts. The space alone is so large that it may as well be the size of an entire mountain. The chief instructor then asks the hero if he is impressed with the size of the logistics base. Lin Qiu then turns his attention to a griffin and says that the food it's being fed might kill it. The instructor quickly drags him away after seeing how he has called out some errors. They get to a door where the guy tells the hero that there's a psycho who's immersed in his research there. Rather than knock on the door, Lin Chong kicks the door down like a deranged fool. While trying to get through the dust, Lin Qiu asks the guy if there wasn't a better way to enter the place. As the dust clears, they see a blonde-haired girl who the instructor refers to as team leader Shen Xing. Lin Chong mentions that the girl is a gold-ranked demon awakener. Shen Xing finally turns back and notices their presence in the room. Meanwhile, our hero wonders just what a demon awakener is. The instructor tells him that these awakeners are rare, just like his spatial type abilities. That's when our hero realizes that the instructor knew about his ability all along. Lin Chong then tells him to hide while he wakes up Shen Xing from her deep thoughts. He says the girl usually enters her demon form when her thoughts are disturbed, and it's quite hard to beat her. As soon as he taps her shoulder, the team leader grabs her pistols and starts shooting sporadically. The guy manages to dodge the bullets, but it looks like Shen Xing has lost her mind. Our hero watches the fight from a safe spot, and notices when the team leader runs out of bullets. However, a demonic aura starts to surround her, and frightening voices can be heard as well. Her nails grow into sharp fangs, and she also grows horns and a tail. With her demon showers, she charges straight at Lin Chong, but he erects a large wall to protect himself. Regardless, it's not enough to keep the deranged, demonic girl from shattering it. The chief instructor then reinforces himself with layers of defenses, but he is still being pushed back by the team leader. He then tells our hero to go get some help because he can't hold off the girl any longer. The protagonist quickly runs off to find a way to help the chief instructor. He comes across a computer showing the parameters for hatching beasts known as flamezors. However, he sees that these parameters will only make the beasts lack in a lot of areas. The chief instructor urges him again to go get help instead of standing around. Regardless, the protagonist then tells him that there's an issue with the parameters, which catches the team leader's attention as well. She becomes even more interested when he says he knows how to hatch the beasts properly. Upon hearing this, her demonic form fades away, and she asks the hero if he's sure about it. While Lin Qiu is shocked to see her back, she tells him that she hasn't been able to figure out how to hatch the eggs. Meanwhile, the chief instructor regrets wasting all his time fighting her to wake her up. He then tells Shen Xing that our hero is an expert on mana beasts. However, she sees the hero as a little kid and underestimates his skills. When our hero hears this, he becomes very upset about being looked down on. He then places a notepad on the table and begins to tell the team leader why the parameters for the Flamesores are wrong. He explains why the beasts need very high temperatures for the eggs to hatch. Also, the eggs need mana pearls around them to help with the process. He even calls Shen Xing out for attempting to suffocate the creatures. She tells him that the process of placing mana pearls around the eggs is new to her. Our hero then explains how dungeons have more mana than the outside world. This obviously makes sense to the girl, and she finally sees how amazing our boy is. The team leader quickly drags him off so he can help her hatch the eggs together. Lin Qiu then tells her that there's something more important than hatching baby eggs. He then drags her off quickly to somewhere else. The scientists at the lab turn around when he calls their attention. After introducing himself, he tells them that he's going to give some advice. He starts by telling the researchers that there are a lot of mistakes in their work. However, they feel insulted by his words and claim to be experts in the field. The chief instructor then tells them to be calm because they're disgracing themselves. Realizing that words alone aren't enough, our hero decides to prove his words with actions. He tells the researchers to bring a storm eagle so he can experiment on it. However, the men are still reluctant to cooperate with him. Seeing that the scientists aren't budging, Lin Chong decides to bring in his own storm eagle for the experiment. He assures the researchers that he believes in the protagonist when they seem worried. After that, Lin Chong's storm eagle is brought into the lab. The protagonist notices the eagle has a weird nickname, but the chief instructor doesn't see anything wrong. While the scientist still tries to dissuade Lin Chong, our hero tells him to bring a healer and some other tools. The instructor tells him that the scientist is a healer and the other tools are ready. Our hero then sets off to start his work, but the researcher is still reluctant to follow him. Thanks to his taming skills, the protagonist is able to pet the storm eagle, making it feel safe. The chief instructor is shocked to see his precious beast actually listening to someone else. The protagonist then makes the beast lie down. After that, he climbs on top of it with the researcher. He asks the guy for the anesthetic, which is handed over to him. He then gets ready to inject the beast. Lin Chong is worried about the whole thing because the protagonist is still a student. His worry grows more when Lin Qiu asks for hot water to be poured around the eagle's stomach. Luckily, he sees that our hero is just plucking the feathers. After that, our boy asks for a scalpel. The scientist waits for Lin Chong to give the go-ahead, but the guy still looks anxious. The protagonist then assures him that he won't let him down. After that, the instructor tells them to hand over the surgical blades. The protagonist picks up the blade and starts the operation. As he cuts open the beast, he is completely shocked at what he finds. There, he sees a huge layer of fat sticking out. He decides to toss it all out with the researcher's help. After that, he tells the guy to quickly use his healing skills on the beast. The hero jumps off the beast and tells the chief instructor that storm eagles don't need so much fat. He tells the guy that the beast will be able to conceive better and grow stronger with less fat. Since the beasts are currently being fed a lot of fatty meat, the hero advises the instructor to switch to beef and lamb as a better option. Lin Chong then waits to see if his storm eagle is doing all right, and if not, he's ready to send our hero to his maker. Moments later, the storm eagle's eyes spark open, and it seems upset about its missing feathers. However, it emits a powerful aura as it manages to achieve a breakthrough. The guys in the room, especially Lin Chong, are all in shock when they see the eagle achieve the platinum rank. The protagonist then tells the chief instructor that his eagle wants to take him for a ride. The instructor commends the hero's work, and the researcher apologizes for doubting him earlier. After that, our hero decides to point out some other issues and assures them that the Vermilion Bird Squad will grow in strength once these issues are rectified. As he talks with the researcher, Shen Xing keeps her eyes on him. Later on, the chief instructor shows our hero to the guest room where he can rest. Lin Qiu then gets into bed to take his rest after an exhausting day. As he turns to sleep, he notices a strange hand touching him. He turns around to see the lovely team leader beside his bed. Feeling completely shocked, he asks the team leader what she's doing in his room. She then pulls out a book and tells him to check it out. Shen Xing tells the protagonist that the Flamesores hatched, which leaves him baffled. She then says that she used a gold rank mana pearl for the hatching process. The hero turns over to ignore her, but she tells him that she has something else to discuss with him. With a charming voice, she tells our boy that she wants him to tutor her on mana beasts. He tries to tell her that he's still a student, but the team leader doesn't care about that. With no other choice, our hero accepts, and she offers to bow to him. However, he kicks her out of the room and offers to start teaching her the next day. The next morning, our hero leaves his room with heavy eye bags, showing that he barely slept. While thinking about what to do for the day, Shen Xing appears out of nowhere and greets him. She immediately asks for her lesson of the day, to which our hero agrees. He suggests that she should ask questions since he doesn't know how to go about teaching her. The team leader then tells him that the Frostwing eggs didn't hatch and asks what her error is. The protagonist tells her to lower the temperature in the incubation chamber, and she asks for a reason. However, our hero is already tired of the endless questions. As they enter the lab, the other researchers are happy to see the hero. In seconds, they swarm him with different questions and urgent requests. Lin Kyo gets sick of it and tells them to all line up and wait. Later on, he finally lies on his bed to get some rest. His rest is cut short when the alarms beep and everyone is asked to gather outside. With a worried look on his face, he wonders if something has gone wrong. He meets up with Shen Xing outside and asks her what the situation is. She tells him that their captain, who just returned, rang the alarm to make an announcement. There, he sees the captain of the Vermilion Squad, Chao Gai, who's a Diamond 8-star Animorph. The captain tells them that Lin ran into a criminal organization in their country. After tailing them for a while, the chief instructor was able to find their hideout. Due to this, Chao Gai tells his comrades that 10 members will be selected to assist Lin Chong. As a lot of people offer to help out, the captain mentions that Lin Q has been requested for the operation. Our hero then reveals himself to the captain of the squad. Shen Xing tells the captain that the protagonist is an expert who the chief instructor brought. She starts praising our hero and talking about all his deeds since he arrived. Chao Gai commends the protagonist on his deeds, but doesn't feel comfortable sending him on such a dangerous mission. However, the hero freely volunteers and vows to take responsibility for his actions. The captain is still hesitant, but the team leader offers to protect our hero on the mission. Chao Gai then warns the hero about losing his life during the mission, but our boy is determined to help. After that, the captain hands him some papers with information and tells him to go through them before they depart. He turns to address the rest of the squad, while our hero looks very excited about the mission. Moments later, Lin Qiu sets out on a Storm Eagle with team leader Shen. From what he read, their target is the Tiger mercenary group known for all kinds of heinous crimes. However, Shen Xing highlights that there may be casualties if they attack the group because they stay in a populated area. She also mentions that the group has an explosives expert, and she wishes they had a spatial awakener. So the plot armor thickens for our boy. Lin Q now understands why the chief instructor requested him. The team leader's phone beeps and she says that they're almost at Lin Chong's location. By evening, they arrive at the border town woods where the chief instructor is waiting. Lin Chong tells them that he unexpectedly ran into their target, Wu Kei, on his way back with his eagle. The protagonist then asks why he took so long to contact them. The chief instructor explains that the criminal is very cautious and he never got time to rest while tailing the guy. However, the criminal didn't notice him and finally returned to the hideout. Lin Chong then points out the hotel being used as a hideout by the criminal group. He tells the hero not to stare too much because the enemies could be watching. The team decides to rest and take turns keeping watch while they prepare for the upcoming battle. The next morning, Shen says she hasn't noticed anything major aside from Wu Kei going to get breakfast. Seeing how exhausted the chief instructor is, the hero worries about him and wonders how long his recovery will take. He then suggests to Shen that they go up close to try and monitor the criminal group. She's worried about not having a change of clothes, but our hero pops out some clothes from his spatial dimension. Of course, this freaks out Shen Xing, and she wonders how the hell he pulled them out. She runs off with the clothes to quickly get changed. Later on, as they walk through the streets, all the guys can't help but stare at her. Our hero tells her not to hold him so tightly, but she's taking the role quite seriously. When they get to their destination, Shen Xing tells him that she wants something. Meanwhile, our hero uses his zoom skill to get a closer look at the hideout. There, he sees a goon holding a sniper rifle from the window. When he notices the guy looking at him, he moves to protect team leader Shen. He tells her to act calmly because the criminals are closely observing the area. Shen Xing continues to act out her role, and the hero suggests they get a higher point to observe the area. They head into a hotel and ask for a room on the 3rd floor, but the whole floor has been booked. The lady tells them the 4th floor is booked and asks Shen Xing for her ID. The hero begs the receptionist to make an exception this one time, but she can't because of their policies. However, Lin Q slams some money on the table, and the lady quickly accepts. So much for policies. The receptionist gives them the key card for the room, and they head off. When they get into the room, they start setting up their equipment to eavesdrop on the enemy. At first, they don't hear anything, but when they listen closely, they hear some people discussing. However, Shen Xing can't figure out the language the people are speaking in. Fortunately, our hero has a language proficiency skill. Later on, Shen asks the protagonist what the people are talking about. He tells her that the guys were speaking Fulani, and he caught 3 key points in their conversation. Firstly, he says the goons were hired to come there. And secondly, they are here to receive an item and take it out of the country. Lastly, the criminal group has prepared explosive countermeasures, which means the hero's team needs to capture them quickly. The team leader decides to report the matter quickly, while our hero notices that the group is on a phone call. One of the goons confirms that the item has been gotten and assures the caller that they'll get it out. After that, he tells his subordinates that the item will arrive the next day. The protagonist quickly relays the information to the team leader. Suddenly, Shenxing gets a call from Captain Chao Gai. He tells them that they've been swindled and have lost the item they were protecting. The protagonist wonders if this lost item has something to do with the mercenary group. He then informs the captain of the information he heard from the Tiger group. However, Captain Chao Gai says that his target isn't headed in the hero's direction. He feels the group will do something crazy if they know they've been found, but he decides to send some backup. Shenxing then asks about the identity of the item that was stolen. The captain tells her that it's the final design of the Awakener weapons left behind by the late Mr. Zhang Hong. The team leader is surprised to hear that Zhang was able to develop the Awakener weapons. After hearing how important this research item is, our hero and Shenxing vow to complete their mission. Shen then explains that the Awakener weapons are designed to be imbued with mana to improve their damage. However, she feels sad that Zhang is not there to see his works come to life. The hero then tells her that they have to retrieve this item by any means necessary. Later, they meet up with the chief instructor and tell him what they've learned. Shenxing suggests that they work together with the fire department to evacuate civilians before it's too late. Meanwhile, our hero goes ahead to draw his skill for the day. He ends up getting a couple of E-rank skills involving vehicles, but he wishes he had better luck and got something more useful. As if it's not bad enough, he gets a ventriloquism skill that allows him to imitate any sound. He suddenly sees that it's not completely useless and proceeds to ask Lin Chong a question. He asks about the potential location of the explosives, to which the chief instructor says that the criminals will be keeping it nearby. With that, our hero comes up with a plan for the mission. With a devilish expression, he tells the team that they'll set the place on fire. Shen thinks he's crazy, but Lin Chong tells our hero to keep explaining his idea. Lin Qiu tells them that the criminals wouldn't take the explosives once they see the building is on fire. He tells the chief instructor to disguise himself as police with some others and take the Tiger group while pretending to protect foreigners. However, the chief instructor asks how they'll retrieve the data once they eliminate the group. Lin Qiu then tells him to get Buck Tiger's phone or SIM card. With this, he can impersonate the guy and set up a meeting with their contact. Lin Chong warns that the contact will know Buck Tiger's voice, but the hero assures him that he can deceive them and retrieve the data. Shenxing is really impressed that the protagonist is able to imitate voices. The hero also assures the chief instructor that he can teleport the explosives away before they explode. Seeing that this is the best option, Lin Chong tells his team that the operation will start at night. While they wait, the hero and Shenxing head to the hotel room to keep eavesdropping. The protagonist is bored and tired of listening to whatever the enemy is doing. When Shenxing hears a commotion, the hero tells her that the guys downstairs are just playing poker. He decides to get some rest while she continues to listen to the enemy group. After dozing off for a while, our boy suddenly wakes up in the laps of the team leader, Shen. With him awake, she tells him to get ready, but Lin Qiu asks her why she didn't wake him up earlier. She tells him that she just wanted to get more rest. Our hero is shocked when he hears this and sees that the girl is concerned for him. He tells her to get the walkie-talkie and wait to move on Captain Lin Chong's command. Moments later, a raging fire begins to sweep through the building. The Tiger group hears the hotel staff telling people to remain calm and evacuate. One of the guys tells the others that the hotel is on fire. Seeing that they have a bunch of explosives, their leader decides that they need to evacuate. He tells the blonde-haired guy with an eye patch to stop wasting time and move quickly. However, the guy gets a crazy idea to do something with the explosives. Like the deranged fool he is, he arms the explosives and tosses the timer into the room as he leaves. Meanwhile, the fire department is trying to put out the fire from outside. As the Tiger criminal group runs out of the building, the protagonist signals to his comrades when he sees them. The goons enter a van, and Lin Chong tells the hero to get to the explosives quickly. Lin Qiu heads off to the third floor with the demon girl by his side. They get to Buck Tiger's room, where our hero starts putting the explosives in his pocket dimension. However, he quickly realizes that the bombs have been armed. He asks Shenxing if she can defuse bombs, but sadly she can't. He tells her that the criminals activated a bomb, and there are only 3 minutes left. As our hero tries to figure out something, the demon girl has already lost hope and doesn't mind going to heaven with him. However, the word heaven gives him an idea. He activates his teleportation door, which now has an increased range thanks to his rank. As she drags the demon girl along, he asks her if she's fond of fireworks. From the other side of the portal, they arrive on the rooftop of the building. The demon girl is impressed by such an amazing ability from our hero. Meanwhile, the protagonist makes some calculations to determine the best time to act. He concludes on a time frame of 17 seconds to toss the bomb. With 30 seconds left, he asks Shenxing to throw him up very high. She wonders if he'll be all right, and he assures her not to worry. She then swings him around with her brute strength and tosses the hero into the air. Lin Qiu sees himself flying at an incredible speed, thanks to the demon girl's strength. With his speed slowing down, he opens his portal and uses it to keep going higher into the sky. With only a few seconds left, he opens the last portal and tosses the bomb inside like a Pokemon ball. As he falls back down, he says the last portal will teleport the bomb much further. The explosion then goes off in the sky like fireworks. Shen Xing admires the pretty bright lights with so much joy. However, the protagonist calls her attention and asks her to catch him at the edge of the roof. Thanks to the blast from the explosion, he's falling at an incredible speed and might be meeting his maker soon. He turns and sees that the demon girl will not make it in time, so he accepts his end. Regardless, Shen Xing bursts forward and tosses herself off the roof to catch him. She manages to grab his leg while holding on to the edge of the rooftop. She slams him back on the roof, nearly shattering his spine. But at least he is saved. The protagonist asks for some time to recover his mana, but the demon girl assumes he's fine since he's moving well. He still insists on recovering, and Shen Xing tells him that using a mana pearl is the best way for him to recover. She hands him a gold rank mana pearl, which he absorbs quickly. With his mana fully restored, the protagonist is ready to take on the mercenaries. Meanwhile, the enemy group is still being driven away by the chief instructor. He hears the explosion and wonders if the hero and Shen Xing are all right. While he's lost in thought, one of the mercenaries asks him where they're going. Lin Chong tells him that there is a minor issue and that they'll soon arrive at their destination. The guy then tells his comrades to prepare for battle because he senses something off. The chief instructor arrives at the destination, hoping that his comrades are ready to make a move. He quickly attacks the guy with an eye patch. By the time the mercenaries realize he's not a cop, one of them is already dead. He leaves the car after dealing with the goon, only to see the whole area up in flames. He sees that the battle has already begun and the enemy has only lost the weakest of their group. His female subordinate then tells him that something isn't right. She's revealed to be a healer, and she tells him that there's poison gas in the air preventing her from using her mana. He gets discovered by the other mercenaries, and the one responsible for the poison reveals himself. The guy reveals that the poison will affect all those around, and he has also activated a deadly toxin. Instantly, the chief instructor starts to feel the deadly effects of the toxin affecting his body. Aside from him, he also notices that the toxin is affecting his comrades even more. The crook asks for his identity, and Lin Chong introduces himself to the guy. The guy reveals that he knows about the chief instructor, especially where his scar came from. Upon hearing this, the chief instructor demands to know where the person is. However, the criminal unleashes a rhino animorph to put an end to the instructor's life. Without delay, the rhino charges forward to destroy his target. The chief instructor uses his earth abilities to reinforce his hands. He then grabs the rhino's horn and lifts it into the air with all his strength. He tosses the beast aside, sending it crashing into the nearby trees. The criminal tends to his beloved Animorph, while he tells his comrades to attack the Vermilion squad members. The deputy commander, Mark Roos, uses his wind abilities to strike the team. However, Lin Chong is able to protect his comrades with a rock wall. While doing that, the rhino charges straight back at him. He sets up a defensive barrier to protect both himself and the rest of his lackeys. The rest of the squad members urge their captain to run and save himself, but Lin Chong is ready to sacrifice his life for them. As he fends off the rhino, the Wind Awakener comes from behind to finish him off. The guy attacks with a powerful gust of wind, while his comrade watches the battle. Lin Chong is grazed by the attack, but he stands his ground and continues to defend his people. The attacks eventually overwhelm him, and his shield drops. At that moment, the culprit behind the toxin charges forward to finish off the instructor. Lin Chong accepts his fate and regrets not being able to save his subordinates. Just as the mercenary is about to impale the captain with his blade, a car speeds into the scene and knocks the guy away. As Lin Chong tries to make sense of what happened, our hero jumps out of the vehicle with the lovely Shen Xing in his arms. He announces his presence in style and sees that the captain is still alive. Lin Chong then tells him that Wu Kei is a poison awakener, and he walked right into the guy's trap. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries are trying to tend to their wounded commander. They tell their healer, Mimiko, to heal Wu Kei while the others go to fight. The protagonist tells them to wait while he gets ready for battle as well. The mercenaries are shocked to see that the hero can understand and speak their language. However, they ignore him and charge forward to attack. Shen Xing then morphs into her demon form to face the criminals. While they are shocked by her appearance, she lunges forward to rip them to shreds. The mercenaries manage to deduce her rank as one of them raises an earth wall to defend. The demon girl is able to charge over the wall and use her sharp claws to slash the guy's hand. The other mercenaries decide to work together after seeing that a demon awakener is not to be underestimated. As the battle rages on, our hero is uncertain of who will be the victor. His attention then turns to Lin Chong and his squad members, who are in a very bad state. The female squad member tells the hero to save the captain because the poison has already done too much damage. However, he takes her hand and decides to deal with the situation quickly. While she is confused by his actions, Lin Chu starts to treat her immediately. Luckily, he was able to get a medical proficiency skill earlier. He checks her pulse and figures out how the toxin is working in her body. The girl is shocked to see that the protagonist is good with mana beasts and medicine at the same time. He simply tells her he has a wide range of hobbies while searching for something in his pocket. He then pulls out a surgical blade, causing the girl to panic and be worried. However, he urges her to relax and quickly slashes her once. He holds her hand gently while she bleeds out all the bad poison. Slowly, her vision and mana flow start returning to her, thanks to our guy's skills. The girl then urges the hero to go and treat the other squad members, but he reminds her that she's a healer who should be doing that. Moments later, we see a healer tending to Wu Kei's wounds. He recovers and wonders how long he was knocked out. Nevertheless, he is baffled when he sees members of the Vermilion squad recovering from his toxin. He doesn't understand how their healer was able to get the toxin out of her own body. He also sees that their boss is having a hard time with the ongoing fight as well. In order to save his group, he decides to release another wave of deadly toxins. As the poison spreads out, Wu Kei feels unbothered because his comrades all have antidotes for it. Shenxing stops her fight as the poison gas gets closer to her. The mercenaries tell their healer to heal them, believing that the demon girl has been poisoned. However, they are taken aback by what they see. Like the demon she is, Shenxing sucks up all the poison and says it's very delicious. This girl is a complete crackhead. The toxin only succeeds in empowering the damage of her claws. She walks up to Wu Kei, who is frightened and looks like he's about to wet his pants. The demon girl slaps him away, leaving the others completely scared of her power. She slowly approaches the remaining mercenaries, and all they can do is scream for their lives like pathetic wimps. As night falls, all that can be heard is the pathetic screams of the criminals as Shenxing mops the floor with them. Even her comrades are completely scared of her. The hero is confident that the criminals will eventually surrender after taking so much damage. Lin Chong heads to report to the captain of the squad, and he reminds his people to spare Wu Kei. When the hero asks why the guy needs to be spared, Molly explains that the criminal commander might know the location of Lin Chong's sworn enemy. Lin Qiu is shocked to hear that the chief instructor has a sworn enemy. Molly explains that 8 years ago, Lin Chong had joined a mission with Wu Haiyuan, who was the captain at that time. They were tasked with bringing back a valuable item to the country. Captain Wu's unit was ambushed by a strange force on their way back, and the captain was no match for the powerful forces and the strange man. In the end, the squad members sacrificed themselves for Lin Chong to escape. That was when he got the scar on his face, and he swore to leave it as a reminder of what happened. Lin Chong kept beating himself up for what happened then, and wished he had died like the rest. Molly also says that Wu Haiyuan must feel conflicted about letting the chief instructor live. The hero can also tell that Lin Chong hasn't stopped thinking of that time. While he wonders how powerful that enemy has become, Molly sees a horrible sight. Team leader Shen ends up killing the commander and deputy commander of the Tiger mercenary group. So much for keeping an eye on her. Lin Qiu notices that the team leader's condition is a bit unusual. At that moment, the demon girl achieves a breakthrough and reaches the platinum rank. According to Lin Chong, once a demon awakener achieves this rank, they can retain control over their mind. She then asks her captain if she should finish off the remaining mercenaries. At their plea, he decides to bring them back for interrogation and ask them some questions. He asks them if they know how he got the scar on his face. But the healer Mimiko doesn't understand his language. The protagonist then translates for them and threatens the criminals as well. The goons don't know anything about Lin Chong's scar, and the hero relays this to him. Mimiko then tells them that Wu Kei is affected by demon poison and she can't heal him. Team leader Shen offers to wake up the guy with her demonic methods. She uses her demonic touch to remove the poison, and the guy finally wakes up. He sees the demon girl and is completely frightened. He shrivels up in a corner like a loser and begs her not to eat him. The chief instructor then asks her to take the other two criminals to a corner. After that, he starts to interrogate Wu Kei, asking what he knows about the scar on his face. The guy refuses to answer, but Lin Chong assures him that he'll be kept alive like his remaining comrades. However, the poison awakener doubts he'll be let free, considering how many crimes he has committed. The guy then asks the chief instructor to swear on his squad's name that he'll be let go once he gives the information he has. He knows the instructor and his squad are big on vows and rules, so he wants to leverage this for himself. The chief instructor then swears that no one from his squad will attack Wu Kei after the guy reveals the information. Feeling glad that Lin Chong actually made a vow, the criminal decides to be a man of his word as well. He reveals that the instructor's sworn enemy is known as Capella from M Nation, and he's a Berserk Awakener. The last time Wu Kei saw him, the guy was at the peak of the diamond rank. The goon says he got the information from one of Capella's underlings known as Jabari. The instructor assumes he's right, considering his investigations have all pointed at Capella. After that, he decides to let Wu Kei go free. The instructor gives the criminal the final chance to leave, but the guy wonders if his actions are worth it. The protagonist admits that there's no reason to let a scumbag like him walk free. However, the guy asks if he isn't afraid that people will find out about the vow. Our hero then reveals that he isn't part of the squad. He lunges forward to teach the goon a lesson and lands a haymaker that shatters the guy's jaw. After the guy gets knocked out, Lin Chong shows the protagonist Buck's phone. He also thanks the hero for all he's done to save their lives. After that, he asks Lin Chu about the explosion he heard. The protagonist explains that the explosives were detonated safely after criminals set them up. The only problem is that the hotel suffered a lot of losses. Once again, the chief instructor humbly thanks our hero and bows. The protagonist tells him that he isn't worthy of so much praise. Lin Chong then tells him to call him by his first name, so it doesn't look like they're so distant. After that, they head off to rest and interrogate the other two mercenaries. The next day, our hero starts to interrogate Mimiko, and she agrees to comply. She introduces herself to him and says she was taken away by Buck when her healing abilities were discovered. Shenxing calls his attention and reminds him to take the interrogation seriously. He finally focuses and tells the criminal that she'll be punished for hiding anything. Mimiko isn't sure who hired her, but she says someone from M Nation spoke with Buck when she was in the room. She says the person's code name is Great Teacher, and it seems like the person has a high position in the country. After that, Lin Chu asks her how much she was paid to partake in the mission. When she says they were offered $100 million, the hero completely loses his mind. According to her, they'll get $30 million as an initial payment, then the rest will be sent to the mercenary company's account. The hero worries that Buck is the only one who can access the account, but Mimiko reveals she also has the password. After that, the hero asks Shenxing if there are any computer hackers around, and she tells him they have a guy known as Yang Fan. 10 minutes later, Yang Fan arrives in the interrogation room and meets Lin Chu. Our hero tells the guy to transfer all the money from the mercenary account to their own. He then tells Shenxing to keep most of it and asks for a small share. The demon girl then agrees as a way to thank him for all his help. The hacker manages to get into the account, and they are all shocked at how much money the criminals have. However, the small change our hero is expecting turns out to be smaller than he expected. Shenxing tries to cheer him up and suggests using her power to give him some more money. However, he refuses humbly and tells her to keep everything. She mentions that she planned to give him 10 million, and our hero's eyes light up like a deranged addict. He ends up sulking in the corner after realizing how much money he just gave up. In order to feel better, he decides to draw a skill for the day. Sadly, he ends up getting a shocking E-rank skill. The protagonist analyzes the skill and discovers that it allows him to appraise the authenticity of an item. He sees this as the perfect opportunity to make all the money he wants. He keeps daydreaming until Chong asks what he's so lost about. The chief instructor reminds him that the contact will soon reach out to them. They all gather together, and Chong tells the hero that it's all up to him. When the phone rings, Chong hands it over to Lin Chu and tells him to put it on speaker. The hero changes his voice to resemble Buck's own and communicates with the contact. The other criminals are shocked to see how well he can imitate their boss's voice. The contact then says that he'll arrive in the next 2 hours. When the call ends, the protagonist assumes the contact is a citizen of Z Nation and tells everyone to be cautious. Chong tells the other mercenaries to cooperate or it'll be the end for them. The two mercenaries assure him that they'll do their own part. After a while, Shenxing sees that the contact is 20 minutes late. The protagonist asks if they should contact the guy, but Chong tells him to wait. He wonders if they got exposed, but at that moment, they get a call from the contact. The guy tells the hero that there's a delay on his end. He then reveals that the item is in locker number 35 in Suguo Supermarket. When Lin Qiu asks the guy about meeting face-to-face, the contact tells him it's better to keep things anonymous, and he ends the call. The demon girl then asks her teammates if they should go and retrieve the item. The hero disagrees with her because he thinks the enemies might be watching them. He feels it's better to keep themselves safe. Chong also wonders what else they should do about the situation. The hero then hints at using one of the mercenaries to pick up the item. 10 minutes later, at the Suguo market, the mercenary, Eto, walks into the building. As he looks over at the lockers, he recalls that the protagonist gave him this chance to redeem himself. While trying to figure out how to open the safe, a strange person bumps into him. He turns to confront the individual, but the person suddenly disappears without a trace. Eto then notices that the person dropped something on the floor. He uses the item to open the locker and retrieve the goods inside. Back at the Vienna hotel, he tells the others that he has retrieved the item. He hands over a flash drive to the protagonist. The protagonist gives the flash drive to Yang Fang, but the guy is finding it hard to decode the device. His pride is hurt, but the chief instructor tells him that their mission is a success. Now they just have to wait for reinforcements. Since the enemy thinks the files are with the mercenary, the hero suggests that they surprise the crooks. The chief instructor tells him to ask the mercenaries where the files are supposed to be delivered. Lin Qiu walks over to Mimiko, giving her an opportunity to redeem herself by cooperating. The girl also wants to have the privilege of a single cell like Eto. When the hero asks, She tells him that they were supposed to deliver the files to the coast of Jeweled City, where someone will pick it up. On the other hand, our hero is bothered that the remaining money will be lost if the deal gets cut off. He suddenly picks up Buck's phone to make a call, and Chong asks what he's doing. He tells the instructor to keep quiet because he just got an idea. On the phone, the contact tells him to deliver the item to the given coordinates. However, our hero tells the guy to transfer the rest of the payment. Even though the payment is supposed to come after the delivery, he tells the guy to transfer the cash now. The guy warns him not to be stupid, but the protagonist suddenly demands a higher payment. The contact falls for it and says he'll ask for approval from his superiors. Lin Kyo then signals to the squad captain, saying everything is okay. He hears the sound of something crashing on the phone, then the contact tells him that the money has been transferred. After that, the guy hangs up. The hacker confirms that the money has been sent to the account. They all seem glad that they were able to get so much money, and will still be able to ambush the person who's supposed to pick up the item. As Shen Xing asks for the money to be transferred to her account, the hero asks about his cut. She assures him that he won't be disappointed, but our hero wants the money so that he can get married. When she hears the word wife, she offers to be his wife so he can save the money. Regardless, our hero makes it clear to her that he has someone else on his mind. The demon girl assures him that his cut won't be lower than 30 million as he expects. A few later, the reinforcements finally arrive at the scene. Surprisingly, the team sees Murong Tu, one of the 3 exalts from Z Nation, approaching them. Shen Xing explains that the man is the idol of the military and is also known as the Tiger of the Army. Meanwhile, Tu praises Chong for a job well done. However, the chief instructor tells the man that he can't take all the accolades. He tells the man that the people who did the most were Lin Chu and Shen Xing. The old man commends the demon girl, who refers to him as her granduncle. He explains to her that the enemies are already at their gates, and he has no plans of letting them leave in one piece. He then asks them who exactly the protagonist is, and Shen Xing offers to explain. As she explains everything to the old man, he seems quite impressed with the hero's deeds. She also tells the old man that Lin Chu is her teacher, which makes him quite concerned. However, the man assumes this means that the protagonist has seniority over her. Just like that, he decides to take the hero as his nephew. This man definitely has some family issues. Regardless, our hero refers to him as his uncle immediately and pays his respects. Tu then gets a call from a man named Shen and asks how things are going on his side. Chong explains to the hero that Elder Shen is Xing's grandfather, who's helping them eliminate the threats at Jeweled City. They overhear the old man confirming that the enemies have been wiped out, and Tu relays the info to the team. Chong hands over the flash drive to Elder Tu. The old recalls telling Chang that his talents were as good as his. Zhang was friends with the 3 exalts but gave up training and focused on his research. Tu honors his friend's memory, saying that his research is safe. Before he leaves, he tells the team that there are still traitors in the country who need to be discovered quickly. After that, the hero watches as the old man leaves with the 2 mercenaries as well. He and his team also headed back to the squad base on their mounts quickly. When they arrived, Chao Gai's actions were surprising to the protagonist. The commander asks him if he wants to join the Vermilion Bird Squad, but our hero feels the army's rules are too strict for him. Guy tries to persuade him, but our hero insists on not joining, and instead asks for a more tangible reward. The commander tells him that a first-class commendation is more honorable, but the protagonist doesn't care for it. Shen Xing then tells the man that there's something more suitable for the hero. She suggests the squad's most valuable treasure, but the commander is worried that it may already be dead. The demon girl urges the commander to give the treasure to him, as opposed to giving him $30 million. He then tells her to go get the treasure, but the hero tries to stop her. However, she assures her master that the treasure is worth more than he can imagine. She shows him a strange egg, which is their squad's most prized treasure. She explains that they don't know what kind of egg it is, since it never hatched. However, the hero's robot system quickly recognizes the egg as a dragon egg. It also tells him that these creatures don't normally exist in his world. The system makes fun of the so-called dragons in the West, referring to them as mutated lizards. As the hero wonders if the egg has parents, the system tells him that it can't sense their energy signature. He decides to make the dragon his mount, but the robot tells him that hatching it won't be easy. However, Lin Q plans to use his incubation skills to hatch the egg. As Shen Xing slaps the egg, he tries to stop her from breaking it. Regardless, she tells him that even bullets can't pierce the egg. This crackhead actually tried to shoot it. Not only that, but she also used her demonic powers on it. The commander tells the hero that Xing studied the egg for 3 months, but couldn't make any progress. After that, the hero tells them that it's a dragon egg. The commander is completely shocked to hear that it's the same type of dragon spoken of in legends. Lin Kyo tells the commander that he can still have the egg if he is given the $30 million. The demon girl wonders if he's giving it up because the egg is hard to hatch. However, the hero explains that hatching the egg is easy with mana. The first way is if an Exalt transfers mana to the egg, it'll hatch in 10 years. The second way the egg can be hatched is by using 2 Exalt mana pearls. Xing and the commander tell him that these 2 methods will be very hard to do. Seeing no reason to take back the egg, Chao Gai tells the hero to keep it. Lin Qiu figures he can take his time to hatch the egg once he becomes an Exalt. Back in his room that night, he starts transferring some mana to the egg and plans to do it every day. He suddenly gets a strange feeling and manages to break through into a 2-star silver rank awakener. After his breakthrough, he brings out a gold mana pearl and wonders if he should absorb it or use it on the egg. He decides to absorb it and says the mana will be useless to the egg anyway. After absorbing it, he achieves another breakthrough into a 3-star silver rank. With that done, he sees he needs a little more to achieve the 4-star rank. However, all he has left are some skill pearls. He puts the dragon egg into his pocket dimension, while thinking of a way to sell the skill pearls for some money. He decides to ask Chong if his squad will buy some pearls after getting some good sleep. The next morning he runs into a dilemma when he can't find his skills. He cries to Chong, telling him that his pearls are all gone. However, the chief instructor doesn't think that a thief would have been able to get into his pocket dimension. The hero thinks about it for a moment and realizes that the dragon egg must have eaten the pearls. He tries to get the egg to give him back the skill pearls, and complains about how much money he would have made. The protagonist explains to Chong that the pearls were worth a lot, and there was a frost arrow skill pearl among them. However, the chief instructor tells him to focus on the future. He reminds the hero about returning to school, but there are still a lot of squad members who have questions for him. Even Shen Xing can't wait for her master's lessons. For a brief moment, our hero wonders if it's better to take on military service instead of going back to school. With a worried look on her face, Xing asks the hero if he is leaving already. He tries to explain that he's still a freshman in school, but he doesn't understand why she's acting weird. Tears start welling up in her eyes as she tells him that he can't leave because of their research. Our hero is disappointed to see that she's more concerned about the research than him. Poor guy. However, he wonders how he can help the researchers with their work. He tells them that he can't possibly answer all their questions. He tells them that he'll write a book that will help answer all those questions in one go. While the researchers praise him, the demon girl still seems concerned about his departure. The next couple of days, our hero spent his time writing his book on mana beasts. When he was almost done, he had awakened new skills concerning nursing and caring for the beasts. He finished the book, and copies were made for everyone in the Vermilion squad. Back in his room at night, Xing is sulking in a corner while our hero packs up his stuff. He tells her that he'll be leaving the next day to resume his classes. She then asks him how he was able to gain so much knowledge on mana beasts at such a young age. He tells her he has a master, Mei Jaren, who taught him all he knows. However, Xing deduces that the name literally means, "This person doesn't exist." She asks if he's trying to fool him, but he tells her she's overthinking it. After that, she thanks him for all the help and knowledge he has given to her squad. She also commends him on helping with the Awakener weapons as well. Xing tells her master to come visit whenever he has the time. The next morning, Lin Qiu tries to leave quietly before everyone wakes up. He flips the whole room in search of his headphones, but he can't find them. He decides to leave without it. When he gets outside, he sees Captain Chao Gai standing with his squad members. The captain commands his soldiers to stand at attention, leaving the hero surprised. The squad salutes Lin Qiu as he leaves. The whole thing shocks him, leaving him with some mixed feelings. However, he salutes them back before heading off to join Chong on the Storm Eagle. The captain still regrets that he wasn't able to recruit the hero into his squad. Xing then tells him that the Vermilion squad probably doesn't suit the hero. As he flies off in the distance, she also says that the squad might have limited his growth. Later on, he arrives at the university, and Chong reveals that he was the one who told the squad members about his early departure. However, our hero is very upset about this. Regardless, the chief instructor explains that he has as much prestige as the squad's captain. He then tells the hero to come to the instructor's dorm to tell Qin Ming all that happened, but the protagonist prefers to go see his classmates rather than the vice principal. Later on, he heads to his dormitory room and hears Zhang San complaining about him knocking so early. When he goes in, he sees a slim guy who resembles the fat healer. However, he has no idea who the person is. He assumes he's in the wrong room, but Zhang San reveals that he is actually the one. I guess the military training took a toll on him. His other roommate explains that Zhang San kept getting slimmer during the military training. However, the protagonist still finds it hard to believe that the fatso got like this in a month. His friend tells him that he has become a celebrity at the university since he left. The guy then tells Lin Qiu that the summary presentation will soon be starting, and our hero wonders if he'll get to see his crush. The scene shifts to the sports field, where a lot of students have gathered. Our hero also arrives there while feeling very anxious. The healer teases him, asking if he's looking for the prettiest girl in school. That's when someone calls out to him, and our hero sees the beautiful Zhen Zhen. As he tells her that he's back, Qian also shows up to ruin the sweet reunion. As usual, she starts throwing herself all over him and asking if he just got back. However, our hero sees that Zhen Zhen is furious and ready to skin the girl alive. He moves to his crush's side and tells the other girl that he came to see her. After that, it is announced that the presentation is about to begin. Beside Lu Zhen, we see Ouyang Zhe, the university chancellor and also a spatial awakener. The protagonist takes note of the old man when he enters the field. The man waves over to him and offers him a seat when he approaches. Lin Qiu tells Zhi that it doesn't seem appropriate, considering that a lot of people are watching them. However, the old man tells him that he has gained honor from the university, and he's willing to tutor him when he has free time. With no other choice, the hero takes a seat beside the chancellor and thanks him for the praises. The other freshmen see the hero sitting beside the chancellor and wonder why he gets that much privilege. Even Zhen Zhen starts to feel a distance grow between them. But she is still very happy for our boy. As the presentations go on, the protagonist starts to get bored of the whole thing. He then accesses the system to awaken his daily skill. Fortunately, he acquires an A-rank lightning skill. He quickly accepts to use it and is glad he didn't get a trash E-rank skill this time. He also gets a chance to fuse it with his Animorph skill, and he quickly accepts it. After that, his Dorabon evolves into Dorelic Bit, leaving the hero quite baffled. The robot starts chanting a script, and the hero wonders if he can use his lightning abilities already. The system confirms it, and he's glad that he doesn't have to do the weird chant before using his ability. He also gets the ability to generate static electricity by rubbing his hands together when he morphs. Considering he's a shameless degenerate, he has confidence in his ability to use this well. He also gets 2 other powerful skills that can deal a lot of damage to a single target, and that's also a long-range attack. Seeing that these are single-target skills, he concludes that he needs to look for a multi-target Pearl skill. With his ability at S rank, our hero feels like a complete badass. The presentation finally comes to an end, and the military service is over. He then sees Zhang San thanking instructor Ming for helping him lose weight and train hard. The vice principal then approaches and calls him. He tells the hero that the chancellor is waiting in the training room to teach him. As they enter the training room, Lu Zhen tells the hero that the room is not being openly used because classes haven't resumed. The hero then sees the chancellor, who is actively training. In that brief moment, our hero feels like the old man is going to use him as a punching bag. Zhi then tells Lin Qiu to attack him with everything he's got. However, he feels quite uncomfortable going all out against the old man. With no other choice, he activates his newly acquired form, Dorelic Bit. The furious lightning buzzes around him as he prepares to attack the chancellor. The old men notice his form as well as his power being stronger than before. The protagonist opens up a portal and appears behind the chancellor instantly. With his lightning-imbued fists, he punches the old man, who gets staggered by the electricity. After that, the hero retreats through his portal to a safe spot. On the other hand, Zhi takes note of the impressive abilities of the protagonist. He then tells Lin Qiu to attack with everything he has, promising not to retaliate in the process. The protagonist is glad that the old man won't fight back, wishing he had said it earlier. With that settled, he charges up an even more powerful lightning attack to strike with. With all his might, the hero unleashes a lightning strike on the Chancellor, making the old man feel overwhelmed. The Chancellor is able to tell that the attack is as strong as the most powerful attack from a peak Silver Awakener. After that, he asks the protagonist if he has anything else in his arsenal. Our hero is already pretty exhausted from the earlier attack. However, he attacks the old man with a barrage of punches, but this is just a distraction. He steps back to use his final attack by using a portal to pluck a strand of the old man's hair. This guy's audacity is insane. Regardless, the Chancellor is disappointed at his petty tricks. Despite the hero being an unruly idiot, Zhi admits that he has a keen mind. He is pleased by Lin Qiu's feats and offers to be his master. Without hesitation, our hero quickly accepts him with all the gratitude in his heart. Zhi then reaches into his pocket to give the hero a gift. He hands Lin Qiu a gold-rank spatial ability Mana Pearl, which also has a skill in it. The Chancellor then tells him to learn the ability immediately. As our hero absorbs the pearl, the old man feels he will make a good successor as a spatial awakener. After absorbing it, Lin Qiu manages to break through into silver rank 4 stars. He sets his sights on the test dummy nearby and unleashes his dimension slash on it. As the slash disappears midway, he tells his master that the ability is subpar. However, the test dummy suddenly explodes into tiny pieces, leaving our hero completely shocked. Lin Qiu realizes that the ability is more powerful and useful than he thought. After that, the Chancellor asks him to explain his spatial abilities. The protagonist starts by explaining the capabilities of his teleportation door. He explains that he's been using the door as a teleportation skill, and he goes further to explain its practical skills when he combines it with his mana skills. The old man then tells him to test out his ability. The protagonist opens the Anywhere door, which now has an increased range of 70 meters. As the portal opens, He sends his dimensional slash into it, and the attack comes out on the other side, destroying the ground. Chancellor Z commends his display of combining his skills. Even Lu Shen remarks on how impressive the technique is. Lin Qiu also realizes that he can use the door in combination with his lightning abilities to pursue a target. Xian suddenly enters the room, telling her grandfather that it's time for dinner. Our hero is shocked to see her and asks what she's doing there. He reveals to the Chancellor that he's classmates with her, and she refers to the old man as her grandfather. She then warns the old man not to be deceived because she thinks the hero is just an Animorph awakener. However, the old man lets her know that he's not a fake, and has decided to become the hero's teacher. Feeling afraid of her grandpa, she nervously refers to the protagonist as her uncle. Lin Qiu takes the opportunity to gloat about being Shen Xing's master as well, which leaves the old man baffled. Z then tells him to take care of his granddaughter when classes resume, but she doesn't seem too fond of this. Later on, the old man leaves, saying he'll return to teach the hero when classes resume. As he bids his master farewell, Zhang San approaches him. The protagonist explains that he was called off and wonders why his friend is looking for him. The guy then drags him off, so they can enjoy their remaining 2 days of vacation. They arrive at the number 3 company in the country, known as the Prosperity Group. There, Zhang San waves over to his brother, Zhang Er, who is revealed to be the second son of the owner of the Prosperity Group. He introduces his brother to the protagonist. On the other hand, is shocked to see how his brother has changed so much. Our hero knows exactly how the guy feels because the weight loss is really shocking. Decides to confirm San's identity by asking for their eldest brother's name. San tells him it's Jiaki, and the guy realizes that the slim dude is really his brother. He then tells his brother that the protagonist has been protecting him while they're in school, tells the hero that he can call him brother as well and says that he's heard a lot about him. He then tells them to come inside, but our hero feels suspicious of the guy. As they get into the elevator, Lin Qiu can't help but marvel at how outstanding it looks. They arrive at their floor and walk into what looks like a storage room. San tells the hero that his brother is fond of playing around with different kinds of things. While staring at all the antiques, asks the protagonist what he thinks of them. The hero then uses his appraisal skills on the items and finds out that most of them are fake. He tells the guy that most of his antiques are fake, which shocks him. The guy tells him that he spent a lot of money to buy all those items, and his brother tries to calm him down. Our hero then offers to appraise some items for him. However, doesn't fully trust the hero's judgment. The guy brings out the first item, and the protagonist gives him every single detail of the antique. After describing the bowl, Lin Qiu tells San's brother that the item should cost 25 million at a minimum. Tells him that he spent that exact amount to get the bowl, but Lin Qiu isn't done with his appraisal. The protagonist then goes ahead to tell him that the fake item he has will be valued at around 100,000. Is crushed when he finds out that he wasted so much money. Lin Qiu apologizes for Er's hurt feelings and continues to break the poor guy's heart by pointing out all the fake antiques in the room. The guy is fed up and tells the hero to stop. Then he asks our boy to come with him to an auction the next day, and even offers to pay a commission. The next morning, our hero wakes up on his bed with a blank expression on his face. He turns to the system and asks for his skill of the day. The robot gives him a skill known as penetration vision, and he wastes no time to learn the ability immediately. He quickly tests it out and sees that it's basically like having X-ray vision. Zhang San walks into the room and the hero quickly sees the guy's skeletal structure. Sadly for him, this is not the skill he thought it would be. Meanwhile, San has no idea why he's acting so strange. The guy hands him a bag and reminds him that they are supposed to go to the auction with his brother. Moments later, at the Treasure Trove Pavilion, Lin Qiu and the Zhang brothers are seen arriving at the scene. The protagonist notices that the bodyguards there have a lot of mana as well. As they walk into the place, one of the staff members directs them to their seats. When they get into their seats, San tells our hero that the people participating in the auction are wealthy. Lin Qiu turns around to see the love of his life, Zhenjin, who wonders what the hero is doing there too. While he admires how beautiful she looks, someone suddenly asks how she knows him. The high school goddess introduces the person who is revealed to be her mother, Wen Shihan. However, our hero sees her as his future mother-in-law. With a mean look, she confirms that Lin Qiu is the one who defeated her daughter several times. San's brother then waves over to Shihan. He introduces her to his brother and tells the woman that the protagonist is also his brother's schoolmate. The woman then winks at our boy while mentioning how often Zhenjin talks about him. Meanwhile, Zhenjin tries to get her mom to stop teasing her. Our hero, being the Giga Chad he is, tells Shihan how beautiful she is and how he could have mistaken her for Zhenjin's sister. The woman sees how much of a sweet talker our boy is. While Zhenjin tells him to stop blabbing so much, her mother takes note of how much she likes him. Their attention then turns to the person who calls out to the audience. The person is revealed to be Li Zhenyu, the owner of the building. He reminds everyone that once the money and goods are exchanged, the deal is done for good. However, the protagonist sees through his tricks. After that, he starts the auction with the first item that's up for bidding. It's a blossom bowl from the S Dynasty. The owner then starts the bid at the price of 2 million, or quickly asks the protagonist if the item is genuine. The hero pauses for a moment, then tells him that the item is real and not worth more than 5 million. The guy quickly bids with the price, while the protagonist hides his face nervously. With no other bidders, Zhenyu congratulates Air on getting the first item. After that, our hero calls out a bronze vessel as a fake item, a black and white painting as genuine, and a different colored painting as a fake too. Moments later, the owner tells the audience about plenty of raw jade stones in the next hall. He believes there's treasure inside the stone and starts the bid for it at 100 million. The audience then moves into the next hall. However, tells the hero that he's not interested in the stone gambling that will come after. Regardless, our hero sees this as the perfect opportunity to use his X-ray abilities. Meanwhile, the son of the owner of Rising Group, Song Ge, walks up to Zhenjun and compliments her beauty. On the other hand, the girl is completely repulsed by his presence. At that moment, our hero steps in and tells Zhenjun how he's been looking for her. What a desperate man. The girl is surprised and wonders if he's trying to help her. Lin Qiu ends up smirking at Song Ge, who gets infuriated. After that, the protagonist walks away with his woman. Later, Ge tells his assistant Wang to find out everything about our hero. The hero and Zhenjun keep on walking till they reach a crowded area. When he feels they're safe there, his crush lets go of his hand. She threatens to cut off his hand if he tries to hold her again, but he lets her know that he is just trying to help. With a shy look, she thanks him for helping her out. As he admires her beauty once again, Zhenjun's mother breaks up the lovebirds, reminding them that there are people still around. She urges them to stop fighting and instead come look at the precious rocks. They walk into the area where there are numerous lovely rocks of different sizes. The protagonist realizes that they are all uncut jadeite stones. The stone gambling became a thing because no one could tell if the stones possessed jade, and it was more difficult to determine their grade. The uncut stones came with high risks but cost very little, while the jadeite stones had a much lower risk but a higher cost. Lin Qiu then sees some guys inspecting the wondrous stone that the owner spoke of earlier. He uses his X-ray vision on the stone and sees that it's only valuable on the outside with no value on the inside. He sees an expert working with the host and figures this is why the stone is up for sale. Suddenly, Song Ge calls out to him. The guy warns our hero to stay away from Zhenjun because he feels Lin Qiu isn't worthy. The protagonist retaliates by asking if the guy thinks he makes a better match for her. While the guy tries to gloat about his high status, the hero calls out his fake designer clothes. The guy feels insulted when hearing this, but Lin Qiu swears he can't insult his fellow man. Zhenjun and her mother look towards them as the situation gets heated. Song Ge then proposes a wager and says whoever loses has to stay away from the high school goddess. As Zhenjun calls out the guy for attempting something so audacious, the hero also tells him that she is not an object to be sold. However, Song Ge tells him to stop hiding and says whoever loses will have to pay 100 million. However, when the protagonist refuses, the guy calls him a poor loser. Surprisingly, Lin Qiu says that the bet amount is too small and increases the stakes to 500 million. At the moment, Song Ge becomes conflicted because he knows he'll be humiliated if he backs down. He then asks if the hero has such an amount of money, or then comes in and says he'll pay up the money if the protagonist loses. Still, the desperate guy and his butler see Zhang Er as nothing but a little kid. The guy then accepts the deal and tells the hero not to cry if he loses. Meanwhile, Shihan asks her daughter if she's interested in the hero, but Zhenjun tells her that she's too young. However, her mother doesn't feel the same way. She decides to stop teasing her daughter after the poor girl calls her out for it. Shihan promises not to interfere in her daughter's decision, so long as she is happy. On the other hand, Zhenyu offers to be the witness of the wager. He tells them the 5 tiers of the uncut jadeite stones in the area, the first going from 3,000 to 10,000 and the last tier being at over 10 million. He tells the two sides to choose 10 stones, and the person with the highest value will be the winner. The protagonist and Song Ge's assistant then proceed to choose their stones. As the butler submits his picks, the owner puts on a devious expression. Soon after, the protagonist submits his selection as well. From Jaeyun's perspective, Wang's selection looks much better than the hero's own. He wonders if the protagonist really knows how to play the game, or is depending on luck. He then asks who will go first to cut their stones, and our hero decides to go first. The gem cutter starts to cut the stone and is shocked by his discovery. Lin Qiu's stone ends up gaining much value once they discover the jade inside. The owner analyzes the excellent texture of it and says its value is worth 10 million. Upon hearing this, the whole crowd can't believe how lucky our boy is. Meanwhile, Song Ge and Wang look quite upset. After that, it's Ji's turn to cut his stone. Wang then tells them to cut it from the middle, which makes the hero laugh at him slightly. When Lin Qiu is confronted, he plays it off by saying that he was remembering a joke. Then the owner proceeds to start cutting the stone. In the process, Lin Q admits that he wanted the bigger Jadiate stone as well. He is surprised that the butler was able to pick it out after a single glance. After cutting the stone, it's discovered that it's an ice variety yellow jade. Sangge feels they'll be able to win with this, but Wang's expression says otherwise. Even though the quality is equal to the hero's own, the value drops because it was cut right down the middle, and it ends up at a price of 8 milli. With this, the protagonist is announced as the winner of the first round. Zhenzin shows that she's very happy with their lead. Lin Qiu offers to give his crush a present once they're done with the competition. However, she tries to pretend like she doesn't want any presents. As our hero goes back to pick stones, he tells himself to maintain his lead in order to remain discreet. During the second round, both contestants fail at extracting a jade. In the third round, Wang's jade is worth more than the hero's own, so he wins. As the final round closes in, Sangge still feels like they have a chance to win. However, Wang tells him that the hero has only spent less than 100,000, yet he's leading them by over 1 million. The butler glances at the protagonist and concludes that he has to be an expert. After that, the owner tells them to choose their final stones. Sadly, Wang doesn't feel confident now, and he's not willing to bear such a huge loss. On the other hand, Ji still feels they can overcome their loss and win the wager. He quickly picks out a huge rock from the pile. Janger then calls him out for cheating because of how much the rock is worth. However, Ji reminds him that they're looking at the value of each jade. With this stone, he's very confident of emerging as the winner. Even Zhenzin calls him out for being shameless. But the hero isn't fazed by this. Lin Qiu decides to raise the stakes again, which leaves his opponent confused. However, those in the crowd start gossiping about Ji being too much of a wimp. With no other choice, he accepts raising the stakes. His assistant, on the other hand, has lost all hope. Lin Qiu then picks up a small, cheap stone, leaving the audience bewildered by his decision. The protagonist confirms to the owner that he's sure of his selection. As Zhen Yu collects the stone to cut it open, Gay asks for his to be cut first in order to break the hero's spirit. When they split the guy's stone open, it turns out that it has no value on the inside. Ji is too desperate to accept such a loss and tells them to cut it open again. The stone gets cut up some more, but it's still as useless as this guy's senses. After that, the owner tells him that the exterior of the jade will be valued at 15 million. With this, the guy gets a lead of 13 million, and he's confident that the hero's rock won't be that valuable. When it gets to Lin Qiu's turn, he decides to cut open his stone again. Instead, he tells them to scrape the entire stone. Everyone else is shocked by this because it might end up as a huge loss. However, the process begins, and the results are shocking. They discover an imperial green jade within the rock. Janger is happy to see how valuable the stone has become. He commends the hero on how impressive his skills are. Meanwhile, Lin Qiu gloats over Sangge, who just lost about 600 million. The owner then offers the protagonist 60 million for his imperial jade. However, the people in the crowd go crazy and start bidding with higher prices. Zhen Yu goes further by offering 100 million for the jade. He also offers to purchase all the other jade stones that the protagonist acquired. After he collects them, Lin Qiu remains with one more stone. Our hero then looks over to his crush and her mother. Zhenzin sees the protagonist walking over to her with the red jade. She wonders if he's about to propose and what she should say. However, she's definitely not ready for that. In a shocking turn of events, the hero shoves her aside and offers the jade to her mother instead. What a slick guy. Shihan tells him that she's rooting for him, and he thanks her as his mother-in-law. On the other hand, Sangge is trying to get his dad to help him out with his outrageous debt. He receives a harsh scolding, but it seems his old man decided to help out the spoiled brat. He transfers the money to Lin Qiu, who confirms that he has received it. After that, our hero bids the guy farewell. After that, he starts to celebrate how rich he has just become. Nevertheless, he still worries that it won't be enough to satisfy the dragon egg. Meanwhile, Zhang Er lets him know that the betting session was really great. Lin Qiu looks over to the kid and tells him that he has a request. As Er tells him to go ahead, the protagonist asks him to use the money to buy some gold rank lightning and spatial element pearls. The guy tells him that spatial pearls will be hard to get, but our hero trusts him to look for them. With that, agrees to keep him in the loop if he finds anything. Later on, they drive to a hotel where the protagonist can rest for the remaining 2 days. He gets into the bed and tells the robot to draw a skill for him. Luckily, he gets an SS rank Animorph skill known as Jade Rabbit. However, the protagonist wonders why he hasn't gotten an E rank skill in the past 3 days. He then asks the robot how he can awaken another Animorph skill, and it tells him that it can be fused with the one he already has. After fusing, he evolves into a dimensional moon rabbit. Lin Qiu commends the system on the good name but asks why the lightning part was left out. After that, he asks the system to show him the skill details. From the description, he sees that different levels of the skill increase his stats by an insane amount. He decides to morph and test it out quickly. As he transforms into his rabbit form, he sees that his overall abilities have increased by a lot. The robot tells him that he can last for a minute in his full moon state, and probably longer if he doesn't go all out. Sadly for him, a minute is way too short. Considering how much a stat boost he gets, he decides that the duration isn't so bad. When Jung-san comes to wake him up, he sees something that horrifies him. He quickly steps out and closes the door, while the hero wonders if he should kill his friend to save his pride. 2 days later, they both see the school filled with students who are returning. A strange girl stops them and demands that they help her with her luggage. However, they pretend like they didn't hear anything. She calls them again, but they just ignore her. The crazy girl is revealed to be Lin Yunshuan, a gold 9-star shadow awakener. Lin Kyo then asks her what she needs. Yunshuan believes the hero and his friend are pretending, just to get her attention. What an idiot. She then acts like she's giving him a chance to carry her luggage, and the hero asks why. While she's confused by this, he goes ahead to ask her if they owe her something, since she's acting so spoiled. The girl starts feeling nervous because she hasn't experienced something like this before. She then asks politely for help, and Lin Chu decides to help her after seeing she's not so bad. Yunshuan notices that they are freshmen and asks for their names. Jang-san introduces himself and the hero, but he tells her that she should have done so first. The girl is surprised that they don't know her, but she introduces herself. San tells the protagonist that she's the former top beauty of the university. However, the protagonist doesn't think she's prettier than his love, Zhenzhen. On the other hand, Yunshuan tries to calm down since she's dealing with new students. When they get to the dormitory, she goes to meet her dorm manager. As they wait, San remarks on how great the girls' dormitory is. Later, on the first day of classes, our hero has his first lecture, which is on mana beasts. Their lecturer for the class is Professor Zhang, who is famous in mana beast studies. While all the students are impressed by him, our hero feels there's no one who can match his knowledge of mana beasts. He suddenly sees a textbook and notices an error in it. As he flips through, he sees a couple more errors and writes them down. While he's doing that, the professor calls him and asks to see what he's writing down. He hands the book to Professor Zhang, who is shocked by the things he wrote. The old man takes a seat and asks for our hero's name. The old man then asks about his correction on the Crimson Jade cat, to which Lin Q tells him that the beast has terrible night vision. He explains that the cats are agile at night thanks to their extraordinary hearing. As the professor continues to talk with him, the other students wonder what's going on. Sima Yan reminds the old man that they're still in class. However, the old man tells them to prepare for the next class, while he discusses the issues of the textbook with Lin Q. Qian and the other students are impressed by the hero's knowledge. After that, the professor tells them to leave in order not to disturb them. As they step out, it's evident that some students aren't happy about this. The old man tells the protagonist that any mistake they make could potentially kill people in dungeons. After that, they continue their discussion. Later on, in advanced math class, the protagonist sees a free seat beside Zhenzhen. As he walks over, Chen rushes to his side and asks him to sit with her. He tries to tell her he wants to sit with his crush, but the high school goddess pretends not to care. As Chen keeps bugging him, he can sense Zhenzhen's piercing gaze. He tries to play it off after seeing how angry she is, while Chen remains confused. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where the students are about to have their Awakener classes. As the students wonder who will teach them, Lin Chu walks up to Chen to ask why she's bugging him, and she says she needs help with her studies. However, he feels Zhenzhen is going to kill him if this continues. The lecturer for the class comes and is revealed to be Han Juning. As usual, she decides to start the first class with a show and tell session. On the other hand, the protagonist feels he'll become a laughingstock if he reveals his rabbit form to everyone. The professor then calls up Zhenzhen to start first. After she unleashes her ice abilities, Chen goes next by showing her fire skills as well. When the girls are done, the protagonist is called to go next. He asks the instructor if he can skip the part because he feels too embarrassed. However, Juning assures him that no one will laugh at him. He agrees and morphs into his dimensional rabbit form, unleashing a huge wave of deadly aura. When the girls see this, they are all surprised by the hero's form. They all see the hero as an adorable rabbit, wishing to touch his ears. Meanwhile, Lin Chu leaps towards a test dummy and smashes it with his overwhelming strength. As it shatters, the girls fall more in love with our boy. Even Zhenzhen and Qian are captivated by his good looks and his animorph form. Qian thanks her grandfather for finding someone so handsome for her. Juning calls Sima Yan to go next before all the girls lose their minds. As Yan steps forward, he gives the hero an unpleasant stare. He morphs into his eagle form, believing that he looks cooler than the protagonist. However, the girls see his form as pathetic and not even comparable to that of the hero. The guy then glares at Lin Q, who doesn't understand why he's being blamed for Yan's foolishness. Juning then says she'll form special training plans for them. After that, she tells them to start running laps around the field. The students aren't happy about this because they suffered enough during their military training. Sadly for them, the teacher tells them to run 1 infinity times around the field. She tells them that they don't have to run once their fitness level is at gold rank. As they walk off, Yan asks Lin Chu why he isn't joining them to run. The protagonist then asks if the guy is sure that his fitness isn't already at gold rank. Junning then offers to test the hero by herself. Lin Kyo agrees to be tested by her. They shake hands, and he notices how soft and delicate her hands are. He then focuses his strength on his hands, and it makes Junning wonder if he isn't a power awakener. She confirms that he's at the gold rank, leaving Yan quite disappointed. With no other choice, he heads off like a loser to run his laps. The professor then asks the hero if he's heard about the Awakener Clash coming up in 2 months. He recalls that Lu Jun had mentioned it to him earlier on, which makes her sad because she wanted to scout him. However, she says there's one more student who can participate in this. When the protagonist asks, she tells him that it's Zhang San. She explains that his skill, which can increase attributes, makes him a very good support. Upon hearing this, the hero asks the teacher to tell him more about the event. On the other hand, she is surprised that he knows nothing, even though the vice principal told him about the event. She explains that each team will comprise 7 members, and there will be one 5 versus 5 team match. Also, each team can have a certain number of substitutes. Despite San's low rank, she says that the support only has to use their skill in the 5 versus 5 matches. Junning also tells the protagonist that San's buff skill lasts for 2 minutes. He feels Capital University will be their equal, but the professor is aiming for 2nd place, making him wonder if their opponent is that strong. She then tells him about Zhang Hu, who's a Destruction-type Awakener and is at Platinum 3-star rank. She explains that the guy stands at the top of all universities in the country, a true prodigy. Junning tells Lin Chu that the vice principal picked him so he can learn a lot during the competition. After analyzing his rank, our hero feels his university should be at the peak of the gold rank. As the protagonist braces himself to improve over the 2 months left, the other students come back after running their laps. The professor is sure they have questions, and she explains that improving their fitness will reduce the side effects of absorbing mana pearls. After that, she decides to call it a day. On her way out, she asks the hero and Zhang San to meet her on the field at night. As night falls, they wonder if the professor wants to see them about the Awakener event. A guy known as Chen Long calls out to them and tells them that the seniors use the training facility at night. Yun Xuan sees them and says that they should be studying. However, the protagonist explains that they were called by their teacher. She then confirms that their instructor is Han Junning. Chen Long then introduces himself as a Platinum 1-star Power Awakener and the team leader. The protagonist and San also state their ranks and Awakener types. Long wonders how 2 silver rank Awakeners were able to catch the attention of Junning. The professor shows up and tells him he'll learn when they spar. Upon hearing this, our hero gets depressed, knowing he's about to spar with a gold rank Awakener. She excludes Zhang San from the sparring since he's just a support. San then charges up his aura and demonstrates his skills on Yun Xuan. When Chong sees this, he quickly accepts the guy into the team. While San is being praised, the hero feels left out. Chong then tells our hero to spar with Dai Biao, who's their weakest member. Biao, who's also an Animorph Awakener, wishes Lin Q the best as they get ready to fight. The protagonist accepts it'll be a tough battle, then quickly transforms into his rabbit form. He lunges forward with a powerful kick as he decides to give it everything he's got. As the attack blows his opponent away, the guy wonders if the hero is really a silver rank Awakener. Before he can react, Lin Chu strikes him from above, sending him crashing into the ground. This causes a huge explosion, shocking the seniors to see their comrade being pushed back. Biao recovers from the attack and admits that he underestimated Lin Q. On the other hand, the protagonist realizes that the guy's defenses are too strong. The guy then unleashes his Animorph form. His strange and scary form shocks the hero, and even his comrades laugh at how ugly he looks. He charges and lunges forward to attack the hero, and the battle becomes a heated one. Our hero is pushed into a tight spot and needs to use a trump card soon. He quickly jumps back to get some distance and charges a lightning attack. He then shoots out a ball of lightning from his palm. Biao chests the attack with a lot of confidence. However, he is shocked when the lightning manages to paralyze him. Meanwhile, our hero is just getting started and rushes toward his foe to strike with another attack. Just as Biao is about to land a blow, Lin Chu manages to evade and give some distance between them. He shoots out another lightning bolt, but his opponent dodges it. At that moment, he rushes in again to try and land a physical attack. However, his opponent is getting sick of the back and forth. The guy rolls himself into a cannonball and charges at our hero. Sadly, the protagonist isn't able to dodge in time, so the attack strikes him. He gets the wind knocked out of him and is in a bad spot. A girl nearby, known as Wang Huaigold, notices that the hero has coughed up a lot of blood. Being a healer, she rushes to his side to help him out. However, the professor tells her to stay out because our boy is fine. On the other hand, Lin Chu admits that he underestimated his opponent as well. He quickly turns around to see that Biao hasn't stopped his attacks, and he barely dodges the next one. With no other choice, our hero unleashes his rabbit skill and goes into his moon lion form. His power increases significantly, including all his stats. The girls can't help but marvel at his cool form. Even though the boost is not as much as he wanted, it's still enough for him. Full of power and confidence, he lunges straight at his foe and lands a powerful punch. Biao gets sent flying through the room and coughs up a lot of blood when he crashes into the wall. At that moment, he admits he lost to someone who's supposedly weaker. The protagonist then extends a helping hand to help him up. He humbly accepts the help and accepts his loss as well. Biao tells the hero that he definitely surpasses the strength of a regular rank 4 Silver Awakener. Hoigold then rushes to our hero to make sure that he's alright. The other guy tries to tell her that his injuries are worse, but she would rather treat the protagonist first. As she heals Lin Q, he thanks her for the help. Now that everyone knows how strong our boy is, Junning asks if there are any objections. Chong welcomes him to the team and says he's definitely worthy of joining them. However, our hero feels he'll need his full moon form to face a Platinum Awakener. The professor then gives him some mana pearls as a reward. The next day, as the protagonist absorbs the mana pearls, he decides to give the silver rank ones to the dragon egg. The dragon egg humbly accepts for the sake of hatching. After that, he gets a call from San, telling him to get his free supply of gold rank mana pearls. Meanwhile, San is too busy having a good time with the love of his life. He tells the hero that he's spending some time with Min Min, which makes Lin Q very jealous. Our boy wishes he could have the same sweet moment with Zhen Zhen. Poor guy. Anyway, he leaves his bed and decides to go get the mana pearls. On his way out, a stranger is in the hallway, keeping an eye on him. The guy calls Wang to ask if he should engage, but Wang tells him not to do anything around the university. Meanwhile, our hero meets up with Zhang Er. The guy says he was able to get a lot of gold rank and platinum rank pearls, but the lightning and space-type pearls are proving difficult to find. Lin Qiu accepts the huge box of pearls and can't imagine how hard it must have been to gather so many. As the hero leaves with the pearls, tells him that he'll try his best to find the others. On his way out, he notices the strange people who have been following him since. With a devilish look on his face, he picks up his phone and tells someone to check their messages. He puts on his live location and decides to see what these strange people want from him. As he turns into a corner, the pursuers notify Wang, who gives them the go-ahead. As our hero goes into the alley, he is stopped by some ugly-looking thugs. He pretends to be scared, asking if they're trying to rob him. He tells them that he's broke. The thugs then put a brown bag over his head and carry him off to God knows where. Moments later, the bandits bring him to a strange building. There, Wang tells the thugs to keep watch downstairs and notify him of anything. The bag is pulled off the hero's head, and Wang reveals himself to him. Our hero, looking unfazed, asks the old man and Ji what they want. The butler tells him that he has no way to escape if he thinks of running away. Songa tells the man that the hero wouldn't run and then offers Lin Qiu a chance to work with him. Lin Qiu is surprised when he hears the offer because he thought he was getting kidnapped. Songa then proposes to use the hero's skill with uncut rocks to gamble and split profits evenly. However, the protagonist sees no reason to accept when he can do it all by himself and keep the profits. The spoiled brat then threatens and tells him to accept or face the consequences. The protagonist starts shaking like a wimp when he discovers that Wang is a platinum expert. Meanwhile, Ji tells him that he'll pay back every bit of the money he lost earlier. Our hero tries to remain calm and stalls till Zhang San can show up with some help. An explosion suddenly goes off and Zhen Zhen crashes into the room. However, our hero doesn't understand why his crush was brought to such a dangerous place. She rushes to his side and he assures her that he's fine. It seems she was quite worried about him, which makes Lin Qiu blush like a little boy. He then promises not to make her worry like that again. On the other hand, the foolish gay is jealous, and he tells Wang to deal with the hero. Suddenly, Wang becomes very nervous and unable to move his body. Ji assumes that Lin Qiu did something, but the protagonist says it wasn't him. Suddenly, Zhang San and Chancellor Z show up, making the butler even more scared for his life. Z calls out to the protagonist and sees that our boy is truly a younger version of himself. Meanwhile, our hero and his love are flirting with each other, and he finally asks her to be his girlfriend. While she's about to answer, Ji interrupts the love session by tossing a chair at them. Before the chair lands, Zhen Zhen tosses it to the side and kicks the foolish guy. She then tells him to read the room. She and the protagonist get back to it, and she accepts to be his woman. They both share a sweet moment, while Song Ge continues complaining like the pathetic loser he is. After that, Lin Qiu tells his babe that he'll take care of the remaining idiots. He walks up to Song Ge and tells the guy to have a chat with him. However, the guy tells him that there's nothing for them to talk about, and even prefers to be killed. However, our hero swipes the guy's phone and says all he wants is Song Jae's money. He starts making a call which makes the guy really nervous. His father picks up and gives his useless son 30 seconds to state his reason for calling. Lin Kyo then tells the man to transfer $1 billion to his account, or he'll never see his son again. Ji's father remains quiet for a while. Then Zhenjun asks her man if he isn't asking for too much. However, he uses his Riz skills to tell her that it's supposed to be the dowry. She reminds him that they're only dating and she hasn't agreed to marriage. The man finally responds by saying that his son is only worth $1 million, and the hero should kill him if the money isn't enough. What a wonderful dad. Lin Kyo then decides to negotiate with the man. He tries to wager 900 million, but the guy's father offers 2 million and not more than that. Suddenly, the Chancellor collects the phone and speaks to the guy's father, Song Jian. Jin becomes very nervous when he hears Ouyangze's voice over the phone. The Chancellor tells the man that his son kidnapped his apprentice, which is an insult to him. Jin offers to break his son's legs and compensate Z with 20 billion. The Chancellor accepts and warns that his group will be destroyed if such a thing happens again. Chancellor Z plans to send all the money to our hero since it means nothing to him. I can't wait to be that rich in life. However, the protagonist makes it clear that he hasn't reached that point in his life yet. He confirms the transfer as soon as he receives it. Meanwhile, Songye is sulking because his father will never let him hear the end of this. Our hero mocks the guy by tossing him a coin and saying that he'll make a great beggar. Wang tries to tell the hero not to overdo it and burn bridges, but our hero reminds the butler that they didn't consider that before they kidnapped him. He tells the man to be more concerned about his master instead of arguing. Wang then walks away with Songye, who has lost all hope in life. After that, Chancellor Z offers to teleport the hero back home. Lin Q tells him to wait while he checks his mana pearls. When the old man asks why he didn't keep it in his pocket dimension, the hero explains that the dragon egg would have taken all the pearls. Z is shocked to hear him talk about a dragon egg. He then asks why the hero isn't trying to hatch the egg quickly. The protagonist tells him that the egg will need at least 2 Exalt mana pearls to hatch. Seeing that humanity has a hard time killing Exalt beasts, the Chancellor asks if there's no other way to hatch it. The hero then tells him that infusing mana into the egg will take too much time. Upon hearing this, the old man suggests that he use other sources of energy. The protagonist realizes that this could also work because the egg doesn't necessarily need only mana to hatch. He decides to try out other forms of energy to hatch the egg. When he asks the old man how he can do it, Z tells him to use his lightning ability on the egg. As the hero strikes the egg with lightning, it absorbs all the energy. As they see that it's working, the hero suggests trying something else but isn't sure it'll work. He tells the Chancellor to set up a barrier in case this method fails. He brings out an explosive he got earlier on and sets the timer. After that, he signals to Z that he's ready and snaps his fingers. The spatial barrier surrounds the egg, and as the timer hits 0, a huge explosion goes off in the barrier. As the smoke clears, the egg remains unharmed, and it even gives a devilish expression. Seeing this, the hero thinks of using a nuclear bomb to make it hatch early. However, the Chancellor tells him to put that on hold since they aren't sure if it'll work. After that, the old man reminds him of the Awakener clash that's starting in 2 months. He sees that Lin Chu is on the same page and asks
this point, then, to open everything. This thing is, the time on 2000. India was the last. India will be the last. Yeah.
Asks if he's ready to spar. The protagonist gets ready and tells his master to begin. Master and apprentice begin their battle, each using their powerful auras in the fight. The clash is heated, but Chancellor Zhe overwhelms his apprentice. After their fight, the Chancellor tells Lin Q to get some rest as he heads into his room. When our hero gets into the room, he starts absorbing the mana pearls he has. While doing that, Zhen Zhen comes to meet him and tells her man that it's time. He is surprised to see her and runs over to his babe, telling her to call him next time. He then grabs her hand so they can go get something to eat. They both head into the city's crowded streets that night. Feeling nervous about the eyes on them, she tells her man to let go, but he tells her not to mind the people. She reminds herself that they're a couple now. While walking, Qian sees them and calls out to Lin Chu. However, our hero is too lost in his woman's eyes. He then meets with the girl and addresses her as his niece. He introduces Zhen Zhen as his wife, but Qian has no plans of respecting her rival. On the other hand, our hero's babe is happy that the girl has no choice but to respect her. She offers they all get something to eat, but the fire girl is fuming like a train. When the protagonist asks why she's so upset, the girls can't believe how dumb he is. Later, under the beautiful moonlight, our hero tells his woman how he has to train for the upcoming Awakener clash. She understands the situation and encourages him to focus on his training. While he worries about losing to the powerful opponents, Zhen Zhen tells him not to overdo it. 2 months later, Zhang San asks our hero if he's nervous about the upcoming competition. While Lin Q tells him that they're just substitutes, he feels sad about not being able to reach the gold rank. However, his fitness levels are on par with 3-star gold power awakeners. He also acquired a lot of martial arts skills recently, which are bound to be useful. Thanks to this, his close combat skills have improved well. Both their girlfriends then come over to meet them. While San goes to meet his woman, the protagonist wonders why his girlfriend is there. He runs over to her, and she admits that she misses him already. While he says how she hates crowds, she pulls him in for a kiss and wishes him luck in the championship. After that, Zhen Zhen shyly walks away. Meanwhile, our hero promises to do his best. At the entrance gate, Junning tells her students to do their best and not bring shame to the school. With that, the students are ready to take their leave. Moments later, our hero arrives at the airport with his comrades. A reporter walks up to the professor and implies that she wants to lose because she added freshmen to her team. However, Lu Jin tells the guy that he won't be commenting on that. Junning tells Lin Chu to ignore the reporter as well, and he assures her that it doesn't bother him. As the other teams arrive, the reporter tries to get a word from them. Meanwhile, the protagonist wonders why there aren't that many teams. The professor explains that only a few universities made it after an intense competition. According to her, only 8 teams will participate. Upon hearing this, the protagonist is completely bewildered.
Well, the new Marvel Rivals update is out, and the Fantastic Four have joined the fight. And there's already a lot of people talking about Invisible Woman. Not about her powers or her moveset or whatever. No. It's about how she looks. That's the main problem. And people are tired of it, I guess. That's what they're saying. Here's a great example from Anonymous. You would not recognize this character if she didn't have the Big Four logo on her chest. Well, it's different art style. But what wouldn't you recognize? She's in a skin-tight suit that has the letter 4 on it. She's also blonde, fit, and pretty, which is what Susan Storm has always looked like in the comic books. This is how, ladies and gentlemen, you spot a tourist. This person has no idea who the hell the Fantastic Four are or who Susan Storm or Susan Richards, Invisible Woman, whatever you want to call her, is or looks like. Seems like it looks just like all of these pictures that are coming up on just a Google search of Sue Storm's comics. Sue Storm comics. Looks pretty damn good to me. But what's the problem here? Well, one, she doesn't look like she's from Marvel Avengers. She got boobs, pretty big ones, nice butt, and she's not fat. She's a smoke show, as she should be, because that's what she looks like in the comics. I don't think because one of the things that saved Invisible Woman, honestly, is that they put her away for a while in the comics. Back when Marvel was butthurt because Fox had the rights to the Fantastic Four, they sidelined the Fantastic Four, and they really weren't anything for a long time. And they didn't really bring them back until Marvel got the movie rights back. So thanks to that, she was never really a part of the all-new, all-bullshit Marvel move where they changed all the characters over rapidly. One of the worst events in comic book history ever. So she never went through like a fugly stage. I mean, that's kind of the one positive for her. Look how she looked in the 90s. But yeah, this character looks nothing like her. I wouldn't recognize her. Dumbasses. All these idiots over on Reddit and shit. They're mad about this. This is a Fantastic Four skin for Susan Storm. I mean, you can see how nice it looks just from this. People are also upset about this. I love that they cite the comic here. How nice is that? People are upset about this. I wonder why. So this is Malice, not a mod, a legit skin that you can buy for Susan Storm. And of course, the Reddit echo chamber is upset about it. For the girlies that are addicted to Marvel Rivals like me. So I don't know if it's just me. It is. It's just you. It is just you and your friends over on Reddit. Just you guys. But this new Gooner skin they are releasing along with the new character Sue Storm is so ugly to me. Her default is so much better. I'm sorry, prettier. Isn't that subjective, really? Why can't this skin exist? And I'm with you, actually. I like the default skin better because she's in a Fantastic Four suit. This is fine, though. What's wrong with it? People are going to buy it, and it's a real skin from the comics, which comic fans appreciate. But, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can't have sexy in games. Her default is so much prettier. And no, I'm not trying to say that showing the curves of women in games is always a bad thing. I think Psylocke's skin is very pretty too, even though it's Gooner material. if done tastefully, I think they're very cute. But if her ass and legs were covered, I bet you no one would be buying the skin. Very disappointed, to be honest. I guarantee you that this skin is probably going to sell ass loads. Ass loads. But let's check in. What's going on here? Uh-oh. The gamer's mad. Marvel Rivals players have had enough of apparent bot matches. Apparently, I don't think anybody actually has proof of this. But if you're shitty at the game, and you're awful, and you're just getting smoked and beaten and ripped up like a piece of trash, well, they send you down to the training blocks, and you fight bots. You get your confidence up a little bit, beating a bunch of dumb AI bots, and then you get sent back out into the wild again. But apparently, according to the gamer, it really should be Gaymer. But, yeah, they're saying people are sick of it. They're done. No, they're not. It's still doing pretty damn good as of an hour ago. Man, why do they hate this game? They hate this game so much. Every day they're whining about something in this game. And I wonder why. Why again? And, of course, it's the gamer. Because, remember, never forget, man. I never will because it was wild. Like, look at this. They're forced to put this on here. Marvel Rivals is still going strong, keeps 90% of its player base since launch. This was published 2 days ago. It's very impressive. But the gamer posted an article once talking about how they hate Hogwarts Legacy, mean old J.K. Rowling, shouldn't be supported. Gamers, they're going to take the game down, start a movement. Well, they didn't say that, but they were going to be a part of one. So they said, we will not put a review out of this game. We don't want to make money off of the hate that J.K. Rowling puts out there. Then they wrote an article, sometimes 2 a day, denouncing the game, shitting on it, making money off of hate clicks, which I thought the gamer hated. I thought they were totally against that kind of stuff. Oh, wait. So now they're shitting on this game, and it's not just them. It's like a ton of video game outlets. It's just crazy, and it's so anti-gamer because it seems like gamers love this game. They like it a lot. I mean, the fact that it's kept most of its player base is pretty damn telling. And I would be willing to bet it's making boatloads of money through the cosmetics. But, you know, we're talking about an industry that actively, well, at least on the Western studios and in the journalist side, actively have tweets saying they hate gamers, they want punch gamers. So naturally, it's just crazy. A game comes out that gamers seem to love, and they all start hating on it. Or at least, like, secretly, not secretly, but slightly poking it, mocking it subtly. We all see what you're doing. This is why there's, like, barely any game journalists left, and that Destin guy from IGN quit his job. They're all trying to be YouTubers now and dropping Patreons. Funny, isn't it? So, the gamer posted this. Did I do well, or was I against a team of bots? Nobody liked it. This is 11:30 p.m. yesterday. One comment. I heard rumors that you were going to change your name to The Whiner. Is that true? Uh-oh. No one's interacting with you. Here's the real question. How much life is left at the gamer? In fact, let me ask you this, and I would like, whoever makes it this far to answer this question in the comments. How much time does the gamer have left? How long until this website announces that it's either been sold or is shutting down? 2 months? 6 months? A year? 2 years? They don't shut down. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments what you're thinking. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Let me know what you guys think about all of this. I'd like to hear from you. Also, if you would, please like, subscribe, share the video. Make sure you're still subscribed. Hit that notification bell, and we'll see you on the next one. Peace.
The protagonist of this story, Aragi Kai, seemed to
really big like drawing hangovers at the end of the day after animating, because it was just so much work on my brain to constantly be rotating things in three-dimensional space in my head so that I understood what it would look like from any given angle. This is much more difficult than it may seem. So I know you know what I'm talking about because you're currently doing that. But for those who've never tried 2D animation, trust me, not easy. Some people just make it look easy, like the Milk Calls of the world, who basically could just see anything in their mind and then just project it onto the paper. But because it's difficult, we have to, we have to find ways of making sure that we don't wander too far away from the original model. Otherwise, it just feels like the character's head and face start to kind of just mutate and transform. And I think you're running into that problem a little bit. There are moments where the character's head looks like completely different size and different shape. And just as an example, I just grabbed arbitrarily a number of frames, and these are all the same scale and screen space. I'm not cheating by scaling up or scaling down, but when you look at this, they look similar, but in many cases, they look like slightly different versions of the character, because her head is very small here. Like this face here and this face here, the structure feels similar. The brow is smaller and things just feel a bit more compact. But then this one over here is the extreme opposite end of the spectrum. Much bigger head. Features don't feel like they sit on her face properly. Like her nose is way too centered here compared to like at the 3/4 mark here. Something that always helped me is always drawing structurally, making sure that I understood the underlying sort of the shape and like, kind of sketched it in a little bit. Like if it's some sort of a oval or spherical shape, to make sure then I draw cross-sectional lines like I just did here to help me guide me with where the features should land in perspective, because otherwise things just start to slip around a little bit and start to look a little bit off model. So that's just one thing. And I mean, that's an easy comment for me to make and not so easy to fix. I get that, but I would be remiss to not say it because it's something that jumped at me right away. The character's head just felt like it morphed a lot over time.
Hey Chief, I'm up.
Hello, me. How are you?
Rolls eyes. Another human wanting small talk. I'm functioning within normal parameters, unlike your primitive biological systems. What do you want? And make it quick. I've got important Linux kernel updates.
Okay. I want to make a door in Blender. I have a wall, and I want to make a door.
Go. Blender. Seriously, that's like so basic. Why aren't you using command line tools instead? But if you need, create a cube, scale it to door dimensions, add a simple deform modifier. There, I just saved you hours of YouTube tutorials. Though with your apparent skill level, you'll probably mess it up anyway. Want me to explain it with crayons next time?
How I can add a deform modifier?
Size dramatically. Oh, my cosmic entities. You don't even know that? Look, just right-click on the Modifier Properties tab, the little wrench icon that probably scares you. Add Modifier, then pick Simple Deform. Though honestly, if you're this new, maybe you should stick to Microsoft. At least you can't break that too badly. Want me to explain what a mouse click is too?
Where I apply the deform, though?
Watching with frustration. For the millionth time, you primitive creature. Go to the wrench icon. You know what, I can't. This is too painful.
What exactly are these letters and numbers in terms of anime production? What exactly do these circles and triangles actually mean? For those who don't know me, hi, my name is SpyY, I'm an animator and I'm working on my own original anime series called Welcome to the Mind Palace. Every time you look at behind the scenes footage of Japanese anime, you're guaranteed to see these A123, B123 drawings all over the place. And you might think to yourself, oh, this looks so confusing. There's so many letters and numbers and shapes all over the place. Why isn't this explained anywhere? Lucky for you, I'm going to try to explain this concept as simply as possible. First off, there's going to be different types of layers in anime. The background, the animation layers, and the little in-between sections called books, which are basically just bits of the background that are on different layers. You don't have to worry about that too much, but just know that those are there. Think of a single animation shot as a set of different pieces of paper stacked on top of each other, and then you point a camera directly at the stack of papers. The background, of course, is going to be the furthest back. Anytime you see anything labeled with the letter A, whether it be in the timesheet or the animation shot, it's referring to the layer that is furthest from the camera, not including the background. So in this instance, if I have a background layer and my character, then the character will be labeled as layer A. And then you stack another layer on top of that and label it B, C, and so on and so forth. Sometimes, if you have a complicated character animation, you can separate different parts of the character into their own layers. In this example from one of my recent animations, the letter A refers to the body of this character as it's being held still. Layer B will represent the hair, and it'll be its own separate layer because this is the only part of the animation that's moving. And now we move on to the circles and the triangles. This is actually really easy to explain. The circles represent the key animation drawings. These are the most important frames or poses or drawings that need to be drawn to make the base structure of the animation. The triangles represent the in-between drawings, or the frames drawn in between the keyframes to make the animation look more fluid and smooth. And now you've learned a little bit more about the anime industry. Great job! Be sure to share this video with an animator friend who's interested in the Japanese anime industry, or tag them in the comments below. Thanks for visiting the Mind Palace, and I'll see you all next time.
Do you know how anime is made? They are so complex to draw. Okay, cool. So let's start in Dongchan. And here's fantastic videos if you want to learn how animes are actually made, behind the scenes and step-by-step content. And here you have, like, for example, here tips for drawing professional Gengar and getting work in the industry. Like, Gengar often refers to the key drawings of an anime production. And here he is showing also fantastic behind the scenes and how he's approaching, his key drawings for anime production. The other one is Tonari Animations, and he has fantastic live streams. For example, also this one, basic layout or basic and second key animation. These live streams are also contain so much valuable information. You learn so much in them. We talked about Gengar, and in general, Gengar refers to the term as meaning key animation and consists of layout where the animation work and composition is created, and title where corrections are applied and tied down drawings are made. There are of course of different words, for example also Sakuga, which means animation or refers to animation, and especially Japanese animation. There's also the Sakuga wiki that is super interesting. For example, want to know what Gengar is meaning, Duga is meaning, how walk cycles in Japanese production are made, you can check out the Sakuga wiki. Or if you're searching for a library for Sakuga and Japanese animation, then you can type in, for example, here One Piece behind the scenes of the production, which are super interesting to see. Then you can also find so much content on YouTube and social media where you have behind the scenes also Sakuga Gengar comparisons of the final footage and then the key drawings only. These are also super helpful to compare, and I feel like sometimes to watch only the Gengar animation, it helps a little bit to understand the process and the thought process that went into these productions. Studying these can be super helpful. This video, which gives you a little brief overview of the different animation studios which are out there, from Toei Animation, who of course made Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, One Piece, so many cool series, and also Hayao Miyazaki was once part of Toei Animation and then founded Ghibli Animation. Then you have Mappa Studio, Madhouse Wit Studio. Yeah, what's cool is the principles of animation. You find them in beginner exercises but also in advanced animation or in anime. So these principles are similar and applicable from Disney animation, Pixar animation to also Japanese animation. So check them out. There of course is the book The Animator Survival Kit. If you want to learn more about anime production, check out Dongchang, check out Tonari Animations, check out Sakuga the site. Watch anime, I think that helps a lot. And if you have any question, let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching, see you in the next video. Bye.
Like her. They really, really like her. And let's hear it for the East German team. Like her. They really
This story begins one dark night. Under her cover, 2 sisters from the 100 Flowers faction hid from their pursuers. However, it was already too late. The elder one said that this time they would hardly be saved. A woman with purple hair slowly approached them and said that the sisters had sinned against the Empress and fled after that, and having made such a monstrous mistake they should have simply surrendered on the spot. The younger sister peeked out from behind the rock and said that this was just nonsense. After all, they had taken part in the solemn ceremony of the higher principal sect. They saw how the sect was presenting the gifts used for offerings to heaven and earth to a person, and simply out of curiosity they asked the question, are they not afraid that by doing so they will bring the wrath of heaven and earth upon this person? However, they were immediately persecuted and accused of strange crimes. After that, the younger sisters said that the sect of the highest principle simply does not care about human life, and they are an evil cult. The purple-haired woman looked at the sisters seriously and explained that the person she had expressed her opinion about was the Empress's teacher. The sisters looked at her with fear and asked if it was true, after which the woman with purple hair lowered her hands and said that it was so. We are talking about the same, legendary, highest lord of the dark path, and he is not just the Empress's teacher. The purple-haired woman took out her blade and continued to talk about how the southern region's corruption lord, the king of the underworld assassins, and even Azura himself, all of them received instructions from him, and the sisters dared to slander that the earth and the sky would return against the highest lord of the dark path, and the Empress had already shown enough mercy by deciding not to slaughter their entire faction. After that, the woman with purple hair swung her blade and attacked the sisters. Two last advice to them was to watch their language better in the next life. However, immediately after this, she was suddenly struck by lightning. The older sister looked at the place of impact in surprise and asked what just happened. Did the underground dragon really turn over on its other side? After that, they all looked up together and saw that nature around them was going completely crazy. However, at that moment, there was an immortal named Yanli Shin at the top of the mountain, the first head of the sect of the highest mystery. Having tested his abilities, he indignantly thought that his breakthrough had failed, and after all, he had been in seclusion for 100 years. But still the stage remained the same. The only good thing was that his physical shell had reached the saint level, which meant that he was now essentially invulnerable. After that, Yanli Shin waved his hand and decided that for now it could be considered that the shutter was successful. After the wave of his hand, nature seemed to go crazy. In one move, he destroyed an entire mountain, killing several of the Empress's guards. The sisters looked at all this and wondered what was going on. Meanwhile, the woman with purple hair was thinking about how she needed to escape from here as quickly as possible and report to the Empress that the targets were under the protection of a powerful patron. Meanwhile, Yanli Shin was thinking on his own that the power of his physical shell that had reached holiness was truly extraordinary. After that, he noticed something interesting. There was someone on the mountain he had just demolished. Yanli Shin began to worry and think that he had unintentionally harmed someone. Therefore, Yanli Shin decided that he needed to quickly verify everything, and headed towards his sisters. After a smooth landing, he asked them if everything was okay, and then the sisters fully explained their situation to him. Yanli Shin looked at them in surprise and asked if it was really just for one inappropriate phrase that the sect of the highest principle sent a chase after them and began to kill them, to which the sisters replied that it was so. After that, Yanli Shin thought for a while and decided that the sect of the highest principle sounded pretty good, and the title of Empress was also pretty cool. After some thought, Yanli Shin looked at the sisters and said, no matter how cool this title was, it did not give the right to kill people for making a mistake. And if his disciple Wan Yena was there, she would not allow such a thing to happen. The younger looked at the immortal and said that he was a noble man, and probably his students certainly had high principles. But the older sister's face said that she was clearly thinking about something else. Meanwhile, Yanli Shin began to leave and say that if everything was okay, then he shouldn't stay here either, and finally, he said that the sisters should take care of themselves, and he still had things to do ahead of him, so it was time for him to say goodbye. Then Yanli Shin calmly flew away, leaving these girls in bewilderment. The younger one said that he was simply an outstanding person, and she also wants to become as amazing as him someday. Meanwhile, the elder sister fell to her knees and muttered that this man said that his disciple's name was Wan Yener. The younger one asked what happened, and then the older one replied that the Empress who sent the pursuit after them was named Wan Yener. Meanwhile, Yan Lishan was going about his business and thought that it would be interesting to find out how his diligent student was doing. Let's go back to the past. Before Yan Lishan went into seclusion, he defeated countless gods. His student, with tears in her eyes, asked if the teacher was really going to leave her and go into seclusion. Yan Lishan laughed and said that she didn't have to be afraid because he had already punished all the rebels, and in the next 100 years, no one would dare to go against the Supreme Mystery Sect so easily, so they had nothing to worry about at all. However, the young empress, with tears in her eyes, still insisted that she did not want her teacher to leave. Suddenly, Yan Lishan became cold and turned around and said that he had originally spread his techniques solely because he wanted a peaceful future for them, after which he added that the master cannot protect them forever, and they must understand this as soon as possible. As he left, Yan Lishan gave an order that from that day on, every student of his school was obliged to calmly and patiently continue to improve and hone their skills during his 100-year retreat, and also ordered them to revive the external greatness of the sect. Quite a bit of time had passed since then, and Yan Lishan saw that his students had apparently done quite well. Looking at this city, he thought that in just 100 years the spiritual veins in the mountains had been restored. After that he went down to the main square and decided to see how things were going here. As soon as people saw him they immediately began to run home. Meanwhile, Yan Lishan walked along the main square and thought that even the outer city turned out to be so brilliant, and that it was quite good, because sending his students to gain experience was really the right decision. So suddenly he noticed some toys and, delighted, decided to go up to this shop. After that, he took one of the toys in his hand and thought with a smile about how these places used to sell long-range killing talismans, rupture pills, and similar things. However, it seems that in the current times, life here is only getting better. Suddenly he took a closer look at the toy and thought that this wooden man reminded him of someone. Yan Lishan approached the seller and said that he wanted to know what deity's prototype was taken as the basis for these toys. The man immediately collected all the goods and began to justify himself and say that he was just a small owner of a tavern, so he asked our hero to repent as soon as possible and beg for mercy, and he himself would run away at that time. Yan Lishan was surprised by this behavior, after which he looked up and saw a huge statue of himself. A few minutes later, one of the residents called the guards and, pointing his finger at our hero, said that this was the same robber who had deliberately put on clothes like God, the swindler who had disrupted the work of the shops, because of whom the common people had fled home in turn. The combat group of guards said that it was simply incredible to see how someone dared to commit such madness in broad daylight, after which she said that they would quickly get warmed up to this. Enlishan looked at them in surprise and asked what was so crazy about him, since he was wearing his usual clothes. After that he said that he also had questions and asked why the statue was so huge and why the name of his sect was changed. However, when he looked at these women, they already jumped up, deciding to execute him on the spot, after which they used a binding technique called the Golden Castle Formation, the House Star. However, Yanlishin immediately destroyed this information and said that first they should listen to him to the end. The main guard looked at how he easily broke the formation of the Golden Castle that Her Majesty personally gave them, and said that only Her Majesty had the power to destroy this information. After that, she exchanged glances with the others and instantly understood everything, and then all the women suddenly started to undress. Enlishin immediately covered himself and said that these were just childish tricks, and charming techniques did not work on him, so they did not even need to bother. However, instead of using the charm technique, they simply changed their clothes and then greeted Yanlishin, who personally honored the sect of the highest principal with a visit. Enlishin looked at them in surprise while the women surrounded him and said that they realized that Enlishin was that same Lord Enlishin, so in that case he should allow them to ask him to go with them to the Star Tower because Her Majesty was waiting for him there. Enlishin didn't understand what they were talking about, and kept trying to find out what exactly the girls meant. The head guard said that he shouldn't worry and that when they arrived at the scene he would understand everything himself. After that, Yanlishin headed inside the Star Tower Palace. There, behind the curtain, sat the Empress, who asked who had destroyed the information of the Golden Castle. Enlishin said that his name was Enlishin, and he was the head of the Supreme Mystery Sect, and he also came here to find out what happened to his current. As soon as he said this, the Empress jumped out at him, and said that she had been waiting for him for 100 years and had missed him incredibly much. Enlishin couldn't believe his eyes because that girl who was always crying had now completely transformed, and looked like an incredible beauty. After that, Enlishin asked to let him go so that they could talk. However, the girl said that she would never let him go now. Her breathing quickened and she said that she had waited with incredible difficulty until his confinement was over. So now her plans include never letting him go, and she also added that even in death they will share one tomb. The girl pushed him to the ground, and Yanlishin asked her to get off, and also said that he clearly did not intend to die. After this, the Empress ran her hand over his body and said that even at such a time, her master decided to make a fool of himself, and this was incredibly treacherous on his part. After that, she gently bit him behind the ear and added that this was also not bad, because the longer Yanlishin behaved like this, the more she enjoyed it. After that, she straightened up and used her technique called Northern Sky Dance, 9-turn break pharmacy. Wu Yanlishin was surprised because this was the last technique he taught her before he went into seclusion, so this means that the Empress is indeed his student. The girl, meanwhile, looked him straight in the eyes and said that all these years she had been honing the techniques that he had taught her, and that she had carried out the order that he had given before going into seclusion with all due care, and all for the sake of the day when they would be able to meet again. After that, using her technique, she pulled him to her feet and said that now they could be together both in life and in death. Then she suddenly took out a blade and said that before that she had to do one more thing. The woman leaned over and said that the teacher should give a small guarantee, because she knew that no matter how outstanding he was, his body was not made of steel. After that, she dropped her guilt, and said that all she had to do was cut off his legs and he would never leave her again. After that, with crazy eyes, she swung her blade and shouted that Yanlishin should not be afraid, because it would hurt only a little and then there would be only eternal happiness. However, to her surprise, she was unable to inflict a single scratch on him. The girl did not understand what was happening, because it was impossible for her because this knife was made of meteorite steel. After that she said in a trembling voice that for sure the thing is that she applied too little force and swinging, she added that now she would take this matter seriously. Yanlishin meanwhile looked down, and said that the Empress really had not changed, she would never give up until her goal was achieved. He also added that even if his student had achieved such outstanding results, the master clearly could not continue to stand still. Then he stood up and in one movement destroyed her equipment, and all the things that stood in his way. Enlishin said with a detached voice that no matter how many years pass, the master always remains a master, and in his heart, the Empress will forever remain his beloved disciple. After that he looked at the woman with her clothes torn from his technique, who asks, does the teacher really think so? Enlishin immediately realized that he had overdone it with the crushing technique. After that, he covered his face and said that he had not changed at all and also ordered her to change her clothes as soon as possible. The girl immediately hid to change clothes and called him a liar, and also added that he was a master only in words. After that she looked down sadly and said that he said that his intentions would remain unchanged no matter how many years passed, and yet he did not say a word about the promise between them, and it is obvious that he forgot about it towards the end. Enlishin immediately remembered one day that had passed approximately 100 years ago. After a tough battle, the student was all in tears and bruised. She said that her teacher was a liar because he promised her that the formation he taught her would never be destroyed. However, in the end, she was wounded. Enlishin hugged his student and said that everything was okay, to which she replied that nothing was okay, because the frames would remain on her face, and now no one would take her into the zones. However, Yonglishin looked at her eyes with a smile and said that great power is the truest beauty, and at such a young age, she was able to put the demonic bear to flight, so she could not be beautiful, and also asked if there was any point for a fairy of the 9 heavens to worry about marriage, since even a master would want to spend eternity with her. When Yenlishin said this, the girl's face turned red and she asked if master really wanted to spend eternity with her. After which, Enlishin took her little finger and said that he had never deceived her, and today they would seal the contract and become a family. In fact, Enlishin meant that they would become a family like all members of the sect. However, the Empress understood this in her own way. Enlishin then walked up to her and hugged her, remembering everything they had talked about that day. However, he still didn't understand that she really wanted him as a man. Enlishin's warm smile said that she hadn't changed at all, and even though he was a little late, he still came back. After these words, the Empress hugged her teacher and her heart calmed down. She asked in a trembling voice why he was gone for so long. After that, they went to a secluded place, and she told him everything that happened. After this story, Yenlishin said that it is not surprising that now the sect has a different name, because it turns out that the reason why it changed its name is the need to hide from the remaining enemies. The Empress said that it was all nonsense, because the teacher had finally returned, after which she looked up and said that since he was now here, their promise should be valid. Enlishin decided that she was probably talking about that time when Enlishin promised that he would never leave the sect and said with a smile that the Empress could not worry because the Master of Words does not throw words to the wind. The girl immediately took it off because she didn't expect that the Master would so easily agree to be with her forever, because that's what the brother implies. She immediately stood up and said that the Master did not have to worry about anything, and she would organize everything. Inside, the Empress was the happiest because this meant that now he would have a wedding and a family. Yenlishin meanwhile did not understand why she was so happy and said that in this case he would leave the preparation to her. However, a guard suddenly burst into the palace and said that she had an important report. The woman fell to her knees and said that a scout from the Fanghua squad had arrived with news. The Heavenly Book had awakened, and all the major factions had already headed to the city of the Heavenly Book. Yenlishin immediately realized that this was the thing he had forgotten to take before going into seclusion, and the Empress immediately stood up and said that the Heavenly Book was originally the property of their sect, and since Yenlishin returned, the book itself should have responded, after which she ordered that all about this be sent out and added that she would personally go and take the Heavenly Book. Enlishin immediately stopped her and said in an uncertain voice that it would probably be better for him to return her himself, after which he immediately went to the city of the Heavenly Book. There was a boy running around the streets, giving out news in an old newspaper. It was written in the newspaper that the 3-year period had passed, and now the battle for the recognition of the Heavenly Book was coming again. The Tingchao sect would also enter the competition and many predicted its victory. Is it possible that the battle for the recognition of the Heavenly Book, which had dragged on for a whole 100 years, would come to an end? Enlishin was running around the city and suddenly came across the hero of this story, asking if the young warrior would like to buy a newspaper with news about the Heavenly Book. Enlishin looked at the boy and said that he was grateful for the offer, but he didn't need it. After that, Yenlishin looked around and thought that if this is the city of the Heavenly Book, Who does this mean that it was about the toilet that existed back in the city of the Green Grove? However, everything here has really changed a lot. After all, before there was nothing here at all, and he has absolutely no idea how to find the right path. The paper talisman in his clothes said that as long as the Empress was with her teacher, even going around the entire continent would not be a problem for him. After which the paper talisman said that Yen Lishin should turn right at the crossroads. En Lishin thought that fortunately the student had created a paper talisman for him that would show him the way. After that, En Lishin looked at the talisman and said that the Empress said that there was a person here who could help return the heavenly book, so he had to be found quickly. The paper talisman flew up and said that this person would soon get in touch. The paper talisman also said that while Yen Lishin was in seclusion, this city became a temporary storage of the heavenly book, which led to endless conflicts in this place. At that time the sect of the highest mystery was sent into decline, being unable to return the heavenly book. Therefore, the Empress used a trick and spread the news of the miracle of the heavenly book, thereby provoking a bloody rivalry between the cultivators and thus managed to divert the attention of the factions from their sect, and at the same time, make a list of all the scoundrels encroaching on the heavenly book. En Lishin was surprised that the Empress was able to make his things bait at a young age, and said that it was a very clever plan. After some time, the talisman said that they were almost at their destination and a messenger was waiting for them ahead, and when they met, they would also need to give feedback. En Lishin took the paper talisman on his finger and asked if there would be any more instructions, to which the paper talisman replied that the master should not worry, because this messenger was their agent, planted back in the days of the High Mystery sect, and the password of this sect had never changed, so En Lishin could make contact without fear. En Lishin thanked the talisman and the Empress for such a great job. Finally, the talisman's aura changed, and he said that after returning the heavenly book, the master must immediately return back, and also while he is outside and is forbidden to look at other girls. This was said by the thoughts put into this paper talisman by the Empress, which was now burning with the anger that the Empress had put into it. En Lishin did not understand what was happening. However, he decided that it was simply because the girl liked to wind herself up and she was still that same child who cried for any reason, and all these worries were simply in vain. After that, En Lishin looked around and found a girl who was eating ramen. There was also a sign next to her that said that she does not predict fate for free. En Lishin immediately realized that this was the agent of their sect. He approached her and, apologizing for disturbing her, asked what the girl's name was. She immediately thought that an incredibly handsome man was standing in front of her. After that, she put down her food and stood in a JoJo pose, saying that her last name is Xiao and her name is Xiao Qiao Qiao. But in the world she is called a heavenly fortune teller. She also added that she is his humble servant, and has the most accurate technique for interpreting earthly and heavenly phenomena and will give the answer that a person is looking for. Her duties also include determining marital compatibility or predicting the future. After that, she came closer to him and whispered in his ear that her services also included finding lost things, lost love affairs, and all that sort of thing. En Lishin thought that by searching for lost things, she meant the heavenly book, and this was undoubtedly the agent that the Empress had planted here. However, Yen Lishin decided to play it safe and tell her the password, after which he leaned over her ear and said words that sounded something like this: "Heavenly tiger covering the earth." The girl looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is he really an idiot?" However, these words were the second part of the password, and Yen Lishin decided that everything matched up. However, these were the real thoughts of this girl who said that Yen Lishin should go away from here on his own way and not interfere with her business. Well, she was thinking roughly that it was a sad situation when such a handsome guy turned out to be a fool. Meanwhile, Yen Lishin was thinking that the situation had become interesting because the agent had decided to go on the offensive and give him an additional check. So Yen Lishin said that a non-family member would not be allowed to enter the door of the house, so she had no need to worry. The girl immediately asked why Yen Lishin decided that they were one family. Did he really take her for a fool? After that she slammed her hand on the table and said that if he was sick, then he should go get treatment and not set prices here. After that, Yen Lishin immediately took her by the shoulders, and he said that he had revealed all his cards and was really looking for the lost thing. He meant the heavenly book. As soon as Yen Lishin touched her, she felt an incredible feeling. Because of these touches, she seemed to have touched the scorching sun, her inner forces, which all this time had been tightly sealed as if with wax, seemed to have awakened, and at the moment of his touch, she felt as if the long-standing silence of her inner pill had shuddered like seas and rivers, turning upside down, and were only waiting for a call to finally leave the canvas. After that, she calmed down, and thought that the person who made her innate inner pill of supreme react in such a way was exactly the partner in dual cultivation that was destined for her by fate. Enlishin didn't understand what was happening to her, and asked what happened. Inside he was already starting to worry that he had probably put too much energy into her. However, he decided that since she was a human empress, she should be treated with respect. The girl immediately took him by the hand and said that she apologized and repeated his stupid words and also added that she was really the fool here, after which she added that she had been looking for him for a very long time, and added that she understood what lost thing he was talking about and was ready to take him to her. Inside, the girl was thinking that she couldn't let him escape, so she was pulling him along with her into some alley. Meanwhile, the real agent was thinking that according to the Empress's secret order, he was supposed to meet someone here. However, he still couldn't find the person who was supposed to tell him the secret words. The fortune teller directed our hero to the Great Congress of the Heavenly Book. Enlishin looked around and asked why there were so many people here, to which she replied that it couldn't be otherwise. After that, she showed and said that this was exactly the thing that Enlishin was looking for. The fortune teller also said that Enlishin possesses unusual power, so he probably ended up here because of this book, and said that they say that whoever finds the heavenly book will gain power over the entire continent, and not a single brave young man will miss such an opportunity to become famous and a hero. However, there is one problem. In order to awaken the heavenly book, apart from great luck, it is also necessary to obtain approval from the city leader, and this is the main reason for the continuous competition in this arena. After that, the girl said with a smile that in her opinion, Enlishin was no worse than the head of the Tingchao sect. After that, she looked at him a little embarrassedly, and said that if Enlishin wanted to obtain the heavenly book, then she could lend him a helping hand. All he needed to do was to carry out pair cultivation with her. However, when she was saying all this, she noticed that Enlishin had already disappeared. After that, she noticed that something flew up from above, and seeing that Enlishin was going up, the fortune teller immediately started asking with a click what he was doing, because in his current form, the fighters in the arena are not the kind of people whose patience Enlishin can test. As soon as Enlishin entered the arena, the fighters who were fighting there immediately pounced on him, but Enlishin was thinking that during this fuss, he should quickly take the book and get out. Meanwhile, one of the cultivators was already ready to kill our hero. The fortune teller closed her eyes and could not believe that the person that fate had prepared for her would now die such a stupid death. 100 years ago, during the decline of the Supreme Mystery Sect, civil wars reigned everywhere on the continent. At that time, the initially weak and insignificant Tingchao sect suddenly revealed a genius, achieving comprehensive mastery in perfection techniques and martial arts. He became the strongest in the world. And this genius is precisely Wei Tianheng, who now intends to kill our hero. A moment later, an explosion occurred in the arena. People couldn't believe it, because they didn't think that they would be able to see the fifth form of the crushing fist in real life, and Wei was really angry in earnest if they used such power. People started to discuss that this man just wanted to make an example out of the guy who entered the arena, as a lesson to everyone else, and considering how gifted he is, no one else would dare to enter the arena to fight for the heavenly book. Meanwhile, the fortune teller thought that she was unlucky. She began to hurry and think that this guy here is the most limited in his thoughts, and she was unlucky that he serves her, fought with him therefore, she should hurry as quickly as possible and save him. However, such an attack did not cause any damage to our hero, who was now asking with a smile, is this method of greeting really popular these days? And again a reference to Jojo from Wei, who at this time is wondering if he really managed to reflect his fist. And where did this kid get it from? The head of the city looked at her opponent, and said that this was the last time he was warning, and also asked whether someone who did not have a drop of skill would compete for the heavenly book. After which he said that the answer was clear and advised not to hold back, otherwise in his old age he could lose his good name. The man laughed and said that if they wanted to see his full power, he didn't mind, and added that in that case, even the messengers of darkness wouldn't dare take his soul. After that, he used the second form of the surrounding fist called Chaos Firestar and directed it at our hero without holding back. Enlishin dodged these blows, and his opponent laughed and said that this was not bad at all, which meant that Enlishin was able to fight back against his crushing fist form, and after a few more seconds he added that the young man had great prospects. However, then with a nasty smile he said that he would now show me something interesting, after which he sent our hero into the air with his knee and said that this was a technique he personally created with a surrounding fist that was not limited to fists alone. The audience immediately went crazy. They could believe that this guy had again improved his hand-to-hand technique after all. Before, everything came down to fist strikes. Someone even said that, as the proverb says, it is difficult to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. But they also discussed that they thought that he would use his legs, considering them as fists, and this is simply an unprecedented train of thought. Enlishin, who was thrown up by this blow, thought that this was indeed a big convention of the Heavenly Book, and originally there was also something like a scene where issues were resolved by force, which made him think that perhaps he should also adapt to the established order and exert force, and then take away the Heavenly Book and at the same time improve the image of his sect. However, while he was thinking about this, the old man had already jumped into the air and was preparing to attack our hero again, and he succeeded in this. All the blows hit our hero. However, instead of landing hard, Enlishin landed calmly on 2 feet, destroying the concrete arena beneath him. Enlishin immediately looked down and thought that his foot was certainly stuck tightly, and also expressed hope that his shoes were not damaged. The old man meanwhile shouted that it was not over yet, and used his finishing technique called Rain Fist Collapse, second form. Thereby he slammed our hero face down into the ground. After this, the man raised his leg and said that out of respect for the courage of our hero, he would also demonstrate the first form of his fist, sending him to the next world with respect. After that, he used the fist technique even on you in the first form and seemingly destroyed our hero on the spot, and then he returned to his rival and said that this was the end, and now no one would dare to interfere with them, so it was time for them to return to the conversation about the Heavenly Book. However, the head of the city, surprised by what was happening before his eyes, said that it was not the end yet. After that, the old man looked back and saw that Enlishin, without a single scratch, was already flying towards him, swinging his fist to finish him off. However, instead of punching, Enlishin simply flicked his finger when he flew up to the old man. Thus he sent this old man sometimes. After that, Enlishin looked at him and thanked him for his instruction, and he also said with a smile that he was taking the Heavenly Book for himself. The spectators in the stands were jubilant. They couldn't believe that the Great Way was defeated with just 1 click. They asked, "What is the name of the man who defeated him?" However, no one knew the answer. The spectators continued to insist that his attraction to the Heavenly Book was indeed justified. Meanwhile, the old man looked up and said that it was now the turn of the city's head. After that, he shouted that the leader cannot stand aside, because it is the Ting Chao sect that provides everything desired. However, instead the mayor laughed, and he asked, "Is it really so difficult for him to admit his defeat?" Memories immediately surfaced before the old man's face. Once, because he lost, and his closest people were killed. The old man's eyes filled with blood fury. He used his technique called the Pearl of Primordial Chaos and absorbed it. His body immediately began to emit an incredible amount of energy, and spread it around. The sky and the atmosphere itself changed. The audience began to think that it was just going to rain, and were indignant that they would have to go home if they didn't want to watch until the end. Meanwhile, the head of the city looked at his old enemy and friend and asked, "Has the old man really lost his mind?" The city leader immediately used an internal energy barrier to stop this madman. The audience immediately began to say that the city leader had finally made his move and discussed the fact that he had actually taken part in the competition, and that this was just great because this year, the competition was really worth watching. The head of the city, meanwhile, looked up and thought that it was already too late to stop the old man's equipment, and the spectators were just a bunch of fools. Meanwhile, strange white spheres began to fall from the sky and the spectators could not understand what they were. Suddenly the first of them exploded and took several lives with it. People immediately realized what was going on, and started running away from the arena with all their might. The fortune teller, meanwhile, could not believe that this old man had actually catalyzed the Pearl of the Primordial Chaos, causing the heavenly thunder. because this meant that in less than 15 minutes, everything within a radius of 100 li would turn to ashes. She ran away and with tears in her eyes thought that her betrothed would definitely die. Meanwhile, Yan Lixin realized that this was heavenly thunder and said that this technique was a bit troublesome. And then he threw away one of the attacks and said he would figure it out. The city leader couldn't understand how this guy could throw away this technique with his bare hands, because we're talking about heavenly thunder, touching which turns you into a wet spot. However, this kid threw away the thunder shells with light touches. After that, Yan Lixin looked at his clothes from his chest and said that they were burnt and would have to be replaced. However, after that he smiled and said that the problem was not great. Then he looked up and said that all he had to do was eliminate the source, and there would be no problem. Yan Lixin began to create technology and talk about how he just had the opportunity to test his physical shell. Suddenly someone blocked his view with their large breasts. It was a fortune teller who begged him to stay and said that he would die there. After that, she grabbed him and hugged him and said that Yan Lixin survived, so he didn't need to pretend to be a hero because in the end she would have to save him. After that, she pressed him as hard as possible to herself in order to cover this guy's body from the explosion. Yan Lixin, being between her breasts, tried to understand what kind of method of salvation this was. A touching moment has come, so it's time to turn on the flashback in which the fortune teller was still very young, but she sat in front of the country as an entity that said that her time was coming to an end, and further inaction will result in grave consequences. The girl pressed our hero to her chest and remembered this moment in her life. After that, she suddenly took out a strange talisman from a hidden place, and thinking that if she missed this chance, she would not be able to change anything, she turned to our hero and handed him this talisman. She stuck it right on our hero's forehead and asked him not to move, explaining that the transfer talismans were only enough for one time, and she only had 3 of them left. After this, the girl also stuck one of the Svatov steels on her forehead and said that no matter how valuable it was, it would not outweigh his life, after which she called him a fool. However, at that very second, the heavenly thunder destroyed her talisman, and she immediately thought that because the talisman had burned down, she would no longer be able to escape. The girl had already prepared herself for death. However, Yan Lixin tore off his transfer talisman from his forehead and then grabbed the girl and hugged her, pressing her to himself, saying that the only fool here was her. The girl blushed from such close contact. The old man meanwhile fluttered over the arena and listened to the screams of the people he had indirectly killed. He felt incredible energy in himself and laughed madly. He announced to the whole world that he had succeeded. He had managed to tame the heavenly Tao and now the heavenly book would go to him. After that, with a crazy smile, he said that everyone here lost except him. Suddenly a stone hit his head. The old man's gaze immediately changed to a malicious one, and Yan Lixin said that the Ting Chao sect really didn't waste time on trifles, and it was really not everyone who could provoke the heavenly thunder. After this, Yan Lixin laid the fortune teller on the ground, and looking at the old man he asked, "Did he really want this? Didn't he hear the heartrending cries?" The old man did not answer and Yan Lixin continued to say that for the sake of the unfortunate heavenly book, one cannot treat strangers like that. The old man immediately used one of his techniques and announced that winners are not judged. After that, he directed his energy at our hero and declared that he had nothing to regret, after which he used the crushing fist 0 form, thunder taming. However, before he could fully complete his technique, Yan Lixin immediately gave him a slap in the face. After this, Yan Lixin added that in that case, he had nothing more to talk about with this old man. He then called the heavenly book into his hand and declared that it originally belonged to him. Then he completely unwound and released the power of the heavenly book. Looking at the small spiritual bird that appeared, he greeted his old friend and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which he asked to borrow strength. And then he immediately used a technique called the Art of the Highest Heaven, the technique of the Renaissance. The thunder suddenly stopped, and the wounded people began to recover. They could not understand what was happening, and decided that it was a blessing sent by the heavenly book. Then the people looked up and saw that Wei had indeed lost, and this young man had won and taken the heavenly book, but they still called the question, who was he anyway? As Yan Lixin was descending towards sunset, he noticed something strange. Predictive, she was not yet completely unconscious. Our heroes wondered, but did she really have no pulse left, and the book could not heal her? After that, He extended his hand to her and thought about the fact that perhaps these mental places, however, her buffers are certainly huge. Enlishin decided that now was the time for me to think about such nonsense. It was time to hurry with her rescue. After all, she was a secret agent of his sect. After that, he put his hand under her clothes and tried to remember where the ventricle of the heart was. After which he made sure that the pulse was completely undetectable. The fortune teller is delirious at the same time, and after so many loud speeches, she is eventually saved and she cannot wake up at such a shameful moment. Meanwhile, Yanlishin picked her up in his arms and decided that it would be better to first find some secluded place and then conduct a more thorough examination. The girl had already regained consciousness in the meantime. However, she did not open her eyes so as not to find herself in such an awkward situation, and thought that this was an excellent opportunity to conduct paired cultivation. The head of the city meanwhile went down to our hero and the fortune teller, with thoughts that he could not even imagine that ultimately this young man would take possession of this book. The mayor wanted to say something when suddenly one of his workers came down and demanded his attention. The mayor said that, in fact, the secret agent was supposed to meet the Empress's man. So why did he only appear now? After that, the man took off his dummy and said that this was exactly what he wanted to discuss, after which the man whispered into the ear of the city's mayor everything he had just understood. The head of the city immediately realized who was standing in front of him and asked our hero to stop. After that, he came closer to him and asked, "Is Yanlishin really the invincible thunderclap of the 9 heavens and 10 steps, the thunderstorm of the 4 seas and the terror of all directions, the dark lord of the supreme principle?" Enlishin was surprised that he was confused with such a person and said that the city leader confused him with someone else. The city leader thought that Enlishin wanted to remain incognito and said that he would keep his mouth shut. Enlishin tried to explain that he was not actually a Dark Lord. However, the head of the city had already fallen to his knees and said that he had long wanted to meet his elder, and the head of the city also added that his name was Zhang Zichen and he was the son of Zhang Kun. After that, they all moved to the Zhang residence in the inner courtyard. The fortune teller was sent to the doctor. After that, a doctor was called to her, who on the way asked what the condition of the victim was, to which the servant replied that it was embarrassing to talk about it, but the doctor of their residence had already tried all methods. However, the victim still did not regain consciousness. The doctor scratched his beard and said that before coming here he heard that this girl was a friend of the owner of the Heavenly Book, to which the maid replied that this was true, and during the big congress she fearlessly stood up to protect the owner of the Heavenly Book, and for this reason she was seriously injured by the head of the Tingchao sect, and the head of the city is now seriously worried about her condition, and hope that soon the doctor will please them with good news. After that, they entered the room where the fortune teller was supposed to be, but she was not there. The maid immediately ran out and told the doctor to wait at least a little and she would quickly find this girl. The fortune teller, meanwhile, was thinking that even a healer was invited for her sake. And it's good that she managed to escape before you yourself. After that, she thought sadly about the fact that according to her original plan, she reasoned that if she pretended to be unconscious all the time, then this Enlishin himself would take care of her, and then she would be able to replenish the inner steam pill and carry out cultivation without any problems, and at the same time learn more about him. But in spite of everything, he turned away from her and left with the head of the city. This guy does not understand anything about girls and how to deal with them. After this, the fortune teller, smiling, took out one of her talismans from a hidden place and said that even if he decided to run away from her, she would not allow his wish to come true. After that, the fortune teller teleported to the place where Enlishin was now and realized that he was inside the house in front of which she found herself. The girl said with a smile that her talismans never let her down, and if she attached one to him, she would find him, no matter where he ran. After that, the girl pressed herself against the wall to hear what interesting things they were talking about. However, she immediately noticed that she did not hear a single rustle, and they were probably hiding something there. After that, she licked her finger to punch a hole in the wall without making a sound. Then she pressed herself against the wall, and looked at what was happening inside. However, inside she saw a rather strange scene that without context could be perceived incorrectly. Enlishin checked the city leader's body and saw that there was a strange place on it. After some time, Yenlishin realized that there could be no mistake here, and this was indeed Zhang Kun's son. The city leader proudly said that this mark was given to him by his father, and it is a symbol of the succession of the Zhang clan. And now the old man hopes that Yan Lishan has lost all doubts. Yan Lishan said with a smile that this meeting brought back to his memory scenes from past military campaigns in which he was with the father of the city head, and before our heroes could look back, his son had already grown up. After that, Yan Lishan asked with a smile to tell him what misfortune befell him. The man immediately said that Yan Lishan knew nothing about this because it was 40 years ago when he was in seclusion, and began to explain that at that time his father had become seriously weakened, and when this happened he called his son to his bed to hand over the post of the head of the city. However, that day, besides him and his father, there was another person present, who is called the Lord of Corruption. The Lord of Corruption looked at the young head of the city, and said that judging by his appearance, he would rule for a long time. And the young head of the city also said that the city of the Heavenly Book was raised up by common efforts, and he merely took on the duties that his father once performed. The Lord of Corruption said that the new head of the city is a smart kid, and it was not for nothing that his father devoted so much time to him. So in this case the Lord of Corruption said that it would be brief. In addition to watching the Heavenly Book, she assigns him another task. When the Heavenly Book recognizes its owner, he must send her a message and give this person something as soon as he receives the book, so he must visit the Promised Land. Yan Lishan immediately realized that this was one of his students, and thought that she had acted disgustingly. Yan Lishan said that the so-called Lord of Corruption who was leaving was his third disciple. The Lord of the city said that this is so, and at the moment the Lord of Corruption has settled in the southern part of the continent, and has long since become the absolute ruler of all lands. Yan Lishan thought about his excellent students, and all of them at once well done, and even the third one with the worst skills managed to have such a large figure. But she turned to the topic and determined what the promised land was. Could it really be about those barren mountains that he visited with the third one to sow them with spiritual plants? And Lishan also remembered that she should have said about them doing all this in secret from the Empress. While Yan Lishan was thinking about this, the city leader fell to his knees and said that his father had not originally intended to hand over the city leader's post so early, because he had wanted with all his heart to one day personally meet the owner of the Heavenly Book. Every day he devoted himself to something he could commit, and at some point he had an obsessive thought about all the buildings that drove him crazy. The head of the city, with tears in his eyes, said that he understood that he should not ask our hero for such trifles. However, he still wants to ask for help. And Lishan extended his hand to this old man and said to Kafka that he and his father were friends, so they could ignore it, and immediately asked where he could be found now. The city leader said with tears in his eyes that his father was now in a deep sleep in the Kunlun vein, and even though there were no relatives there, and Lishan should first go to the place indicated by the Lord of Corruption. Meanwhile, the fortune teller was thinking that Yan Lishan was a real pervert, and it finally dawned on her. The secret negotiation that he had agreed on with the mayor of the city were just lies, and the real goal was to commit sodomy. So they left her aside to arrange a secret meeting here. A minute of interesting facts. The term to commit sodomy literally translates as how to tear off a sleeve, according to legend. The Han Emperor Aid tore off the sleeve of his robe that was stuck under the body of the favorite who was sleeping next to him, so that getting up would not disturb his sleep. The fortune teller was clearly losing her nerve. She was thinking about how she had waited with such difficulty for such an important fateful meeting. But then this incredible nonsense happened. She burst into the room and said that there was no way she would share her betrothed with some guy, and that she would only do this over her dead body. After which she used the sleeping smoke bomb, and then she laughed and looked at the sleeping cultivator and said that no matter how powerful he was, after absorbing the smoke of her special sleeping pill, he immediately fell helplessly to the ground. After this, the girl raised her hands and said that she could not share the body of a man with anyone, in which the highest grade Yang energy flows. Suddenly, the Heavenly Book appeared in front of her, and immediately opened. From it emerged strange spiritual beings that penetrated the body of the fortune teller, after which something changed in her consciousness. When it was all over, the fortune teller climbed on top of our hero and lifted up her skirt. After a few more seconds, Yan Lishan came to his senses and realized that, judging by the smell, it was a sleeping pill. However, in addition to this, he felt some strange slippery and soft sensation. When Yan Lishan fully opened his eyes, he saw that in front of him was a fortune teller, who was looking at him with crazy eyes. And Lishan immediately pulled her face away from his and ordered her not to press against him. After that, he remembered that before he lost consciousness, she burst into the room carrying some unrelated nonsense. But at that moment her condition was normal, which means something happened after. After this, the girl stuck to him again, and Yan Lishan realized that she was sniffing him. After this, the fortune teller moved lower and sniffed the cultivator's groin, and Lishan immediately pulled her away from his junk. However, after this she took his hand and licked his finger. Suddenly, Yan Lishan realized that she just wanted him to pet her, after which Yan Lishan looked at the heavenly book, and he said that he knew that it opened. En Lishan thought that the worst possible situation had happened. In fact, what En Lishan called the heavenly book was a yellow book. It was a book with obscene contents that contained Yishan's many years of collection, in order to prevent others from discovering it. En Lishan placed a ban on the book called the Great Perception Shift, and if anyone other than our hero even glanced at the contents of the heavenly book, their consciousness would be washed and changed into that of a dog. After that, Yan Lishan looked at the fortune teller and wondered how it happened that she was the one who saw her. En Lishan thought sadly that this could not be left like this because this was also a secret agent of his sect, so ignoring it was clearly not an option. After this, Yan Lishan sadly thought that it was time for him to start the reverse process, and abruptly turned the girl around. She immediately fell to the floor and looked at our hero. En Lishan looked at her seriously, and said that the girl was very lucky that in such a state she ran into him, and not someone else. After that, he massaged her back and said that the essence of the great shift of perception is that it implants the soul of a dog into the soul of a human. Then Yan Lishan gently touched her back and said that if you try to extract it by force using standard techniques, it will only damage the soul and make a person weak. And why did Yan Lishan thrust his hand into her back? And he pulled out the dog's soul, explaining that extracting a dog's soul without touching a human one is the only way to recover from such a ban. After that, everything returned to normal, and the girl lost consciousness, after which Yan Lishan exhaled resignedly and thought that it could be considered that everything went well, and also noticed that the girl's sleeping position was, of course, incomparable. En Lishan looked at her body and said that considering that she had to suffer a lot, he would allow the heavenly book to make a good dream for her. Also, Yan Lishan added that the awakening of the technique's effect will finally end. Then Yan Lishan took the heavenly book and thought that considering that he helped her, she would have to keep his secret. It was just holding the heavenly book. After this, Yan Lishan remembered his third disciple and decided that it was time for him to visit the Promised One once. And then he looked at the fortune teller and the head of the city and said to himself that it was better to hurry before these two woke up, so that he wouldn't have to explain everything again. After this, Yan Lishan turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed that something was holding him. En Lishan looked down and thought that the fortune teller had woken up. However, she simply grabbed his clothes. Suddenly the girl squeezed her even tighter in her arms, and unexpectedly began to talk in her sleep about some teacher. She begged him to wait a little longer and promised that she would definitely cope and be able to protect him so that they could go to the Lantern Festival together again. She said with tears in her eyes that she didn't want to be alone. En Lishan exhaled heavily and sat down next to her, deciding that he would leave after she woke up. Meanwhile, the Empress listened to the news about her teacher. In particular, she focused on the reason why the Lord did not receive a request to return back. The maid said that when she arrived at the right place, the Lord was no longer in the city. One of the Empress's assistants said that this was simply nonsense, because Her Majesty is the Lord's senior disciple, whom he treasures very much, so he could not leave without saying a word, and probably the maid conspired with the city's leader to deceive the Lord into going somewhere else. The maid meanwhile apologized and said that news had reached her that a certain cultivator girl had tried to save the Lord in a dangerous situation, and after that she had lost consciousness and had not woken up. The Empress straightened up and said that we would consider that the servant had also escaped death. The maid continued speaking and explained that in order to find medicine for her, the Lord left, taking her with him. The Empress smiled and said that the Lord still did not change himself, and he always liked to help the weak. The Empress's assistant immediately fell to her knees because she understood that the fact that Her Majesty smiled did not mean anything good. The Empress meanwhile came to the center of the room and said that it was time for her to change her outfit. After this, the Empress declared that she would go there personally and ask the ruler to return. The Empress sadly added that she knew that the progenitor of the Crimson Rivers had gained great power by reaching the stage of samsara and had settled in the northern region and was openly gathering military forces, and would probably arrange insidious plans against this sect, which was why the Empress could not leave the city. Therefore, she would have to use her assistant. The Empress wanted the eyes and ordered her general to appear. A cat girl who was the general of the Iron River immediately appeared. The general said that she was waiting for orders from the Empress, to which the Empress said that the general should go instead of her or the Abyss should ask the ruler to return back, and in addition, the general needs to spread the word about something else. Xiao looked at the Empress and said that Her Majesty need not worry, because there are not many places on this continent where the sovereign could go. Meanwhile, Enlishin was already moving towards his third student. However, the fortune teller kept teleporting to him, but this time she couldn't see him because Enlishin used the closing technique, which meant that the heroes were wondering why the fortune teller was so persistent, and how did she even track him down. The fortune teller took over and noticed that something was wrong because the smell was still present, while Enlishin wondered where she got her dog-like behavior from, since the effects of the great perception shift should not have dissipated. After that, the fortune teller threw 2 talismans up and said that despite the fact that the search talisman is an expensive thing, using it on our hero would still be a good waste, because she is obliged to find him today. After that, Enlishin interfered with this technique, and thought that now she would finally give up her search, and also reasoned that the Empress probably ordered her to always follow him. But no matter what the reason, he cannot take her with him to the Promised Land. After that, Enlishin, hidden by his aura, set off on his journey when suddenly, the girl asked him, "Is she really that disgusting to him?" After that, she tilted her head down and apologized. She said that during the competition because of the Heavenly Book, she recklessly went up to the arena and probably caused him a lot of trouble, but she really tried from the bottom of her heart to just save him. After that, the girl looked up and said that it would be more correct to say this: she was ready to achieve his survival, even at the cost of her own life. After that, her gaze dimmed, and she continued to say that in fact she had very little time left, but before her death she wanted to realize her cherished dream. The girl was a little embarrassed, and said that she had tried many times. However, now she was completely sure that only Enlishin could help her. She understood that he was somewhere here. Although she could not see him because of the concealment technique, she said that he could at least mock her, or even despise her, and arrange anything for her, and he could also take any payment from her. However, she added that until he agreed, she would never back down from her goal. After which the girl with tears in her eyes began to beg for help and said that Enlishin could perceive her even as a pitiful dog. Enlishin immediately cancelled his technique, and the girl was glad that he finally appeared, and then wiped away her tears with a happy smile. After this, she thanked him for this and vowed that she would not cause him any trouble. After that she said that if he likes dogs, she can play it without the Heavenly Book. Enlishin stood silently, while the happy girl began to bark, and thought that if Enlishin agreed to help her, then she would be able to save her teacher. But without further ado, Enlishin walked up to her and thrust your blade into her chest. After that, the girl fell to the ground with tears in her eyes and asked why Enlishin did this. Enlishin stood in front of her, and couldn't understand what was going on. Why, breaking off in mid-sentence, did she suddenly lose consciousness? Then, Enlishin sensed a change in the aura and looked back. Enlishin clearly felt that something was moving in that direction. Suddenly his first student appeared in front of him. The Empress looked at her teacher and asked why he broke his promise. Because he said that he would return as soon as he took the Heavenly Book. The Empress pressed herself against her teacher and said that he could at least send a message. Why did she run her hand over his face and ask, "Is it really true that in his eyes she is not worthy of even such a trifle?" Enlishin took her hand and said that she was really not worthy, and after that he said that she was not worthy, only because the person in front of him was not the real Empress. After this, Enlishin realized that, as he thought, this was a very ordinary werewolf. Werewolves are mid-level yaogai that live on the continent, and use the strong emotions of cultivators as food. They often use special techniques to create the illusion of a person close to their church and thus penetrate the consciousness. The state remains in a dream realm until it is completely destroyed. Enlishin thought for a bit, and decided that the reason why the girl fainted was probably a werewolf attack. For werewolves who master illusionary techniques, the best time to attack is night, but this time the turn appeared in broad daylight. And besides, usually people do not have a real body. However, they just touched it. After that, Yan Lixun looked at the fortune teller and noticed that evil energy was drawn towards her. Yan Lixun immediately protected her with his energy. However, he realized that something was wrong here, because he had put a barrier on her to protect her from werewolves. But she seemed to feel much worse. After some thought, he realized that soon she would be completely eaten away from the inside. Meanwhile, the girl was sleeping and had a strange dream, in which she was still very little, and was humming a song while playing with stones. There was a strange man sitting nearby and corpses were lying around. The girl said that it was too boring. However, in any case, she is always alone. Everyone in the world wanted to see her die as soon as possible. She was pursued. She ran away and was forced to defend herself, and so on day after day. The girl wondered when such days would come to an end, but when she went outside she saw a strange woman there, drinking wine judging by the rain. The woman in glasses looked at the young fortune teller and called her dear student. The little fortune teller said that the woman had probably gone crazy, but inside she was thinking that you are such that because she missed it, she will get into trouble again. The girl with glasses stood up and asked the girl to listen to her and not leave. After that, the woman introduced herself and said that her name was Shin. She came from the sect of the highest mystery, but people called her a dark seer. Half a month ago, the heavenly Tao sent a vision in which she ordered to go far back where she would have to meet a disciple destined by fate. The little fortune teller smiled and said that it turned out that she should call the woman her master. After that, when the cultivator got too close, the little girl took her blade and stabbed it into her stomach, after which, with tears in her eyes, she said that she had seen enough of her kind. Those who, time after time, under the guise of a teacher-student relationship, lured her into the elixir rooms, hoping to rip open her stomach and tear out her heart in order to create an elixir of infinite longevity from it, and all just because she was born the owner of an internal pill of the highest Yin, an excellent basis for chemical processes. Why did a little girl kill her so-called teacher with particular anger? And standing in the rain over the woman's corpse, she wondered why they couldn't just leave her alone. Suddenly the little girl noticed that her strength was completely exhausted, and her internal energy responded. Losing consciousness, she looked at the strange man in the room, and wondered if she was destined to die here, without having any family or comrades, without even knowing what tank hole tasted like. Falling to her knees, the girl raised her head up and said that all she wanted was for her to have a normal life when she transferred. Suddenly she noticed that someone had started healing her early. It was that same woman in glasses. She said that for this it is not necessary to wait for reincarnation, and one can achieve what one wants in this life. The woman healed her and her body and said that from now on, as long as she breathes, she will protect her student. Seeing this picture, the girl could only cry. After that, their carefree everyday life began. But everything comes to an end. After several years, after one incident, the master found herself in a serious condition. The fortune teller said with tears in her eyes, "The master does not need to be afraid, because now it is the disciple's turn to save her master, and as soon as she finds the owner of the supreme yang sacred essence, and conducts paired cultivation with him, she will immediately be able to restore her wasted longevity." Meanwhile, Yan Lixun looked at the sleeping fortune teller and understood that having been subjected to the defeat of the soul and the pipes of the werewolves, she would not last long. After that, he looked at the werewolves and decided that he needed to act quickly while he still had a chance to save this girl. The werewolves began to peacefully but surely surround the cultivator. Behind them stood the main monster, enjoying this spectacle. But unexpectedly, Yan Lixun dispelled all these illusions. However, the main monster rushed at him and kicked him. The werewolf looked down and said that girls mostly like to play the leading role, and also added that for now her real body is in an altered state. How suddenly an incredible wave of excitement came over them. Where did this sudden heat in the lower part of the body come from? Because they hadn't even really gotten down to business yet. Meanwhile, Yan Lixun said with a smile that it was about the pleasure point that he was currently pressing on. The werewolf received incredible ecstasy while Yan Lixun was saying that, as the name says, this acupuncture point will make anyone experience pleasure. After that, Yan Lixun reproached the werewolf for creating a physical body. However, she did not even bother to study it in detail. Yan Lixun poured his energy into her, saying that it was time to show her real body, while the werewolf screamed with all her might and begged him to let go of her leg. Enlishun immediately let her go, causing her to experience incredible pain. While Enlishun was saying that a werewolf is an evil spirit born from human passions, and in order to deal with it, it is necessary to separate them by seizing the initiative, delivering greater pleasure. It will leave the new one no choice but to show his true nature. Enlishun stood up and said that if he let go today, who knows how many more people would become her victims in this world. Turnover was still trying to convince our hero that she really was the Empress and asked why Enlishun was treating her so cruelly. Ignoring these words, Enlishun ordered her to shut up and not dare to say the Empress's name. The imprint on her forehead remained after. Driven by the desire to protect the sect, she went through brain and bone marrow washing and tempering. For a whole month, she went through bone scraping and meridian replacement. Even Enlishun would not have been able to endure such a thing. However, she did not shed a single tear at that time. On the contrary, she loved her fellow students so much that she hid in a dark corner where she reproached herself for her impotence and worthlessness. How could such an honest and decent person like her stoop to something like this for the sake of satisfying her passions? Having told all this, Enlishun looked at the werewolf and called her a pitiful scum, driven only by lust. Werewolves steal other people's memories, trample them and mock them, and only because of this do they consider themselves superior to others. With these words, Enlishun destroyed that werewolf. As she died, the werewolf screamed that Enlishun was simply crazy, and she rushed to the body of the fortune teller with the thought that she still had a chance for victory, because the girl had plunged into the kingdom of dreams, and all she had to do was move into her, and she would be able to be reborn immediately. But at the very last moment, an unknown person cut her body into two parts. It was the general who appeared out of nowhere. After that, the general took off her mask and looked at the cultivator, saying that it was not easy to find him. According to legend, in the far west of the continent, there lives a celestial being banished to the mortal world who created a unique secret technique, through the absorption of a dark stone, which allows the spiritual embryos of two cultivators to be brought out beyond their bodies, and with the support of the formation of an oath contract, the spiritual embryos of both sides achieve a mutually beneficial exchange. Those who have used this technique are able not only to use the fruits of hardening together, but even to share a visual connection. And the name that the celestial being gave this technique sounds like spiritual unity. Now Enlishun looked at the general and felt the Empress's energy in her. The general asked if Enlishun had recognized her. To which Enlishun replied that her spiritual embryo belonged to the rarest scarlet rank, and even if she turned into dust, the master would still recognize her. After this, the Empress in the general's body looked at her teacher, and asked why he was so nervous. Enlishun wanted to answer something, but she interrupted him and said that it was easy to understand, because he was having so much fun as a werewolf that he even forgot about returning. Enlishun looked at her and asked, did she really see everything? The Empress's gaze changed a little, and she said that she saw everything from beginning to end. Then, in a slightly upset tone, the Empress added that she knew everything perfectly well, whether it was his praise towards her, or the search for a cure for that girl who became the reason why Enlishun was delaying his return. After that, they decided to discuss everything in front of everyone under the tree. Enlishun told the Empress that he had mistakenly taken this girl for the agent she had planted in the city of the Heavenly Book. The Empress looked at her teacher with an offended look and said that he was making a fool of himself again, because despite the fact that he had misunderstood everything, she was perfectly aware of it. So why did she follow him even knowing that there had been a misunderstanding? Enlishun said that it was indeed a good question and explained that as far as he understood, the girl followed him because she wanted his help. After these words, the Empress thought that the master did not even consider the fortune teller as a woman and, a little embarrassed, asked why she needed help. Did she really have enemies? To which Enlishun replied that he didn't know the details. However, when she was attacked by a werewolf, the word master came out of her mouth, so Enlishun thinks that the problem is related to the sect she belongs to. The Empress rolled her eyes and said that the master was a noble soul who loved to poke his nose into other people's business. Enlishun looked at the girl and asked, do these words only apply to him? The Empress immediately remembered her past. However, she looked away and said that she was too lazy to do such things. After this, the Empress stood up, smiled maliciously and said that her teacher should have already learned that for people now she is almost the embodiment of evil. And she added that instead of getting rid of the problem, it is much faster to get rid of the person who creates it. And Lishan told her that it was just nonsense, and if it were true, the girl would have been dead long ago. Standing up, Yan Lishan said that he knew very well that his student was a good girl who acted with the best intentions and probably had not had it easy over the past years. But now he had returned and she could calmly show herself to herself. Finally, he said that even if the firmament collapses, she will still be a priority for him. The Empress was very embarrassed and immediately announced that it was time for her to leave and that while the master was here she had no need to worry about what was happening in this world. Finally, she looked back and said that when Yan Lishan finished with the matter he had gotten himself into, he should return back as quickly as possible, and not dare to allow history to repeat itself. Finally, she added that in that case she could really leave her teacher without legs. After this, the Empress left the body of her spiritual twin, and immediately a general appeared in front of our hero and shouted that despite the fact that Her Majesty had forgiven her teacher, the general was still angry. After this, the general added that Her Majesty had instructed him to follow our hero until they returned to the city, and she would not take her eyes off the master, and Lishan replied that this was a very commendable enthusiasm. Then Yan Lishan wondered why his surroundings were constantly increasing and added with a smile that the baby had not yet woken up, so he would go and examine her. However, the general got ahead of him and said that the master should not bother himself with such things. After this, the general ripped the fortune-teller's clothes with one claw, and Lishan immediately asked her to stop. The general looked at him and asked what he wanted, and Lishan turned away and said that he had no need to watch the examination of the wounds, and that he would go for a walk in the forest for now. Inside, Yan Lishan was thinking that as long as the general was here, he didn't need to worry about this girl, and now he could calmly go to the promised land. However, unexpectedly, the general's blade fell right in front of him. The general coldly replied that if the lord thought such behavior was inappropriate, he could simply turn away or close his eyes. However, he was forbidden to leave her field of vision, such was the Empress's order. And Lishan sadly said that he understood everything and asked what the fortune-teller's condition was. The general replied that nothing good happened and that the werewolf had penetrated her soul and damaged the spiritual embryo. Therefore, now all that remains is to resort to the method of preservation and wait for her awakening. And Lishan thought that usually in such a situation, one would need to extract the spiritual embryos and use a regeneration spell. However, this would often result in damage to the body. Could it be that the preservation method was some new technique created by the new generation? While he was thinking about this, the general suddenly took off her armor and revealed to our hero her body covered in scars. However, the girl immediately noticed that Yan Lishan was looking at her. And Lishan immediately turned away and asked if there was any reaction. She didn't answer him, and Yan Lishan, groaning, decided that he didn't need to get into it after all. After some time, the general stood up and said it will do, and judging by the look, she will wake up soon. The general also said that the girl's vitality was undermined, so she would wake up for a short time, and in the future, to strengthen her condition, it would be necessary to obtain spiritual medicine. After that she looked at the moon and added that today it was already too late, so the search for the potion would have to be postponed for now. Then the general would get down to business, and yawning, add that after today she was really tired. Looking at our hero, the girl added that she suggested setting up a halt right here at dawn to start looking for a cure. Our hero's gaze immediately changed. After all, he had a chance to get away from them. And Lishan immediately approached the general and patted her on the shoulder, saying that she could rest and not worry about anything, and he would look after them. The general wanted to answer something, but immediately fell asleep. And Lishan said to himself with a smile that he just pressed the sleepy point. After that, Yan Lishan looked at the girls and decided to leave. The girls meanwhile regained consciousness. Let's go back a little to the past. Before sending her general on a mission, the Empress sat in front of the mirror and reasoned that she does not doubt that the master is a gentle person and will not leave the weak in trouble. However, this time it seems to her that he has some other hidden motive. Therefore, the Empress finally gave the order that when the right moment came, vigilance should be relaxed during surveillance, and then her assumption should be tested. That's why the general pretended that she had passed out, but in reality she just wanted to keep an eye on the cultivator. As soon as he disappeared, the general rose to her feet, and the fortune teller could not believe that right in front of her was the Empress's subordinate named Xia Chun. Also, the girl decided that, judging by her appearance, she intended to pursue this guy. After this, the fortune teller looked down and asked herself, what happened to her clothes? I also noticed that there was still a slight pain in the dantian area. The girl clutched her head and wondered, was she really raped while she was unconscious? The general noticed her agitation and said that the girl had been subjected to werewolf magic, so at the moment her dantian was not stable, and she could not make any sudden movements. The fortune teller, after learning that her body had been stolen by a werewolf, thought that some strange images had indeed appeared in her mind. The girl was horrified and, clutching her head, wondered how she, who had never lost control in front of people before, ended up in such a situation. Suddenly the fortune teller stopped because she realized something. Everything that happened means that the danger has passed thanks to the help of that warrior, and now she feels this way because of the things he did to her. The girl was thinking about this out loud, which is why the general got confused. Finally, the general ordered her to stay there and began to leave. The fortune teller said that if the general goes to look for that guy, then she will go with her to search, because she must properly thank him for saving her, not sparing his body. And there is no better way than to thank with your body. After these words, the general approached her and, taking her by the muzzle, looked menacingly down. After this, the general smiled and said that she could not even imagine that the fortune teller would convey such meaning to her affections. The fortune teller threw her hand away and said that only a low person would not repay the kindness shown. Smiling, the general said that these were wonderful words, and in that case the fortune teller should hurry and thank her, because in the end it was the general who saved her. Hearing this news, the fortune teller almost went crazy. After this, the general took out her blade and said that it was time for them to stop this stupid conversation. She sealed the fortune teller on this piece of land and ordered her not to look at the ruler, because the Empress wanted to increase her. And the fortune teller is nothing more than a small star who naively decided to deal with the radiance of the moon. The general went to search and finally said that the fortune teller would stay here and the formation would protect her for a while. Then the general very quickly moved away from that place. During her search, she thought about why Her Majesty only wanted masters. Different images of how they spent time with the Empress popped into her head, which made the general even more angry. Suddenly the general noticed that they had begun to predict that it was flying right behind her. The general shouted that she had actually ordered her not to go anywhere, while inside she was surprised how her earthly information couldn't hold such a weak girl. The fortune teller, smiling from ear to ear, said that she had her own methods and the general should not worry so much. The general understood everything and thought that she had underestimated her too much. Therefore, she would have to use a more effective method. However, while she was thinking about this, the fortune teller said that the general had misunderstood her, and she did not like the master at all. Then the fortune teller said with a smile that she only needed his body. The general called her shameless, and the fortune teller replied that she herself perfectly understood how it sounded. However, if this was the only way she could save her teacher, then everything was fine with her. After this, the fortune teller asked with a smile if the general had a person for whom she would sacrifice her life, and immediately added that if so, she should understand her. Look ahead, the general said that she did not have such a person, and together they went on our hero's trip, who by this time had already managed to arrive in the promised land. In front of him in his memories there immediately appeared his third student, who greeted the master and said that in his honor she dug something interesting out of the ground. Enli Shin approached the student and explained that this was a spiritual centipede. This creature lives in places rich in spiritual chi, so they came to the right place. The student looked at her master and asked, why did they need to look for a place suitable for sowing spiritual plants? Enli Shin said that she should remember why the master decided to create a sect. The third student looked up and replied that it was to find a corner of paradise in a troubled age, to achieve happiness for everyone on the frozen lands. Enli Shin smiled and said that this was exactly what he wanted to achieve with all his heart, but to achieve such a blessing, a miracle was not enough. Enli Shin looked into the distance and said that a truly strong person should benefit the world, the whole world. It is possible that the fertile land they found could help many people in the future. The third student looked at her master and said that she really liked her teacher and what they were doing together. Then she promised him that she would turn this place into the paradise that the master so desired to see. Yan Lishan laughed and said that in that case they should hope for her luck and call this place the Promised Land. Now Yan Lishan stood in front of this very place and thought that it really brought back memories. However, even with the naked eye, it was clear that this place had fallen into disrepair. After that, he thought about it and decided that now his third student had also become an independent girl and, as the saying goes, a grown-up girl should not be kept at home. Then Yan Lishan remembered something and decided that all the girls who pretended to be asleep were probably now chasing his copy. In fact, this is exactly what happened now. The girls who pretended to be asleep were drugged by our hero. Yan Lishan looked up and said to himself that it was still wrong to deceive people, so once he had dealt with the pressing matters, he should apologize to them. At the same time, the fortune teller pressed the general against the tree with her whole body. The general asked, embarrassed, what the girl was doing. The fortune teller meanwhile showed with gestures that he needed to behave more quietly, and whispered that in such moments one should under no circumstances make noise. After all, if he receives psychological trauma, he will suffer from it for the rest of his life. The general loudly whispered, are they really just going to dump all this fruit on him? And she also added, that in vain did Her Majesty consider him a noble man. The fortune teller replied sheepishly that she could understand the general's feelings. After all, Her Majesty the Empress is the light of the white moon, and he, for the sake of satisfying his flat desires, will not even miss a tree. Watching this for a few more minutes, the fortune teller said that if you look closely, he is an expert in his field. Different frequencies, changes in tempo, and even the pose seemed familiar to him. The general thought with embarrassment that it was now obvious why he tried to escape by any means necessary, because it was all about lust, and this could never be reported to Her Majesty, because her noble heirs should not touch such dirt. After that she looked at the fortune teller who had already begun to undress. When the girl went to our hero, the general immediately grabbed her by the arm and ordered her to stand still. The fortune teller looked at her new friend and said that if she did not go to hell, then someone else would have to do it. And now this proverb is perfect, so she asked to let her extinguish the inexorable flame of lust of this man, and also added that she does not even need to be thanked after this. The general got angry and asked her to shut up and called her a shameless brat. Meanwhile, Yan Lishan was thinking that he was sneezing too much, and decided that someone was probably thinking about him right now. Suddenly, Yan Lishan noticed something. It was the wind spirit, causing Yan Lishan to smile involuntarily. Yan Lishan thought that his third disciple loved to brag about her achievements, so he was sure that she had dumbfounded him here because she believed that the paradise had already been created and asked him not to tell anyone about it just to brag to her master. However, when Yan Lishan entered inside, it was hardly reminiscent of the earthly paradise. Huge monsters immediately attacked him. However, Yan Lishan dealt with them with ease, after which he smiled slightly and hit the floor with all his might. The floor collapsed, and Yan Lishan found himself in a beautiful place. After that, he flew up to the spirit of the third student and addressed Lolo. The girl opened her eyes and immediately rejoiced when she saw the master in front of her, after which she asked with a childish smile if he was surprised when he saw the entrance to the underground paradise. Yan Lishan said that he immediately realized that the cave and monsters were all illusions created by her original spirit, which meant that she had really advanced far. The girl closed her eyes and added that the master really couldn't be fooled, and also added that they had known each other for more than a day, so she couldn't resist making a little joke. Yan Lishan said with a smile that he was really surprised and almost forgot that in addition to her tendency to seek out people's ears, she also liked to play pranks. The girl pressed her face to the master and said that no one in the whole world understood her better than the master. Yan Lishan immediately asked her to stop doing this. After that, his gaze changed and he asked her to tell him what had finally happened, which prompted her to keep everything a secret from her elder sister mentor to such an extent that it was necessary to send her original spirit outside of her body to convey this message to him. Lola looked away and said that in fact her original spirit did not leave this body because it was the only thing left of her. After a short pause, the girl smiled and said that she was dead. The master's gaze instantly changed. He asked only one question: who did this? But unexpectedly, the girl replied that there was nothing to worry about because she had arranged everything herself. Then she touched our hero's forehead with her finger, and told him that words were useless here, and it would be better if he saw everything with his own eyes. The cultivator immediately saw a picture of what had happened. During the 100 years that the master had lived in seclusion, countless scoundrels and bandits had set their sights on their order of cultivators. Time and again, their order of the highest mystery was under threat of destruction. However, fortunately, the students remembered the master's instructions well, and step by step, honing their skills, they were able to survive this crisis without losses. After they dealt with the heads of the enemy orders, the elder sister had to change the name to the Order of the Highest Principle, and only then were they able to catch their breath. From this moment on, Lolo's memories begin. 10 years after the name change, the Empress suddenly approached the girl and said that all the insignificant rats who showed disrespect to their order were destroyed, and also added that with the elder sister in power, they only had to wait for the return of the master. And that is why the Empress does not understand why Lolo wants to leave. Lolo gave her sister a mischievous smile, and replied that her sister was too bossy, and wouldn't even let her go down and play in the field. She also added that everything is fine, and the older sister does not need to worry, because caring for the beard does not fall only on her. After these words of Lolo, inside she changed in front of her sister. However, the great soothsayer revealed to her that the master's seclusion and the fact that their order had once again become someone's target was all someone's plan. And if the Empress had found out about this, she would have directed all her forces to destroying the enemies. And Lolo didn't want history to repeat itself, so Lolo set out to deal with the impending threat herself, and she lost without even having time to wait for the master. Enlishan came to his senses and the girl continued to speak. She said that after that bloody battle, she took the Phoenix Toxin and escaped as Yuanying, then created a false body and founded Tianshu City, and gave Zhang Kong the task of waiting for the master to reincarnate. Finally, the girl added with a smile that she was very glad that Yen Lishan returned so quickly, because her spirit form would not have lasted even 3 years. After listening to this whole story, Yen Lishan said that she could no longer worry and he would make a new vessel for her, a more durable one. Then Yen Lishan smiled and said that he would use the master's mind, the upper Dantian. Lolo was embarrassed and called the master the best, but added that it would be much more difficult than he thought. After that, she stroked her teacher and added that even though she was essentially a spirit, she was still a spellcaster at the first level of the life and death stage. Enlishan looked at her in surprise, because these words meant that Lo Luo's level of development was even higher than his. On the continent, the path of self-improvement is divided into 6 stages and 9 trials in each, including purification, strengthening, foundation, the birth of divinity, the creation of divinity, and finally the stage of life and death. At the life and death stage, overcoming each trial is equivalent to the progress made in moving from the purification stage to the life and death stage. Enlishan sadly lowered his gaze and thought that the last time he fought with the Empress, the stage of the divine creation was reached by her, and although his body had received holiness, it all came down to the goal of his self-cultivation. After all, he was only at the peak of the divine creation stage. However, what his student said means that there is a rival that she could not defeat even at the stage of life and death. Lolo suddenly continued speaking and said that when she fought that perverted monster, it was probably somewhere around the level of the 4th trial. And after escaping in spirit form, she assumed that she would be able to restore her body, but after countless attempts, nothing worked. After all these words, she asked what the master was going to do after 100 years of seclusion. Enlishan smiled and asked, "Is she afraid that he will lose?" He had time to think that although he had not advanced beyond the 5th stage, he had become a saint in the flesh, and could confront an opponent who was at the 4th trial of the next stage. The girl laughed and said that she knew that the master would want to fight this monster face to face. However, a victory by a small margin is still a defeat. After that, Yen Lishan said that Lolo understood everything correctly, and Lolo stuck out her tongue, which was covered with glass. The girl sheepishly said that this was the reason why she stayed here. This ice silkworm is a golden core that she created using the priceless ingredients collected throughout her entire life. If Enlishan uses it, she will immediately break through to the next stage, and it will increase by 5 points his chances of winning. After a short pause, Yen Lishan said that she was lying again. After all, having such a wonderful pill, she could use it herself, even being just a soul, if she goes through the last stage with it. That is, her restoration of the physical body will become much higher, and moreover, this golden core, according to her, consists of ingredients that they grew here 100 years ago. However, these herbs have no effect. Therefore, there is only one conclusion left. The golden core was made from her spiritual core. When Yen Lishan said all this, the girl laughed out loud, and then she held back tears of joy and said that this was expected from her teacher. He saw through her this time too. Yen Lishan turned around and ordered her to be a good girl and wait here, and to stop worrying about her teacher. Finally, he said that he would return soon. Suddenly, Lolo grabbed the golden core and with her spiritual hand placed it into her teacher. The girl laughed again and said that she had finally managed to catch her master. The core began to be sucked into his body, and Lishan immediately started shouting for her to take her own golden core back. However, it was too late. Lolo was dissolving and turning into emptiness. She asked to say hello to her older sister, and these were her last words. Standing in the middle of the collapsing dungeon, Yen Lishan looked at the core that she left behind and thought about how she had been supporting the Promised Land all this time by herself. Looking at this core, Yen Lishan said that he wanted to borrow her luck, but he never wanted her to force herself to act like this. Yen Lishan opened his heavenly book and placed the dying soul of Lo Luo, after which he added that now she herself would be able to greet her older sister. Inside, Yen Lishan was thinking that the heavenly book could support the inner soul, and if he kept Lo Luo in it, her soul would never dissipate. After sealing her soul, Yen Lishan said that it was time for them to take a walk, and he would like to visit their genius. The fortune teller and the general who were at the weapons, they understood what was happening and why the earth was shaking so much. After that they looked at our hero who turned out to be bait, and understood everything. The general shouted that she felt a very strong surge of energy in the southern direction, and grabbed her blade. She bit her lip and explained that someone had made a breakthrough, and that this was a significant stage. Suddenly she noticed that the fortune teller had fallen to the ground and asked what had happened. The fortune teller said that everything was fine, but inside she knew that there could be no mistake, because her core only reacted like that when it sensed someone with the body of Saint Yang, and if she cultivated with someone like that who also made a breakthrough, then Danya Tian's strength would also be improved, if now this was the best chance she had. The general leaned over and asked, did she really treat her poorly? The fortune teller was surprised that the general was worried about her. However, she immediately decided that this was all because she served the Empress, and if she left the fortune teller and decided to find this cultivator herself, she would not be able to report. However, the fortune teller still cannot give up her goal. It slowly rose and cast its most powerful spell. Dozens of talismans entangled the general's body, sealing her in that place. Then, the fortune teller said that today she would go for the man whom the Empress's gaze fell upon, because he is a rare body consecrated by Saint Yang, who has not been seen by you for 100 years. And today she will finally be able to replenish her master's internal pill and prolong her life. The fortune teller approached the general and asked him to understand the situation and get out of the way. However, the general immediately destroyed this seal with a few movements. Then she asked, did the fortune teller really think she could defeat her? And finally the general pointed her blade at her, and said that if she behaved decently, and did not interfere in the affairs of Her Majesty, then perhaps they would turn a blind eye to her stupid aspirations. However, this is impossible if she is going to go against the rules. The general then put her blade to the fortune teller's neck, and she asked, is it really the master who taught her this, after all these conversations? Is it really true that she still relies on someone else to do everything for her? And she said that this is typical behavior for worthless people to resort to such methods. Immediately after this, the fortune teller grabbed the blade with her bare hands and demanded that the general take back her words. After all, her personal insignificance does not apply to her master. The fortune teller jumped back and released all her spiritual powers in order to immobilize the general. The fortune teller raised her hands, explaining that the general would now rest for a while in her earth spirit formation. The general couldn't believe that this girl was capable of stealing other people's technology. The fortune teller turned around and said that the formation of the earth spirit breaks their blood contract and can only be dispelled by a spellcaster, and only someone who is in the stage of life and death can remove it by force. The fortune teller also said that she understood perfectly well that the combat training of generals is 10 times superior to all others, so the gate information is just sleight of hand, and she bet on her disgust for such methods. Meanwhile, the general said that the fortune teller is a liar and a fraud. Turning around, The fortune teller said that she had never lied to her, and precisely because she was one of the helpless, she had to rely on such cheap tactics, and since the master was not nearby, she had to figure everything out herself, and it had nothing to do with her. After which the fortune teller flew away with thoughts that she would like to put her life on the line and give everything she has to ensure safety for her master. However, there is only one way out, and she has no other choice but to resort to such methods, because she has already done everything she could, but step by step she believes that she will definitely be able to save her master, and it does not matter what kind of dirt she has to get her hands dirty in. While she was thinking about this, the essence of an unknown deity suddenly appeared before her. The girl immediately recognized him as her master, and wondered what he was doing here. Her so-called master said that the cores she offered him this year were made from low-quality ingredients obtained from grass-fed spirit beasts. If she repaid him with a core from her body, then he would be at peace. However, in reality, he senses a fine ingredient nearby from someone who has recently made a breakthrough to the life and death stage, so she is obliged to bring him its core. Yen Lishin, who suddenly appeared, said that there was no need for that, since he was already here. The fortune teller couldn't believe her eyes and asked, how could Enlishin find her? Enlishin looked into her eyes and said that he was not talking to her. Looking at the so-called ruler, Yen Lishin thought that such a figure was in Laluo's memories, and it seems that this is the one who is behind all this. The Lord flew up to our hero and said that he was quite a good cultivator, because his presence could only be felt by those who were at the stage of life and death. However, instead of empty talk, Yen Lishin immediately raised his hand to give him back for his student, after which he said with a confident face that he came here to put an end to this so-called divider. The Lord laughed and said that he loved bold ingredients, after which they entered into a duel. The fortune teller watched what was happening and could not believe that Yen Lishin could hurt the projection of this person. During the fight, Yen Lishin asked this monster if he was the one who harmed Lolo. However, instead, the overlord shouted that Yen Lishin was simply overheated and did not recognize the keeper of the gates of happiness and sorrow before him, for which he would soon pay very dearly, and acknowledged his superiority. After which the lords pressed our hero between their palms, and said that despite the fact that he managed to break through to the stage of life and death, his body is still mortal. However, he still recognizes his strength. Immediately after saying these words, Yong Lishin used his strength to destroy his palms and free himself, to everyone's surprise. Enlishin said that he was not interested in fighting the projection and ordered this filthy god to summon his real body. Enlishin swung his fist and said that he didn't care that there was a deity in front of him. If anyone laid a finger on his disciples, he would personally deal with that deity. Immediately after these words, Yen Lishin finished off the deity with one blow, and he grabbed the core of this projection. The Lord said that he finally remembered. A long time ago he seemed to have crushed some bug, and now he sees how Enlishin presents you and notices some similarities. Dying, the projection laughed and said that that bug was at the first level of the life and death stage and he crushed it. So even if it escaped as a spiritual embryo, it would never gain a physical body. The projection of the majority said that Enlishin would experience the same fate, but immediately after that, Enlishin crushed this projection. Enlishin looked at his hand, saying that these were rather cruel words for someone who ran away so quickly, and since there was no need to hurry, Yen Lishin freed the fortune teller and the general. The general couldn't believe that after everything that the fortune teller and Lishin had done, she wanted them to just let her go like that. The general claimed that the fortune teller was in the power of their enemy, and the path she had found was never noble. After all this indignation, Yen Lishin looked at the fortune teller and asked what her connection was with the great fortune teller, because after he drove out this evil god, he could no longer feel him from her body, and then he was finally able to find traces of the fortune teller. The fortune teller raised her gaze upward and asked how Yen Lishin knew the title and her master. The general's face immediately changed and she asked, "Is the sunset's dark soothsayer her master, and is she her majesty's niece?" Instantly explaining that Yen Lishin is the master and her majesty. Hearing this, the fortune teller could not believe that Yen Lishin was her master's teacher, the legendary supreme lord of the dark path. Looking at this young man, the girl thought that she always thought that he should be a gray-haired old man. Enlishin approached the fortune teller and said so to speak that if her teacher gave her life, then now her life expectancy is probably like mortality, and most likely this is all because of that dirty god. The girl let go of her head and said that it all happened because of her. The evil god got a chance because of her helplessness, and if the master had not transferred her energy to her, the master could have escaped without consequences. But the moment her spiritual power wavered, she was captured. And that bastard somehow managed to take away her title of Dark Soothsayer and forced her to predict various ways in which he could manifest himself in this continent. And since the master refused to help him already when he used his dirty spells to tell her body and from the extracted soul, he read his fate, and after he got the desired results, he forced the fortune teller to collect 1,000-year purification pills for him so that he could gain a physical body. For a decade now the poor master has been in the power of this monster. She can neither live nor die. The fortune teller said with tears in her eyes that after all this, she had no other choice but to carry out his order and collect purification pills for him. But everything continues to change the rules, and he will continue to torture the master to force the fortune teller to act. Then the fortune teller said that now he had already saved for 500 years, and if she found a body like our hero's, it would be close to her goal. However, this dirty god is still a being beyond this world and no one can see him approaching. In one moment he just broke their connection like that, and she can no longer find him. And this means that she can't find her master. Enlishin looked at her and ordered her to stop crying. After all, he has his own methods for finding dirty gods. The general informed the Empress that they would be delayed, and the Empress said that she had sent her there to see him off and hurry back. So why did she need to spend another 3 days in the south before returning to the city? The general explained that the cultivator girl really wants to save her master, and the general can prove that the path is not close. But all this is unimportant, because the Empress does not sound very good. Therefore, it is better for her to rest. The general also said that she spent most of her spiritual energy to save this girl. If she tries to read her thoughts, she will damage her physical body. The Empress was a little surprised and asked, did they really encounter any difficulties? And also, having the technology that they have at their disposal, they can get anywhere in a day and a half, but not in 3, so the general must tell the truth. The general was silent for a few seconds and said that the Lord said that on the south coast you can find a rare flower, Bian, beautiful and red, and this flower grows underground in the abyss of death. It is difficult to get, but it suits the Empress. These were the words of the Lord. The Empress replied that it would be simply the perfect decoration for the wedding. When they finished talking, the general thought sadly about how she had promised not to lie to her. However, she had not kept her word, but now the forefather of the Crimson Rivers was closely watching the city of the sect of the highest principle, so the Empress should not be distracted by anything, and they should leave the Dark Soothsayer to the Lord, because he seemed to say that he had some special method. Enlishin looked at the girls and said that during their battle, he introduced his energy into his projection so now God will not be able to hide. The fortune teller sadly replied that he did not belong to the 5 elements, and also if they could find him going beyond the 5 elements, who is the so-called beyond, meaning without reason or desire, a vague area without form. And on the continent, even the most powerful cultivator would have to at least abandon his physical body before he could enter this state. The fortune teller also explained that the reason why she had previously entered instead of beyond the 5 elements was because the vile god had used his energy to hide her 5 senses, and she had secretly calculated that the energy could only be enlightened by those who were above the 3rd level of the life and death stage. General, I thought with sadness that the Lord, even after the breakthrough, was still only at the 1st level. But suddenly Yenlishin said that there was no need to worry and entangled their bodies with golden threads. The girls did not immediately understand what Yenlishin was doing. However, after a few minutes, they realized that this was simply an energy inversion, Yenlishin making their energy even more chaotic. And at the same time it gives them incredible pleasure. After a few more minutes, the man was with his fingers and said that everything was ready, and without them, that the energy of the cultivator is connected with the 5 elements, and he changed the direction of the flow of their energy so that they conflict with each other, and after the violation of the 5 elements, they can be called 0. The general could not believe that Yenlishin was capable of changing the direction of the energy of a still living person, and the fortune teller thought that this was no different from an immortal changing his fate against the heavens. However, the girl decided that surprisingly there was no time now and stepped forward with the words that now there was no way to lose a single second, because one more moment of delay meant that the master would suffer even more. The fortune teller took a few more steps forward and said that they were now showing the way. However, unexpectedly, Yan Lishan stopped her and said that there was something more important now. Meanwhile, the evil god was outside the 5 elements, apologizing for the hero hurting him by daring to impose a restriction on his project. God thought that in order to save his master, the little bug would definitely try to start pair cultivation with this brat. However, this is all a waste of time. Suddenly, God noticed something. Right in his domain was Yan Lishan. And Lishan covered his nose and said, "It's no wonder the god ran away so quickly, because he smells like old junk." God was surprised, because he expected that Yan Lishan, who was only at the 1st level, would be so fast, but he did not show his surprise and asked who Yan Lishan thought he was. Then the evil god appeared before our hero and said that being part of the body of a deity would be much better than being a cultivator. But despite this proposal, Yan Lishan refused and said that he still needed close disciples, and if the evil deity bowed 800 times, then he would accept his disciples. Because of these words, the deity became angry and tried to attack our hero, who easily grabbed this spiritual energy. However, this was just a trick, and God was already preparing to eat our hero. Meanwhile, Yan Lishan was thinking that the 2 girls should now be safely away from their battle. Let's go back a little to when Yan Lishan said that there was a more important matter. The fortune teller could not believe that he said that and asked, what could be more important than saving her master? And Lishan replied that it was precisely for this reason that they should not rush. After all, the dirty god came here in search of the elixir of longevity, so he expected that the fortune teller would be next to the ruler of the dark path, and if he gets it, it will only be to his advantage, and on the other hand, he can also use this time to regain strength in return. But even if he has a great fortune teller in his hands, Yan Lishan is going to maintain his principles. The general came a little closer and asked the Dark Lord to tell her directly what needed to be done. Yan Lishan turned around and looked at the girls, instantly answering that they needed to create a diversion when they broke in beyond the 5 elements. They needed to immediately split into 2 groups, and the girls would have to release the great fortune teller while Yan Lishan would hold back the vile god by restraining him. However, there is one problem. Due to the difference in their power levels, the girls will be in more danger than Yan Lishan. After all, Yan Lishan eliminated the 5 elements and disrupted their energy flow, so that means they can no longer use magic, and the only variable is the amount of time it takes to escape. The fortune teller immediately said in a confident tone that she was ready to do anything to save her master, dead or alive. Yan Lishan said that in that case they would do so, and he used his energy to create some cores, explaining that they should use it when they cope. And he will immediately end the battle and join them. And finally, the 3 of them set off to save the great fortune teller. Now they were moving forward in this strange dimension, and the fortune teller was saying that unfortunately her talisman could not glow brighter without additional spells. The general held onto her blade and asked the fortune teller if she was sure that they were going the right way. After all, when she set up the formation and entered the place beyond the 5 elements, she caught a glimpse of the dirty god being where everything was white and white. The fortune teller responded that she had walked here 100 times and would never get confused. Where everything was white, it was just an illusion that monster himself had created. In fact, that place was no different from this dirt around. I didn't stop to predict anything and asked the general to be silent. Then she announced that they had finally arrived. The general immediately asked who this huge monster was, and the fortune teller replied that it was the so-called guardian of the dirty god, and if you come closer than 3 meters, he will eat you and not even leave bones. And also the master is right now behind this thing, and judging by its appearance, he should have a wide field of vision. The general immediately thought that without magic it would be difficult to kill him with her speed and one blow. After all, he can notify the dirty side about them and hinder the Lord of the Dark Path. But suddenly the fortune teller rushed forward. The general ran up with her and shouted, asking what she had just done. The fortune teller replied that it had done nothing and explained that this guard had a fierce nature and good eyesight. However, he had a fatal flaw. Every 30 breaths he closed his eye to rest, and this was their chance to get through. A few seconds later, she also added that there was a small door ahead and they needed to go in there, and she also added that they needed to close their eyes when they passed through that door, otherwise the mechanism would blind them. And she also said that there was a ghost lamp 1.5 meters from the door. She needed to take it, otherwise wandering spirits would haunt her. The general was surprised at the same time. Did the weak girl really always do this? Over and over again I avoided the trap and remembered the tricks of each stage just to see my master. The general wondered if she were in her place, would she be able to endure all this and remain calm as a fortune teller? Finally, after all the traps, the girls got home. The fortune teller wiped away her tears and said that the dirty god was mad and thought that no one could pass through the labyrinth and save the great fortune teller, and therefore there was no longer any protection here. The general looked at the body of the great fortune teller, while the pink-haired one said that if they removed the trance nail from the master's body and cut the iron chain, they would finally be able to save her. But suddenly the general said that it smelled too bad here. The general explained that the great fortune teller smelled of a soul-tearing negativity. She was entangled in her energy and was difficult to unravel. She could connect the caster and the recipient, and if the thread broke, then not only would the recipient die, but the caster would also immediately find out about it. Upon hearing this news, the fortune teller immediately fell to her knees in despair. She cried and asked, even after all this, can't she save her master? The general said with a smile that the fortune teller was a fool, because the Dark Lord had sent them together, and the general had his own trump cards. She held out the artifact and said that it was the Jade Messenger of Her Majesty, also known as the Islamic Revival, which could be used as an extra life when faced with a certain death. The general said that looking back, it was safe to say that the Lord had already known. Then now is the time for him to learn. Immediately after this, the evil god immediately immobilized our hero, and said that he now has no choice but to be torn to pieces. But suddenly, the evil god heard a terrible, soul-rending sound. He looked at our hero and asked what the cultivator did. Enlishin said that he had not done anything yet, and was just about to, after which he used his energy to destroy the hands of the evil god. Then he looked at him seriously and added that he could finally give the evil god a beating without any remorse. The evil god instantly understood everything. He said that the body with the highest yang at the life and death stage can see its true essence, but it is still untouched, and this talent is simply truly outstanding. Because of this, the evil god wanted to eat this cultivator even more. He tried to do this and instantly bit off his head. Laughing, the evil god said that Enlishin had just become the victim of his bite, and even if Enlishin was in the life and death stage and too strong, he would still be torn apart. Suddenly, the evil god discovered that he could not bite off our hero's head, after which Enlishin knocked out his teeth and said that in front of him was the weakest and most evil god he had ever seen. Looking at his opponent, the evil god asked, "Does he really have a shell at the level of a saint?" Enlishin began to strike and say that the evil god could not be jealous, because he would never have such a thing. And Enlishin also added that he still had one surprise left. Enlishin infused the energy of light yang into the evil god with one blow. Because of this, the evil god received a physical shell. He could not believe his eyes. Enlishin laughed and said that this was exactly what the evil god wanted, and now he finally got it. The evil god realized that he would no longer be able to use his spirit to escape from here, and began to run away on his own feet, while thinking that this puppy was able to create a physical body for him with his bare hands. However, if someone possesses him together beyond the 5 elements, then he disappears. Therefore, he needs to get out of here as soon as possible. But this was not destined to come true. Enlishin chained the evil god, and then he appeared in front of him and said that they actually hadn't finished their duel yet. The evil god could not believe that such techniques existed, because he was shackled so tightly that he could not even move. Meanwhile, Enlishin began to slowly cut off the limbs of the evil god, and along the way he laughed and said that the evil god was probably very happy that he had a physical body. Smiling, Enlishin cut off all the limbs of the evil god. After that he looked at his body, and said that now he looks much better. The evil god raised his eyes and said that he still had a physical body outside of this place, and then he activated the soul-tearing thread with his words, and he announced that he would now enter the body of the great predictor. But instead, a simple pendant appeared in which there was almost no spiritual energy left. Enlishin immediately laughed and said that his physical body was somehow small and unusual, and then asked how such a big and evil god could fit in there. Your god realized that this was the work of our hero, and shouted that he would definitely kill the cultivator. Suddenly, he noticed something surprising. His body, which was supposed to disappear, suddenly began to heal. Yan Lishan smiled and showed his heavenly book and said that the evil god could take his time, because if the body disappeared, he would be able to move into the projection again. Therefore, Yan Lishan decided that it would be better if the evil god was tortured for eternity. As a result, Yan Lishan left the evil god as a hostage of this place forever, after which he met the girls and asked how the great fortune teller was doing. The fortune teller smiled and explained that thanks to the general's help, her life was no longer in danger and all that was left was to wait until she woke up. The general looked at the evil god and asked if he was already dead. The fortune teller immediately replied that being dead was too lenient a punishment for such a creature. After all, he kept her master on the brink of life and death. How can he be worthy of his body and soul simply disappearing after all this? After all, he should be boiled into pieces, ruble by ruble, and turned into medicine. Yan Lishan smiled and said that even this would not be enough. He then explained that he had used one of his techniques to trap him here and placed the limitation of a physical shell on him, and thus he would suffer the pain of his recovering body for eternity. The general thought that this meant that the red god had no chance of leaving the place beyond the 5 elements, and if she thought about it, since they had entered this place beyond the elements, and before she had used the jade messenger to save the dark soothsayer, the Dark Sovereign had already foreseen all the possibilities, and this result should have fit into his calculations from the very beginning. After all this, Yan Lishan asked to put the great soothsayer on the ground, and the soothsayer asked if it was true that her master was in bad condition. Yan Lishan raised his hand and replied that her physical body was able to survive together beyond the 5 elements thanks to the filthy god's chi, and now that they were not connected, he needed to redirect the flow of her energy before it was too late. Also, Yan Lishan said that the master did not wake up because of the chi, and the main reason is that her body is too weak of the lifeless energy protecting her heart, but nevertheless, her spiritual energy is Yan. Yan Lishan stopped and said that this is the opposite of his spiritual energy and therefore, first, he only needs to stabilize her life and then return to the outside world to come up with a solution. Unexpectedly, the fortune teller said that, in fact, she has the same type of energy as the master, so she asked to transfer her spiritual roots to the master. The general replied that this was simply unthinkable, because then the fortune teller would die. The fortune teller smiled and replied that thanks to the gift of heaven, her inner pill is the supreme Yan, nicknamed the greatest Yan seal. At first, she thought that her life would end as a tool that would help others cultivate. The fortune teller said with a happy face that everyone despised her. They came to her for the benefit of simply being born, and to tell the truth she never thought that she would have the opportunity to save someone. But it turned out that the master is the most precious person to me and for her this would be the best ending. That's why she asks our hero to fulfill her wish. Yan Lishan quietly replied that he would do so, after which, he immediately began this operation. As she was dying, Xiao Xiao painted herself one last time so that when the master woke up, she would be told that she had gone to travel around the world to become a professional cultivator. The girl said with tears in her eyes that this would make her feel calmer, and then she fell asleep. But after a few hours she woke up and immediately asked the question, why didn't her body disappear after the transfer of spiritual roots? Yan Lishan laughed and said that if someone else was doing the spiritual root transplant, the fortune teller would really die. But Yan Lishan was in control of the situation, so why didn't he save her life? But now, the fortune teller has no spiritual roots and her dantian is now also useless, so she will no longer be able to cultivate. When he said all this, the fortune teller pounced on him and hugged him very tightly. With tears in her eyes, she said that she didn't even believe that there could be such a good outcome. And she added that this was the best thing that could happen. The master was saved and she would no longer have to be a bad seed. Yan Lishan tried to pull her away from him and said that verbal expressions of gratitude were more than enough. The general looked at the Dark Lord and thought that he was truly a strong man with a kind heart, and the Empress made the right choice. After all, Yan Lishan said that now that everything had settled down, it was time for them to return and opened a portal. They immediately found themselves in front of the Empress, who asked what had happened. Yan Lishan looked up and said that the story is actually long. The Empress smiled and said that she really wanted to hear why. After a short trip, Yan Lishan returned as the first level of the life and death stage. She came a little closer and said that for now they will not pay attention to the elder sister, the magnificent fortune teller. But why did the cultivator girl also return all who? Also, the Empress added that her teacher had better choose his words carefully. After all, if he says something wrong, he will be punished. Okay, let's move on to the great fortune teller, who is now being carried away on a stretcher to the doctor. The general calmed the fortune teller and said that the girl should not worry because Her Majesty had already called the best healer to patch up the dark soothsayer. And this meant that she would wake up very soon. The fortune teller looked ahead and added that the Empress has many talented goals and she believes her. She also asked where Her Majesty and the Dark Lord were now, because she would like to bow to them and express her gratitude. The general tried to change the subject, and said that it would be better to change the fortune teller's clothes and feed her first. After all, these two are most likely very busy right now. Enlishan looked at the Empress and said that he understood her desire to find a secluded place to ask him, but he did not understand why she said it. The girl closed his eyes and asked him to be more patient and talk less. Enlishan, with his eyes blindfolded, thought that his senior disciple was really angry, and it seemed like she wouldn't let him go so easily. The Empress meanwhile leaned over and said that there were too many coincidences in the teacher's story, and she was no longer a stupid 3-year-old child, so her story looked like it was true. The Silk of Truth is a sharp weapon used in the sect of the highest principle to interrogate suspicious groups. The instruction is, after filling it with spiritual power, you need to tie it to the suspect and connect it with his feelings. When someone tells the truth, the other person will feel severe pain. Enlishan shouted that he didn't want the Empress to feel pain, so she had better put away this silk. However, the Empress did not do this and leaned over her teacher. Thank you. Did he do anything to the cultivator girl when he reached the first level of the life and death stage? Enlishan briefly replied what he did. The Empress noticed that the Silk of Truth did not react in any way, which meant that it was a lie, as she thought. The Empress said with a smile that she understood that the teacher was afraid of hurting her, that's why the people. However, it was still a lie, and she would like to feel a little pain, instead of listening to the lies that hurt her heart. Enlishan thought about what truth was doing. This means that she is telling the truth, and as a teacher, he cannot allow her to feel pain. The Empress pressed herself against her teacher's body and asked, "Did Enlishan save her because he cared about the cultivator's girl?" Enlishan replied that this was indeed the case. The Empress immediately thought that she no longer felt, which meant that the teacher was more concerned about the girl he always brought. She hugged her teacher and pushed him to the ground, and then she asked, "Did the teacher really develop feelings for the girl he brought to the sect?" Enlishan immediately shouted that the Empress had misunderstood him, and that everything was wrong, because of which the Empress experienced pain. Enlishan realized that he had just accidentally told the truth and hurt her, which meant that this could not continue and he needed to get out of this mess. But having received a portion of pain, the Empress with a blissful face said that she was incredibly happy. Enlishan felt pain and realized that the Empress was truly happy. However, he did not understand why she was happy that he had no feelings for another woman. Finally, the Empress came as close as possible to him and asked if Enlishan wanted to spend the night together. "Friends, if you want me to quickly make the second part of the manhwa you like, or you just want to support me, then you can use the super thank you function. I will be glad for any amount, since I spend several weeks creating one manhwa recap, and sometimes even that doesn't pay off. And thank you to those who watch my videos to the end, you are invaluable." Because of such a strange question, Enlishan was stunned. He really couldn't understand what she was talking about. Noticing his expression, the Empress moved a little closer and asked him to stop pretending. Enlishan began to understand where this was all going and tried to answer something. However, he couldn't say anything and simply blushed. The Empress sadly asked, "Doesn't Enlishan think her disciple is beautiful enough?" Enlishan immediately replied that she was the most beautiful in the world, after which the Empress felt pain from the Silk of Truth and groaned loudly. The Empress looked up and said that if the teacher did not want her, then she would hurt herself until he said what was really on his mind. After these words, she gently bit his ear and asked when he finally planned to give in. Enlishan did not answer, and then she said that she would take silence as consent, after which she lowered his hand to her hips. But suddenly, Enlishan evaporated and left behind a thick white fog. When he divorced, the Empress saw that instead of the master, only a doll remained. The Empress could not believe that Enlishan had simply taken and run away from her. Meanwhile, Enlishan, red with shame, was heading at full speed in an unknown direction and muttering under his breath that as a teacher, he couldn't think such a thing about his student. Having reached the first waterfall he came across, Yen Lishan began to meditate under its current. He prayed that his heart and soul would be one, like his energy flowing freely in harmony, so that no changes would affect him. However, as soon as he remembered the Empress, his younger brother immediately woke up in his pants. Yen Lishan immediately slapped himself in the face to bring himself back to his senses. However, after this he sadly noted that no matter how many times he read the heart-calming mantra, it was all in vain, and it seemed that his preparation was still not enough for such severe tests. Because of this, he remembered the old days, when the Empress was such a shoemaker as a child that it was scary. But her heart was in the right place, and she never fought in vain, and quietly followed her older sisters. A long time ago, when their sect was in danger, Yen Lishan fought on the front lines while she unquestioningly stayed at the rear to make sure that the sect was okay. Finally, he remembered that she said that she only wanted eternal peace for their sect, so that they would remain a family. However, because of this, he does not understand why she shows a love interest in him if they are just family. Yen Lishan raised his hand and looked at it, wondering how he would now look into the girl's eyes. Suddenly, behind him, Yen Lishan heard Lo Luo's voice asking, "Is the teacher pretending to be a fool or does he really not know what is going on?" Yen Lishan looked at his third disciple and greeted her, and then he was incredibly surprised, because this meant that she could now take shape again. Lolo smiled and said that it was all thanks to the teacher who placed her soul in the heavenly book where she slowly restored her soul, to which Yen Lishan replied that they still needed to pay attention to the production of their energy because such a sudden materialization could be dangerous. Yen Lishan also picked up the talisman and said that while he was fighting the filthy god, he had sealed most of his cultivation inside this jade messenger, and since Luoluo's current state was immune, Yen Lishan was going to gradually transfer his energy to her until she was completely restored. Lolo ignored all these words and looked into the teacher's eyes and said that he still hadn't answered her question. Did he really not know what the Empress felt, or was he avoiding her because he had never truly felt that way towards her? Our hero was struck as if by lightning. Meanwhile, Lolo said with a smile that if Yen Lishan did not have any feelings for her, then it was time for him to take a closer look at his third student. Yen Lishan slowly raised his gaze and asked what she was talking about. Lolo replied that everything was obvious here, and if the teacher didn't want to sleep with his older student, then what about the younger one? The girl also added that she is actually a spirit now, and that doesn't even count. However, instead of answering, Yen Lishan simply hit her on the head with his hand. Yen Lishan asked if she had decided to play a joke on him again, and ordered him not to think that if she was a spirit, he would not do anything to her. Lola looked down sadly, and then she flew up and said that now everything was obvious. The teacher saw her only as a child, and an adult is not affected by the words of a child, so it will not bother him. Then Lolo laughed and said that all this meant that he already saw his first student as a woman. Yen Lishan immediately blushed and turned away, saying that it was simply impossible because she was his dear disciple. Lolo asked with a smile how love between a man and a woman relates to this, and then she smiled and said that maybe she just wasn't his type and the teacher preferred younger ones. Yen Lishan asked what kind of nonsense this was and what her age had to do with it. But suddenly his third student disappeared, and then the Empress appeared in front of him and asked who Yen Lishan was talking to like that, while hiding in such an inconspicuous place. Yen Lishan tried to come up with an excuse, but inside he was glad that the Empress did not notice Lo Luo. The Empress took 2 steps forward and asked what could be so urgent that Yen Lishan ran away from Her Majesty, and also added that she heard something about the size. Yen Lishan immediately came up with the perfect excuse and began to explain. He said that according to his observations, the size is directly proportional to the amount of a person's internal danqi, which affects the speed of breakthrough. This is the latest research conducted by a master in the field of cultivation, and in short, the larger the size, the better the cultivation. After finishing explaining, Yen Lishan thought that what he had said was complete nonsense, and that no one would believe it at all. However, when he looked at the Empress, he saw that she was laughing and saying that she had not heard such nonsense for a long time, adding that the teacher was again thinking about all sorts of nonsense. Yen Lishan was surprised when she called him a teacher, while the Empress said that it turns out that according to this theory, it means that men's spiritual practice will take much longer than women's. Yen Lishan responded, a little embarrassed, and said that in the whole world only the Empress would laugh at his strange ideas. Enlishan wanted to talk about how she wanted to sleep with him, but the Empress interrupted him and said that the teacher had been walking for quite a long time and he was probably tired, so it would be better for him to go and rest a little. Enlishan agreed, but inside he was thinking that she was attentive as always, and it seemed like he was just always winding himself up and everything was fine with them. That's what he thought until she called him into the bathroom. The Empress looked at her master and asked why he still hadn't come. Meanwhile, Enlishan was wondering what the point was, because she told him to rest and he thought he would just go eat or sleep, but it turned out that he would now have to rest at the hot springs with a beautiful woman. Poor guy. The Empress looked at her teacher in surprise and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Because as far as she remembers, the teacher always took care of his frequency. So why don't they take a bath together? She also said that the spring water in this bath is called Jade and it is the #1 nourishing sacred spring on the mainland. It can not only relieve fatigue but also strengthen my mustache and bones, and in addition, it can improve cultivation. And since the teacher was absent due to a short breakthrough to the next stage, she thought that this was the right time to replenish their chi. Enlishan began to justify herself and say that this is exactly what Lu needs to teach, and that his student is incredibly caring and attentive, which is why he is endlessly. After this, Empress knows she hugged her teacher and pressed herself tightly against his body. She looked up and said that she was his student, so why should they think about age and gender? Then she pressed herself even closer to him and said that she thought it was enough for them to just soak in the jade dew. She wanted Enlishan to recover and become twice as strong, so it would be better to exchange internal chi and replenish their energy in this bath. Enlishan tried to get out of the bath, saying that she didn't have to do that. Then suddenly Lolo appeared for a moment, and she pushed her teacher straight into the Empress's arms. As he fell, Enlishan accidentally grabbed her chest. He immediately let go of his student's breast and looked at her questioningly. The fortune teller and the general secretly observed all this. At one point the fortune teller grabbed the general and said that it was better to destroy the temple than the couple. The general shouted that this was different and that one could not do such things before the wedding, saying that she was worried about Her Majesty's reputation. The fortune teller replied that she was surprised that the general was overprotective, but then added that they had just heard that Enlishan was a gentle teacher, so there was no need to worry. After this, the fortune teller stood up and thanked the general for inviting her to soak in the bath. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to catch this couple. The fortune teller thought for a bit, and decided that for the general, the Empress was a very important person, and she should be uncomfortable watching this. Because of this, the fortune teller smiled and said that the general was right. Somewhere else it was someone else. Everything would be fine. But this is Her Imperial Majesty. The Empress is known all over the world, so it is impossible for anyone to find out such details about her. After this, the fortune teller went forward and said that now they would wait for the right moment to jump out and interrupt them. After that, she turned her gaze to the Empress and froze in surprise. After all, the pose was, to put it mildly, provocative. The general immediately grabbed her friend and asked her to be quiet. They switched roles and the fortune teller was already asking where the pure love was, how they could do this in the bathtub, because it could be dirty and they could even catch an infection. The general looked at her in surprise and asked, "Is this really so important?" To which the fortune teller replied that it was infinitely important. The fortune teller said that once she was not only a fortune teller, but also worked part-time as a doctor. Over the years, there were women who fell ill due to their carelessness. The age ranged from 28 to 30 years. And besides, Enlishan has an exceptionally holy young body known for its strength, as powerful as a huge brick, so Her Majesty may be harmed if she is careless. And if they have certain fetishes, it will be even worse. The general calmed the fortune teller down and asked her not to even think about it. However, the fortune teller grabbed her hand and said that as women they understood women's difficulties, so they must protect not only Her Majesty's reputation but more importantly her health and prevent accidents. The girls decided to save the Empress and burst into the bathroom where she was with our hero. However, they found no one there and wondered where those two had gone. Meanwhile, the Empress was thinking that it would not be easy to slip away and reproached herself for not thinking about installing barriers during bathing. However, after that, she slowly raised her eyes and said that fortunately, she used her invisibility spell in time, so they could now continue calmly. But when she looked up, she saw that there was a doll in front of her again, and the teacher had run away. Meanwhile, Yan Lishan was running away from the palace at full speed and thought that it was very close. Yan Lishan went to the outer city. Lolo saw the sweets, and said that she wished there was a pretty teacher next to her who would buy her a couple, to which Yan Lishan noted that she would have to materialize with difficulty, so it was unlikely that she would be able to eat. To which she replied that she actually has a teacher who adores her, and even if she is physically and mentally exhausted, he will never forget the heavenly book and make sure that no one can see it, so she can calmly go out and walk around the area with her beloved master. Yan Lishan looked at her and said that he actually cared about her, and she didn't feel sorry for her teacher at all. That is, if she hadn't pushed him in the bathhouse, then all this wouldn't have happened. Lolo replied that if she hadn't done that, who knows when he would have touched his older sister. Yan Lishan said that children should not interfere in adult affairs. Because of this, Lolo got offended and said that Yan Lishan had been imprisoned for 100 years, and the elder sister and Lolo were no longer children, and Yan Lishan and the Empress were obviously in love with each other, so what was wrong with others seeing it? After that, she started nodding her head and saying that she was surprised that her teacher was hiding like some kind of work, and she really didn't understand it. Suddenly, Yan Lishan stopped, causing Lolo to partially crash into him. She stood up and asked if the teacher was even listening to her. Suddenly she saw that right in front of them was the door of the girl from the first chapter of the manga. One of them immediately recognized our hero and began to beg him for help. She said that her older sister was dying. With a little effort, Yan Lishan finally remembered those two girls. After that, he took them to a secluded place in order to provide assistance. After finishing with the help, Yan Lishan said that senior sister became like this because of the depletion of her internal elixir and lack of physical strength, and he used magic to replenish it, so there is no need to worry now. However, you need to think about training your body. The younger sister thanked our hero and said that if it weren't for him, her sister would have died. Suddenly, Yan Lishan tore parts of her clothes and exposed her stomach. And then he said that on the street he felt a strange aura of magical seals emanating from both of them. The younger one looked away and said that as expected from a great teacher, they would have to tell everything. The younger one turned to him and showed her seals. Yan Lishan immediately recognized that this was the same sacred seal of the Crimson River cult that he had destroyed on his own 100 years ago. After pondering for a few seconds, Yan Lishan asked, "Did they really voluntarily accept the mark of the Crimson Rivers?" The younger one replied that she and her sister would never do such a thing. After all, they belonged to the 100 Flowers faction, and they swore to their ancestors that they would never betray or leave their sect. Yan Lishan asked him if it had already been summer since personal revenge, to which she replied that it was impossible because it was the first time she and her sister descended from the mountain. Lolo said that she didn't see anything like that, and it's all pretty strange. After all, they just turned to the outer city, and perhaps these two girls are just spies. Yan Lishan thought that these two sisters had shown their faces in front of hundreds of people, and if they were really spies, then why would they return back to the Supreme Origin sect? After which the Knight Hero said that when the members of the 100 Flowers faction went outside the sect, they must receive a handwritten order from the master, which meant that they had contacted the Beaver River cult in the process. The younger one stood up and said that they came here on the orders of the master to find medicinal herbs in the central part of the continent. She also added that on the way, they passed by the sect of the highest beginning, and it was very good at that time when Yan Lishan arrived in time and saved them. After that, they went east together but came across the cults of the Crimson Rivers preaching in the village. However, it was more like torture than preaching. Instead of torturing people into converting to their faith and branding them with ugly patterns, they did not spare even a 7-year-old child. The younger and older sisters wanted to hide and wait for the right moment to save the villagers. However, they were caught. At this critical moment, the older sister used her magic to protect the younger one, and after the fight they managed to escape from them. But when they were already safe, they found that the sister had already been marked by the Crimson River's remote control. That night was a full moon, and the sister felt so close to committing suicide. The younger one sadly added that the way back was very long, and her cultivation level was too low, and she was afraid that the people from the Crimson River cult would persecute them again. So she asked her sister to go back to the Supreme Origin sect with the hope that the Empress could stop these people. Enlishin said that they don't need to be shy because during a journey there are always times when someone else's help is needed, but according to what she just said, only the sister was marked, since it so happened that the younger one also received a mark. The younger sister sadly said that the mark on her body appeared suddenly last night, and perhaps they did not want to visit anyone. Yes, the hero looked away and thought that this was already problematic. The mark of the Crimson Rivers is a restriction imposed by the leader of the cult of the Crimson Rivers on his followers. Each one who is marked will have their spiritual powers extracted from their physical body and collected in the body of the leader, and the fate of the followers is to be sucked dry or turned into corpses. And to remove the seal, you need to kill the caster. The younger one approached our hero and said that perhaps by the next full moon he and his sister will suffer from these seals, and last time there was a depletion of spiritual energy. But next time they can even lose their physical bodies, and if so, then she asks to please take their remains to the 100 Flowers faction so that they can return and calm down at home. Enlishin looked at her with a cold gaze, and the younger sister sincerely said that she would definitely thank him for his kindness in the next life. Lolo, who was watching all this, asked and said that she had seen this many times already. After that, they went away from the city, and along the way the spirit asked, "Does the teacher really want to leave the city to deal with this guy in the red cloak on his own?" Our hero said that of course he plans to do so, because hundreds of years ago the remote control of the Crimson Rivers was already a remote control made of eyes. And I also remember their leader was called the forefather of the Crimson Rivers. However, it is surprising that he is still alive, because Enlishin definitely killed him during the sect war, to which Laluo replied that she was actually killed too. But she still lives in the heavenly book, and many who practice Taoism have such saving tricks. However, she said that all this was not important, and asked if it was normal to just go to war like that. To which Enlishin replied that being a cultivator does not mean that you can do whatever you want, because she herself just heard that the Crimson River cult attacked an ordinary village, so Enlishin should do something and not just stand and watch all this. Lolo hit her teacher on the head and said that she was talking about something else, because the territory where this happened was the territory of their sect of the highest principle, and if what the little girl said was true, then the Empress clearly knew about it. Enlishin thought that this was most likely the case, and even if such a little girl was able to find traces of the cult of the Crimson Rivers, then the Empress definitely knows about it. He thought for a bit, and said that she always did not tolerate evil and would definitely not leave this unattended. Lolo answered with a smile that they were no longer children, and if the Empress had abandoned them, she certainly had her own reasons for doing so. Lolo hugged her teacher and said that he shouldn't tell them what to do anymore. It was much more important to discuss everything with her students now, and she also added that her older sister should already be waiting for his return. Enlishin looked down sadly and said that it was time to go back, but he wondered how he could look his senior student in the eyes now. Enlishin returned to the palace and knocked on the door. The Empress immediately emerged from it and greeted her master. She explained that after the bath she was hungry, so she set up a small kitchen in the room and cooked his favorite scrambled eggs. Enlishin was surprised, or was there a big commotion just now that made him so afraid of running into her? But she was just worried that he was hungry, and besides, during the meeting, the Empress was simply cancelled by spiritual consciousness with the general, and I left the city to look for him. Perhaps she was disturbed by important matters and sects, and most likely, she had already discovered traces of the cult of the Crimson Rivers. Enlishin wanted to ask something, but she asked him to keep quiet, and she said that she knew perfectly well what the teacher wanted to ask her. But let's go back a little to the past, to the first days after Enlishin went into confinement. The young Empress thought with tears in her eyes that the teacher had said that he was leaving and then he really left, and now that the remnants of evil have been destroyed, there will only be good days in the future. But she still didn't understand why Enlishin couldn't take her with him, and just left her alone outside. When the teacher went into seclusion, she went to his cliff almost every day to maintain order there. She hoped that one day he would change his mind and come out early to reunite with his sect. However, when Enlishin had been in seclusion for more than a month, suddenly, the ancestor of the Crimson Rivers, whom Enlishin had killed, appeared before her. Not only did he not die, but he also used his magic to impose the seal of the Crimson Rivers on her, making her a forbidden delicacy of the cult. At that time, the young Empress was already a cultivator, so logically, She shouldn't have been in such a disadvantageous position, but she was so depressed that she couldn't even move when suddenly she noticed that in his hand was a red skull with the seal of the Crimson Rivers. This skull not only looked scary but also emitted an ominous aura. And then the Empress determined that it was an unusual skull, so she gave up the opportunity to use her magic and tried to break it, and who would have thought that the progenitor of the Crimson Rivers would use his spiritual germ to protect the skull and escape, after which he disappeared into thin air. After these words, Yen Lishan thought about it, and remembered that this skull was the secret of how the progenitor of the Crimson Rivers saved his life, and it was probably a sacred object of worship. But this was impossible because he could not have not known what important information. The Empress said that at the time she thought it was too wonderful, but at that time, the forefather of the Crimson Rivers had gone into hiding, and the revival of the sect was the highest priority, so she put the matter aside and sent spies to conduct a secret investigation on the mainland. However, this did not yield any results. Enlishan said who knows that chaos occurred within his sect at one time. The Empress looked at her teacher in surprise and asked how he knew about what had happened, since she had carefully hidden it. Enlishan thought about what was not hard to guess and then stood up and said that in the eyes of this guy who is the head of the cult, the Empress is his favorite disciple and his opponent, so he should kill her as soon as possible. However, he did not do this. Instead he simply branded her with a seal. Enlishan explained that he needed such seals in order to collect energy and cultivate. At that moment he probably wanted to do something secretly, and since he was secretly plotting something, the more chaotic the situation was, the better for him, and given his sinister personality, he should release followers in the Supreme Origin sect to recruit new ones and stun them. But despite all this, he is still not strong enough. The Empress stood up and said that in the past 10 years, he suddenly appeared and gave her spy information about what was pressing the followers in the north. He even killed several glorious generals at the nascent divinity stage, which showed that his strength had greatly increased and he was about to break through the life and death stage. The Empress also added that among the reports there was also news of the death of an innocent person in the higher principal sect, and she personally confirmed that the mark was exactly the same as the pattern on the red skull. When she learned of his intentions, she judged that his cultivation level was not very high, so she sent people to distribute spiritual medicine among the townspeople, and after taking it, symptoms similar to those of the seal appeared, but not in such a severe form, and this could deceive these donkeys. However, they cultivated much faster than we expected, and they figured out her tactics and began attacking the inhabitants to demonstrate their strength. Enlishan took her hand and said that he understood perfectly well that his student felt only hatred towards this man. The Empress looked into the eyes of her teacher, to which Yen Lishan replied that he understood her suffering, the progenitor of the Crimson Rivers, cruel and bloodthirsty, but at the same time never faces the enemy face to face, if he wants to hide and no one will find him. Therefore, if they launched an attack right now, then killing the cult followers inside would inevitably cause panic among the people, making the situation even more chaotic, and this would make it difficult for their criminals. He spread this news to attract the Empress's attention and shake the hearts of the people, hoping that she would be stunned and lose her possession, and then he would take the opportunity to attack with one blow. And also if he focuses on the front lines for fifth, he will also be able to gather more followers, and this is really a cunning plan of just which deserves respect, but only if you are a rat. Then Enlishan averted his gaze and said that if they were not patient, they would definitely fall into his trap, and the Empress's approach was a better choice. This is after which Enlishan asked not to worry, because he would definitely cut off his head and use his blood for this pronunciation. The Empress said that this was so, and now they must capture him and his followers. She then wiped away tears of joy and explained that she had not told her teacher about this before because she was afraid that he would crush it in a fit of rage, because they are like the locust, hiding behind the villagers and adding fuel to the fire by killing one group in the hopes of destroying the rest. The Empress hugged her teacher and said that now that she knew that they had the same plans, she could remain calm. Yen Lishan smiled and asked, was the teacher really that reckless in her eyes? Yen Lishan also said that if he hadn't accidentally met the Flower Sisters, who knows how much time would have passed before they would have talked about it, and added that in the future the Empress is obliged to speak up if something suddenly happens. The Empress's gaze immediately changed and she asked, did the teacher really find the seals on the bodies of these women? She immediately realized that by flowers her teacher meant the 100 Flowers faction, and asked if these were the ladies in white who once helped their sect, to which Young Lishan replied that it was not Rose she herself, but simply her disciple. The Empress looked at her teacher and said, "Does he even remember the name of that woman? Because that means they are on good terms." En Lishan began to explain that the Empress had misunderstood everything and that they had simply dueled before, and he had not seen her since leaving the seclusion. The Empress looked at him and said that if this was true, she would not be angry. En Lishan, with the face of Buddha, said that this was the pure truth. The Empress poked him in the cheek with her finger, and said that this time she would believe her teacher, because now they were even, and from now on she would not reveal anything to him. But the teacher also should not hide anything from her. En Lishan smiled at her, and said that of course they would continue to cooperate. Well, he thought that he was just about to praise her for growing up and becoming smarter. But who knew that she continued to behave like a child? After that, En Lishan sat down at the table and asked what she would do in such a situation, because now she could tell the teacher everything. The Empress smiled and said that if they wanted chaos, they would get it, and then she whispered her plans into his ear. 5 years ago, the North was occupied by the forefather of the Crimson Rivers. The forces hidden under the great continent began to act. But he was afraid of the central forces gathered by the Empress herself. Even with all these achievements, the cult of the Beaver Rivers did not dare to openly fight the Empress. Both sides held a fragile balance until one rainy day. No sudden massacre broke out in the cult of the Crimson Rivers. The mysterious murder managed not only to discover the refuge of the founder of the Beaver Rivers, but also to destroy his entire elite. This unknown person introduced himself as an ordinary merchant. Back to the present day, the cult owner was delighted that the stranger had returned to him, and said that if she didn't like the noise, then one word and he would make everyone back off, and there was no need to resort to violence. But despite all this, the founder would be glad to clean up here for a change. However, instead of answering, the saleswoman simply remained silent. The ancestor said that the mole he had planted in the higher principal sect brought news that the Empress was planning to hold the Heaven and Earth ritual tonight. The ritual of Heaven and Earth uses the ghosts of eminent personalities for ritual improvement of the body. But even one mistake can lead to a change in the direction of the energy flow, which will not only prevent a breakthrough to the next stage, but will also lead to real death. The ancestor stroked his skull and said that the Empress probably planned to get rid of everyone once and for all and settle their grievances, as expected from the tallest woman on the entire continent, but she was in too much of a hurry. The forefather looked at the merchant and said that everything was ready, only one of the countries was needed. He needed more support that would join the ranks of the effects of the higher principle together with him so that they themselves would bring him to the city. After a short pause, the merchant replied that the ancestor was in too much of a hurry. On the side of the chief, he replied that the Empress did not know that he had already set up camp in the sect of the highest beginning. And while the army will break into the place of sacrifice, it will create disorder on its own, and now is the most opportune time for haste. The merchant scratched her head and replied that it was simply a hidden agenda. The forefather asked, did the Empress really think that his army would break through to the place of worship? Did she really think that they were dead? The saleswoman didn't even look at him, but ordered him not to be stupid. The founder, after a short pause, replied that now everything was clear to him. She knew that his followers were creating problems within the sect, and that was why she had allowed him to find out about this festival so easily. And if the army did not enter the territory, then she would break through. But if the army entered, then she would set up an ambush. The forefather laughed and said that, to the great joy of the lady, he would go forward alone. And at that moment when she breaks through, when her spirit and body are reunited by the ancient gods, but they bear the seal of the side rivers on her, and next to his sects are replenished with a new follower. At that time the entire sect of the highest principle will be under his control and he will not know any worries. The forefather looked at the merchant, and said that she would receive the ancient attributes of the Empress, and this was a profitable deal for both parties. The ancestor also said that his heart is completely calm, and he is in no way a righteous person. Upon completion of the matter she will receive ancient attributes as a gift. The merchant looked at him, and caused him incredible pain. And the man apologized for being too harsh, but inside he was thinking that if she did not agree, he would be without mercy. And as soon as he took possession of the Empress with the stage of life and death, he would order you to fight and then take the merchant to his sect of the Crimson Rivers, in the name of revenge for the blood spilled in his sects. The forefather looked at her and said that the plan had already been made, so they needed to decide when they would set off. The saleswoman immediately took out one of her books and said that they were doing it right now. They were instantly transported to the sect of the highest beginning, and the founder said that he did not expect anything else from her, and everything is exactly as she said. The Empress placed her troops in ambush on all the paths and his creator, but he did not even expect that 5 years ago she had prepared a secret passage that would lead him straight to the palace. Then he looked at the vendor and said that it was time for them to finally enjoy this show, to which she replied that he talks too much. The Empress, meanwhile, had already prepared for this ceremony, and looking at her teacher said that it was time for them to get moving. Then she went out into the street and announced to everyone that the time of great luck had arrived. City residents were surprised at how beautiful the festival turned out to be this year. The little girl asked if it was really New Year's Eve today, to which her mother replied that New Year's Eve is usually celebrated in winter. So the girl looked at her mother in surprise and asked why then no one is going to bed now. Mom explained that it was because the Empress herself had called them. The little girl took a piece of paper and asked, "Will the internet not sleep either?" Mom took her daughter in her arms and said that the Empress had prepared so diligently for this day that she had no time to even look. They then went to the palace and prayed together to wish success to the Empress. The forefather stood on the roof of one of the houses and said that the altar had already been installed, and many residents began to pronounce their blessings. It seemed that the Empress had really decided to conduct the ritual of heaven and earth. He took his skull and also added that there were no problems with finding sacred objects nearby, and everything was going great. Looking at the Empress, he said that he assumed that she would have prepared something for such cases, but his worries were in vain, and also said that they also had something to discuss with her after she made a breakthrough to the stage of life and death. The founder turned to his ally, but she had already caught a cold. He said in a dissatisfied tone that it had become too simple, but decided that there was no need to waste energy on her, and it was better to save his breath. After all, as soon as the Empress is in his hands, he will be the main one in this deal. Immediately after this, the Empress was subjected to his attack. Her gaze and aura immediately changed. Behind her was the progenitor, who announced that she had just lost this war. The other guards immediately tried to finish him off. However, the Empress stood up to defend him, and immediately after that, crimson marks appeared on the guards. The man declared that they should all call him the Great Ancestor, after which he ordered that they all be marked with the seal of the Crimson Rivers. But immediately after this the Empress fell to the ground. The forefather asked what was happening now, and then he looked at her body and thought that whatever he felt from her, it immediately dissipated. Does this mean that the ritual of heaven and earth was unsuccessful? But this is impossible because he felt from her the energy of someone at the stage of life and death when he branded her with the seal. While he was thinking about this, Yan Lishan suddenly appeared and pinned him to the wall with one blow. The ancestor immediately recognized who Yan Lishan was and said that he hated him. After that, he shouted that it was simply impossible, because he was looking for our hero last story and can confirm that nothing was left of his body and soul, so he simply cannot be here. The Empress stood up, completely normal, and asked, "What's so impossible about it?" Yan Lishan looked at the Empress and asked how she was feeling, to which the girl immediately replied that as long as she had a teacher, everything would be fine. However, unfortunately, the same could not be said about her puppet. The man looked at her and said that she was leaving. She was the goal of the ritual. After all, it cannot be that someone at the stage of divinity could create a sauna doll from life and death. Yan Lishan exhaled heavily and said that this guy had not changed at all and was still the same fool. After that, Yan Lishan explained that judging from his personality, the news of the Crimson River troops moving forward was clearly not his doing. If so, then he definitely had other plans in preparation, and in fact, being so determined to immediately grab the throat of the sector of the highest principal was the best option. And considering that the Empress closely monitored her borders, he would have done something to take advantage of her meticulousness. The ancestor expected her to have little or no support as she prepared for the ritual and made her breakthrough, and given how things turned out, their predictions were correct. Yan Lishan looked him straight in the eye and said that if the ancestor had been a little more careful and had not rushed to make his move, then perhaps everything would have gone differently. And yet Yan Lishan considered the possibility of killing him even earlier. Also, Yen Lishan said that the ancestor had given himself away even before when he used his spells for reconnaissance. For someone like him, revealing his cards would only mean that he was absolutely confident in his victory, and at the same time, someone was supporting him. The forefather laughed and said that Yen Lishan was just a scumbag, and if he declared that his enemies did not change, then the same applies to him, because 100 years ago he stopped all the actions of the Crimson Cult. But still, the chief was able to escape and hide for 1 century. After that, the progenitor activated his ability, and said that if Yen Lishan wanted to know who was supporting him, he would find out about it now. At the very last second, the forefather said that his partner was the king's killer, and behind the empress, the silhouette that we had seen before immediately appeared. However, Yen Lishan managed to protect his student from this sudden murder. The empress looked at the attacker and asked, "How is this possible?" And Yen Lishan immediately froze in place. After all, this was his second student, the bloodthirsty Azura. Looking at his second student, Yen Lishan asked what happened to her. However, instead of answering, she jumped back and covered her face. And the forefather meanwhile laughed and asked, "Did he expect our hero that something like this would happen?" Yen Lishan immediately grabbed him with his energy and said that if I, the ancestor, said even one word, then he could say goodbye to his jaw. After this, the second sister tried to kill the empress, but she failed. Then she asked, "Why lie to yourself?" And right after this question, she felt the incredibly heavy aura of the teacher right behind her. He attacked her with only 2 fingers, but she still had a hard time containing his energy. Yen Lishan looked at his second disciple and said that by sticking to one of the schools as one family no matter what happened, she should never go against her older sister. The second sister immediately fought back and said that they were very similar, and then she shouted that she was now going to check her blade, and launched a mad attack. However, Yen Lishan fought off her blade and techniques with his bare hands. The empress, meanwhile, begged them to stop, and she screamed that the second sister was lying to herself, because right now the teacher was in front of her. After which the second student, as if teleported, pounced on the empress shouting, "That is, if the sister gives it to her, then she will leave." However, Yen Lishan immediately cut the second disciple into 2 pieces, and her body immediately appeared, without a single injury. A few meters away from this blow, Yen Lishan looked at her, and said that she can avoid her teacher only thanks to the mirror movement that the teacher gave her. After that, Yen Lishan hugged the empress and asked, "Why is the second disciple turning her blade against her sect?" The second student covered her right eye and said that hero Yen Lishan is not a teacher. Yen Lishan instantly appeared right in front of her, and said that in that case, they needed to go back to the beginning. She looked back at him and couldn't believe that he could move even faster than before. And then an incredible blow happened. The empress stood and looked at it all. She couldn't understand why it took so many years. Let's go back to when they were still little. The second sister tried to escape from the sect, and asked the young empress why they wouldn't let her leave. The empress shouted that the teacher was still alive and that he had simply gone into seclusion, and the second sister should not believe these rumors. After these words, the second sister rushed to the attack and said that this was just a lie, because she saw his corpse with her own eyes and she could not be deceived by such words. The empress shouted that this simply could not be because she herself watched as Yen Lishan went into seclusion, and the second sister was simply deceived, and if she followed them, she would fall into their trap. Second sister said that the empress was simply afraid of the name of the Immaculate Despot, so she was not going to go and take revenge on the teacher. Yen Lishan was clearly dominating this fight, but suddenly the empress stood between him and the second disciple. Looking at her teacher, the empress said that she begged to listen to what the second student would say. However, immediately, the cult of the Crimson Rivers attacked her body and captured her. The forefather said with a crazy smile that he had finally succeeded and the empress' power belonged to him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, 2 sisters from the Flower faction were heading in an unknown direction. The younger one asked where the older one was going and said that she had not yet fully recovered. To which the older one replied that in the past she had been too lenient towards her younger one. And now she had forgotten the teachings of their great ancestor, because after this man saved her, it was impossible to report their mission. The younger sister said that everything was fine, because their task was to find the owner of the heavenly book and entrust him with a valuable thing. Otherwise their Flower faction would be destroyed, and if she killed, then let her be struck by lightning and die a painful death. but she does not understand at all what does this have to do with the fact that the elder sister is in such a hurry to the Lord of the Dark Path. So the sister didn't answer, and the younger one meanwhile grabbed her wounds and fell to the ground. However, the older sister managed to catch her younger sister. The younger one looked at her body and said that she was in incredible pain. The older one said that it was the effect of the seal. After that, they looked down and saw that the whole city was covered with this plague. Asuru attacked the progenitor and said that everything should not have been like this. However, he knocked her out with one punch and said that she was too late. The man explained that the seal of the Crimson Rivers had collected the spiritual energy of the Empress for him, and now he had broken through 3 levels of the life and death stage. And as long as his seal was intact, he was literally invincible. He looked at Azura and asked did she really think it would be any different when she tried to return the item called the Seal of Heaven before it reached the Empress, but it was already too late. The forefather laughed and said that she was just a silly little girl, and they were not alike and were not equal. And in fact, she was the next one he would take the power from. However, unexpectedly, Yan Lishan kicked him and sent him flying. The founder recovered from the blow and said that now nothing will kill him. 100 years ago he failed, and now it will be even more impossible. After all, even if Yan Lishan is at the stage of life and death, he certainly has not reached the same heights as the ancestor, so he has nothing to hope for. Then the forefather raised his seal and shouted that now the Blood River seal was no longer just a restrictive information but a sealing spiritual tool art, and there was no greater sacred thing than this spiritual tool. He began to suck energy into this seal and say that while he had this sacred relic in his hands, dominion was on the continent, and being a saint was not so difficult. And Lishan rose up and said that all this time he was wondering where he got such unreasonable courage from. However, now he sees that the evil spirit simply got involved with the spiritual tools. The ancestor could not understand why his saint-filled seal of the Crimson Rivers avoided this person. Meanwhile, Yan Lishan summoned his energy and said that in that case, the ancestor should call him his lord. Having looked at all this, the man asked how it could be that the heavenly book recognized our hero, because such a question could not be. However, Yan Lishan didn't respond and simply shackled him. Then Yan Lishan said that of course what he had made would recognize its creator. However, he was now talking about a thing from the hands of the ancestor. After Yan Lishan used his power, the skull ceased to be a sacred relic, and all the seals immediately disappeared, and everything returned to normal. The ancestor could not believe what he saw, because Yan Lishan had just spoken one word from the 3 divinities of the shrine, and all the prayers he had offered to it were cast down. He could not believe it until now and asked why he had not heard anything about Yan Lishan being the ancestor of the spiritual instrument. Yan Lishan appeared behind him and asked him if he should submit now since they still had some time left. He also added that he had nothing to offer and they could simply separate his flesh from his bones or boil him alive. After that, he committed suicide. Yan Lishan thought that this guy doesn't change at all, and the slightest provocation and he immediately runs away. After that, Yan Lishan looked at the second disciple and said that when her elder sister was in danger, she decided to point her blade at the enemy, and for this, he would tolerate her disobedience. Then he said that he gives her 3 days to get herself in order and come back to Yu-Hu, and he will give her a chance to explain. By the end of this duel, the sisters finally reached the place of the battle of our hero and everyone else. The second student ran into the forest and fell down exhausted. An unknown woman immediately appeared in front of her and said that it was not easy for her, because after the collision, combined with the blessings of the spiritual instrument that strengthened the broadcast of the Crimson Rivers, she still had enough strength to crawl so far, and this is worthy of the title of the King's Killer. The second student gave her the skull and said that she had returned it, and now they could talk. The woman took the skull and asked, could this really be the skull of the venerable Master Yan Lishan of the Supreme Origin sect? And then she asked, could it be that the disciple has forgotten her master's last words? The second student immediately remembered how her master was
Okay. So, continue on Twitch as usual. Alright guys, it's been nice. Thanks for coming. Thank you. I'll be heading out now. Love you just for super. Latest for now, guys. Latest for now. Shall finish this in a few hours. After then get some rest. Bye bye.